conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVShows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
At the UPS Store, we know this upcoming holiday is when things can get busy for small business owners.
Exactly. My to-do list and I don't take days off.
That's why you can count on us to be open and ready to help with every small business need, whether it's packing and shipping or if it's just to check your mailbox.
That's almost everything on my to-do list. My list and I can take the day off.
Your local, the everything to help you be unstoppable store. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The UPS Store locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible online phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello,
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
They'll let him throw again. Wide open, Deebo Samuel. Got a block from George Kittle. Deebo Samuel, there he goes. Foot on the gas, all the way. Touchdown San Francisco, a 74-yarder.
Joe Davis on the call for Fox Sports. And oh, baby, the Niners advance in the divisional round where they'll take on either the Tampa Bay Buccaneers or Dallas Cowboys as Deebo Samuel breaks that breaks that catch off for 74 yards, and Debo had himself a day. Brock Purdy had himself a day. The Niners had themselves a day, especially in the third quarter, flipping that football game after being down 17-6. So we say good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to all the teachers, students, cops, CHP officers, baby mamas, baby daddies, you name it. Electricians, longshoremen, Shasky, Lubman, and Spadoni. Shasky, what a night, or what a day at Levi Stadium, where, to me, I got old school Candlestick playoff vibes.
Agreed.
Overcast, rain, hard hitting, crowd is into it. They're standing up basically the entire football game. They put the Seahawks to bed once and for all in 2022.
It was really loud. I thought the Niner fans did a great job showing up early, getting lathered up. And I thought they kept the opponent out of the stadium because there was a lot of just chatter online about, don't let Seahawk fans in. I didn't see a lot of Seahawk fans, did you?
Wasn't a lot of 12 flags around there. Wasn't a lot of 12s.
I mean, I know that's like irrelevant to people that are watching on their couch,
Right.
but like I thought the environment was incredible. I loved the environment, and I thought that the wet conditions, to me, made the pass rush negated for the 49ers. They did not get good jump off the ball. There was a couple plays for Eric Armstead, a couple really nice stuffs by Kinlaw, but it felt like the guys on the edges, Bosa, Ibukam, didn't have their normal push-off, and it was a tale of two halves. Geno Smith, I thought, was awesome in the first half. Totally different guy in the second half.
No, well, Charles Omenihu was the guy who brought the pass rush this
Agreed.
week. Charles Omenihu flashed on tape. He popped on tape, but the pass rush, to your point, was non-existent. I don't know if it had something to do with the wet conditions. I don't know if it had something to do with the field, because it didn't rain mostly during the game. During the game, the rain stayed away.
Well, where we were at, I don't know if you have a slight overhang, but it was in and out where we were at. In and out. It was like misty, come down for a little bit, then it would stop. But it wasn't anything that was like, Bears game earlier in the year reminiscent. It was far from that.
No doubt about that. But they come out in the second half and really down 17-16 because Brock Purdy started off cold. But here's where we'll start. Number one, Shanahan. I thought he was in his freaking bag as a play caller. You watched the game back, and I said, guys were running wide open all day long. All day long. Like the Seattle Seahawks this morning should be lucky that the Niners didn't drop 55 on them.
I said to Sam Lubman, like, people can argue about whether Purdy's real, Purdy's good, he's great, he's overrated, like whatever. Put that to the side. If they had any, like, let's just say, if it was Mahomes, they would have scored 60 points in that game.
No doubt.
But there were three guys open on every play.
Every play. Shanahan was dialing it up in the run game. Like Christian McCaffrey on that big, long run in the first quarter. The blocks that were set up.
Ayuk was blocking like a madman all day.
Kittle coming through the hole. Juszczyk coming through the hole. Trent Williams setting the edge. There was holes galore in this football game.
Burford was great.
Burford was great. The offensive line, for the most part. Aaron Banks, I know he let up one play, gave up a sack there late in the second quarter. But you know what? For the most part, the offensive line was fine.
They were great.
They held up. The Niners rolled up 505 total yards on Saturday.
How were you feeling in the first half? Let's start with the first half, because I just thought the first couple of drives, clearly nerves, the rain, there was a lot going on. It's your first playoff game. I just felt like Brock's a tick slow. He doesn't see the field maybe as well as he has. Let's see if this kid can settle in. It felt like the offense had big chunk plays wide open, and they were just missing here and there. They're throwing 2 times to 1 in terms of pass to rush ratio. Like, how are you feeling in the first half?
Well, first half, I expected what I saw from Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
All right, overall, he was 9-19 in that first half, or 147
He
yards.
dropped back 20 times.
Damn near 20 times. It tells me
I was
that
yelling,
Shanahan
run
trusts
it.
him. Look, all week long, we were talking about, hey, man, how are you going to ease Brock into the game? I thought Shanahan, hey, you're going to lean on the run. You're going to lean on McCaffrey. You're going to lean on Elijah Mitchell. You're going to have the short passing game going on. Hell, the first play of the game is play action, and he's looking deep down the field to either Ayuk or Debo Samuel, and Brock Purdy missed him. He was nervous.
Yeah.
It's his first ever postseason game. I expected him to be amped up.
Yeah.
He telegraphed a couple passes. He's lucky number 57, that linebacker for Seattle, didn't pick off a couple plays. He telegraphed some quick sleds.
It's that zone. We've talked about this. This is what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo in that Viking game way back when. Sometimes they sit in that zone, and you miss that linebacker just sitting there waiting in the window.
Sitting right there in that window. And Brock Purdy, he averted trouble early on in that football game. They were able to weather the storm, though, with him being nervous. I thought he woke up. Look, late in the second quarter when he's running around, rolling out to the same spot. things got a little clunky.
He kept spinning and rolling out left and then going to the short side of the field. And all I kept saying was like, look, I love the way that you're evading pressure. You're taking unnecessary hits right now. Throw the ball away or step up to your right. Like I was screaming from my seats.
Well, I wasn't screaming, but I was just like, this is weird, man. He's a little rattled right now. But look, he's a rookie.
I know.
He's a rookie. It's his first postseason start. However, later down the line, whether you play the Buccaneers or Cowboys, we're going to find that out tonight, or if you go to the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia, that can't happen. Slow starts will get you beat. Slow starts will get you put behind the 8 ball, and now you're playing uphill. You don't want to do that with Brock Purdy right now. But in the first half, some uneasy moments. They left points on the field. That was my biggest take. It was like, man, 17-16, the squib kick. We got to clean that up.
Oh, we'll get to that.
You can't have the squib kick.
Yeah.
Hoshka makes a 56-yard field goal, whatever. Brock was a little nervous, and that's okay. I expected that. It was predictable to be Shasky.
I just felt like they flipped the switch in the second half, though. Before we get there, because there's so much to get into, Geno Smith made one of the great throws I've ever seen in person. That throw he threw down the line to throw it back in bounds to DK, and for DK to box out the way he did, I was thinking to myself, oh, God, here we go. This is the last thing we need. Then there's 13 seconds. The Niners score a field goal, I believe. 13 seconds left in that first half. They squib kick it. And this is just me thinking. I'm going, why are you squib kicking it in this situation? Oh, you want to run some clock out. Well, you're going to give him the ball somewhere between the 30 and the 40. Geno could crow hop and throw one into the end zone, and you got a guy in DK. All it takes is a pass interference. Didn't love that. That's a situational play that I think that they would like to have back. I'm not going to lose my mind over it. And then you get the Jimmy. And then you get the Jimmy Ward horrible penalty. It's like, Jimmy, you're a veteran. You cannot do that in that situation.
Yeah, and they set up Jason Myers for 56 yards, and the Seahawks take the lead 17-16. But I love what the Niners did right out of the half.
Thank you.
They reestablished their identity. They ran the ball, situational passing. And Jonathan Abram, the former Raider, what are you doing?
I thought that was Bush League. I saw it from my seats, and I'm going, what is he doing? Then they showed the replay, and then I'm watching Shanahan run out onto the field.
Shanahan's in the middle of the field yelling at the referee saying, what's going on? Well, basically, Jonathan Abram on the pass from Purdy to Deebo Samuel goes for 21 yards. Ended a play. Abram twisted his ankle. It was a hell of a catch. Hell of a game by Deebo Samuel. We'll get to him. Deebo Samuel played out of his mind. Then he went to go party in Vegas for a little bit for his birthday. Yeah, I saw it on the gram.
So he pulled a John Daly.
Yeah,
after John Daly lost to Tiger Woods at TPC Harding, he went straight to Vegas.
He had the little, I think he had the Dior jacket on, and he's popping champagne before he got on the private jet. And I think he had himself a night.
You know what? Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. He deserved it after a game like that. But he goes for 21 yards, and Abram basically tries to twist Deebo's ankle. And it was weird. And then you had the old NFC West rivals with a nice little scrub.
Loved
some
it.
Pushing, some shoving.
George Kittle
some trash
was fired
talking.
up, B.
Yeah, Ayuk was fired up. Did you see Brendan Ayuk?
I did.
You never see Brendan Ayuk show emotion like that.
No, but even George, when he caught that touchdown pass later on, George was like looking back at at Pete and all the guys on the sidelines, and he's like bumping his helmet. I'm thinking, I've never seen Kittle so animated toward the opponent like that.
Well, they woke the 49ers up.
Big time.
They woke the 49ers up. They take a 23-17 lead in the play of the game. Obviously, is when Seattle had a third down and 14 at the Niners 19. A great drive by Seattle. It was a phenomenal drive. And then Geno Smith drops back, and Charles Omenihu gets some pressure. Bosa recovers, and that was all she wrote because the Niners went on and they ended up dropping 18 straight on them after that fumble. So that was that to me was the game right there.
Well, they're marching down, and you're thinking, oh boy, they're going to get a touchdown here. They're going to tie it up. This is way too close for everyone's liking right now. But that turnover absolutely was the game, and then they got the big touchdown. You know what I mean? Right away, right after that. This team and people are going to perceive this as a negative. I'm not saying this is a negative. I mean this in the most positive light possible. They are one of the elite front-runner teams I've ever seen. They get a multi-score lead, and they just shut you down. Like, it is really incredible. Mm-hmm. Like, I know Indianapolis years ago used to hey, we've got these two defensive ends, and we're going to get Peyton Manning. We're going to get a two-score lead on
Mathis.
Yeah, and we're just
pin our ears back, and we're going to get the quarterback.
In a weird way, I feel like the Niners, if they go up 10 or more, it's like game over.
Game over.
This defense hunts. Like, if it's a close game, it's different. But when this defense, and I mean this not in a negative way at all. I mean this in a praising way.
When they get a lead, it's bye-bye.
Right? They just suffocate you.
It's night-night. You're not rallying from this team, especially with the offense humming the way they are.
Exactly.
I mean, McCaffrey.
Bonte, they could have put up 60 in this game.
I know. They left so many points on the board. So many, especially in the first half where you score 16, but you have to settle for 3 field goals. They left money on the board, and you can't do that moving on to the playoffs. You can't do that.
No, I'm with you. And the reason why you're saying like you left money on the board, they could have had an opportunity to score touchdowns on every single possession
it's unbelievable.
Of that half because of some of the play calls from Shanahan where guys are wide open. There was a play where he missed Ayuk over the top, and Ayuk stopped running or whatever.
Right.
He also had Debo wide open on the crosser.
I don't know if you watched it back with the broadcast. Joe Davis is yelling, Debo's open.
I know.
And I remember from our seats, we're like, yo, hit Debo, bro. Hit Debo. And Debo's running. Debo may have scored on that play. That's how wide open he was.
The Debo, you're talking about the third down play that he caught where Abrams twisted his leg. He made such a great catch. It was low below the knees. He catches it, turns upfield, and goes. Debo almost broke 4 or 5 other ones.
No doubt.
He
had himself a game.
How fresh did his legs look?
You said he was an X factor, and look, he continues his playoff run. Think about what he did last season in the playoffs, Shasky. Last year, starting off in the Dallas Cowboys game. All right? His first year is in 2019, he comes out with 10 catches, 127 yards. Last year, he has 10 catches, 154 yards, and that doesn't do it justice because he ran for another 27 and 137, right? This guy is a playoff performer.
Yeah.
And he talked about it after the game. He goes, look, man, we're just physical. And we teams we see if they can hang with us when it comes to being physical. And that's the thing, moving them forward. Are the Bucks, are the Cowboys going to be able to be as physical as the 49ers moving forward next Sunday at Levi Stadium? I don't know. They wear you out.
Yeah. Well, the one big takeaway from all the playoff games, as you zoom out from the Niner one, if you don't capitalize on the other team's mistakes, you're done. Right? Like, if you leave the window open for someone, you got to stick your foot in there and you got to take advantage of it. Whether we're talking about the Jaguars, last night, the Cincinnati game, like, one mistake was the difference for Baltimore, right?
No doubt.
I mean, it's the most random play we've ever seen, but, like, you're going to sneak it in from the one. You don't. You fumble it right there. Guy picks it up and runs 99 yards. I mean, you got to be able to capitalize. Monte, I keep coming back to the same thing over and over and over again. This team just has so many playmakers on offense. And Brock is just pulling all the levers and getting the ball out to every guy. Boom, let me hit Ayuk. Boom, let me hit George Kittle. Boom, let me hit Elijah or Christian McCaffrey on the check down. He's just done a great job of just kind of like staying within himself, moving just enough in the pocket, and then boom, ding, 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 ding.
How gratifying is it for Kyle Shanahan to say, on any given play, Christian McCaffrey may be my fourth option? George Kittle may be the primary.
I know.
Debo may be your second read. Ayuk may be your third read, and McCaffrey's your check down. Or McCaffrey could be your primary.
I know.
Kittle could be your second read. Debo could be your check down, and Ayuk's your third option. Like, you have an embarrassment of riches. That's why when it comes to, like, hey, man, maybe you have too many playmakers.
Yeah.
I'll rather have too many playmakers than not enough playmakers.
Did you notice, like, in the first half specifically, they kept putting Debo in the backfield. So you had some variation of McCaffrey, Debo. Maybe sometimes you had Juszczyk. There was a play, it was in shotgun. McCaffrey's on the left of Purdy. Juszczyk's on the right of Purdy. And then Debo comes around in like a jet sweep.
Right.
And so like the defense is just shifting. They have no idea which direction to go. Another play, they shifted Debo to the backfield, split McCaffrey out wide. Like the formation.
Split him out wide to the right.
Yes, the
exactly
formation variation is just to move a guy over to give me a step to the left. Like, I just got to say, Shanahan, the master class of pre-snap formations and movement and motion. The guy is just in his look. I hate saying in his bag. He is
I don't care. That's what we said.
Another level.
No,
he is.
He's on a he's coming into his own right now. And the killer instinct that he has developed this season alone. That's one thing that I've knocked him for. Not having that killer instinct, letting teams get the ball for a final possession and try to tie the game or take the lead or whatnot. I'm like, put your foot on their throat. And Shanahan has done that ever since SoFi Stadium. They go down to SoFi Stadium about 24-14. I keep going back to this, where he's like, yo, Jimmy, throw it to Ross Dwelly down the left sideline. Yo, Jimmy, throw it to the back of the end zone to George Kittle. Let's put these dudes away. And you put them away 31-14. Shanahan's killer instinct this year, he's grown into that.
Yeah.
So when you look at the Seattle game and you look at all the pre-snap motions, how many times did we see George Kittle, he'll motion him over, and then he's your lead blocker going into the left. Lead blocking with Juszczyk, Trent Williams, and Brandon Ayuk on the outside. I mean, Shanahan right now, we call it the year Shanahan. Shanahan was legit on Saturday. He was unbelievable.
I'm with you on that. And the other takeaway, as you zoom out, not just on the Niners, it does feel there are certain offensive play callers who who are in the moment.
Right.
Their rhythm and their feel for what their team's doing well and what the opponent's not doing well. It's like a snowball effect. You saw it with Brian Daboll. I thought he was cooking, and Saquon's legs look so fresh like Debo's.
The Giants are a problem.
No doubt. And then Doug Peterson. Like, you see Doug Peterson in the rhythm of the game, in the flow of the game. He starts going and like boom, 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 and guys are wide open. Right now, the offensive play callers that are head coaches are just, they're a step ahead of some of these defensive guys.
I can't wait to ask Baldy about the T formation. 4th down play to Travis Etienne with the Jaguars. 3 running backs in the backfield. We used to run that play on College Football 95 on Sega Genesis.
Just so they can get a one-on-one with Asante Samuel on the edge.
Unbelievable.
With Etienne.
It's unbelievable. Great play calling by Dougie P. Can't wait to see what Andy Reid has in store for the Jaguars next week. But the Niners win. We'll await the winner of tonight's game. Cowboys, Bucks. Come on, Shasky. I know who you want. We've already seen Brady.
Yeah, I want the Cowboys.
You want the Cowboys?
Yeah, I don't want to see Brady.
Sunday game, 3:30 kickoff, a Madden Summerall Classic.
Oh, my God.
Come on, man. Give me the Cowboys.
Boys, me and Bonte got the exact same voicemail from Guru yesterday, voice message. Can we play that at some point for the audience?
We will definitely do that. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line.
I love you, Guru, but we're playing
all guests. We will be guest-free today. You know how we do it on a Victory Monday, but all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line.
What a win.
Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Shout out to Laurel, or Lottle. I guess it's Lotto in Chandler, Arizona. Ordered 2 DPLY shirts and 2 relevant shirts just now. You can get yours right now at 957thegameshop.com. Bo and Mo, we're going to get to you on the other side as we continue to roll here in the Morning Rush. You know what I start thinking? Purdy's playing so well. He is playing so well. There's no way he's coming back for $1 million next year. There's no way.
I don't think you can restructure a rookie deal until the second year, I believe.
If I'm Brock Purdy,
I don't think you can.
I don't know how he's going to play for $1 million.
I think there's rules in the collective bargaining agreement where rookie contracts, I don't think you can.
You don't believe you could rip it up
until the second or third year? Because Mahomes, same thing. Remember, he was a first rounder. They couldn't give him the.
Well, Brock Purdy's a 7th round pick.
I know, but I'm almost positive. I'm going to check.
That's crazy. If you could get him playing for $1 million next year, because look, man, I'm a big Trey Lance guy. I don't know how you go back. Because Purdy looks like the real deal. Purdy looks like he has total command of the offense. He knows where everybody is supposed to be, and he's not afraid to stretch the field down. He's not afraid to stretch the field. He's not. So that's a conversation for another day. We'll get the ball on the other side. More coming up here on the Morning Rush on the Victory Monday. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. The Morning Roast live and local on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We all had a dream, and Shasky and I, we're living our dream right now here on the Morning Roast with everybody here at 95.7 The Game. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Solo and John Buys Bay Area Homes. Think of selling your house, but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Buys Bay Area Houses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Buys Bay Area Houses.com.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Solo is the new single-seat EV built to take you where you need to go. And with up to 100 miles of range, it can take you almost 3 times as far as the average person drives a day. Take it to work, the store, the gym, or even the bank with all the money you can save. Reserve yours now at drivesoloev.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now on.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Do you trade crypto? Do you have any NFTs? Have you received a 1099 from a crypto exchange reporting your transactions? Do you need crypto accounting services? Well, if so, then you need to contact the attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law by visiting sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law Team has helped hundreds of clients over the years with crypto, accounting, and tax compliance issues. And they'll give you a fair and honest assessment of your crypto needs. During your consultation, they will offer straightforward and transparent pricing while educating you about the solutions that are available. The IRS is ramping up enforcement of crypto users, so it's important that you have an attorney experienced with crypto on your side. Visit Kugelman Law to schedule your consultation today at SF Tax Team. That's SF Tax Team. Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute or a guarantee or prediction of results. That's sftaxteam.com.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8¼ carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
I've had COVID.
Me too.
But I didn't know you could get it again. What?
And if you're 50 or older,
Or have a chronic condition like heart disease or diabetes.
getting COVID again could get really serious, even deadly. That's why getting an updated COVID vaccine is so important.
COVID isn't going away anytime soon, but I can lower my risk.
And I'm up for that.
We can do this. Find updated COVID vaccines near you at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about that sound? You're listening to a set of GE appliances, complete with all you need to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and everything else stress-free. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select GE appliances right now. Offer valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Granger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, clickgranger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
They're down in 14. Pressure. Ball is out. San Francisco's got it. It was all Nick Bosa.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! That to me was the game. 2:31 left in the third quarter. Charles Omenihu coming around the edge, forcing a Geno Smith fumble on third down as the Seahawks were threatening to either take the lead or cut it within 3, 23-20. And, of course, Nick Bosa falls on it And the Niners don't look back. They beat the Hawks 41-23. Really, the Hawks made it look a little closer than what it was with a garbage time touchdown at the end of the game there. Niners roll. They will await the winner of tonight's Monday night matchup between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Dallas Cowboys. So 888-957-9570. We can recap the game. And who do you want? Bucks or Cowboys? Bucks or boys? Boys or Bucks? I want to see that star at Levi Stadium in the playoffs. I really do. The Road to Glendale brought to you by Barrow West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together, Shasky. You want to take some calls here?
Yeah, real quick, just to clean this up from the last segment, the rookie wage scale. Wage scale was implemented in 2011 after the CBA, and it reduced the salaries, obviously, for early first-round picks. The Sam Bradfords, the Alex Smiths getting these huge things, and then it changed the timing. Here's how it works. Rookie salaries differ from one draft to another, but all the rookies are slotted, and there's a maximum and a minimum amount that each can be spent based on the pick or their position. And then here's the specifics on extending players. Drafted players, a drafted player, whether you're first or Mr. Irrelevant, cannot renegotiate their contract until the conclusion of the third season. Wow. That means someone like, for example, Kyler Murray, a first overall pick, couldn't sign a new deal until January 10th of 2022, right? So undrafted players, different. Okay, had he been undrafted, he would be able to renegotiate after 2 full seasons.
Wow. So Brock Purdy's going to be under contract for a couple $1 million for the next 2 years. You also have Trey Lance for a bargain, $9 million next year, 9.3, and then 10.8 in 2024. That training camp battle will be dynamic between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. But Brock Purdy right now balling undefeated in his 6 starts. Leading the NFL in touchdown passes, his rating, his moxie. We got taken him to school in just a second, but I want to get Mole in Detroit on the airwaves. Mole in Detroit waiting. What's up, Mole? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, happy MLK Day.
Happy MLK Day, buddy. Happy MLK Day, excuse me.
Hey, listen, thank you. Listen, 2 quick points, if you guys don't mind. What I love about this team is we didn't need a Nick Bosa 3-sack game to win. We find ways to do it, and they
Hey, Mo, give us a call back. Your line is cutting out a little bit.
You sound like Optimus Prime.
Yeah, give us a call back, man. Give us a call back. All
you
right.
guys loud. You like that one?
All right, let's get this out the way because Warriors, while you guys are watching playoff football, your boy was sitting there watching the Warriors.
Oh, I was watching.
Oh, my gosh. Vucevic, 43, ties a career high.
How many left-handed finger rolls did he have yesterday?
How about the 5 threes?
Well, I mean, come on.
I mean, somebody step up and play some defense. We got the greatest defensive player ever, right? Draymond Green. It's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of the free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. Got the beat for Taking Them to School? There we go. I got the clip. Curry. Look, Stephen Curry had a double-double yesterday. He turned the ball over 8 times, but he did have this nice little one-handed, one-legged driving floater.
Draymond on the bounce to Thompson. Chest pass to Curry. Curls down the lane. Leans back. Handed over Vucevic off of one leg and knocked down the 2.
Sometimes you just go and your own natural ability make it up.
Yeah, that was just having fun in the schoolyard right there.
Tim Roy, Jim Barnett on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors are up 7 at that point in the third quarter, 69-62. Bulls will take the lead, a 6-point lead going into the fourth quarter. And they would feast on the Warriors' 23 turnovers, converting them into 31 points. And the Warriors dropped the 4-17 on the road. They failed to win back-to-back games on the road. It's just a dud. You come out in the first quarter, you're down 15. You're in the first half with an 18-5 run. And you lose to the lowly Bulls without DeMar DeRozan. Yikes. Yuck. I can't get my hand on the Golden State Warriors. Got a game tonight. We got pregame show 11 o'clock today, Shasky. I don't know if you'll be up. Maybe you're taking a nap. No? Yes?
It's a day game?
It's a day game.
I'm going to go get my workout in, and then today's the one dry day. I'm going to take a ride up to the river to check on the cabin.
Ooh, look at you.
Yeah, I want to make sure everything's okay.
All right, that was Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th. Let's go to Rhea. Rhea Lancaster, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy playoff victory Monday.
Happy Victory Monday. I don't know what's going on in our lives, but go ahead, Rhea.
I want to just celebrate my team and how dominant we were in that second half. And I just want to say, Deommodore Lenore was beautiful for that little interception.
All right, Rhea, give us hang tight. It's nothing on the callers. something's going on with our phone lines here. 888-957-9570. We definitely want to hear from the 49er faithful today. This is a big day for our phone calls here. We want to get going here.
Yeah, Spinoni thinks it's probably the rain and the wind, which is causing the elements are causing something with our transformer for call-in. So just give us some time to work on it.
All right.
Dolan and Lenore absolutely played a great game in that one. I also think like everyone's crushing Charvarius Ward. DK Metcalf is one of the best players in the NFL. He's a freak.
Baller. He's a baller.
He's a freak.
That 50-yard touchdown where he just smoked Charvarius Ward. And then the next possession, he trucked Mooney Ward on the sideline. So moving forward, CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans, A.J. Brown possibly, Devontae Smith. I'm not worried about the New York Giants receiver core. I think the Niners will bottle them up if they face the New York Giants at some point. But Philadelphia does concern me with their downfield passing. Dallas does concern me with their downfield passing. Mooney Ward's got to step up, man. It was not a pretty day. Not a pretty day out there at Levi Stadium for Mooney Ward.
I don't think it was, but I also think that DK broke the record for receiving yards for a rookie in a game just a couple years ago. Like, DK's a superstar. There's a couple of high-level players for Seattle that I came away just impressed with. Kenneth Walker is going to be a problem for a long time in this league. The vision, the power, the speed. There weren't a lot of rushing lanes, and this guy found yards in that first half. I was very impressed with him. And then DK and Lockett, the way that they sit down in the zone, their toughness. Those guys are really good players.
DK Metcalf, 10 catches, 136 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the Seattle Seahawks.
One thing I do want to address real quick. B, how many people asked you about Brock Purdy next year? Brock Purdy next year. What happens next year? What happens if they win the Super Bowl?
Dude.
What next year?
So, Anna, my better half.
Uh-huh.
Following Brock Purdy on Instagram, sharing Brock Purdy pictures, looking for Brock Purdy jerseys. A lot of people I talk to, they're not diehards like us, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, yo, Brock Purdy's the one.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they feel about Brock Purdy. I'm telling you, Shasky, and some people thought I was just speaking out the side of my neck or something. Brock Purdy's the most universally loved quarterback by this fan base since Joe Montana.
Well, it's the story, yeah, no doubt, and the play.
It's the story and the play. But think about that. Steve Young was never.
Well, no,
we
he's
love
replacing
Steve
a
Young,
legend.
but Steve Young wasn't loved like this.
No.
I don't care what anybody says.
No, he's replacing a legend.
Jeff Garcia was never loved like this.
No.
Alex Smith was never loved like this. Kaepernick was never loved. We know damn well Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't loved like this. Brock Purdy can do no wrong. He can do no wrong.
Well, can we just, like you and I, we can have a different conversation than maybe other people. I don't fault anyone for thinking and their head going like, what happens next year? And then you're after, it's his for the next 10 years. If the NFL has taught us anything,
it's not for long.
I mean,
Things
nothing
change.
is. Like, Nick Foles won the Super Bowl.
Right.
Okay?
And that was the end of Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz was the MVP that year of the league.
And now look at Carson Wentz.
See, look at where he's at. Okay, Kyler Murray just a year ago, and they were 8-0. Everyone's like, wow, look at Kyler Murray. Look at him now. Like, and forget the injury. I'm just talking about like his play style and do you want that guy as your franchise quarterback?
Well, look at Daniel Jones too. On the flip side, Daniel Jones.
Exactly.
A lot of people wanted to run him out of New York City. Oh man, 6th overall pick. This guy stinks out of Duke. Blah blah
He
blah.
looks great now.
He gets a head coach in Brian Daboll.
He looks great,
and he looks like he's in total command of the offense.
No doubt. Mac Jones last year showed a lot of promise, and we can make all these again. We can have all these different conversations. This guy's coordinator, this guy's personnel, that guy's franchise did this. The point that I'm trying to get at is I am just here enjoying the moment, seeing where this goes. I'm not worried about if he does this, then what happens in August. If this guy does that, then what happens to that guy come September. It'll all play itself out. Every time we write someone off in the NFL, they come back somehow, some way, unless your name's Josh Rosen, right? Like, you know what I mean? It just feels that way. Jimmy Garoppolo, how many times do we write him off? Now, let's have a realistic conversation. In the Super Bowl, I thought Jimmy Garoppolo was pretty good for 3 quarters. Pretty good. It's wild that I'm going to say this sentence, and people can feel however they feel. My eyeballs told me the second half of Brock Purdy was better than any half of football in the playoffs I saw from Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not trying to disrespect him because he was good in the Super Bowl. Brock was awesome in the second half.
Brock was awesome in the second half. He was really good. And if anything, Brock Purdy, and forget Trey Lance for a second, because I do think Trey Lance will get an opportunity to get his job back.
That's how the
Trey
league
Lance,
works,
I personally believe that Trey Lance has a ton of talent. I still believe in Trey Lance, and I would, man, to see him with Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle. Got to remember, Trey Lance had one game he played with George Kittle. They won against the Texans.
And George matters.
George matters.
But
and then you don't even have
CMC.
You don't even have CMC, so it'll play itself out.
Will you agree with me? Like the natural course of the NFL, these things play themselves out. Last year, if you would have said Trevor Lawrence, and then you watch Trevor first half.
But see, I don't do these things. Today's sports fan is so impatient that we're ready to write people off right away. Now, Zach Wilson to me doesn't look like he has it. Doesn't look like he has it. But we'll see.
But if he went to another situation, let's just say
they're getting hired another offensive coordinator.
Like they told him, this is what happened with the Jets. They go, you're not going to play for us. You're going to sit down. Right. You're undressed. 2 weeks later, he's starting a game.
Right.
Things happen. Exactly.
Terrible. So Trey Lance he'll get a chance to get his job back. But if anything, I said this Saturday, and I tweeted this. Brock Purdy, what he's doing is exposing what Jimmy G couldn't see on the football field. Now, we go to every single game. We see guys running wide open all day long. Jimmy just did not want to take chances. It's the Alex Smith syndrome, where Alex Smith just did not want to stretch the field. He did not want to throw it deep down the field. He wanted to take the safe check down, the safe little pass. I'll throw it away if there's nothing there. Sometimes scared money doesn't make money. Brock Purdy goes out there. Yeah. Now, there's a couple no throws. You can't unsee. That's back-to-back poor first halves from Brock Purdy. Let's just keep it real.
No.
Those are back-to-back poor first halves from Brock Purdy.
He didn't see the field.
He didn't see it at all.
I agree with you.
But he does have an ability to stretch the field and take shots down the football field. He threw yards per attempt. It was over 10 yards. Over 10 yards per attempt. And then when you think about the yak on top of that, you're getting chunk plays. 30 yards here, 33 yards of Juwan Jennings. Mm-hmm. You get the 74-yarder to Deebo Samuel. You get a 23-yarder to George Kittle. How many times did he hit Ayuk deep down the field on an open crosser? So that's the difference to me between Jimmy and Brock, is he's taking chances down the field.
If I had to boil it down to two things, I would say his ability to extend plays gives him a huge leg up on Jimmy Garoppolo, because how many times would Jimmy have been sacked in that game that we just saw? And then the other thing is, and I mean this with all my heart, and I'm telling you, his football IQ is infinitely greater than Jimmy Garoppolo's. It just is, Bonte.
I don't know if that's fair.
I don't know if that's fair. He understands the plays better.
I don't know if that's
fair. The open spots.
I'm not gonna question Jimmy's IQ.
No, I'm talking about football IQ.
Football IQ. I'm not going to question that. He can extend plays. That's the difference.
He processes pre and post snap in terms of what the defense is giving him and what Shanahan wants faster and better than Jimmy.
I don't know. It's
unequivocal.
I don't know. Jimmy plays some really damn good football. But you know what? Jimmy's not playing. Trey Lance is not playing. The 49ers are playing. And they're led by Brock Purdy right now. We're going to break, Lubman. I see the clock. We're going to break. We'll get to Joel in San Jose. We'll fix the damn lines. 888-957-9570. Terrible day for the phone lines to go down. It's a Victory Monday. I want to hear from 49er fans as this segment is presented by nobody. Let's break, Spadoni.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, working on the phone lines here, trying to get them going. 888-957-9570. Baby, the Niners advance to the divisional round, where they'll host either the Dallas Cowboys or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That game will kick off today, I believe, at 5:15 down in Tampa Bay.
Who do you
on
want?
grass. I want the Cowboys.
Did you?
Although, like, if you ask me the easiest path to the NFC Championship, I think that's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think the Niners will smoke Tom Brady again. They would smoke them.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
Don't be a worrier, Shasky.
No,
they would
no,
smoke
it's just
them.
Tampa Bay. It's Brady. I mean, that's the only
It's
reason why
Brady.
I'm holding out any kind of respect is Brady alone. If it was any other quarterback, I would agree with you.
Right. Tampa Bay, no run game, one-dimensional.
Yes.
They beat barbecue chicken.
Yes. I want the Cowboys, though. I do. Yeah. And did you notice the tickets? So Saturday, after the Niner game, I started glancing over at the various ticket things. I know Willard does Game
Ticket
Time.
apps, Game Time,
he's
StubHub.
repping it right now. Ticketmaster, you name it. Vivid, SeatGeek. And Niner tickets, let's just say in the 400s, were like $200. After the Vikings lost, they jumped up to $300 at minimum.
And if it's the Cowboys, they're
I'm
going to
sure
jump
it's
up
even
another
more expensive.
Hey, if it's the Cowboys, they're going to jump up another 200.
I mean, Jesus seats for $400 after taxes and everything.
Yeah.
Woo!
No, they're going to be $500 if it's the Cowboys.
Oh, easily.
And Dallas fans will be in the building.
Oh, easily.
That would be a Super Bowl environment if the Cowboys came to Levi Stadium on Sunday.
3:30, the game will be this Sunday, no matter what. It's either going to be Brady or the Dallas Cowboys.
3:30 kickoff, which means it's a dust setting. It's going to be the sun will be out, and the sunset's going to hit at about 4:30, 4:45, and then it turn into a night game for the second half. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I'm so ready. Also, it's supposed to be dry. I was looking at weather reports. I didn't know that this was a thing, but the TV was on the local weather station after the game, and microclimate expert, not a weatherman, a microclimate expert. I want to be a microclimate expert. But the microclimate expert said that it was dried out. After Thursday, essentially, right, we get like 4 or 5 days of dried out Bay Area. So we shouldn't be wet. I mean, knock on wood.
Jessica Birch, the KPIX meteorologist.
Oh, so she's not a microclimate expert?
No, she's a news personality. By the way, she has 118 followers on Instagram.
118?
Did you know she was...
You mean 118,000?
118,000. 118,000. Not only that, did you know she was a U.S. Army Black Hawk pilot?
No.
I took a look at her Instagram. Yeah, so I read it in Gianna Friday. And she was like, oh, yeah, you guys had Jessica on. She's really good. Do you know she was a U.S. Army Black Hawk pilot? Dual-rated commercial pilot? Like, she's got these bomber jets she's jumping out of. I mean, I'm looking at her IG. I'm like, damn. We had a savage on the air.
Didn't know.
I
mean, never underestimate someone.
Never underestimate Jessica Birch, man. We just thought she was telling us about the weather. Nah, she could fly a fighter pilot or a fighter jet, excuse me,
so,
blah, blah, blah.
In honor of the Cowboys, I get this message last night from Guru. And I send it to the group chat, and I was going to keep it, discreet. And then Bonte said, no. He sent me the exact same message. So, Goo, I don't know why he does this. Did he just make one little voice memo and then send it out to everyone?
Yeah, I think he wanted to make an appearance on a morning roast. That's why.
Should we play it?
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right, this is the voice memo that I got from Guru.
I don't know. You should ask Guru if he can play it. I don't know if it's supposed to be private.
Let's make an executive decision. Guys, you've listened to the sound. Are we playing it or not?
It's nothing malicious. I think it's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Spadoni ruled.
Guru's not my choice.
Dude, this could be the ultimate jinx, but I'm the lab dude, and I am so terrified of tomorrow, dude. I just hate I even work. But yeah. Okay. I'm going to the game, and we got to maximize the week, dude, if we end up playing again. I don't think we did a good job last year. Anyway, I'm with you, tailgating. It's going down, and somehow we can get past tomorrow, and I don't think we will, but Dak needs it late.
So, that wasn't malicious. So, on my fist, Bobo.
The in the minute in the middle of it was just, just chef's kiss.
Well, the voice memo he sent me basically said, I'm petrified of tonight, not terrified. I'm petrified. And he goes, the whole world is turned on Dak Prescott, even more than me. The whole world is turned on Dak Prescott, more so than me.
Refresh my memory. Is he a Dak guy?
No. He does have a Dak jersey, but
I thought he liked Dak. I didn't know that.
He's a big Cooper Rush guy.
You know what? I like Cooper Rush.
See if I can put this to the microphone. Let me try this.
B, I always talk that lab shit, and I'm not jinxing it.
The stream heard it.
We're on fire. I want the Cowboys.
I just didn't even know that was.
I want the Cowboys.
I didn't know that was in there. I didn't know that was in there.
You want to talk about getting everybody in trouble?
Oh man, whoops, my bad. So he drops the S-bomb with me, and he tries to keep it PG with Joe Shasky. Wow.
Can I ask you a question?
Can
I ask you a question?
Go ahead,
All
man.
right.
I was going to play some sound.
For the crowd out there that tells me running backs don't matter, okay?
Right.
For the crowd that tells me running backs don't matter.
You want to go there?
No, I do.
Why?
Because even Christian McCaffrey didn't even have a quote-unquote great signature Christian McCaffrey game. The amount of people that have to honor him on every single play where he's at. There was a couple of quick little hitters that they had to the left on passes and little toss plays to Debo where they just roll out McCaffrey to the right. And I'm watching safeties, linebackers. Everyone's like, whoop, 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 moving over to the right. You cannot tell me that running backs don't matter. The elite ones. For everybody hand-wringing over Jeff Wilson Jr., what did he do in that game for the Dolphins?
Forget that.
I mean, Saquon Barkley with a week off, did he not look like the best player on the field yesterday?
Saquon Barkley had fresh legs. J.K. Dobbins had fresh legs.
The
Joe
elite
Mixon
running backs
is legit.
matter.
James Cook is now starting to ball in Buffalo. Singletary's balling in Buffalo. Listen, man. Travis Etienne, Jacksonville. Austin Eckler, Chargers. Week 1 when Elijah Mitchell got hurt, and Elijah Mitchell has been looking good. He has.
I think he's a perfect backup.
But he's a perfect backup because I don't know if he can withstand 17 games of punishment from the running back position. So after week 1, it was just like, it would be nice to have a home run hitter out of the backfield. Shanahan is a great run designer.
Yes.
When his play calls, when it comes to run designs, he's elite. Why not get an elite running back? And so for every, you just hear all these pundits, you don't need a running back. Niners don't need a running back. Running backs are overrated. You can just plug and play. Look at how many different 1,000-yard backs you've had under the Shanahans going back to Denver with Mike and then Kyle. And I'm just thinking to myself, get me a home run hitter, please. How much more deadly would this offense be with a Derrick Henry, with a Kareem Hunt, with a bell cow running back? Now you got a bell cow. And is anybody, in ESPN Plus, I didn't realize this until Saturday, they gave the Niners a C- for that McCaffrey trade. They graded it a C-, saying they traded too much. A second, third, fourth-round pick in the upcoming draft, a 2025 fifth-round pick, 2024 fifth-round pick. So you gave up 4 picks for Christian McCaffrey and took on the money. And everybody's like, that's too much for a running back? Well, look at the difference he makes. How many times do you see the Niners in 2nd and 3?
Agreed.
2nd and 4, 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. I mean, you're getting chunk yardage, and you look at them Saturday afternoon, you average 8 yards a carry.
I know.
15 carries, 119 yards. You get another 2 catches for 17, and the outlet on the touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, as much as we talk about Brock Purdy, he's the perfect chess piece for Kyle Shanahan. Whoa, man, what a difference he makes.
Well, and everybody's saying, you gave up a 2nd-round pick. You gave up today, right now, because they're in the 2nd round, okay, B? It's at minimum, the 56th pick in the draft.
Yep.
Drake Jackson was a 50s 2nd-round pick, right? A 50-something overall. I don't even know if he suited up on Sunday. I didn't see him.
No.
Did you see him? And I like Drake Jackson. I actually think it was a good pick. You know what I'm saying? But, just to give people an example. So you're looking at, the 50 at minimum, 56, 90-something, right? And then 120 for Christian McCaffrey. You pray to God that one of those picks is half as good as Christian McCaffrey.
Man, that's truth.
Right?
That's the truth.
I mean, TDP was a 4th-round pick. Is he even seeing the field or a 3rd-round pick? Is he even
he's
seeing
not
the
seeing
field?
the field at all. He may not even be on the roster next year. Who knows? And who cares? Because you got Christian McCaffrey.
But that's my point.
Right.
The Christian McCaffrey thing changed everything.
I was going back.
When have you ever seen Debo run that free?
That's what I was saying.
He's wide open.
But that's the point I was trying to make all year long. If you get a home run hitting running back, how much easier would it be for Debo Samuel and Brendan?
Thank you.
We were having a conversation after the Denver game. I remember you were like, I'm trying to maximize Debo Samuel. Do you put him full-time at running back? And I'm like, no. Go get a running back. I need Debo to be a wide receiver / hybrid running back where he's running the jet sweeps. He's lining up in the backfield, running the angle routes. That's why I need Debo. I can't have him running the ball 20 times up the middle.
No.
I don't care. He's not a running back. He's not a running back, so go get a running back. I cannot believe the 49ers went out there to make that move. McCaffrey became available.
I know.
But the Carolina Panthers, I'll say, oh, man, the Niners, it'd be nice. That's what I thought. It'd be nice. They're not going to swing a deal for Christian McCaffrey, are they? And to go out there and swing a deal for Christian McCaffrey, and now look at this offense.
I mean, this is incredible. Even on the play where the little leak out play at the goal line, like they needed a touchdown there. They needed 6 so bad, and Brock did a really good job kind of stepping up and rolling to the right, and then boom, just a little touch pass to CMC, and he's wide open. Here's the big thing when it comes to CMC, though, like in the Debo connection. At the beginning of the year, I want everyone to go back and remember what it looked like. Every time Debo touched the ball for the first 4 or 5 games, weren't there 3 and 4 defenders everywhere near him?
All day.
Think about what Debo did in this game just the other day. He's wide open, or it's one-on-one. One-on-one is wide open.
Debo Samuel, one-on-one or wide open. Think about that.
Did you even know he could run that fast?
Yes.
I didn't.
Well, last year, you forget last year how many plays he had.
I know.
How many, he's had some dynamic
he hit
plays.
The Jets.
Oh, dude, he was gone. He was gone.
And Ayuk made an incredible block on that.
He was gone. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Don't forget, all guests will appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. You bring up Debo, but I want to go back to McCaffrey for a second, Shasky.
Yes.
Think about when he started games, when he became a starter.
Mm-hmm.
And look at what the Niners have done offensively since he's become a starter. All right, his first start comes in a Rams game. They win 31-14. All right, you play the Chargers after the bye week. You look a little suspect. You score 22. But since then, it's been 38. You had the dud against the Saints for 13, but you go 33, 35, 21, 37, 37, 38, 41. The Niners are averaging over 37 points a game over their last 4. With McCaffrey, all but 2 games they scored 30-plus.
That's crazy.
That's insane, isn't it?
I thought they were going to score 50 on Saturday. I mean, not at halftime. I'm talking about in the second half. I said, Jesus. But it just feels like everyone's wide open. There was a point in the game in the second quarter where I'm like, God, Kittle hasn't touched it. Can we get Kittle the ball? And then, boom, they hit Kittle, and he's one-on-one. And it's like, again, Ayuk, Debo, Kittle. If it's one-on-one, you might as well. You're getting an extra 6 yards minimum.
And Brock is hitting these guys.
All day.
Brock is hitting these guys.
But it goes back to the gravity of CMC because you have to account for him.
How many people are feeling... Do you think it changes some of the draft thought process when it comes to running backs now? Or do you think that running backs will still be ostracized in terms of, okay, Najee Harris is going to be a second-round pick. Derrick Henry is going to be a second-round pick. Or all these running backs are going to fall out of the first round, because I think a running back is very, very important on my football team. When you can have a guy who can touch the ball 25 times in a run or a pass game, it makes a difference. Whether you want to go 8 in the box against Christian McCaffrey, great. I got Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, and George Kittle in the pass game going one-on-one. You don't want to go 8 in the box against the 49ers? We're going to run it right at you. And against the light box, and McCaffrey's going to average about 7 yards a carry.
Well, when I look at Mixon for Cincinnati, when I look at, obviously, Saquon Barkley, Etienne, the key that all those guys have, outside Derrick Henry, throw him to the side because he's such an outlier.
Right.
They all are dual threat running backs. And when you get them out on the edges, they're either running through a cornerback or around a cornerback. Like, is there any coincidence that the second they put Etienne in the backfield with Trevor Lawrence, they kind of took off?
They took off. No doubt.
You
they
know
traded
what I mean?
James Robinson, and boom.
Ask Danny Dimes, does Saquon matter to your team? Danny Dimes looks incredible.
He does.
No, he looks incredible.
But
and Dayball's a big part of that.
Right.
But they've unlocked Saquon.
Saquon looks so fresh yesterday. That first touchdown running down the sideline. You see the burst. You see the speed. They got a puncher shot against the Eagles. Miles Sanders runs hard for the Philadelphia Eagles. But running backs do matter again. And I think it bothers me like centers in the NBA. They say, oh, man, centers don't matter. You don't need a big, blah, blah, blah. Look at Jokic. I mean, look at Embiid. Look at some of these bigs that are DeAndre Ayton's getting you a double-double.
Well, I think it's fair to say, like everyone's like, next year, talking about the quarterback. Next year, Christian McCaffrey could be an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
If he keeps up what we're seeing right now in terms of obviously his own production and then what he does for everyone else on the field, like that's like 90s MVP running back style stuff we're looking for.
Going back to Brock Purdy for a second, when I'm watching him, because you see what he did here. 332 yards passing. It's the most for a 49ers quarterback in the postseason since Joe Montana's 357 yards against the Bengals in Super Bowl 23. Like, think about that. It's the most passing yards for a 49ers quarterback in the postseason since Joe Montana in Super Bowl 23. That's January 1989.
And they missed some plays, which is crazy.
A lot of
they
plays.
weren't even like 100%. You know what I mean?
The Niners rolled up 505 total yards, and they left another 100 on the field.
I know.
Because of Brock Purdy. So when I'm watching Brock Purdy, I no longer view him as a rookie, Shasky. Like, I know I said what I said about Brock Purdy early in the season, but it's hard not to like him. It's hard not to appreciate his style of play.
Playing at a high level.
The extension of plays, the checkdowns, Elijah Mitchell wide open to the flat, trusting where Elijah Mitchell's going to be, throwing the ball deep down the field to Juwan Jennings, to Brandon Ayuk. This guy is like, this run that Jimmy Garoppolo had in 2017. This is more impressive than Brock Purdy, the run he's on right now, because these games matter. Those games in 2017,
no.
It didn't matter. Let's just say that.
Well, here's the big thing for me. It's like I watched lots of different quarterbacks play quarterback for the Niners in the playoffs. I've never seen a team this, and it's only the one game in the playoffs, but just this run that they've been on has felt like playoff football for a month. They score points. And I'm not talking about field goals. Like I'm looking back, Monte, at that New York Giants 49er game in the rain in the NFC Championship game.
Taking Junior being out.
Alex Smith completed 2 passes in the first half.
I know.
Okay, all these people that want him, and that was in the rain, similar of a misty game, similar to this. He completed, let me say that again, 2 passes in the first half. Now, one of them was a 73-yard touchdown where Vernon Davis blew by everybody in the first quarter. But, like, 2 passes.
That's embarrassing.
That's like a drive for Purdy. If it's a big one.
1 of 13 on third down.
Bonte, the guy, boom, boom, boom. He threw the ball 19 times in the first half. I turned to my buddy Ryan as we're watching the game. I'm like, dude, Shanahan's throwing it like crazy.
Crazy. Why? Because he trusts the kid.
Yeah, and I would too.
He trusts the kid.
I would too.
He trusts Brock Purdy more so than he ever did Jimmy Garoppolo. That's insane. And that's insane to me.
The offense felt as explosive as it did that night, the final playoff game against in Candlestick against the Green Bay Packers with Kaepernick. That's how just the offense as a whole felt so explosive at that point in time. This going back 10 years ago. This feels even more balanced in terms of being able to spread the ball around to all these playmakers. And the quarterback is just boom, 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 boom. Like, he's just nailing it, man. And then his ability to, okay, here comes the pressure on the left side. Let me just move or spin a little, boom, boom, come out, and then a little, like, lob pass to Eli.
I mean, again, this offense, the last 4 games, 37, 37, 38, 41. That's after scoring 21 in the hat and T-shirt game against Seattle and then dropping 35 on Tampa. So think about this run. We highlighted this run, starting with the Miami game, right? We're like the Miami game. Yeah. And you got Tampa, and then you got the short week. They go 33, 35, 21, 37, 37, 38, 41.
I mean,
they may have one of the best offenses right now in football. Who's farther ahead right now? Is the offense better than the defense?
Wow, that's a great question. I think the offense is. I think because the offense getting 2-score leads makes the defense even better.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt.
And I was thinking about this, like watching the game. I go, dude, they're going to put up the most points in 49er playoff history. Now, they took their foot off the pedal a little. If they score that touchdown, like I know 45 that Kaepernick hung, they needed all 45 of those.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because Aaron Rodgers was going to score close to 40.
He was coming. And they had some blowouts in the Steve Young days.
Yes.
Throwing up 40-plus. I remember they threw up 40-plus on the Bears.
They could have scored 60 in that game.
They could have scored. They left a lot
Which is
on
crazy.
the field. They left a lot on the field. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Pfizer. And don't forget, tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. We're efforting the phone. Stay patient, folks. 888-957-9570. Got damn near 700 people watching us on YouTube. Like that button. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. 19.6 thousand subscribers on YouTube. Appreciate everybody out there on YouTube.
And I would tell everybody, if you're on YouTube right now and you haven't created a login and subscribed, it costs you nothing. It's free. Do that right now. We're doing something special this week with Jerry Rice. And if you're not subscribed to our YouTube page, you won't be able to cash in.
No doubt about that. You will not. You will not at all. All right. More coming up on the Morning Roast.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices, exclusively at Zenni.com.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8 1/4-inch carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVPs bonus points for details.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Trevor Noah has added 2 more San Francisco shows to his Off the Record tour, December 8th and 9th at the Masonic. All shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Trevor Noah, head to 957thegame.com.
Smith to the sideline, and he gets picked off by Diamador Lenore. The guy that's been picked on for much of this season steps in front of the pass and the second Niner takeaway.
Woo-hoo! What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Chew Dogs. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile, text line, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. You got a Warriors-Wizards game at high noon today on MLK Day.
Nice.
Happy MLK Day to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody's enjoyed the day off. We're not.
When you say high noon, you know what I think of?
What do you think?
I think of Back to the Future.
Oh, yeah. That's where I get it from.
8 o'clock in the morning. I like to do my killing before breakfast.
Before breakfast, yeah. High noon. That's where I get it from. I've been saying high noon ever since, man. I love high noon.
All right, we're super fired up about that 49er victory.
Warriors, Wizards, high noon, if anybody cares. High noon. 11 o'clock pregame show. Watch your boy.
What a banner weekend for football. I couldn't even think about basketball. I had basketball on the big screen on silent, and then I had the iPad with it. Normally it's the other way around. I had the iPad with all the sound, for the NFL games, and I was just, man, jaw dropped watching the NFL.
The NFL was great. And then you watch the Warriors and Bulls yesterday, you're like, oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about
23 turnovers.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that. We'll get to them when we need to. Can I get into one thing? Niner game on Saturday. I was thinking, all right, this is Niners Seahawks. I want to see, and I'm not losing my mind over this. I just thought it was funny. I wanted to see Bowman or maybe Richard Sherman or somebody, maybe Jerry Rice, ring the foghorn or pull the foghorn, who is an old alumni. This is a playoff game. This isn't like September, October.
No.
This is a playoff game.
Yeah. You don't bring in Keith Lewis for a playoff game.
Exactly.
Shout out to Keith Lewis.
Come on.
I got respect for you, but you don't bring out Keith Lewis for the playoff game.
Yeah, I want the heavy hitters. You know what I'm saying? This is a playoff game. And they had Dr. Disrespect. Is that his name? Am I saying it correct?
Dr. Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect, who is some video gamer. Now, I know who he is because of him showing up to 49er stuff before. And apparently he's a diehard 49er fan. And I'm not saying that he's not. I'm telling you, the crowd reaction was like, who is this guy in a wig?
I didn't like that. You know what I did like before the game? Seeing John Taylor and Tom Rathman on the field.
Oh.
Breaking down the game.
Rathman? Does he fire you up?
Dude, Rathman, John Taylor, my guy, John Taylor. We got to get John Taylor on the damn morning
we do
roast.
have to get him on the show.
What the hell? We got to get John Taylor. And then see it, Ricky Waters.
Oh, he did the halftime.
He did the halftime horn.
Yeah.
And Ricky was jacked up with his son.
Yeah.
So you had Ricky Waters, and then, of course, you had Jerry Rice sitting in the crowd with his 49er chain on. You see that?
Yes.
That's what we need. Dr. Disrespect, I was like, who?
You didn't know who he was?
I had no idea who
he was. The wig and the mustache and everything. It's
I just...
okay.
Yeah,
I know he's popular. I know he's got 1 million followers on all these different platforms. I'm just telling you what the crowd did. This is what the crowd did. Everybody, who is that?
Who is that?
That's all.
I had no idea. I had no idea who he was. I had no idea. No clue whatsoever. And I was just like, all right.
So you were with me.
Well, according to JMC _1982, good morning to him. Dr. Disrespect has more fans than both of you put together times 10. Well, good for him.
Well, I'm glad that he's popular in the 11-year-old crowd. Right. I'm telling you right now, in the 49er season ticket holder crowd and the people that attended that game, people just didn't know who he was. That's all. They just didn't know who he was.
I had no
so
idea
I'm hoping if it's Niners Cowboys or if it's Niners Bucks, can we get an alumni? Can we get one of the great players? I watched Jerry Rice pregame. Bonte, I don't know if you saw him, but I love watching Jerry. He's there.
He runs on the field.
He's in the end zone. He's got the big bedazzled 49er helmet, and he's dapping up all the players. I just love seeing Jerry, because this is something we didn't get at Candlestick. Right. I love seeing Jerry on the field. He is like a true ambassador of the Niners. He wants to win as much as the players.
No doubt. And he's going to join us Friday.
Oh, God,
Jerry
I love
Rice will
seeing
join
Jerry.
us Friday. And you imagine if it's Niners Cowboys and we get Jerry on a Friday?
Oh, I mean, sign me up.
He's going to want to play.
I mean, but
he will want to play.
It doesn't get lost on me that one of the greatest football players of all time bleeds red and gold.
I know.
And is sitting there. I saw him with fans in the second row.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
he's fired up.
Oh,
he's
my
jacked
God.
up, sitting in the third row. Jacked up.
Am I the only one that kind of geeks out over something like that?
You know who else was there?
Huh.
Peyton Manning.
Oh, I did see Peyton. Him and Debo were embracing in the end zone.
Yeah, walking up the tunnel together.
I did see that.
Peyton Manning was in the building.
I did see that.
So I wonder what Peyton Manning thought of Brock Purdy. Are they going to have the Manning cast tonight for Cowboys Bucks?
That I don't know.
May have to check that out.
I don't know.
May have to check that out.
Peyton, by the way, humongous human being. Like, he stands
humongous
out.
Head.
Yeah, he stands out.
You can see his forehead from 327.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt. You can see that big old forehead up there. You had all the stars in the building. Pilo was in the building. E40 was in the building. Eric Davis was in the suite right behind me, sipping some champagne.
Got him.
Eric Davis sipping champagne. He's sipping rosé. Oh. Sipping some rosé.
Following no one on Twitter?
No. Yeah. I kind of respect that gangster. Don't you? I respect that. To be able to follow nobody like Gary Radnich. Yeah, I'm going to follow nobody.
Well, that's Francesa, Radnich, and Skip Bayless. All follow no one.
Yeah.
There's a common thread.
I mean, Stephen A. follows like 11 people.
Yeah, but at that point, why are you on social media then?
Why do you have a problem with it?
I just find it to be, I don't know.
I kind of like that. I kind of respect that gangster.
It's kind of
insufferable. To be like, I'm Gary. I'm following nobody. By the way, the Cowboys. You want to?
I don't care about anyone else's opinions.
We're laughing. But they probably still see things.
Of course they do.
But not following anybody. It's pretty cool. By the way, this stat is mind-boggling to me. We hear a lot. What's going on back there? All right, the Cowboys. They're playing at Raymond James Stadium today in Tampa Bay, and it's a grass surface. Now, I told you what Guru told me before the Cowboys played the Titans. He said, we're not a good grass team. We don't play well on grass. And I kind of laughed. It's like, come on, Goo. How do you not play on grass? How do you not play well on grass? Well, the Cowboys this year, on grass, Shasky, they're 1-4. They're 1-4 on grass, 11-1 on turf. Well, sucks for them that this game is on grass, and if they win, next week will be on grass. They average 2.5 sacks per game on grass. On turf, they average 3.5 sacks.
Ooh.
They blitz a lot more on grass 35% of the time because they can't get home. They only blitz 25% of the time on turf. Now, check this out. This is the biggest number right here. On turf, they've given up 12 touchdowns. However, they picked off 13 passes. On grass, they've given up 11 touchdowns and only come up with 3 interceptions. So they've given up 11 touchdowns in 5 games on grass. They've given up 12 in 12 games on turf.
Somewhere there's a, state trooper of Texas going, that's right. We don't like grass in this state, in this Lone Star state of ours.
So how about this? Micah Parsons, right?
Yeah.
He's been talking a lot.
Yeah.
It's not about numbers. It's about watching the game. Well, anyway, Micah Parsons on turf has 12 sacks this season.
Okay.
On grass in 5 games, just 1.5 sacks.
Interesting.
So they don't like the grass. Where there's cookies,
You know who does like the grass?
Who does?
49er fans and their tailgating experience.
No, they do.
Let me just tell you, I walked around that parking lot and people were ready. I was so proud to be a Niner fan on Saturday. Like, people got there super early. The barbecues were off the hook. Shout out the Britton family. They had some just amazing sausages all diced up. I met Alex, who called us in the other day and invited us to a tailgate. I went and saw him, took some photos with some of him and his buddies. They had cookies and everything. Remember the guy who brought us cookies? Oh, you weren't there at the Hilton for training camp, but the guy brought us some really good cookies. Not the weed cookies. Like, these are, I don't know, high-end cookies. Anyway, it was just a great atmosphere, and I want to throw some stats at you, Bonte.
Well,
what do you make of this?
You like those grass stats?
I mean, I hate the Cowboys. So.
Well, who comes up with grass stats? Who? By the way, City Chopped. I met your boy City Chopped.
Oh.
He's a neighbor of yours.
Oh, yeah.
City Chop, chopped cheese.
Big guy.
Yeah, chopped cheese. Said he got some chopped cheese sandwiches ready to roll.
Yeah, we're gonna
I said, bring them through.
Yeah, I
bring
told
them through. Chopped cheese, man. He's in section 227.
We're a food show.
Yeah.
Let me throw you some stats. The 49ers have scored 40-plus, and Brock Purdy threw for 332 and 4 touchdowns. In the 6 playoff games with Jimmy Garoppolo, the Niners averaged 22.8, and Garoppolo had a total of 962 yards passing, basically 160 yards per game, with only 4 touchdowns. What do you make of that?
I make of it that Jimmy Garoppolo struggled in the postseason. Struggled. Now, with that said, I do want to be fair. 2019, Jimmy Garoppolo was throwing to George Kittle, Emmanuel Sanders, and a rookie in Deebo Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
Their third wide receiver is Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
Who's their running back? Tevin Coleman, Raheem Mostert.
Yes.
Not really passing threats,
And Breida.
right? The weaponry is so much different.
Agreed.
The weaponry is so much more explosive right now than it was in 2019.
Is the offensive line better? I think it is this year. And I think part of that is because of the quarterback play. Like, I think they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
But I think the O-line's better this year than it was that year.
I agree.
What do you
2019,
think?
absolutely.
Yeah, like Burford and Banks, dude, they've been playing. And Brendel.
Weston Richburg got hurt, and the middle of that interior offensive line
Yeah.
got cooked against Kansas City, Chris Jones.
Yeah.
So I would say, to be fair to Jimmy, Brock has a lot more to work with.
I agree. But
with that said,
I mean,
Brock looks a lot better than Jimmy did ever in the postseason.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not. Now, the first half, it was scary hours. Reminded of us a lot of Minnesota.
But
in
you're going to
2019.
struggle in the playoffs.
That's
like
what I was trying to say about Jimmy G, but nobody wanted to hear that.
Well, because I think when you watch, like, it's not just like struggling at times. Can you put together multiple drives back to back, or in the same quarter, in the same half? It felt like Jimmy moving the ball was a struggle, and now you could say personnel, O-line, team around him. Plays are out there. That's the one thing that, like, I know that there's been times where I've crushed Shanahan in terms of the specific usage of guys or how he's ran the ball in certain situations or throwing too much or whatever. But plays are out there. And I always said, Jimmy doesn't see the field in these playoff games.
No doubt.
And I felt like Purdy didn't see the field early in the game.
No, he didn't see it in the first half.
But then it clicked.
He started cooking.
And he started hitting everybody. He started making plays. And the other thing that we always look for, because this is the big knock on Jimmy outside of not seeing the field at times, can you make off-scripted plays? Well, Purdy can do that. And it's not even about like scrambling around and doing the highlight play like he did to Ayuk where Ayuk dropped the ball. It's the little one like dumping it off to Mitchell, dumping it off to CMC where that's a sack on Jimmy.
That is a sack or a throwaway. And that's a touchdown
Jimmy doesn't
now.
throw it away,
But the other thing too, Jimmy does have a hard time throwing it away. It's the red zone efficiency here. Look, I know there are 3 and 6 in the red zone. You settle for 3 field goals, but it does look like more so with Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy looks for the end zone. He's throwing to the end zone.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Jimmy, when he gets around the red zone, he's throwing it short of the goal line. Think about the Kansas City plays. Remember the Kansas City Chiefs game where he made that boneheaded interception right before halftime and he was struggling in the red zone? Brock Purdy, he has a nose for the end zone. There's certain players who have a nose for the end zone. Like, that's why I thought Trey Lance would be so dynamic in his offense. It's like Trey Lance, he knows where that pylon is.
Yeah.
He's getting into the end zone. Brock Purdy knows I'm either going to throw it into the end zone, we're not going to throw it short of the sticks, or I'm going to hit that check down that's wide open in the flat that can run into the end zone.
It's interesting that you bring up the Jimmy Garoppolo play in the red zone because more times than not, it felt like there would be he'd get pressured so fast and so quick. And then I would always ask, is that on the O-line?
Right.
Is that on Jimmy and the pre-snap recognition? Is that, like, what is that? Can he not make the first guy miss?
Right.
I do feel like, pick your poison. Sometimes Purdy checks into a different play. And you saw one, he tried to check into a play, and Shanahan called the timeout. It was like, yo,
chill out,
whatever
homie.
play you were going to call, we're going to redo this one. The other times, it feels like Purdy does a great job making that first guy miss. That first guy, instead of just going straight down.
Right.
Whereas in that play that you referenced with Kansas City, Jimmy's just throwing it up because that first guy's coming unimpeded, and he can't evade that guy.
You know what it is Jimmy panicked. Purdy doesn't. That's the biggest thing. Jimmy panics. Oh, my God, it's sped up. I got to do something. Play's over. Brock's like, no. Let's play on.
Yeah.
Now the play is starting. I'm not going to panic. We're going to keep this play alive because how defenders say it all the time. It's tough to cover for 5 seconds. It's tough to cover for 4 seconds. And then you got Debo and Ayuk and Kittle all down the field, and you can't keep up with running backs. They got a mismatch at the running back position when it comes to linebackers, but I just think it's panic. Jimmy seemed to panic in the pocket, especially in the red zone, and Purdy doesn't. Purdy's like, I'm going to keep the play alive, or I'm going to throw it away, and I'll hold it. Now, he scares me sometimes with the way he holds it. I'm like, yo.
He kept rolling to the left.
I was just like, dude,
he
throw the ball
to
away.
The left, B. And not only is he not throwing the ball away, he's taking unnecessary shots. And as a guy who's that small, I just worry about him taking a hit. And then next thing you know, we got Josh Johnson out there.
Yeah, let's not say that. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Another thing with Brock, you bring up, whether or not he gets hurt. Brock Purdy doesn't take a lot of massive shots.
No, he did twice in the first half, but in the second half, not at all.
No, he kind of protects himself in that pocket. All right, let's try to get a phone line.
There was one near the sidelines they should have thrown a penalty on where he was like 3 steps out of bounds.
And then it was like a domino effect with all these Seahawks and personnel, trainers, and everything like that. All right, we're going to get the phone lines. Another shot here. 888-957-9570. Basic Kev, Oakland. What you got?
What up, Vontae from the West, no Delonte, and Sassy, make it nasty. What's up, baby? What's poppin'?
What's up? You still sound like a robot, but go ahead, get the call in. It's on us, Basic Kev. Go ahead, power through.
It's all good. Well, look, check this out. I was at the game. I was looking for y'all, couldn't find y'all, but look, I'm going to just say this. For one, it's not all about Brock Purdy. I'm going to say that, but look, I mean, watching him in person, dude, it's something about him. He got that something, y'all, and you can feel it. And I had like chills going down my spine, yo, when he made that pass to Eli Mitchell, man, over there, dude. I mean, like, you could feel the magic with this dude, man, and he kept getting away from the rush. And then on that one to IU, y'all remember that one?
And we're going to have to cut you off because you sound like Soundwave from Transformers.
Oh, boy. We're sorry about the phone lines here.
Or the guy, what were you saying, Sam? Who do you think it sounded like?
I thought you kind of sounded like that droid at Jabba's Palace that kind of like takes 3PO and R2 in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm getting a little too nerdy with that one, though.
You will make a very good server droid.
Yeah, you guys lost me on that one. Where's that from again?
It's from Star Wars.
Jabba's Palace, bro. He's he's basically a crime mob syndicate, head, mafioso.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith once compared Jamarcus Russell to him.
He's basically...
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
He's basically like, how would I put this? He's like the Tony Soprano of the Star Wars world.
Gotcha.
Right? I mean, is that... I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a better, He and then when.
By the way, I was disappointed you go to Star Wars night at Chase Center.
I know for you it's been basketball season for like 6 months.
No, but it's Star Wars night.
Yeah, again, the basketball season starts once the football season's over.
Star Wars night.
Yeah,
you can take a break. Star Wars.
Every night Star Wars night. Bad Batch season 2 just got released. I thought you was
going to dress up like the Mandalorian and show up to Chase Center. No?
Mandalorian trailer tonight via Bucks v Cowboys.
Can't wait.
Well, there's my reason to tune in.
Oh, gosh. It's my reason to fall asleep. Is that what we're going to do?
I'm here to rescue you.
Is that what we're doing? So who do you want, Chasky? Bucks or Cowboys?
I want the Cowboys. Who wouldn't want the Cowboys?
You don't want Brady one more time in the Bay Area?
No. I'm done with that story.
No? You already seen it once?
I'm done seeing him go 4 wide, shotgun the entire game, complaining to the officials after every single play. No, I'm good off that.
So what? The Cowboys? You think they're an inferior opponent? Do you think Dak is going to throw some picks? Why the Cowboys?
It's Cowboys-Niners. I don't even care about their personnel. I just want the best matchup. And plus, Mike McCarthy versus Shanahan.
Hey, it's a mismatch.
Come on.
It's a massive mismatch.
Come on.
It's a massive mismatch.
Come on. Shanahan is, right now, if you're asking me who has elevated themselves with this year of coaching more than anyone, Andy Reid's so high up. I think he's kind of like, all he's doing now is adding to his already impressive resume. Shanahan has like leaped up in terms of what he's done in terms of team building, play calling. The way he used Danny Gray and Ray McCloud to clear out areas to give you those deep crossers. I'm not some X's and O's nerd. I'm not here to say that I'm, Howard Cosell or Greg Cosell or even Brian Balding.
Mm-hmm.
I don't pretend to be those. I'm just watching him. He puts Danny Gray out there, and I go, they're going to try to take a deep shot. And he puts Ray McLeod out there, and those guys run this long fly or go route, and all of a sudden the safety has to go with him, and then this deep crosser comes across. Here comes Debo. Here comes Ayuk. Here comes Kittle.
Dude, they were open
wide
all
open
day long. The first play of the game, Ayuk runs a deep corner route, and Debo's wide open, and it looked like Brock Purdy was unsure whether or not to get it to Ayuk or Debo. He airmails it. That was the first play of the game. Jawan Jennings, where he underthrew it in the end zone there in the first quarter. If Purdy would have let that go maybe a second and a half before he did,
he was
that's
slightly
a touchdown.
Indecisive. He was slightly indecisive in the first half.
It was a It was a touchdown to Jennings. He runs under it. Boom, that's another touchdown.
Yeah.
The playbook was wide open. To Shanahan, we talk about who has the most to gain in this postseason. Is it Josh Allen, who looks shaky against Miami, right? Is it Patrick Mahomes trying to win his second Super Bowl? Is it Sirianni and Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles? Is it Dak? Well, Kyle Shanahan right now, in the year of Shanahan, has a lot to gain. And if he gets that Super Bowl to match Sean McVay, look who's positioned to win multiple Super Bowls now.
Right. Now let's
Kyle Shanahan.
Let's go back. I'm feeling great about the team right now. But if I'm being honest, right before halftime, I was thinking to myself, oh my God, situational football is going to do this team in.
Yeah.
Like, because that whole sequence, they score the field goal, they kick up, which frustrated a lot of fans. You're settling for a field goal. You wanted them to punch it in. They kick the field goal. They go up a little, 1 or 2 points on Seattle. Seattle should have been dead to water. They fight back. You're thinking, oh, God, this is not good. They squib kick it. And I just kept thinking, why are you squib kicking it? And people around me are going, well, they want to eat up clock. I'm like, no, kick it 80 or 70 yards into the end zone. Make them go the full 80 yards. Don't give Geno an opportunity to throw up a Hail Mary. And the tight end who got the ball squib kicked to him ends up running it out to like the 40. And then on the first play, Jimmy Ward comes in with a personal foul, and you give him a free field goal attempt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
those are the kind of situational plays, boom, boom, back to back, where I'm saying, against a better, tougher opponent, maybe where things aren't going your way, that could do you in.
No, it could do you in.
But
that
they adjusted at half. I'll give D'Amico adjusted. Shanahan adjusted. I don't want to be, too critical.
I wasn't happy about that squib kick. Now, if Jimmy Ward doesn't come up with the late hit, it's a moot
What's
point.
Jimmy doing there? He's a
but
veteran.
But you give up the 15 yards, and Myers nails a 56-yarder. Seahawks, they had the lead and all the momentum.
Yeah.
No, they still had some momentum down 23-17.
Right.
They go right down the football field, and Charles Omenihu, who comes up with a big-time play to force a fumble, and the Niners go right down the field. First play of that drive, Shanahan's like, yo, Brock Purdy, drop back and pass. We're gonna hit Kittle for 11 yards.
Are you surprised how, because like watching 49er football the last, just let's say 15 years, it's always like, this game's still in the balance. Like always. Like
I never felt.
No, but I'm saying before this year's team, we would like fight and claw, and like even the last possession, it would be like grinding your teeth, almost like Giants baseball torture in the sense where like it never was over. This year's team, they flip a switch, and it's like they blow a team out late in the third quarter, and the game's over.
This feels like 90s 49ers football.
Right?
90s 49ers football. You'd be back and forth with them in the first half, maybe. There was a lot of games at halftime the game was over. With Niners in 90, they will score 28 on your ass in the first half, and the game is over, and you're running out the clock in the second half. But this feels like that to the point where it is so easy for them to get chunk plays.
Yes.
I wonder how many chunk plays. I'm going to look this up. If we get Lubman to look this up, how many chunk plays do they have Saturday alone?
Well, Debo caught a ball. He caught it like he's wide open. He turned around. He was like, damn, I am so open. And then he said, I'm just going to turn up field. Again, go back to the first 4 or 5 games. Debo was never that open on any play.
Christian McCaffrey.
I know.
Gravity. Shanahan. Fresh legs. And Brock Purdy seeing it all in the second half. I'm telling you, I feel like they had like at least 10 plays of at least 20 yards or more.
Yes.
And that was missing from this offense, especially last year in the postseason.
Yeah.
You didn't get all those big chunk plays.
Mm-hmm.
They came from Deebo Samuel basically getting the ball in the backfield and running out of shotgun. That's your chunk plays.
Yes.
Now you're getting the deep drag routes. You're getting the screen game. You're getting the dump offs and the run game. Like the way they were blocking in the run game. This offense is so potent.
Juice.
They're balanced 50-50. Juice is playing well.
He was really
I mean,
good.
Again, Brock Purdy may make history because if you look around the playoff landscape, Cincinnati is a flawed football team.
Yes.
They've lost 3 offensive linemen in the last 3 weeks.
Jonas going down changes their entire offensive
Everything.
line.
And defensively, I've always had questions about them.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Josh Allen's become a turnover machine.
Yeah.
And defensively, they give up a lot of yards.
And they can't run the ball.
Dude, they can't run the ball. They're one-dimensional. And their defense. Miami dropped a ton of passes yesterday. Jalen Waddle did not help out Skylar Thompson. Tyreek Hill at times did not help out Skylar Thompson. So they look flawed.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what Philadelphia does against the Giants on Saturday night.
I'm very interested to see how healthy Jalen is. Because they're another team like the Niners. They flip a switch, and the next thing you know, they score 20 points in a quarter.
But I came out of that game for the first time I have all season saying, why not the 49ers?
Sam, get on. How many plays of 20 or more yards?
I counted 8 plays that went for at least 20 yards or
8
more.
plays.
Holy moly.
And it feels like it was more.
8? But
8 chunk plays of 20
That's
plus.
160 yards right there.
Yeah, and then at least another 5 plays that went just for double digits in general on top of that.
Wow.
That's insane.
Wow.
So you get the 10 yards per attempt by Brock Purdy.
8 20-plus
You
yard
get the yak plays.
Wow.
8 20-plus. That's what I'm saying, Chesky. The chunk plays are back. That's what turns you. That's Kansas City.
Yes.
That's Buffalo. That's Cincinnati.
Yeah.
When you're eating up yards and going 5 plays and 80 yards.
It felt like in the first quarter they couldn't really, or they weren't trying to run the ball. And the next thing you know, Christian McCaffrey hits that corner, and it was like a funnel.
Gone.
And then it's just gone. You're like, wow.
Shasky, you would have gained 50 yards on that play. That hole was large.
I don't know.
My big ass probably couldn't get through the hole.
I don't know.
My big ass probably couldn't get through the hole.
It was a great. You know what? Ayuk's blocking doesn't get enough credit.
It doesn't.
Downfield blocking on that play in particular, and then the Debo one earlier. We can argue about him dropping a ball here or misreading that deep ball that Purdy tried to throw to him. His blocking, to me, is what separates him from a lot of these other younger. I don't see Justin Jefferson blocking like that. Now, I'm not as savvy on the film on the Vikings. Maybe he is. I'm watching my young player, and I'm like, not a lot of young wide receivers want to block like that downfield when the ball's not going to them.
No doubt. Look, a mark of a good team is this too, right? You take advantage of turnovers. You take advantage of momentum plays. The Charles Omenihu who forced fumble on Geno Smith was a momentum play. The Niners recovered the football. They start off 1st and 10, Shasky, at their own 30-yard line. They go 7 plays to 70 yards for a touchdown.
Yes.
That's what good teams do.
Yes.
They punish you for not taking advantage of being in the red zone. They punish you, and they extend leads. Another chunk play of that drive. Juwan Jennings, 33 yards. Juwan Jennings has become Mr. Reliable in this offense over the last 2 years.
I thought that ball was up in the air. I thought Diggs was going to make a play on it. He never really turned to locate it. Oh, man, my heart was thumping on that throw because it was in the air forever, and it was coming right at us.
And, of course, you get the short field on the next possession. Or, excuse me, you get the ball on the next possession, and then that's all she wrote. A pass to Debo for 2 yards, and then the next play, Debo goes 74.
Well, I think
74.
The one thing that I'm really loving with Brock, and this is, I think Shanahan gets a ton of credit, and I don't want to take anything away from Brock. He takes what the defense gives him, and guys are so wide open, he's just not making the big critical mistakes. You know what I mean? There was a couple of plays where he kind of like threw it out of bounds on purpose because he's getting rolled out. And then another one, it was some sort of a screen play or a short type play. He just threw it into the ground. It was the scoop play, in fact. It was the scoop play where he was shoveling it forward. And he just shoveled it to the ground. I was like, smart play. Live to see another down.
No doubt.
Don't take a big loss here.
Think about that. First 3 possessions. In the second half, he scored touchdowns. First 3 possessions in the second half, Niners scored touchdowns to take control. You go from being down 17-16 to being up 38-17. Great passing, chunk plays, getting the ball to your playmakers. I think that's the number one thing Brock understands. Is like, I don't have to do it all. I have Deebo Samuel, who looks healthy. I have Christian McCaffrey. Think about that. Sometimes, Shasky, I'm at the game, and I'm seeing number 23 run, and I said, I cannot believe the Niners actually got Chris McCaffrey.
It's crazy. And I know he ended up with a lot of yardage in that game. It was not a CMC special game. Like, it was an okay game. I'm not trying to take away. He was good. But,
Think about that.
He didn't even have a great game. Like, we've already seen him have great games where he's single-handedly carrying them.
Think about what you just said.
I know, it's crazy.
Think about what you just said about Christian McCaffrey.
I love him. He's my favorite
player. Think about what you said.
Him and Debo.
15 carries, 119 yards.
I know.
Another 2 catches for 17 and a touchdown.
Where he walks in.
You talk about he didn't have a great game.
He didn't, though. Am I being crazy?
No.
He didn't. He had the one big run.
That's the equivalent of Steph Curry dropping 30 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds, saying, oh, Steph just got 30.
He had
it wasn't great. It
B, he had one where they were going left and like it was all washed up, and he's like, boom. And
cut it back to the right. I thought he was going to break that.
God.
I thought he was going to break that.
And Burford came in and wiped somebody out.
I thought he was going to take that to the house. He was like, because I remember the crowd in section 227. We all kept looking at each other like, oh, he was close.
He just missed it.
Just missed it.
I know.
He just missed it. I cannot believe they conquered. Sir, I swear to God, I look at that trade.
It's a great trade.
And now people
All-time great
nationally
trade.
are saying, wow, is this the greatest trade in NFL trade deadline history? The fact that Carolina made him available.
Well, Fred Dean. But yes, they're right there. You got to win the Super Bowl, obviously. But there's no doubt about it.
See that? That was weird.
No, what happened?
Well, Mike was on and the red light just went off. That was caught me. Oh, sorry. Just derailed everything.
Maybe it's the radio gods telling you it's my turn to talk.
Pass the ball. I'm trying to drop my triple-double tonight. Oh, man. But no, seriously. When I look at the NFL landscape and the playoff landscape, there's one team right now that I truly fear.
Kansas City.
Yeah,
it's because of him. Mahomes. Yeah. And you should be scared of him, but you don't have to face him until the end.
Maybe. You may not have to face him.
And maybe you don't. Yeah.
Shasky talking about sharing the mic.
I was just teasing.
I know you're a teaser.
But honestly, the CMC thing is interesting to me because I want people to go back at the beginning of the year. Let's remember where we were. Every single Debo in the backfield play was like four guys were there getting cracked.
Drove me crazy.
Right? And then
Remember
it was
I said scrap that.
I know. And then you're trying to throw the ball downfield to him, and it's like it's tough, like slants and crossers with three guys there waiting to take his head off, right? How many medicine balls did he have this year? And then you get CMC, and obviously his time off, like his legs look so fresh.
Yeah, they do look fresh.
But the fact that he's running full stride, wide open, I'm saying to myself, A, Shanahan's dialing it up, and B, the amount of playmakers they have. Pick your poison. Who do you want to stop?
And Debo's become smarter at just going out of bounds and not taking an extra punishment.
That's a good point.
That's big time.
That's a good point.
Because he loves to set a tone like Debo. You don't need to plunk everybody, right? You're Debo. We know who you are. You're a boss. You're a beast. Run out of bounds.
Yes.
Live to see another play. You don't need that contact. You don't need to take on extra. Kittle does the same thing now at times where he's not going in for the extra contact. So, look, man, Debo's balling, but it's the gravity of CMC, and it's a play calling of Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan is coming to his own this season.
Yes.
I think this has been his finest coaching job. I think from a play designer, play calling standpoint, because a lot of people, remember before the season, we talked to Brian Baldinger, and he said, boy, the Niners are going to miss Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
They bring in Anthony Lynn. He gets off to a rocky start. You have a first-year quarterback coach in Brian Greasy, and then you bring back Bobby Richardson, who was out for a while. Do they miss Mike McDaniel now?
No.
Do they miss LaFleur now?
He might be coming back.
Do they miss Wes Welker?
Me and Sam went and we watched the quarterbacks all working. This is the beginning of the training camp. Purdy was in the group as well. And I said to Sam, look at how Brian Greasy's coaching these guys up. And we sat there and watched. Remember that, Sam? We were sitting there watching Brian Greasy working with them. Mm-hmm. It was such a contrast from Scangarello from the year past. Scangarello the years past would stand behind when you and I went. He was standing behind all the quarterbacks, and he wasn't really like interacting with them.
Right.
Greasy is working these different drills, and he's talking to the guys in between each and every play. He's been a great addition to the staff.
Yeah, he's hands-on. And then Anthony Lynn as your assistant coach. Anthony Lynn out there talking to everybody. Love Anthony Lynn.
The guy that I love, D'Amico Ryans, he's been awesome. Chris Kasarik on the sidelines when Charles Omenihu and Bosa's pointing on the Jumbotron to Charles Omenihu, and here comes Chris Kasarik, and he grabs the football, and he's holding it up like the Lion King. Chris Kasarik, I want to go to war with that guy.
That's my favorite coach.
I love him.
That's my favorite coach. You know, Shasky for years laughed at me because I'm like, I love watching the sleds, the defensive lineman, Chris Kosaric. He's bent over, and he's got his whistle, and he's yelling. And then there's an assistant D-line coach. It's Daryl Tapp, right?
Yes.
He's sitting there.
Virginia Tech, 55.
Yep, no doubt. Coming off the
Atlanta.
edge. Coming off the edge. Undersized defensive end. That's when they were a thing, right? Small, shifty, small defensive end. And he's bent over at the sled. Come on. And Bosa gets beat on a get-off drill, and Bosa, like, goes straight back, and he's down in his 3-point stance.
So good.
And it's like, yo, Bosa, get to the end of the line. He's like, no, I'm in my 4-point stance now. I'm getting off this ball. I'm going to beat him. Let's go. I mean, it is unbelievable how well he coaches that unit up. And that's the thing. That's why when Armstead was out and Kinlaw was out, you don't even skip a beat.
I thought Kinlaw had a couple of nice plays, though.
He did, but I'm saying, during the season, Kosera coaches him up so well that you don't miss an Armstead.
At one point, Bosa was out for like 2 consecutive drives, and I was like, "What happened?" It looked like Fred Warner jumped on top of him, and maybe the air got winded.
I see him. I see him out too many times on the first down. Like, why is that?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't like that.
It didn't make sense. But he was out for 2 straight drives, and then they had Willis, Hyder, I believe Amenahue, and Kinlaw out there. And I was like, you got to get Bosa back out on the field. Like, he's got to get back out there. And then on 3rd down, he came back out, and he got good rush. But I don't know. Something happened in that game, and I didn't hear if anybody talked to him about that. Yeah. The other 2 people that we haven't brought up who I thought had great games, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw were everywhere.
Greenlaw, I'm worried about him.
Why? I thought he had a really good game.
I think he's compromised.
You think he's injured?
I think he's banged up. That back injury has gone nowhere.
Well,
man.
he went down, and that scared me.
I mean, Kenneth Walker III, when he got that edge on him to make it 10-7, I was like, boy, Greenlaw looks so good.
Walker's
he was
a
down.
stud.
Walker is a stud, but
I
Greenlaw,
like him. He's big
Greenlaw
time.
just seemed to step slow to me in this game.
You think?
The guy, yeah, no doubt.
Because I thought when he came back, he did a lot better.
Yeah, the 2 guys I think we didn't give enough credit to is Deshaun Gibson, who, by the way,
how good's he been?
One of the best stories all year. When you think about it, signed to the practice squad in training camp. Then elevated to the regular roster, starts at free safety, has to skip the beat. And then Diamondor Lenore. He's going to get picked on all postseason. Teams are going to throw at him. I thought he held his own this week against the Seahawks.
Stepping in front of that ball and making that interception?
I thought
it's a hell of a play. He was boxing him out before that play even came.
And then ran back to the end zone. He's got the crowd all fired up. I watched Kenneth Walker III walk off the field. He was ticked off.
Yeah.
He damn near threw his helmet. He was yelling. He was not happy because he knew that was game over. But Diamondor Lenore, Deshaun Gibson, underrated. Deshaun Gibson, hell of a story. We talk about Brock Purdy all the time. Deshaun Gibson, at free safety, was signed to the practice squad.
I know.
The practice squad.
And how many people were hand-wringing over, oh, my God, Jimmy Ward should play safety?
I was.
Gibson's been awesome. He was. Did you see him yelling at Ward in the second half? They were arguing about different formations and stuff and coverages because they were switching it up. And he communicates really, really well. Hufanga wasn't really a factor in this game that I noticed. Did you see him doing anything?
No, that's a good thing.
No, I agree.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
He didn't
That's
get
a good
exposed.
thing. He didn't get exposed in the pass game. That is a great thing.
Because I do worry about the big play. The one, I'm telling you, that Geno throw was one of the great throws I've seen at that stadium.
510 Xfinity mobile text line. I don't know if this is true, but I'm going to take his word for it. John Lynch in an interview said that Brian Griese is the one that scouted and wanted Brock Purdy. True story.
Oh, my God.
Well,
it's going to turn into what was the one with Larry Riley? Larry Riley was the one who wanted Steph Curry.
Yeah, he ordered and Klay Thompson. Yeah, Splash Brothers. He gets the credit for the Splash Brothers and not Don Nelson. That's the case. Brian Griese may have saved the season.
I mean,
I can't believe Brock Purdy.
I know, it's unreal.
I actually think this team could win a Super Bowl with the rookie quarterback. I can't believe it.
I do too.
I can't believe it.
No, I do too.
I can't believe it.
But he doesn't play like a rookie.
He doesn't.
So, I mean,
4 years of college.
I mean, like the kid Thompson who was playing for Miami.
Thompson.
He was playing like a rookie.
Yeah, he was like at one point 10 for 28. It's like, dude.
God, his receivers killing him.
They did kill him, though.
Can Waddle make a catch in traffic? I mean, what the heck? And then you take Tyreek and Waddle off the field on 4th and 1?
So Matt Higgins sent out a tweet.
Doing?
It's one of his better tweets he's ever had. Because I've had him
He's a TikTok star now.
Well, no.
Him and his dog.
I've had him on team mute for a while. Matt Higgins just on Twitter was like, dude, it's too much, boss man. Too much. So one tweet that I, walking out of NBC yesterday after the Warriors game, I saw his tweet about the Dolphins basically couldn't even get a play in 60 seconds. On 4th and 1.
Greg Roman likes that.
Game. I got no problem. Can we touch on that on the other side? The Baltimore Ravens clock management. I had no problem with that. The holding call bounced them. The holding call killed them. I thought they played it perfectly. They were going to go for 2. Greg Roman called a good game. I thought until he had.
They had a backup. They had backups.
He had Huntley dive into the goal
Huntley's
line
got to
2
protect
yards
the ball
out.
better. I mean,
just give it to J.K. Dobbins.
I'm surprised you don't get more people meeting at the apex like that.
Right. He was short. They were at the 2-yard line. You're diving. Bro, you're a yard and a half short of the goal line. All right, let's hit the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
1,000 on YouTube, Monte.
Wow, 1,000.
It's humming.
Thank you to everybody on YouTube. We apologize for the phone lines right now. Subscribe to us on YouTube. 19.6 thousand subscribers.
The like button.
Like. I see 92 likes. Man.
Jerry
Purdy
Rice is going to Jerry Rice can give something out later this week, and if you're not subscribed to our YouTube page,
you won't get
it. Costs you nothing. Create a login, put your email, boom, hit subscribe, and you can win a prize from Jerry later this week.
Jerry Rice Friday, right? Friday he's joining the morning roast.
Mm-hmm.
All right, don't beat us. Come on. 925, Xfinity mobile text line. Purdy has arrived. I was at Disneyland yesterday. Saw some 13 Purdy jerseys. He is going to be a star. Anna was looking for the Purdy jersey yesterday. I said, wait for the authentic Purdy jerseys. Don't buy replicas. It's like, Anna, come on. This ain't a replica household. We go authentic.
This ain't a replica household.
We go authentic here. But she's all about Purdy. I can't believe I can't believe
this is an NBC authentic household.
Gotta go authentic, baby. Gotta go authentic. All right.
Read the freaking injury report.
The Warriors provided us some key updates over the weekend. James Wiseman is expected to be reincorporated into team practices this week as he continues to recover from a sprained left ankle. Jonathan Kuminga rejoined the team. He rejoined team practices over the weekend. He was dealing with a sprain in his right foot. And finally, Michael Green's lower left leg infection has subsided, and he is expected to start practicing this week as well as the Warriors look to win their 5th road game of the season today against the Wizards. Tip-off at 12 o'clock. Of course, we'll have it all covered here at 95.7 The Game and NBC Sports Bay Area. Pre and post starts at 11 a.m. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. This segment is presented by Nobody. More of your texts, more of your comments on YouTube coming up on the Morning Roast. And don't forget, 957thegameshop.com. Visit that bad boy, 957thegameshop.com.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
If your resolutions include more energy, stamina, fire in the bedroom, or losing weight once and for all, listen up. Thousands of proactive patients have met or exceeded these goals with the caring team at Balanced Medical Solutions, the Bay Area's premier vitality clinic dedicated to helping all patients enjoy long, healthy lives full of energy, vigor, and sexual satisfaction. Until the end of the month, mention this station to get an evaluation with comprehensive labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now on.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait. You do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Niners win in wild card weekend. We got Matt DeHegan here with the coffee. Look at him. Boss man, look. Gotta hype this up.
He got that highlighter pink on, too.
Hey, I'm not mad at him.
Nor am I.
I'm not mad at him.
He is a pastel king.
You know, Matt DeHegan dresses well. You can take some tips, Shasky. Take some tips. Take some notes.
You didn't like my turtleneck, Steve Young-esque, with my jersey on Saturday?
Nice. It was nice.
And my throwback coat?
It was nice. It was nice.
Your boy was ready for the
nice. What did I wear
weather.
Saturday? Oh, I had sweats on.
You had the all black on.
Oh, yeah. You like that little Jordan, big puffy
nice.
coat.
It was very nice.
Ready for the raid, baby. The little Dwight Clark underneath. It was a lot of fun Saturday night. A lot of fun Saturday at Levi Stadium. Met a lot of roasters. Chopped cheese. My guy Chopped Cheese, man. I need one of those. I keep thinking about it now. I've been thinking about it for the last hour ever since you brought his name up. But no, it was rocking at Levi Stadium. To see the lower bowl all standing, to see most of the 200 sections standing.
Sick.
It was sick. It was playoff football.
It was loud.
It felt like Candlestick Park.
Yes.
It felt like a throwback with the weather, with the overcast. The sun snuck out for a second.
Yeah.
The rain hit really after the game. It was hitting before the game and it hit after the game. During the game, not much.
Were you stuck in the parking lot when the rain hit? Not today. We're not doing it today.
Back-to-back weeks.
We're not doing that today.
Back-to-back weeks, I've been stuck in the parking lot. And all I'll say is we need to get Al Guido back on. We have to figure this out. We have to figure out the parking lot situation after the game. We just do. We just do.
Well, there's. I filled out some of the surveys. We'll get to that. Today's not the day. I want to celebrate the win.
But you asked me about the parking lot. I'm telling you about that's a conversation for another day. But Al Guido,
I found a sneaky spot to park at.
I've got spots. I've only been affected the last 2 weeks with the parking lot, and I see what everybody's going through. But we have to do something. Al Guido, president of the 49ers, we have to talk.
If the Niners play the Cowboys, I am begging the 49ers to wear the throwbacks from 94. I need the good mojo at home.
No, you need the throwbacks?
Yes.
Why?
The red, because they lost in 92 wearing the red with the gold pants. They lost in 92. They lost in 71. They lost in 72 wearing those. I want to wear white pants, red top, black shadows. I need it.
But they wore...
Inject it.
But think about what they wore last year at Jerry's World.
Yeah, but that's on the road. That's different.
They wore the same...
I'm telling you what
Jerry's
I want.
World.
Because en route to a Super Bowl, we will have to face... I want to face, obviously, this week in Seattle, so you extinguish Pete Carroll. Then you go to the Dallas Cowboys, and then bring it on. Whether it's the New York Giants or the Philadelphia Eagles, bring it on. Bring it on.
So who do you fear more? Who do you fear more, the Cowboys or the Bucs?
I think the Cowboys are a more balanced team.
I say that. I'll say this. Niners will be favored against either team. They'll be favored.
None of that matters to me, but I hear you.
I believe the Niners have the better football team.
Okay.
But who gives you the most concern?
It would be, if Brady's always going to be, Brady, so he's like the outlier. The Dallas Cowboys have a more balanced team. They're a better football team than the Bucs. Will they win in this matchup against them? I don't know. There's matchups.
They don't play well on grass.
Things happen. Yeah, the grass element. But I look at what Dallas can do. They've got two running backs who I fear in different ways. They've got a quarterback who can move just enough to make plays downfield. They've got a tight end who I think is sneaky good. They've got obviously some wide receiver weapons. I think that their defense is opportunistic, and I do think that their front is underrated. Tampa Bay presents different problems. I think they have two really good linebackers. I think they have a wideout in Mike Evans who can get chunk yardage downfield. Mm-hmm. So I lean the Dallas Cowboys. I think they're the more balanced team. Although I think head coaching wise, I'm taking McCarthy over Todd Bowles, which is wild to say.
Yeah, they're both very mid.
Right?
Gosh, I forgot about Todd Bowles, Byron Leftwich. And then you get Mike McCarthy. Who's their Kellen Moore is their offensive coordinator? Dan Quinn.
I'm taking Dallas personnel.
I'd rather see Tampa Bay.
You would rather because you think they're easier to beat?
I think Dallas presents. They present a slew of problems for the Niners.
I
want Niners Cowboys, no doubt about it. But now I'm thinking about it. Dan Quinn is defensive coordinator. The whole Shanahan and Quinn element. Quinn knowing Shanahan's tendencies. Now it goes the other way, right? Shanahan knowing Dan Quinn's tendencies. But blitzing, Micah Parsons, Dexter Lawrence, Diggs jumping routes.
Oh, we're going to double move him to death.
I just think Tampa Bay does not match up with the Niners very, very well. And it would be cool to knock Tom Brady on his ass twice in the same season. It would be really cool to see that.
It could be his final game.
Could be his final game at home, Levi Stadium.
Believe it, but it could be. It's certainly, can we agree here? It's certainly his final Tampa Bay game.
Yeah. No doubt.
Right? Like if he leaves, he's going to the Raiders. But that's neither here nor there.
I just don't want to deal with Cowboy fans. And I don't want to deal with Cowboys week. I don't want to hear from Drew Pearson. I don't want to hear from Troy Aikman. I don't want to hear from Roger Staubach, Tony Dorsett.
Aikman.
My gosh, Charles Haley. What side is he going to wear a split hat? What side is he going to choose?
Niners.
And then I don't want him to have to talk about Jerry Jones' old crusty ass all week long. Give me Tampa Bay. Jerry Jones. I just can't
who the
stand
Niners.
him.
The Niners, if I'm part of the front office, you know who they want. In terms of the money, you want the Cowboys.
Oh, there's no time.
I mean, you don't
think Fox wants the Cowboys?
Everybody wants the Cowboys.
So there was something that got sent to me yesterday. The Cowboys have been a draw. So
of course they are.
I mean,
you either root
American
for them or against them.
All right, so here's a midseason report. I got it from David Tell over at NBC Sports Bay Area.
Okay.
2022 midseason report. 159 million people have watched the NFL so far this season.
This is at what, week 9?
This is week 9. Through week 9. Week 9.
Yeah.
16.2 million average viewers per NFL game. The top games, Bengals at Cowboys, 27.5 million viewers. Packers at Bucks. Bills at Chiefs. Niners at Rams. Patriots and Packers. Now, the regular season report. Here it is. Regular season report. Top 5 games of the 2022 NFL season. Giants and Cowboys. Bills at Lions. Cowboys, Packers. Eagles, Cowboys. Cowboys, Vikings. Cowboys have 4 of the top 5 most watched games this season. So you bet your ass Fox wants the Cowboys to win tonight. They're praying that the Cowboys win. Cowboys, Niners? That has a Super Bowl feel to it.
And it brings back playing them back-to-back years in the playoffs.
Oh my God. It brings back the rivalry.
For a lot of younger fans, if your kids and things like that, like now you're ingratiating them to the rivalry. Like you want them. It's appropriate. It has to be.
Star,
if you're going to win a Super Bowl, it goes through Dallas.
Their arrogance.
Or I guess they have to come through us. But
their arrogance at Levi Stadium with their fan base coming out that tunnel in those white uniforms and those turquoise pants that make no sense. They look green.
Yeah, they're like aqua-ish.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they are. They're iconic.
Well, and they wear dark blue on the helmet, but yet royal blue on the socks and on the numbers. It's all weird.
Zeke and Tony Pollard, Cowboys, Jerry Jones. No, I don't want to deal with them.
Zeke might not even make it to the game. I mean, In-N-Out Burger's right down the street.
He does look washed. You talk about a guy who looks slow on grass. That's how it came up. I was like, damn, Goose, Zeke looks washed. Oh, no, the Cowboys don't play on grass. They're slipping all over the place. Zeke has been really good on turf this year. Really? Has he? I don't know. Tony Pollard looks like the better running back. I don't want to deal with Jerry Jones and have to hear you say how he's a good businessman and how he's good for the league. Jerry Jones, get him out of my life for once. It's won nothing. Except that one Super Bowl, which was Jimmy Johnson's team. That's all he's done.
Well, he's won 3.
They haven't got to the NFC Championship since.
They said that Tom Brady, if he can win this game, will have as many victories as, I don't know, they were listing off all the playoff victories for all these different franchises. Right. He would basically have as many playoff victories as the Dallas Cowboys. That's incredible.
Since the Super Bowl win?
No, just in general.
In general?
Yeah.
Because Brady's 35-12?
Yeah.
Cowboys don't have more than 35 playoff wins?
There was only like one round of the playoffs for a long time.
That is kind of wild.
And it's insane.
That is wild.
That's insane.
That is wild.
I mean, Brady's playoffs only could put him in the Hall of Fame. He's had like 4 Hall of Fame careers. I mean, if you think about it.
No, I say I want Tampa Bay.
You don't want Tampa Bay.
Why? Because of Tom Brady?
Yeah, just because the game will be a lot closer this time. And you know that Brady's going to be crying and complaining to the officials and some weird Brady crap's going to happen.
Just either way, we can't lose, right?
No.
Or is this a no-lose situation for 49er fans coming up on Sunday, 3:30 kick? It's going to turn into a night game.
Oh, it's going to be
number one.
Great.
It's going to turn into a night game.
Can't wait. And it's going to be dry.
It's going to be dry.
Thank God.
Turns
finally.
into a night game.
First dry game in what feels like forever. The Bay Area today, and I don't know, San Francisco's dry. How refreshing was it that it wasn't wet this morning?
Felt good.
Yeah.
It felt good. It felt good. What's the big takeaway? We'll read some text here. Xfinity mobile text line. Our phone lines have been down. Our engineer staff,
are they
TJ
back
Company,
up?
They're working on it right now. What do you guys think of people saying Purdy's like Trevor Siemian after Peyton retired because he had a great defensive weapons? Brock Purdy looks so much better than Trevor Siemian. It's not even funny. Not even funny. 415 Xfinity mobile text line. I will gladly avoid Tom Brady. 650 to beat the GOAT, you got to beat the GOAT. And Dak ain't that, so we want the Bucks. 49ers want the smoke. That's Vinny in South City. Put that in your morning cup and roast it.
The best part about
Vinny wants the Bucks. You hear that?
Yeah,
and it's all caps.
No.
It's all caps too.
I want the Cowboys because I want all of the memes that are going to be associated with Cowboy fans losing and all the still shots. Last year, all the different still shots. Come on, man. It hit home.
I'm not going to lie. That Cowboy week last year and going down there and experiencing that in front of those Cowboy fans, I wish you would have flew down with me. Honest to God, I wish you would have flew down with me.
I think we were all recovering from COVID in my house. I think that's what was happening at the time.
Yeah. Maybe it did.
Because you did call me at the last minute on that Saturday, and I looked at my wife. She was like, if you go, I will kill you.
Oh, well, I decided that Monday. Remember, I was like, Shasky, I'm thinking about just flying out there. I'm going to fly out there. And I flew out there, and the Uber driver was a big fan of, he had 95.7 The Game on, right? Didn't know it was me, so I'm sitting in the cut. And I'm like, oh, man, you like 95.7 The Game? It's like, yeah, man, yeah. And he's from Nigeria.
Oh.
And so he's been driving Uber, went to San Jose State. And I was like, hey, man, who's your favorite show? What's your show? He goes, Those dudes in the morning, they're crazy, man. Shasky and Bonte, boy, those dudes are insane. I love that show. And I was like, nice to meet you, buddy. And he couldn't believe it. FaceTimed his family and everything. And then
Save that right there. That is one of the great stories of self-promotion for the year for the doobies.
It's morning roast promotion. Because I FaceTime Shasky. I was like, hey, Shasky, this guy listens to the roast.
I'm a roaster.
Come on.
The amount of people out there who do listen to the roast as I was walking through the tailgates was pretty incredible. A lot of really, really nice fans. There were some diehards out there.
A lot of cops.
Oh, yeah, tons of cops.
A lot of Santa Clara cops saying, hey, Bonte, keep up the great work. I'm like, damn, law enforcement, we got them on our side.
We were doing that video as we were walking out of the stadium, and people were going crazy around us. That was pretty fun.
415, what a coincidence. Bonte found his only fan in an Uber. Hey, you got to be somewhere, baby. Got to be somewhere.
I mean, I just feel like it's poetic justice to go through the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. Morelli out there in India. What's up, Morelli? I see you out there. It is poetic to see the Cowboys at the last, because the Cowboys want blood. They want revenge. They've circled the 49ers all season long. Yes, they've talked about it. They want the Niners.
Yeah, I want to play Philly so bad. Philly sports fans are talking so much recklessness online. All of their radio hosts. And the funny thing is that when we called them last year when the Niners were playing them, oh, we're not that good. And they were super like possum-y and acting all like quiet. And now they want to stick their chest out. You better hope Jalen Hurts is 100%.
Do we deal? So I've seen something right now. 341, Xfinity mobile text line. 341 likes to bump his gums every day. I see your text every day, 341. I do. And I keep receipts. Him and Shasky don't want to get punked by those Dallas bozos shunning RJ again like last time. First of all, we went 2-0. It was a TKO. Your little joke. Hey, those Dallas bozos, RJ and Sean, they're going to punk you. 341 don't even believe that. I don't think RJ and Sean want to smoke anymore. I know they don't want to smoke.
I think they wanted Philly. They wanted the Vikings to win because they wanted to go to Philly.
And they didn't want to play the Niners? Is that what their tweets are saying?
Come on, man. I mean, both those dudes didn't even grow up in Texas as Cowboy fans, so I really don't care anyway.
The Cowboys or the Bucks. It's a big game tonight, man.
How happy
this is juicy.
The NFC East. The NFC East, ESPN is just so happy right now.
Oh, they're drooling all over the place.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. The black and blue division is back.
And that's the North.
That is the North. But, you know, but the black and blue, you can't. Aaron Rodgers, Minnesota, they're frauds. Yeah. They're absolute finesse teams. The real black and blue division is the NFC
You know what
East.
we're calling the North from here on out?
What's that?
It's the well done. Overcooked, dry, garbage.
As soon as the Giants tied that game, I thought the Vikings are not winning. You could just tell when they ran. When they ran at 3rd and 1, and they gave it to Jefferson, and he threw it back to Kirk Cousins. Remember that trick play on 3rd and 1? They did all that to lose 4 yards on 3rd and 1. I was like, the Vikings are not serious. They're not winning this football game.
Seeing Kirk Cousins fade the way he did in that final drive, it felt so much like Jimmy against the Rams, where it was like inevitable that he was going to disappoint everyone. I could just feel it coming a mile away. Right? Couldn't you?
Yeah. The third and 1 trick play, Shasky.
It was terrible.
They ran a trick play on 3rd and 1.
Did you hear the Dalvin Cook stat? He led the NFL in either times stuffed at or behind the line of scrimmage.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
How?
I'm not surprised.
Justin Jefferson got to get out of there.
And Dalvin Cook may be out of there too. There's like some weird stuff with his kind. There's an opt-out or a team option or something like that where he may have played his last game with the Minnesota Vikings. And I love Dalvin Cook. No room here in San Francisco. We got Christian McCaffrey. I'd rather have him. But Justin Jefferson does need to get away from Kirk Cousins. So they lose. I don't want to hear anything about Kirk Cousins ever again. You see the stat where he's 4-42 in primetime games. Primetime or playoff games. 4-42.
It's almost impossible. He's like you know what he is? He's like the Warriors on the road right now.
How the hell did Kirk Cousins sneak on the primetime 46 times in the first place?
Because he's Kirk Cousins, and he's playing for the Washington football team and the Minnesota Vikings.
Kirk Cousins. Boy, not a good day.
I think the league wants Cowboys-Niners.
The league So you think there'll be some flags, maybe some extra flags on
The league,
Tampa?
because then they know that they're either going to get the New York Philly market in one bracket. One of those two will win, and then they're getting the Northern California Texas market in the other one. So
so you said the Tampa Bay market doesn't stack up?
No.
So you got the Cowboys winning tonight?
100% now. Now I've flipped.
You flipped.
Yeah. If it had the Vikings won, I think it's Tampa Bay. Now I'm going Cowboys.
I got Tampa Bay winning. But I think it's a 50-50 game.
And you know what? I like New York Giants. I know they don't have a lot of weapons.
They're tough.
I think Jalen's more compromised than people want to admit. I really like that match. And Philly is they've got this feeling that I think they're going to be one and done in the playoffs. They're talking a lot.
They're out talking. The Giants' defense is coming around. Xavier McKinney, Kayvon Thibodeau coming off the edge. He's found something out there in New York. I like him wearing that number 5, Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah.
He's good up the middle. D-tackle. And Brian Daboll, the Giants are coming. That's why you got to take advantage of this situation now if you're the 49ers.
This feels like
thing is wide open.
This feels like their best chance, not because the field around them in the NFC is weak, because I do think it's actually strong. I think this is just their best team. I think this is their best top to bottom team in the Shanahan era.
Best team, best roster. You're at home for the first 2 rounds. You haven't had that since 2019, obviously, with Kyle Shanahan when you hosted the divisional round in the NFC Championship game. But you win these 2 games. The Giants, next year, the year after with Brian Daboll, he's the perfect New York City head coach. He's perfect for that culture. You know he is.
How about Wink Martindale in the cut sleeve with the underneath?
I love Wink. I love Wink.
Chew. Come on, bro.
Wink. Dude, he's got that defense flying around.
He looks like every high school defensive coach ever, right? All he needs is the Daisy Dukes from the 70s with the knee-high socks.
Dude.
Right? Spadoni, am I wrong?
If you could host the NFC Championship game against the New York Giants and Danny Dimes. Oh.
I just don't think the Cowboys or the Tampa Bay Bucks are ready for the attack that the 49ers are going to put on. And think back to when they played against Tampa. Debo wasn't healthy 100%.
No, Debo was there. He got hurt in that game.
That's what I'm saying. He wasn't 100%. And then, like, McCaffrey, I feel like now he's fresher because he hasn't had a lot of time off. He feels a lot fresher than he's been. Brock's more settled in.
But Brock threw dimes in that game.
Offensive line feels healthier.
Brock was throwing dimes in that game. Now, there's a couple pivotal moments in that football game. Mike Evans, 75-yard touchdown, gets called back due to a holding call. Tampa Bay would have been right back in the game. Later on in that football game, Brock throws a pick, gets called back because they called illegal contact on Tampa Bay. A very questionable call. Think about the first play of the game. You and I both agree. Roughing the passer? I've seen worse.
Yeah, they got lucky.
I've seen worse.
They got lucky.
That was a tone-setting play by Tampa Bay. Next thing you know, it's 15 yards going the other way, and Brock starts rolling. So, look, bring on Tampa, bring on Dallas. I don't care. It's just 3:30 Sunday, dust setting at Levi's Stadium. This is great. This is great. Playoff football, and it's playoff football that can distract us from what the hell is going on with the Golden State Warriors right now. Oh, God.
Why do you? I mean, like, I know we got to bring them up. I get it. Like,
I got to go do the pregame show. Shasky, I'm doing the pregame show 2.5 hours.
I heard Mully brought me up on Friday night.
Oh, yeah. Talk about self-promotion.
I was at a game. I was coaching. We were losing.
Don't talk about him.
Yeah. What happened?
Oh, I tell you what happened. We were breaking down Klay Thompson.
Okay.
And so it was like, man, all these pundits, somehow, some way, we got to all these idiots who wanted Klay Thompson traded or washed or benched. And Willie just goes, yeah, Joe Shasky. You still want Klay Thompson benched? I was like, and I go, leave Shasky alone. He's coaching CYO basketball right now. Oh, is he running that CYO 2-3 zone? And of course, I wake up and Shasky's. He catches wind of everything. He probably got the audio. I'm sure he's already watched it.
I did not get the audio.
He's got the audio and everything. But the streets talk, right?
Yes.
That's how you found out the streets are talking?
Yeah, Cooper Lucy hit me up on Twitter, shout out to St. Ignatius Sr., and was like, he's talking about CYO, blah, blah, blah.
So then Shasky goes, oh, I don't run just 2-3 zone. I run 1-2-1, 1-3-1, or 1-2-2, 1-3-1, full court press, run an elevators, box and one, triangle and two.
Elevators is offense.
I know it's offense, what I'm saying. You're running everything.
None of it worked Friday night.
You guys lost?
Yeah, we did not. We just got outplayed. They outplayed us.
Rivalry game, too.
Yeah, first loss in a couple years.
Wow.
And we needed it.
You needed to be humble.
We did.
You
We
needed
did.
to be humble.
I was
Does
trying
anyone really have a choice?
I was trying to draw up a play in the final, 30 seconds of it, and they were all like, well, who's getting the last shot? I'm like, we've got problems on this 6th grade team.
So, yes, you did get brought up. You did get brought
So
up.
did you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not.
You think I'll be featured on Bob's podcast?
Hey, the people positioning to be a guest on that podcast.
Oh, I bet.
Guru, Steiny. Well, Steiny will play it off like he doesn't want to be on the podcast. You know that's going to happen. I wouldn't mind being on that podcast.
Monte, help me.
Bob, you looking for a co-host? My two-way contract's running out here. 95-7 the game. Bob, you need somebody to set you up? Throw you some alley-oops? Throw you some passes?
I mean, I bet he's got the DMs wide open. People are just lining up to be on that.
This is not Guru Radio, according to Anna. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services. I wish we could take calls, man. Our lines are down. Our engineers are working on it. It would have been a great day to talk 49er football with a lot of 49er faithful out there. It was a lot of fun on Saturday. We ran into a lot of roasters. But we'll continue to wrap this bad boy up and get up out of here on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Yes, they have a brother working on MLK Day, but it's all good. It's all good. That's what we do. We get paid.
I know, Monte.
All right, more coming up on the roast.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Birdie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit UCSFhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Investing is confusing.
Dawn Raids, Triple Witching Hour, Candlesticks, Crown Jewels, Bears, Bulls, Bear Hugs, Blue Chips, it's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Stock up on GE Sync Reveal 60-watt dimmable smart LED light bulbs for just $9.98 each. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/12 to 1/18.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Boy, Tibbs is fired up today.
He's ready to roll.
I'm talking with him at the break. He's ready to go.
He never comes into the studio before a show.
He's ready.
The segment is presented by The Road to Glendale.
Oh.
Brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Working for you tomorrow together. Oh, Cowboys Bucks. Who do you want, Roasters? Who do you want? Cowboys Bucks. I'm getting a lot of texts. Let's go to the text line. We can go to the personal text. Worldwide Hef ain't trying to play Dallas. That's his thing. Ain't trying to play Dallas.
Where was Hef this weekend? Didn't see him at the game.
He was at the crib. He's been MIA.
Yeah?
He's a big Paulo Banchero guy. He texts me all the time about Paulo Banchero.
Yeah, he only comes out for the big games, huh?
Yeah, well,
Seattle wasn't big enough for him.
He actually just texted me, too. Flights to Philadelphia, $400. Just text me that.
Well, we've got Boxer and Gerson sending us no matter where.
So I'm gonna stick them for first class.
Philly better hold their end of the bargain because January 29th, they might be here at
Hey, Boxer and Gerson, I was actually scoping out the flights. I want that right eye on a Friday night after the Warriors-Blazers game. I want that right eye out of SFO. And whatever you're paying, I'm going to upgrade the business.
Me, I was thinking the same thing. I'm already with you. Except I might not leave till Saturday because I got a basketball game at 11.
In the morning?
Yeah, on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there Saturday morning. I want to get there ready to rock and roll. Get the cheesesteaks in. I'll show you around Philly. I know Philly.
Yeah, I'm down
it's
with
like
that.
home away from home.
Where are we going to sit? We better get good seats.
Oh, dude, I'm
we
actually...
We got to beat the Cowboys.
Got to beat the Cowboys or Bucks, but Philadelphia is a different beast. I heard like Boston game 6 or games 3 and 4. I heard Philly's like that, times 10.
Well, let's go. I'm ready. I mean, I did that by myself. I'm ready to do this one with you. And you know who else wants in? My dad. So yesterday, I get a phone call from my wife. She's at Original Joe's. And I'm not allowed to bring up a lot of stuff at home anymore. She got real mad at me. But I'll give you this. She goes, hey, do we want the Vikings to win or lose? And I'm like, well, I wanted the Vikings to win because I wanted to play Saturday and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
You get an extra day.
Yeah, I wanted Saturday too.
And I just thought the Vikings are frauds. And so then the Vikings end up losing. And so she comes home and I go, hey, hon, game's probably going to be on Sunday. You know, it's either the Dallas Cowboys or Tom Brady. She's like, I'm in. So she's going to be in the building. It's a big one. You know, it's a big one when my wife shows up.
And wants in on all the playoffs.
And she's like, what's up with the weather? I was like, it's going to be dry. So she's ready.
Do you know this was the first game Anna was in her seat when the players ran out of the tunnel? I've been trying to get her. Like, we're usually on time. I see it all the time.
You have to sit in the
You have to
seat,
see, yeah.
How about Brock Purdy getting the final intro?
And he gets the loudest intro, I believe.
Yeah, maybe it was. I didn't even, I don't know.
So,
I mean, Baby Bash at halftime probably got a pretty big intro.
And Frankie J.
I like Baby Bash.
I like Baby Bash. Don't hate on Baby Bash.
A lot of people hating. I like it.
Don't hate on Baby Bash.
But I needed something a little more hardcore for a playoff
that's
game
what I'm
against
saying.
Seattle.
Like, don't get
Can
me
I get Stunna Man?
Yeah, don't get on Baby Bash. It was an interesting choice, but Baby Bash
Can I get
did
that
his thing.
Phil Mount?
So Ed is in their seat by the time the players come out. And so I get up there with my food right as kickoff is beginning.
Okay.
And I've seen the players run out and
Chicken
stuff like
tenders,
that. Yeah, it's
French
free for the
fries.
season ticket holders.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I've been freebies.
What do you mean you didn't know that? There's two lines. There's the season ticket holder kiosk line, and then there's the other one.
So I get that. And so I get to the seat. She goes, babe, I got to be in my seat for the intros. That is a vibe. I was like, yeah, I've been telling you that for 2 years.
Eric Armstead.
And she's like, ooh, like she's all about
Dre Greenlaw.
Man, so, I'm going to Philly, and no, you're not. Let me just. Now I'm rattled. Everybody wants to go to Philly. Yo, can I tag along?
How about the national anthem by the guy from Santana's band? He was good.
Tony Lindsay?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a Bay Area legend.
He was good.
He does all the big Bay games.
Yeah, he was really good.
He does
I enjoy
all the
him.
big Bay games.
Yeah,
No
he
doubt.
nailed it.
He nailed it.
I'm a sucker. Here's the other thing, just real quick, and this is me on my high horse. And I know America is very divided on everything. Can we just be a little respectful during the national anthem, just in general? I just people just goofing around, messing around. All these young kids. I'm like, come on, man, be somewhat respectful during the national anthem.
Yeah.
Just all. Just no one's saying that you got to take your hat off or do this or that. Just quiet down. I want to hear the singers, and I want it to be respectful. I don't know. I'm an old school guy. I get nostalgic during the national anthem.
All right. Let's try to test the lines once again with our main man dancing in his own living room. It's at Antonio in Oakland. He's on the rails. Antonio, what's happening?
Woo, big old playoff win. 3 in a row versus the Seahawks, man. We can't be stopped. I was getting worried at halftime, though, man. I was at one of the clubs.
All right, Antonio, you sound like
so we apologize
from
to all.
Transformers.
We'll apologize to all the calls today. We apologize to everybody. The phone line's been down. Our engineers are working hard on it. I see Tim Jordan here early working on the holiday. It is what it is. It is what it is. 925 Xfinity mobile text line. The Giants almost beat Philly last week with their third string players when Philly needed to win the 1 seed. Giants are beating the Eagles. We'll see. Saturday night in Philadelphia. We shall see. And they better win. Philadelphia better win on Saturday. Because the stuff I've seen from their media and their fan base over the weekend, oh, this is the Niners defense that everybody's talking about. Oh, Brock Purdy this, Brock Purdy that. They are bumping their gums a little bit. That's why I said, Shasky, I'll get to Philadelphia. We get to Philadelphia. We're close to Philadelphia.
I don't think they realize how big 49ers fan base is and how it's going to travel.
Yeah.
I don't think they have any clue.
Well, one guy who won't be traveling apparently is Rocco. Said he can't afford the Philly trip. AKA, my wife will let me go.
He's not alone in that. He's not alone in that.
No, in terms of what? Wife not letting him go or
the
affording
financials.
it?
I mean, everybody's hurt right now.
No. Rocco's a baller. Rocco, ain't no financials hurting Rocco. Wifey just said, son, you ain't going to the 215. Nice try, buddy. You better hope they host the NFC Championship game. Now, will Michelle want to fly to Philadelphia?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask her.
Will you bring that up?
I mean, she might have work. Like
Does
her
anyone
work.
really have a choice?
Her work's very demanding. So, I don't know.
Can't work remote.
Well, no, she can, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know what she's got going that week.
Right,
I don't know. Can't speak on it.
All right.
I mean, I'm sure she would like to. Who wouldn't want to go to Philadelphia?
Philadelphia's a great town.
We could link up with Kate Scott and go to a Sixers game.
You think she'll take us to a Sixers game?
You maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Wait, whoa.
Well, because you're the big Warrior guy.
No. That means nothing. That means nothing in Philadelphia. Even though the Warriors used to play there, that means nothing. Well, Kate Scott. Now I'm looking it up. Now I'm looking it up to see if the Sixers are in town. Wouldn't that be something? Maybe we have a roast with Kate. We'll have a reunion
I'll
show.
get credentialed by 95.7 The Game to ask Doc Rivers a question.
So the NFC Championship game is January
29th.
29th.
It'll probably be at 3:30.
The Sixers play the Nuggets Saturday, January 28th, 12 o'clock West Coast time.
I like it.
Hey, Kate, can you get me in?
I like it.
Kate, what's up, Kate? We had great times on the roast. Let's go.
I like
and you know
it.
who they play that Monday?
Huh.
They'll probably fly out if the Niners do. I got to stop looking ahead here. But they play Orlando on the 30th.
Oh, wow.
Paulo Banchero's
You're
in
Orlando
town.
Magic.
Paulo Banchero's in town. He may be at the NFC Championship game. Maybe we could watch the game in his suite. Banchero will probably have a suite. He likes football.
Niners got to handle their own business, though. I mean,
Are we getting ahead of ourselves?
Yeah, we are. We
right.
We got to go through the Cowboys or the Bucs first. Who do you want? You want the Bucs to win?
I'm surprised you asked me. It's the first question you asked me in 3 weeks. I want Tom Brady in the Bucs.
Hey, Bonte, who would you like to win the game tonight?
Joe Shasky, I would like Tampa Bay. They're one-dimensional. I like Shanahan over Todd Bowles all day long. Misdirection kills Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
They miss a lot of tackles. I'm not a believer in their secondary. Sure, they got some nice weapons on the outside. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. They'll play a bit better than they did a few weeks ago at Levi Stadium. But Brady's a statue. He's a sitting duck. Bose is coming. Amenahu's coming. Armstead up the middle like he set the tone on the third play of the game last week against Geno Smith. Give me Tampa Bay.
Well, you know, the two guys who actually had pretty solid games, obviously Charles Omenihu with the big sack strip on Geno Smith. Him and Jordan Willis, midseason acquisitions the last couple of years for late-round picks, and they're contributors. Like, we talk so much about CMC and, the Emmanuel Sanders trade. They've made under-the-radar acquisitions, Gibson being a late addition to this team. Those guys have all contributed. Every one of those guys.
Wow, Coach Buck. Shout out to Coach Buck saying Sixers tickets are more expensive than Warrior tickets. I see some good seats here at Wells Fargo Center. Good seats against the Nuggets. Get in if I get that red eye. All right, let me stop. Let me not even do that. Let me focus. Brock Purdy stood out. McCaffrey stood out. Debo balled out. Shanahan was in his bag. And now we await the winner of Cowboys Buccaneers. Cowboys Bucks. What Dak Prescott are we getting today? What Ezekiel Elliott are we getting today?
Is this Tom Brady's last game?
That's
all I keep thinking about. His final game beat Candlestick Park. Everyone says he's going to the Las Vegas Raiders. Are we sure he's not just going to retire?
He's divorced now. He's got some time on his hands.
I don't want to get into their relationship.
I mean, it is what
I know,
it is.
I know. You just never know. They might get back together. Who knows?
Damn. I want the Bucks, man. Although I'm conflicted because the Cowboys, I get it. That's the juicy game. That's the uniform game. That's the rivalry. That's where the history lies. And to see them at Levi Stadium on the West Coast for a playoff game, they haven't been in a playoff game out here in the West Coast since 1994.
Yeah, and Tampa Bay versus the Niners, I think the only playoff game was 2002.
Mooch's last game.
Yeah.
Steve Mariucci's last game.
The year they won it. So
Joe Juravicius went crazy.
Look at you,
Ahmed Plummer got hurt in that game. They were down to their fourth string corners.
Well, that's why I wanted the Vikings. You know, the Niners have faced the Vikings more than any other team in the playoffs in the history of them being in the NFL, if you will. So the Cowboys, Giants, Washington football team, Vikings, those are who they faced many, many, many times. I want the Cowboys again, though, B. I need it. I need the Cowboys.
Well, let's do this because that's our poll question of the day at Morning Roast.
I need it.
At Morning Roast 95.7.
Plus, I want to see Mr. Irrelevant beat Dak and Jerry Jones after they're paying $40 million for their quarterback.
I don't want Jerry Jones in the state of California. I don't want him here. I can't. Sports hate. I can't stand Jerry Jones. I despise him.
You wouldn't want to hand him an L?
No, I want him to lose tonight on Monday Night Football. I want their offseason to start tonight.
God, I just want to do the white pants throwbacks against the Cowboys. Let them wear their little white helmets. Oh, it'd be so clean.
That would be a clean uniform game. That would be clean.
Come on.
I don't want to deal with the Cowboys this week.
You want them.
I don't want to deal with them.
Ticket prices would be through the roof.
Sell tickets?
No, I'm not selling no tickets. I'm going to that bad boy. We'll sell tickets.
Use a credential. Free 99 movement.
I like to be in the stands. I like to feel the place shake.
I do. I got to say the difference.
If I'm not hugging a random stranger and high-fiving people in front or behind me, what's the point of even going?
Listen.
I live for that.
I do miss the press box food. not going to lie about that.
Oh, Lubman was. I got to get back up. They're serving
the omelet bar
whatever.
right now.
They had some really good pizza up there. That was really good.
Did they have the nachos at halftime?
They didn't have the nachos at halftime. They did break out the chicken tenders, though. And that was, yeah.
So Lubman shows up. I got a lot of heat for this from some of the people here at the station. Lubman shows up. He goes, hey, we got to do this Instagram live video before the game starts.
It was your idea.
Okay, well,
it's actually my idea.
And the
to
bosses.
do the videos,
yeah.
but
So anyway,
somehow I was left out of that.
Well,
but
no, you said you do you because I texted you and you said don't wait for me, whatever.
Yeah,
so I figured I didn't want to bug you because you were getting into the same. I got there early, so we're sitting there and Lubman meets me at my seats. I don't know, what is it, 30 to 40 minutes before the game,
something like that. Yeah,
and we start doing Instagram live, right? And so he's got the phone out, and then I don't know, somebody in the chat was asking about the jersey, and they're like, "Oh, is that a Jimmy Ward jersey, #1?" And I go, "No, it's a Shasky custom."
Yeah, it's a custom Shasky,
right? Well, as I'm doing that, the guys behind us are like, we're on the big screen. And so I'm up on the Jumbotron and I look and me and Lubman start going crazy. And I just happen to be on the 95.7 The Game Instagram live feed. And I don't know who, but there were a random bunch of people were videoing the board at the exact same time and took screenshots of us on the Jumbotron. It was like Inception levels of amazingness.
Candidate for a doobie?
It was a pretty cool moment. Like it happened right away after we started the Instagram video.
You couldn't
have scripted a lot.
It was me pointing to the back like RVD to the custom jersey.
Trust me, I heard all about it.
You were feeling it.
No, I heard all about it. Well, I got 15 texts right away. Yo, Shasky's on the big board. Shasky's on the big board. He's wearing a Shasky jersey. And I was like, of course he's wearing a Shasky jersey because nobody loves Shasky more than Shasky, right? But not only that.
I was promoting.
I look at the 95.7 thing and I see Lubman's photo. I see Lubman's face, right? And I'm like, did Lubman do a video with just himself? The balls it takes for him to do that?
Hey. Did you see Crowley in the video as well?
I did see Crowley in the video.
The happiest I've ever seen him in his life.
He loves it.
Oh, with the coffee? He was thrilled.
He was thrilled.
Also, he was calling out every play. I'm like, all right, Crow, I get it, all right? And I know you know the X's and O's. Relax over there, USC.
Just watch the game, homie. Just watch the game. Worry about getting a defense at USC. Worry about stopping a nosebleed. Worry about stopping Cameron Risen or whatever the hell his name is. Reason,
whatever,
Risen.
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Whatever, Utah, they carved you up, Riley Crowley. USC, they carved you up.
I'll admit, though, it was pretty cool to be on the Jumbotron because, they'll show like 40 water and Kilo, and then me.
That was your first time on the Jumbotron? That was your first time on the Jumbotron?
Like that? Hell yeah. I felt like they just found me. Even DJ E-Rock tweeted it out.
Oh, my God.
Shout out. Hey, the music was jamming.
You guys saw Jerry Rice in pregame, right?
Hey,
you see what he was decked out in?
The Laker beanie.
There you go.
Speaking of which, did you hear that they played the Loonies from the Bay to LA to Las Vegas?
I was sitting with you.
What was that?
I was sitting next to you. We both looked at each other like, why are you playing a Raiders song? And they remixed it.
It was weird.
It was very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. I got it. Dude, the Bud Light patio, I go up there and I got mobbed right away. Wow. And I was like, they were like, well, Shasky's over there. Like, everybody knows where Shasky sits. It's like, I got to yo, I'm going over here to Joe Shasky. Like, random fans asking me for tickets. Who you going to see, bro? Who you going to see? Oh, Shasky? Okay, he's right here. Like, all right, bro, my bad, man.
That's the most candlestick part of the entire stadium. Those are my people up there.
Yeah.
Shout out Dackaday, the whole family. That's a squad up there. That party deck, it goes off. Hey, you better not wear no Seattle gear. Imagine Cowboy fans showing up to that Bud Light Plaza area. What is that called? Right. Is it the Bud Light party deck? I don't even know what it's called.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah, good luck, Cowboy fans.
Oak Monster, if y'all going to be on video, can we do a little more design on the studio? We can see you. LMAO, love the show. Well, what do you want? We got the 95.7 The Game logos here. We have the mic. We have the window outside. You can see the cars driving by. Downtown San Francisco, you see Shasky. I mean, what else do you want? Want us to throw in body armor? Hey, body armor. Shout out to Dave.
Yeah.
Body armor.
He was at the game, too.
Oh, he's always at the game.
And he was
he's everywhere.
with 40 and
with
everybody.
Pilo, he's everywhere.
Yeah,
Dave's everywhere.
The Horn Barbecue guy was with him.
Dave's everywhere. Any big game, he's there. He'll be in Philadelphia if the Niners make it that far. I really want this Philly trip, Shasky.
Yeah, we gotta get there though. We're way ahead of ourselves.
I know we're way ahead of ourselves. I need this Bucks. This is why Monday Night Football in the playoffs, it ticks me off. I gotta wait all day long. We got Warriors and Wizards. That'll be over. Hopefully the Warriors win. I need a win for my sanity. God. I need a win, Warriors. Win, please. No Klay Thompson tonight. No Kuminga. No JaMychal Green. No Wiseman. No Andre Iguodala. I need a win.
Nobody.
I need a win. It's the Wizards. I need a win.
How do the Niners have more road wins than the freaking Warriors?
I don't know. Oh, boy. Check this out, Shasky. If you're in your car.
Okay.
And you're driving around. And you can't get to a TV. Programming alert. Bucks Cowboys. Live on 95.7 The Game. Tonight, right after Damon and Rattle. So if you're listening to Damon and Rattle, 6 o'clock hits, boom. I can't get to a TV. We got the good old radio. We're airing Bucks Cowboys live on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, Friday, we're giving away a chance to win Jerry Rice NFL Blitz Legends Arcade Console by Arcade One Up Official. Man, what a week this is going to be. What a week this is going to be. Cowboys or Bucks. I don't want the stinking Cowboys. I'm tired of them, dude. I don't want them. I want them to bow out. I want them to lose. I want Guru to be miserable. I want him to talk about Dak, blah, 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 blah. But if the Cowboys win, you get Michael Irvin to the Bay Area. You get Stephen A. Smith to the Bay Area. You get all these Cowboy fans to the Bay Area. You get Jerry Jones to the Bay Area.
Skip Bayless.
Skip Bayless.
You'll get Skip Bayless in your life.
Skip Bayless can't leave the house. Oh, my God. Skip Bayless can't leave the house.
San Jose Mercury News, 1996.
How miserable does Skip Bayless have to be? Making all those millions of dollars and he can't even leave the house. Can't go to the grocery store.
Skip's he's a weirdo.
He can't go to the grocery store.
What's his brother's name who's the chef?
I don't know.
John? Is it
Rick.
John?
Rick Bayless.
Thank you.
They don't talk, right?
Don't know. I know they grew up
a rocky relationship.
Yeah, it's shocker. Yeah. Shocker. All right, Brock Purdy, Niners, they advance. They beat the Seahawks 41-23. What a night at Levi Stadium. A lot of fun. We'll do it again Sunday at 3:30 p.m. kick. Defense got to tighten up a little bit. DK went crazy. Defense has to tighten up just a little bit.
They got to stop the run. I felt like they didn't stop the run early in the game, and it enabled them to do some play action and take some shots downfield. Also, they were playing way off of Lockett.
Way off of Lockett.
And Lockett caught so many underneath balls, and I'm like, okay.
And you know what? That's why I don't want to see the Cowboys, because T.Y. Hilton in a game like that scares me. T.Y. scares me. He looks fresh. C.D. Lamb, Spadoni, get in here. You know how much I love C.D. Lamb.
Oh, you love CD. You wanted the Niners to get him in the draft. I wanted CD too.
Dude, I wanted C.D. Lamb so bad. You had no idea how much.
We were sooner.
He's such a beast.
Was he the one who got drafted, or was it Jerry Jeudy who had the girlfriend try to grab his phone?
That was C.D. Lamb.
CD.
Yeah. Remember that?
Stay on my mentions.
He was a baller then, too.
Yeah, he was a baller, dude. Freshman year, Rose Bowl.
Are they still together?
Probably not.
Like Russell Wilson and his first wife?
She probably played herself that draft day. Probably she just kept it cool. Not grabbed the fold. Kept it cool, right? All right, man. Everybody wants a Cowboy smoke.
Everybody.
Sanford and Bonte on the roast. You don't want Brady? I want the Cowboys, huh?
I don't want Brady. I've been there, done that. It doesn't do anything for me. I'm over that. I want Cowboys. And then you get the 3 NFC East teams, which I think we can beat all 3.
I love the playoffs, man.
It's the best. It really is. This weekend of football was one of the greatest couch potato weekends of all time. I got home after the rain. I took off everything. I hopped in bed. I ate some food, and I hopped in bed and I just watched that whole Jaguar game. They were down 27-0. I texted the group. What did I say, Spadoni?
He said, I think the Jaguars are going to win this.
Yeah.
And I was
27-0.
Yeah.
I was saying, listen, I think the Chargers could beat the Chiefs. I think they got a chance.
Well, it was, for me, there's 2 keys in that game. One, when they did stop the Chargers from scoring a touchdown, instead of making it 31-0, it was 27-0.
Yes.
And then it was like, can the Jaguars get one before halftime? Can they just get one touchdown? And they got one touchdown. And I think the Chargers, if I'm not mistaken, Shasky, when they were up 27-0, they ran the ball 8 times and threw it 25 after being up 27-0.
Speaking of single digits, it's Fast 5 time.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
So Shasky and Dibbs have this habit of looking behind the glass for validation for jokes. It's just cute. It's
their own version of a walk-off.
Yeah, I know. Mic drop. How does Spadoni and Lutman feel about that when the host turn around and give validation? And do you feel obligated to laugh?
No.
Or give him a thumbs up?
There's no obligation.
You're putting me in a precarious position right now, Bonte. There's certain hosts at the station.
Love it.
Okay, starting our first off Fast Five. I'm going right here.
No, love it.
510.
Love it. Get in here. Love it. No. He wants to talk. Love was dying.
You know, I just throw random numbers up to rate the jokes. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
All right. Yeah. I think Love is still reading that article about Carlos Correa and the Athletic.
So, just stop. From the 510. Ain't gonna lie. Seen Shasky on the jumbo screen, had section 128 fired up.
Oh, my God. This video is going to live off forever. Oh,
in my own
gonna
dome.
Live off forever. Let's see. What else you want to read?
925. Mooney Ward matches up better with Mike Evans type receivers versus the CeeDee Lamb style receivers.
510. I'm with you, Bonte. Cowboys lose tonight, but I would love to play them. A lot of people want to play them. 510. Shasky the Jumbotron showing his jersey was the moment of the weekend. Not even close.
Really?
Wow.
Moment of the weekend?
You're being far too kind, 510.
It did set the tone. I mean, yeah, Dr. Disrespect or whatever, doing the foghorn. Jed, if you're out there,
I mean, come on.
Give your boy one chance. Yeah. I don't even care if it's a preseason. Give me a pull. Give me a pull on the foghorn.
Yeah, I mean, oh, boy. Oh.
By the way, Guru, right now, this is another one of the Fast Five. Lord, please give us part 2. And it's him last year in the Cowboy jersey.
Do we have that? Hold
Here
on.
it is.
Make this part of the Fast Five. Here's Guru last week, the Friday before Niners kicked the Cowboys' ass in the wild card round.
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life in Dallas. So you know what that means. You see what I'm wearing. You see the star. Shasky, I want to go back to the playoffs. Well, guess what, my friend? You are in the playoffs. I hope it's short-lived, and I hope by Sunday night you two are hurt like it ain't no tomorrow. I talked to my guy, Michael, the playmaker, Urban. I'm fired up. So let's go, Dallas! Let's go! It starts now, Dak! Let's go!
He turned into Booker T like halfway through that promo.
This is such a great. He would be a great wrestler.
Why do you get so quiet?
By the way, this is the Fast Five. The last chance to get in.
Because he's in the living
Xfinity.
room of his house.
Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. The underrated thing about that video is his wife Mia just chilling at the kitchen table like nothing's happening. She's doing whatever she's doing.
Mia's a sweetheart.
She is.
When I went up there to do the tailgate video with him, she had killer iced tea. My dad and her were just talking each other's ear off of him. It was ridiculous.
But Mia's just chilling at the kitchen table like, it's just Guru yelling. And people are just walking in and out the house.
He sits at the piano. There's like a piano in the living room. He sits at the piano with the glasses.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful home.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful home.
The piano.
Shout out Mia.
He says the lab is right there with the piano and the big screen. I know a lab could fit a piano and a big screen.
I know, Bonte.
Well, like Elton John, he does wear the glasses indoors.
It's a good look.
Lay off.
It's a fourth.
Piano man?
Dude, no, the glasses indoors.
First ever Elton John Guru comp. That's an easy 4.
It's pretty good.
It's a possible 5.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'll take a Brett Favre. Yeah, we're canceling him.
No,
I'll take an Emmanuel Mosley.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
What a game!
All right.
What a game,
by the way,
dude.
that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity Supercharge. Your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Shout out to all 900 people who are watching us on YouTube. Sorry about the phone lines today. When we get to the calls, we'll hopefully do that tomorrow as TJ's working hard on that. I see him actually he's taking a little break right now. I don't blame him. He's working on a holiday. I got Tim Jordan, the black dude, working on a holiday, man. What the hell y'all doing?
Working hard for the money is what he's
Working
doing.
hard. He still has a dream, right? His dream was to be here on a Warriors Monday playing the Wizards at 12 o'clock.
You're working a double, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm about to get the hell out of here.
Get out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Take me a little 20-minute power
Take
nap.
a shower.
Baby.
That's right.
I got the shower. I feel good.
You got the shower already?
Oh, dude, I got the deodorant in the car. I'm good to go.
All right.
We all good.
You getting a little salt with your pepper now in your beard now that you got north of 40.
4 years, baby. Come on, man.
The
That's
salt
been there.
is coming in
That's been
there. That's,
I
that's
wasn't
that
gonna diet.
two-job
I was
stress
gonna
is what that
diet,
is.
but the ladies or Anna said the salt and pepper looks really, really good.
Looks fine.
Trust me, bro. Your boy's got it.
Great mystery of life. To the ladies, they always say that. Do you actually mean it?
Well, the
because
person
they don't say that to you before the salt and pepper comes. No lady ever came up to me in my 20s and says, "I can't wait till your hair starts to turn gray." But man, once it does, it's it's distinguished, it's handsome.
But wouldn't we agree that like the over-the-top dye job on the beard, Brian Wilson style, it looks weird?
No.
Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Let it hang out, man. Be you.
Gabe
It
Kapler.
is, yeah. Come on. Obviously. obviously.
Gabe Kapler teaching people on Instagram how to make a ribeye steak. You notice that?
I'd watch that.
No, he shows the videos. He does it.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, that's what
you
he
got
does.
cooking
Yeah,
tips?
I'll have to watch that. Thursday steak night in my house, so I'll make sure that I peep that before
you
I
guys
throw
have
the
a steak
steaks on the
night?
grill. But we try to do steaks. By the way, best steaks that you can get outside of the Butcher Boy trade-out steaks that we all got here.
Harris Ranch. Harris Ranch? Was that Harris Ranch?
Harris Ranch is incredible.
Yeah.
Costco, sneaky good steaks.
The tri-tips are excellent.
Sneaky. We go for the filet, the prime filet.
Yes.
Sneaky good steaks at Costco.
There are things that Costco does really well, and meat is one of them.
Sampling.
Meat bakery is obviously the meat.
Solid.
Yeah, the
The chicken
bakery.
parm like roll thing that gives you a heart attack. It was so good.
Wine
It's like
prices,
$4.
and thank God the free samples are back. I mean,
The best.
noon at Costco, free lunch.
Quietly,
every
you can
day.
get some good hoodies there too, in case you need a hoodie.
Absolutely.
Some good $14.99 hoodies for your boy.
It sounds like.
Trust me. Sounds like you haven't been to Costco in a long
It
time.
sounds like you're a little older than I am wearing Costco hoodies. I love
Oh, you
Costco.
think?
I'm a member. But nothing says you're old like wearing Costco jeans and hoodies.
Costco pants for my volleyball referee gig.
okay,
You get the
gotcha.
blue slacks, that I
Not mad
need.
at
Those
that.
blue
Not mad
slacks.
at that.
Because we're coming up to ref season again. And by the way, I had look. I had his son.
No way.
On Saturday. Yeah.
How many carries?
Oh no carries. But
Were they on time coming out of the huddle?
No, for sure. He wasn't coaching.
They hit the
he
brakes?
wasn't coaching.
Okay.
Just in the stands.
Yeah, our boss, Matt Nahigian, his son, because I refereed 9 games on Saturday, and I think it was game 4 or game 5. I felt these hands on my shoulder, and I turned around, and I had to take a look. And his son, I guess he's a 4th grader. I had 4th grade Bs, and God, his son played hard.
Oh,
yeah, his son played really hard.
Boston? That was Boston.
No,
right?
Hudson.
Hudson.
Boston in the house quietly about 6'1".
Was the dog there? Because the dog goes everywhere on TikTok.
But we
Matt.
did, and this is my pet peeve. We had a couple of dogs that made it in the gym, and we don't need your.
Was it DMX?
You don't. First of all, your dog doesn't want to be on your lap for an hour of CYO.
I'm with you.
Secondly, I don't want your dog in my gym. My gym.
Every time a playoff dog wins, you get to bring a dog with you to a CYO game.
Good call.
Jacksonville Jaguars, New York Giants.
My God.
We need more dogs.
Have the Chargers moved back to San Diego yet?
They should.
Is Brandon Staley still with the gig?
A man who has lost his first name, by the way, needs to be brought up as well. He is no longer Joey. He is now Nick Bosa's brother because he does not
Tantrum.
He does not belong in the same sentence as this whole thing. He has egg on his face. Yeah, that whole franchise. Whew,
Joey Throsa.
Justin Herbert is Matt Stafford. They're going to waste that man's career if they do not surround him with people with brains. Period.
What else you guys got coming up today?
Oh, this.
Trying to sneak out of here.
Let's go. Getting out of here.
I look forward to this every day. This is the highlight of my day.
Hey, man, your boys got double duty today, man.
You're fine.
Early day. Got to prep for those Washington
You're
Wizards.
trying to get a stop in this changeover, whereas the Warriors won't try to get a stop coming up today. at noon.
Seriously.
Triple drive.
You
Stretch.
have one job today. You have one job. It's not this show.
They're awful.
You have
They're
one
so
job today. Let's have the Warriors keep the Wizards under 150. Can we? Can we please? That's your job. I'm giving that to you. Can you talk to somebody?
Well, you got the greatest defensive player of all time on the team in Draymond Green.
DPOY? WHY?
Yeah, DPOY
Yeah,
is this happening.
self-anointed best defensive player of all time. You can't be the best defensive player of all time when you're on one of the worst defenses of all time.
I have no
Those
argument
two
here.
things cannot go hand in hand.
Well, the other thing is like this.
They just can't.
I don't even know who's playing.
I mean, he's got 4 rings.
He had
He's got 4
43?
rings. Look, great individual.
Like
Oh, I thought you meant Draymond had 43.
He's got 13 texts now.
Every great
He has
individual
13
player.
texts.
Every great individual player in the NBA. We always talk about, like, the best player wins, whether it went from Jordan to LeBron to Giannis, Steph, whatever. Like, if your surroundings break down around you, the individual stuff has to kind of get put aside, right? LeBron James can now finish as the 11 seed. I'm not going to take Draymond Green's defensive prowess away from him because of what the Warriors are doing right now. The man's got 4 rings, but it's getting head scratching. It's getting head scratching.
Yeah, it's been head scratching.
Pretty damn like I'm not here for the they missed Kuminga. What the hell's going on?
Sure.
What's happening right now?
DeRozan, no problem for the Bulls.
All y'all finally coming over into my camp. So, really. And I got room for you in my campground. I've been here all year. And the head scratching, scratching, because I've been scratching so much, I'm damn near bald.
Well, you're in the right city. You can camp on the street anywhere you want.
Sure.
Not sure
no
if you
doubt.
know this.
Wow.
It just drives me nuts. Don't even start
that
on
said,
that.
I thought
the divs coming
you
up.
got it all off your chest on Twitter over the weekend, Joe.
I drive through Jones. It's disgusting.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, the famous question that is asked on every long road trip, whenever you have kids or if you are a kid, this question gets asked every time. Highway 5 is a place where I asked it all the time when I was a kid. Hey, are we there yet?
Right.
That's my question for everybody today. You there yet?
With the Niners?
Not just the Niners. No. Not
with
just
the
Warriors?
Warriors?
Nope.
I've been there with the Warriors.
I want to know if everybody's there yet. Are you there yet? Oh, yeah. Yeah, with Brock Purdy. Are we there yet? Are we ready to stop doing this is a product of a great system, and he's got a good running back there and a good left tackle.
Oh, it's all
and he's
true.
got wide receivers on his
Sure
team,
does.
too. Oh, my gosh. What a lucky little fella that Brock Purdy, because any old dog could quarterback this team. And I don't know. I mean, a lot of draft capital went into Trey Lance. So I think a healthy competition next year in the offseason for who's the – stop it. It's over. This is done. You have your quarterback now, and he's really good. And just because we all didn't see him coming, I'm here to not let you do that. This dude can play. And I want to know, when was the last time you had this much fun watching offensive 49er football? And let me start whatever your answer is, it better be before Kyle Shanahan got here, because the offense has never, under anyone in the Kyle Shanahan era, looked like this with the San Francisco 49ers. So if you want to tell me that Brock Purdy's got nothing to do with that and he's just a human being that happens to be running the system, are there aspects of it that are Kyle and the teammates? Of course.
So many aspects.
That's true for every quarterback ever. For the
most part.
Your surroundings matter, okay? But you have to be able to know when you see something special. And the quarterback, absolutely, he matters. He matters. He's going to make this thing go. We watch it in football all the time. Is it Brady or Bill? It's Brady. Is it the Lions or Stafford that's the problem? It was the Lions, okay?
Are we comparing Brock to Brady? Is that the portion of the program we've reached?
No, we're comparing Brock to other things that have happened in the history of the quarterback position, which is never in the history of the league has someone come in and put up numbers like this and had a run like this and have people go, I think it's his jersey. Like, come on. This is your guy. You're just going to have to wrap your head around it.
Oh, he's my guy, no doubt.
They messed up in the draft a year and a half ago.
We don't know that yet.
Look.
We don't know that, and we'll find that out at some point, whether or not they messed it up or not.
In theory, they did. Now,
no, until he gets a chance to actually be a quarterback in the National Football League. Maybe he comes in next year and he doesn't play. Brock's the starter. He's the backup. And at that point, after his third year, maybe Trey Lance goes somewhere else and he has a 12-year career. And Trey Lance is a really, really good quarterback who, due to circumstance, never got a chance here. You can't yet say that they, quote, messed up in the draft. What they did do in the draft is they drafted a guy with the last pick in the draft, and it turns out he's not only a little better than they thought, he's not a lot better than they thought. He's unfreaking believable right now. If you took all the quarterbacks right now remaining in these playoffs, and I believe there are 10 or 9 as we currently sit, because there's 2 teams tonight that are still playing. He's playing as well, if not better, than all of them.
Yes. Yes. By the way, so let me restate so that we're clear. I'm not calling Trey Lance a bust, and I'm not saying he'll never be a good player. What I'm saying when I say they messed up in the draft is there's something conceptually wrong with making a trade that big to go get a quarterback and then find out that you can actually have someone perform at this level with the last pick in the draft.
Right,
in other words,
right.
those assets probably would have been better executed some other way. Now, granted, you didn't know that you were going to stumble and fall into this. So this is not, I'm not here to now suddenly tell you Trey Lance stinks. I'm just here to tell you that you put all your resources into finding your new quarterback,
right,
and then you found your new quarterback somewhere else.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And I think that this is a bigger conversation when we get to March and April and we get ready for the NFL draft, because what the Rams did last year, basically saying, F you draft picks, we don't want you, and then they won the Super Bowl. And then you look at what the Niners did. The Niners basically said, F you draft picks, we're going to trade you all to get our future quarterback, and they got it wrong, but they also still
got it right.
have a great chance to still win the Super Bowl. So are the other 30 teams now going to look at the draft in a new way? That, to me, is a fascinating conversation. And what I mean by this, Mark, is normally when we look at the draft, and we've already talked about the next draft, and I believe 10 of the top 12 teams in the draft all
need a QB,
need a quarterback.
Yeah.
And so the expectation is they're all going to use these top picks to find a quarterback, whereas the Rams traded for a guy who was nearing the end of his career, who had struggled. He's good, but near the end of their career, the Niners found a guy with the last pick in the draft who may lead them to the promised land. Do teams now start to look at drafting a quarterback in a different way?
I wonder, because how do you replicate this? So you know what I mean? Like, what would you say to someone? So, okay, stop all the resources going toward the first half of the first round to grab some generational quarterback. Instead, just get a great system, get a really good player at every spot on the field, and get a great play caller, and get a great culture, and then, just find somebody. Like,
he's more than just somebody, and you're right to say that.
But you wouldn't know that until well after the fact. I mean, like he's still got to go through at some point in his career. We're still so early. Like, this hasn't really uber worked until they beat a Mahomes or they beat a Josh Allen. These are the guys where people were trading up first half of the first round to get them, and they love them. So I still think, like, to answer your question, my guess would be no. I still think teams will freak out to go get the quarterback they think is going to be the guy. However, those teams will continue to be wrong 60% of the time at least.
Or even more, yeah,
if not more.
Exactly.
If not more. I mean, even some of the times when they're right, they're wrong. Nobody called the Cardinals wrong 2 years ago when they got Kyler Murray. I don't think people have even started to dance with that idea until now. And we're the first.
We all called him wrong when they signed him to that extension.
To a degree.
Yeah.
Although, again, Kyler Murray, get ready for if there's Dak Prescott here in town next weekend. The Raiders have moved on from Derek Carr. These are the three names. Call it four. Kirk Cousins being the other one. Nice check down, Kirk. You can enjoy that all offseason. Like, those are the quarterbacks who you're like, oh, they're good. We want to pay them. We think they have good numbers. We can kind of make the playoffs. We're never, ever, ever going to win a Super Bowl with them. Normally, teams sign up to do that again. It's still one of the things at the end of this story where I will credit the 49ers, because even though they tripped and fell into the right decision, they had one of those guys. His name was Jimmy Garoppolo. He's good. He's not great. And he can win you games, and he can keep you relevant, and he can get you into the playoffs, and he can win in the playoffs. But the question will, I think, forever remain, is he good enough to win the whole darn thing? I know he was 7 minutes away.
We'll never know.
But probably not.
We'll never
unless
know.
he goes and wins it somewhere else. But I still credit the 49ers for saying, all right, so we've got a B at quarterback. I think we should take the risk to go find an A.
Yeah.
And then they did, and they may have found their A, like, hanging out over there at the end of the bar and not realizing it, but I'm going to forever give them credit for making that move, because most teams go, no, give us our relevant guy, no pun intended, who can keep us in it,
Jimmy G.
And we'll re-sign that guy and pay him.
And that makes the most sense, but you have to be able to take a risk at some point, and the 49ers took a big risk by trading 3 first-round picks to move up to get another first-round pick and turn that into Trey Lance, and you saw a talent that you thought would be a difference maker, and you thought that right now Trey Lance would have been 17 regular season and 1 playoff game into an unbelievable rookie year. He would be your rookie quarterback who's doing what your other rookie quarterback is doing. And I give them credit for seeing something in Brock Purdy, and maybe someday we get a 30 for 30 on how that actual draft pick went, because they had the last pick in the draft. And were they really like hoping that Brock Purdy would slide to 252 or whatever the number is? You know, they had their eyes on him the whole time.
Do we need to trade up to 251?
Exactly, right?
I don't know.
And
I don't know.
I wonder if we're ever going to find out how that went, or if they got to that spot and they were on the clock and, you know, somebody in the room is like, you know what? We kind of like this Brock Purdy guy.
Yeah.
Why don't we just in case, let's just throw a pick at Brock Purdy and see if maybe he can't be a guy at some point who might be able to help us do something.
Who knows? And give him credit, not just for drafting him, but for keeping him. Now, I know it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but they had guaranteed money to a different backup quarterback. And they allowed this guy to beat him out and said, no, we see something, let's keep him. And then for a period of time, I think they thought Brock Purdy was going to be their backup this year. And then the whole Jimmy thing shows up, and why wouldn't you, right? You've got Trey Lance, who's essentially played very, very little. The other guy's a rookie. So now Jimmy's sitting there, no team. We're like, well, okay, veteran presence in the locker room. Who knows if we're going to need him? And then it plays out the way it does where all 3 of them play. And listen, I don't want any more advanced analytics. I don't want numbers. I don't need them, even though I've got them. You are not watching football if you can't tell with these 3 quarterbacks this year which one is the dude. You're not watching if you think this is still a debate. I know Trey hasn't gotten a lot of a chance. I know that. By the way, conversation for a different day, I wouldn't trade him. I wouldn't even entertain trading him.
No way.
The 49ers have shown this year, you need more than one guy. 68 quarterbacks started games this year. I'm keeping Trey Lance as my backup next year.
You need 2 quarterbacks in this league at least. And more likely you need 3.
Right, and he may hate that. And you know what? There was a period of time where Deebo Samuel was really hating what the 49ers were doing contractually. Figure it out. Work it out.
And Trey Lance, by the way, makes about 8 times what Brock Purdy will make next year. And Butcher Boy did a great job of breaking down the contracts this morning. You can't even think about renegotiating Brock Purdy until after his 3rd year.
Correct.
So Purdy's got 2 years of,
6-figure salary.
Let's say he wins the Super Bowl. Hey,
Dude.
Brock, thanks, bro. Enjoy your playoff bonuses because next year you're making about $410,000.
All right, let's play this for a second. Let's play this out. Even if they don't win the Super Bowl, let's say he even just gets there. Or let's say he loses 35-34 in Philly in a couple of weeks.
What if he loses this Sunday, 3:30 kick in Dallas, against Dallas?
That's different.
Okay.
That's different. Yeah, like if Micah Parsons ruins the game this weekend, he got to go play well tonight first. I don't know about this one. So we'll get into all that.
Sure.
But there's still a bunch of scenarios that are going to play out. But what would you do if this goes even moderately well the next few weeks? How would you handle it if you're Brock Purdy's agent? What do you do?
You look for endorsements. What can you do?
Yeah.
Contractually, you are forbidden. Both sides are forbidden from renegotiating. There cannot be a renegotiation sensation.
Correct.
You're stuck. So what can you do? Do you go to Jed York and say, hey, Jed, it'd be great if you gave us like a briefcase full of hundreds that we could pick up behind the dumpster in the back of 4949 Centennial? There's nothing you can do. If you're the agent, you go to advertisers, local merchants, and you say, hey, I've got Mr. Relevant. You can drop the ear and irrelevant. I got Brock Purdy here. The only way he can make money is secondary shoulder income.
Right.
So if you're his agent.
And he will.
Of course.
And he
but
will.
what do you do? There's nothing you can do.
I think I would call JanSport. Let's do like he's walking around. I've said this a couple. When Brock leaves these games with a backpack on, go to any local Bay Area high school at 3:00. Watch the kids heading home with their backpacks and tell me they don't all look like Brock Purdy.
Right.
Right? They'll get little joggers on, white sneakers, T-shirt, backpack, looking for a Starbucks or a Safeway. They all look exactly like Brock Purdy, which is incredibly marketable. He's the boy next door. He is the boy next door.
He's 23, Mark. He's closer to being high school age than he is being 30 Purdy.
Yeah.
Purdy at 30. He's 7 years away from being Brock 30. So he's actually closer to being a sophomore in high school than he is to being 30. So, yeah, you're right. The backpack thing, he can't endorse, like, any shaving products because I'm pretty sure he's never shaved
hair yet
in his life. So he can't like do a gig for Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Hi, I'm Brock Purdy, and I'm 2 years away from being able to get one of these babies.
That's right. He can't even rent a car.
Oh,
my gosh. Has he voted yet? When was the last election? Did he? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, no, that's 18.
He can't run for president for 12 years.
Oh my gosh. It's
Vote for me, 2036. So tremendous.
The 49ers are in an unbelievable spot. If that's their QB and that's what they're paying him for the next couple of years, that is a bicep that is larger than any other team in the entire NFL. If they're going to play at this level and have that weapon, where they can have a quarterback who plays like this for $900,000. I mean, all that could, oh gosh, are they going to be able to pay Christian McCaffrey? And now there's the Debo, and right, there's going to be other extensions on the way. What about Brandon Ayuk? Yeah, go ahead. Keep them all. Everything is just fine here. Now, maybe 4 years from now, Brock Purdy's going to get $48 million a year. He might. I don't know how it's going to go over the next 4 years. But look, you got to answer that question. No matter who you were rooting for at the beginning of the year, no matter what your expectations were, no matter what you thought of Brock Purdy, when was the last time that offensive 49er football was this much fun to watch? Do you want to know what's really bananas? You want to know, Dibs, what's really banana land? I'm not 100% sure that Trey Lance is even more mobile than Brock Purdy. Did you see him buying more time out there? Pete Carroll got to the postgame press conference and goes, we got to Brock and we couldn't catch him.
Yeah.
I don't know what. He goes, that's not what was supposed to happen when we got there. Guy's running around like a mad person out there.
The step up and the wiggle right on the throw to McCaffrey, great pocket presence. The reverse pivot pirouette. And, Eli, would you mind if I just threw this to you because there's no one within 20 yards of you, Eli?
And then this man is high-stepping down the left sideline. And then the Ayuk touchdown that wasn't will forever go down as the greatest highlight that will never be shown. I mean,
that was scary, though, because you watch him and it's like he's holding it. He rolls. He's still rolling. And you see the defensive lineman bearing down on him, and he holds it.
Yep.
Brock, you're up by 20-something.
Right, the game's over.
Throw it away, son. But he sees Ayuk, and he throws it right to him. And you saw Ayuk go to the sideline and immediately lie down on the bench and cover his face in his hands. He knew.
He apologized to him in front of the media at his locker.
God.
Called him over in front of the media. It's like, oh, you won, dude. And he does. But it's all good. But you're right. Like, it was kind of reminiscent. Do you remember the play where the New York Giants just snapped Joe Montana in half? Where he kind of did that,
Marshall.
right? Where he let one guy go by him, and then he stops. He rolls right. He fakes out one guy, and then right as he's about to throw, bang, straight in the back. It looked kind of like that play. And so he's 23 years old, and it doesn't hurt nearly as much.
Totally.
Right? But, like, yeah, you're right that was a really fun play. I don't know, like a couple years from now, don't do that.
And you saw Kittle go up to him after, and I couldn't read his lips because he had his helmet on. Kittle always, by the way, has his helmet on. Mm-hmm. But you can kind of see him say, dude, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that, Brock.
Right.
We kind of need you here,
the
kid.
game's over, dude.
The game's over, and we can't afford to lose you. Apologies to Josh Johnson. Shout out to Oakland Tech High School, Oakland, California. But I don't think any of us is ready for Brock Purdy to be replaced due to injury.
Did you hear Fred Warner's words on the field? He's not a reason that they could win the Super Bowl. Fred Warner said this. He's the reason.
Man.
He is the reason that we have a chance. That is a direct quote from the leader of the 49er defense.
Sorry, Jimmy.
He is the reason that we've got a chance. And yes, I know that this is going to lead, and we've gotten to a point where it is somewhat fair. This is going to lead to people saying, look, this is this shows you what Jimmy wasn't. And it does. It does. That's okay. There's plenty of middle ground. I don't think Brock Purdy's play means Jimmy was bad. I think Brock Purdy's play shows that Jimmy wasn't elite. And oh, by the way, we knew that, didn't we? Listen, over here, sitting right here, you know this, Dibs, from as supportive of a Jimmy Garoppolo person as there is in the Bay Area, we all knew there was a higher ground. We knew there was a higher level of quarterback play. There, of course there was. You just didn't know if you could go find it. You didn't know if it was available. Well, here it is in the most unlikeliest of places. It's Brock Purdy. And I will just flatly reject that this is just a product of Kyle Shanahan's play calling. His play calling's great. McCaffrey's amazing. But Kyle Shanahan has been in this league for 2 decades. And nobody, maybe outside of Matt Ryan with Julio Jones, has ever looked like this quarterbacking Kyle Shanahan's system. So you're going to have to find it in your heart and mind somewhere. Wherever you want to find it, go find it. You're going to have to find some credit for Brock Purdy, and you're going to have to say these words no matter who you like. Brock Purdy, quarterback, San Francisco 49ers.
There's no doubt.
That's your guy.
It looks like it's going to be that case for the foreseeable future, no matter what happens with this playoff run. After what we saw yesterday, the youngest quarterback in playoff history to throw 3 touchdowns and over 300 yards. He's setting records and doing things that we haven't seen since Joe Montana. The most postseason passing yards since Joe Montana in the Super Bowl. He's doing things that we've never seen before. Now, you can give credit to the players around him and the coach with the laminated play sheet, and I do, and I will, but that doesn't take away from the fact that Brock Purdy is him, as our Kyle Madsen likes to say. He's the dude, and Fred Warner's right. You go as far as this guy can carry you.
Mama.
There goes that man.
There goes that man. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We got a special day. The Warriors tip off in 2.5 hours. We'll tell you how that's going to lay out the rest of our day here on 95.7 The Game. You can tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Let's also get you ready for Bucks and Cowboys. Who do you want to see next? Who are you going to see next? All of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug. Brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's. So thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
They'll let him throw again. Wide open, Deebo Samuel. Got a block from George Kittle. Deebo Samuel. There he goes. Foot on the gas. All the way. Touchdown San Francisco. A 74-yarder.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, can we all do this one time together? Give it to me one time.
Give it to me one time.
D. Bo! Oh my God.
Man.
Oh my. Dude.
Debo.
I didn't know you had those Jets, Debo. He turned that thing on to another level.
It's so fun watching him run because when he runs near the line of scrimmage, it's tiny strides, so quick, and then he gets by the first level, the second level, and Brandon Ayuk, by the way, with that downfield blocking.
He's one of the best in the game at it.
Just a beautiful block, and all of a sudden, Debo, the stride gets longer, the leg turnover still is fast, and he is gone.
Yeah, I was thinking about his Instagram on Jalen Ramsey back from the middle of the season when he hits those Jets. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh, my gosh.
Can we just spend 5 seconds to talk about Jonathan Abram?
I'd like you to spend more than 5 seconds, actually.
So,
thank you, Jonathan Abram. You won the game for San Francisco.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And this is one of those ones where, yes, it should have been a flag, but for the referees, it's hard to really see that in real time. Hard to see the player like blatantly try to twist his bad ankle, and Debo right away drops the ball like, what the blank? And yes, it should have been a flag, and unfortunately, we can't look at the replay and throw a flag after the fact, but you saw Debo on the sideline. He was mad.
He was mad right there in the moment.
But by the time he got to the sideline, he was even more mad. And then he took it out on Seattle.
The whole stadium was mad. Like I wasn't there, but you could feel it through the television set that like the whole thing had a different tone to it. I mean, when you've got Kyle Shanahan out there in the middle of the field barking in the faces of Seattle Seahawks defenders, I'm telling you, the whole tone of everything changed. And if you want to sell me on the idea that it was a coincidence that the 49ers went on a 25-0 run right after that play, you're going to have a hard time. That changed the whole tenor of the game. You've got a situation where the 49ers come in as big favorites and go up 10-0 right away. And let's be honest, you're a human being. When that happens, right, it's not raining sideways like we thought it was going to. It's 10-0, and you're like, all right, this is great. 49ers are going to move on to the second round, piece of cake. Next thing you know, it's 17-16 at halftime. Jimmy Ward uncharacteristically with a bonehead play, and it's nerve-wracking. And then that happens, and it's like, okay, that's the way you want to do this? And the 49ers came out and exerted everything and just dominated from that moment forward. So, I don't know who had the real bonehead play of the game. I bet most people would point to Jimmy Ward. I'm going to point to Jonathan Abram. My man, that was a poor calculation on your part.
Yeah.
You woke the sleeping giant, and they crushed you. So thank you, Jonathan Abram, for your stupid play.
And that was just such a great exclamation point when the game was pretty much decided and when Debo took it to the house. But the fact that he got that catch, that innocuous short route, took it up the sideline and took it to the house, that was a perfect punctuation mark on an otherwise pretty much a one-sided beatdown in the second half. They outscored them 25-0 until Seattle got that GTTD, garbage time touchdown.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, listen, I know we got one more game to go, and I know that one seeds didn't play, but there is zero question who comes out of Wild Card Weekend looking like they're playing the best football. It's the San Francisco 49ers. The Bengals got outplayed last night. I thought probably should have lost. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me hold that for a second.
The Dibs want to know.
Tyler Huntley and whoever called that. I actually had a prediction. And when the Jags came back on Saturday night and Trevor Lawrence did that 2-point conversion where he just hopped up over the top and reached the ball out, I'm like, okay, looks great when it works, but that is going to cost you sometimes when you stick the ball out like that. And then there we were the very next night. Tyler Huntley does it, and it turns what would be a win, or at least a situation where your percentages are very high if the Ravens go in on that play, flips it right around, the script goes the other way, and the Bengals end up holding them off for the victory. But I thought the Bengals got outplayed, and I thought the Bills were uncharacteristically soft in their play. Like, they could have gotten beat if the Dolphins wide receivers would catch the ball.
Jeez.
Skylar Thompson did some good things in that. And Mike McDaniel, I love you, but you were wonky the whole day trying to get your play calls in.
Yeah.
All the delay game situations with a rookie quarterback out there. I thought McDaniel, a time or two at least, did his rookie quarterback a disservice, and they still almost won that thing anyway.
Right.
Like right now, the 49ers look like the team that has their bleep together.
Yes, and my Chiefs-Niners Super Bowl prediction looking much better than it did on Friday. And I'm not asking for a capitulation sensation from you to yield on your Buffalo, but Kansas City didn't play.
Oh, you won't get it. Yeah, you won't get it.
Buffalo did not look very good.
Nope.
And if that game is a neutral, if Buffalo's even able to get by Cincinnati and even get to the AFC Championship, I like the Chiefs' chances of getting there on their own.
Don't you bury plucky little Jacksonville. Here they come.
I will bury Jacksonville.
Here they come.
Jacksonville had no business winning that game. They don't beat any team other than a Brandon Staley coached mess of a team. Jacksonville turned it over 5 times in the first half. Trevor Lawrence threw 4 interceptions and won the game. Has a quarterback ever in the National Football League playoffs ever thrown 4 picks and won a game before?
Yeah, Russell Wilson did it. Against the Packers, I think.
I guess the answer is yes.
There you have it. Spadoni's on it.
Yeah, but was
you don't
that
get
the
up
game?
at 345 without those nuggets.
That was the onside kick game, right? Yeah. So, like, you need something ridiculous to happen in order to do it. And I would say both times you did. Like, the Chargers, sorry that I've said it 8 times this year. Watch the Chargers play. You want to talk about finding a way to mess things up. That organization is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. From the fact that even that you had a 27-point lead and they can't and won't run the ball. Listen, I'm a huge Austin Eckler fan, but if I'm the Los Angeles Chargers outside of potentially trying to get a new coach, you want to know the switch that I'm making? Like, Eckler is this great weapon that you throw the ball to and swing passes, and but he can't run a clock. When you've got a 27-point lead, you can't hand him the ball in between the tackles and let him just run the clock for you. There's zero reason when you're up 27 points that you should ever lose a football game, period. All you have to do is execute, and all they did was go out there and keep throwing the ball. And incomplete passes lead to clock stoppages, and it just, the whole thing was mismanaged so many different ways. And then you've got players making bonehead mistakes. Hey, Bosa, just keep your helmet on over here, will you please?
Man.
You know what I mean? And I don't know what he said to that ref. And should the ref have chased him down like that? Probably not. But who knows what was said? I got no idea. But that whole thing was just a colossal comedy of errors. And call me totally not surprised that happened with bolts on the sides of their heads.
You're surprised that they blew a 27-0 lead.
I am not surprised that the Chargers find their way out of a season every season. Ever.
Yes,
I am
but
never,
being
ever
up
surprised.
27-0 in that fashion where Trevor Lawrence is acting like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, give it away, T.
Nice.
And he's throwing it, 4 picks in the first half and a muff punt. Yeah. There's no way any team should ever blow that. But to your point, the Chargers don't have anything really on the ground. Austin Eckler is not a running back. He's a pass-catching RB. And for the team, 23 carries, 67 yards. That's no way to salt away a game. They needed Jordan Mason is who they needed.
Basically.
Right?
Or anyone. Just
someone who can come in and pound the rock.
Someone who can get you 4 yards.
Right.
Just give me 4 yards. You know what I mean? Like, look at the way the Ravens and Bengals played last night. Different portions of the game when each one of them had the advantage, whether it be Mixon, J.K. Dobbins, you got to be tough. I don't want to try to sound like Guru right now. You got to go out there and be tough.
Thank
you. Got to go be tough. Like the Chargers are tired of getting pushed around. They're so the opposite of tough. They're the opposite of tough. And that's what you get. That's what you get in the end of this thing.
And this is where, and we'll get into it as we get closer to the weekend, but the New York Football Giants.
Amen.
Holy man. It's an impressive win. And Saquon Barkley, all of a sudden, a fresh Barkley.
Yeah.
And if you want to talk about teams that emulate their head coach, the Niners, and this elite offense with all the weapons, yeah, you can see Kyle Shanahan. It's a perfect mirror image. The Giants and Brian Daboll, the plus-sized toughness of Brian Daboll. That Giants team plays with some grit now, Mark.
I mean, they do, and Daniel Jones was very impressive. Super curious to see what they look like this week in Philadelphia, because you come out of that game either impressed by the Giants or you're like, my gosh, can we get Denny Green? May he rest in peace. Can we raise him back up for one time so that he can scream that the Vikings are exactly who we thought they were?
If you want to crown them, then crown them.
Now, listen, it gives me an opportunity to tell you why today's a little bit different. There's not going to be a changeover on the back end of the show.
Oh, you wish there were.
Well, Steiny, it's time to be your 6-year-old self. And Mom's over here with the cough medicine, and we're going to pour it into a spoon. Open wide. It's time to take your medicine. The Vikings are who we thought they were. They're a fraud. They're just not that good. And I thought they'd win this game. They're just not that good.
How'd that 16 parlay work out for you? You had Jacksonville.
I had 3 out of 5.
So I'm watching
I had
your
3 out of
parlay,
5. Yeah.
and I'm refereeing on Saturday, and I'm following the Niner game, and I'm like, okay, Niners good for
Got
Mark.
the first 2.
And I'm driving home and listening to the game, and I'm thinking, well, the parlay dies early because you had Jacksonville, and 27-0. Okay, whatever. And then they come back,
and then I had
2
it.
for 2.
And I went to bed going, okay. And I even had a buddy who knew about it too. I go, I'm not getting excited yet. We're only 2. This be like excited.
But that's the one you stole.
Well, totally. But I didn't want to be like the Seahawks who were partying at halftime.
Yeah, they were.
So I was like, all right, we're 2 legs in. We still got 4 to go. Wake me if I get to the Bengals-Ravens game 4 for 4. That's when I'll really start pulling. And I lost both of them early ones. I had by the time the Vikings were playing, I'd already lost anyway because I had the Bills. I had the Bills
That's
minus.
right.
I had the
That's
Bills
right.
minus 13.5.
And they should. I mean, they're up 17-0.
Yeah, like
Buffalo.
that one started off. I'm like, okay, we're going to be 3 for 3.
You're going up against a third-string quarterback, and you're up 17-0 at home. That game should have been a motorboating.
Yep.
Slow Neal today at 1 o'clock, by the way.
Yeah. So anyway,
Thank you.
I was 3 out of 5, and yeah, I had straight up bets on the Niners and Ravens though too. So we did fine over the weekend.
Good.
Did fine
And
over the weekend.
just real quick, who do you like tonight? I mean,
I got the Bucks, which by the way goes against every data point that's out there, and even
it's up to 3 also.
Is it up to 3 now?
Yeah.
I there's just something about this. The Cowboys are the better football team. They should be, but it's Tom and Dak and natural grass. You've had some people who are like, gosh, if you want to do a really deep dive, look at the Cowboys on a natural surface versus an artificial surface. They're not the same team on a natural surface. So I don't know, but I just something tells me that Tom is coming back home on Sunday. So we'll see. But to circle back to why there's no changeover later today, to let you all know, we got an interesting day here for you because the Golden State Warriors are going to tip off here in 2 hours and 15 minutes in Washington. So what that means for all of us is this. We are going to continue to be with you here as normal up until 11 o'clock.
Oh.
At 11 a.m., the great John Dickinson takes over with the pregame festivities and the countdown to Warriors and Wizards. So that starts at 11. But that does not mean the end of Willard and Dibs.
That's crazy.
We will take this show right over to the commercial-free stream. Download the Odyssey app right now, and you will get uncut, unfettered Willard and Dibs 11 to noon.
Will you cuss?
Commercial-free.
Will you cuss?
I won't not cuss. In other words,
Look at
all
you.
the words will be cuss words.
What
That's
do you
it.
got?
I'm going to do the whole
You
hour.
filthy mother father.
Nothing but cuss words. Think about word, right? That's it. That's it.
Because you can cuss in the stream.
No regular
The
words.
FCC, they don't give a blank.
It's going to be the Tourette's
What the blank
hour.
you say.
Exactly. So we're doing that at 11 o'clock. So join us on the
Filthy
stream.
Willard? Mark Filthered? I'm looking forward to that.
That's right. That's right.
The over-under on you swearing is 0.00001, and I'm on the under.
Come on.
You might say shucks or darn, which for you.
I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? There's some interesting words that rhyme with Brock that we're going to be allowed to use if we want to. We can do that if we want.
Yeah. Sock.
So anyway, that's right. Right.
Clock.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Guru's out here on. He's on a heater. I think he's won like 3 or 4 in a row.
I heard that.
Yeah, the Niners. That's right. We got to go out and be tough. So anyway, that's coming up at 11 o'clock, a little bit over an hour from now. Also, get geared up for these playoffs that the Niners are still very much in over at the 95.7 The Game shop. Got a merch store with relevant T-shirts and DPOY shirts, merch from all the shows, hoodies, T-shirts, everything. Get yours today at 957thegameshop.com, 957thegameshop.com. I'll say this first about Bucks Cowboys. My first response is Niners are crushing either one of these teams. The Niners are crushing either one of these teams. So I'm not like going to go into night with this rooting interest about what's the better matchup. I will also say the Niners would have crushed Minnesota even more. So That's the team I wanted
And
to
by
see.
crush, you're talking about another double-digit victory.
Well, do we have look-ahead lines now
I'm
on
sure
what it
that
would
they
be?
have what it would be. Let me see if Jimmy Shapiro, the great Jimmy Shapiro, has sent out.
You know what? I think he did.
What-if lines.
I think he did. Hang on. Let me see if. Here we go. No, we only got the games that are already happening.
Yeah.
We got the Buffalo. Buffalo -3.5 against Cincinnati.
Right.
Kansas City -9.5 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're plucky. And the Eagles -7.5 against the New York Football Giants.
Niners -7.5 against either the Cowboys or the Bucks.
Okay.
And I'm just saying this myself.
Oh, that's your guess.
Yeah, it's not only my guess, but it's a prognostication sensation.
I think it's going to be less than that.
It's not going to be less than a touchdown if it's Tampa. If it's Dallas, it might be 6.5. I would bet you, Mark, that if it's Dallas, it's going to be more than a touchdown. Not only because of what you said before, what you just said, not knowing who they're going to play. Oh, Niners crush either one of these teams. The nonchalance with which you said that, I think will be reflected in the marketplace. The Niners have put up 30 or more points in every game but one that Big Clock Brock, as I channel Flava Flav.
Good job.
And I get ready for the Odyssey
one more
show at
hour
11
before
o'clock.
you can say that the way you
Before
want
I
to.
can really let it rip. Although last week I did, wait to pull my Brock out, which you liked. Many people enjoyed that as well.
Very
but
good.
I think the nonchalance with which you said that indicates what the market also will reflect. But
I'm sitting here in San Francisco.
If Dallas goes to Tampa and Dallas wins 41-3.
That's the thing. Whoever we're playing is going to be coming off a good win.
Not necessarily.
Well, they got to win tonight.
It could be an 11-10 stink fest.
It could be.
But I would
doubt
bet that the spread will be more than a touchdown regardless of who the opponent is. And I'm with you, bro. I will lay anything short of 10. This Niner offense is humming. And the Niner defense, while maybe not among the best of all time, like we were saying 2 months ago, this defense is still pretty nasty. And this team is healthy, Mark. They got no injuries.
Yeah. Unless, the Dre Greenlaw thing scares me a little bit because he was down again in the game, and I also don't know if he was playing, if he looked like himself. So, yes, he's going to play. Is he 100%? No. But you're right. Like, by and large, the 49ers came into this thing as healthy as they've been all year, and I think they came out of this thing as healthy as they've been all year, which is a huge piece of the puzzle when you get to the playoffs. I'll say this, though. I disagree with you on one point. I think the spread, if it's the Bucs, is higher than if it's the Cowboys for two reasons.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, you do? I thought you said Cowboys,
No.
Or that it would be the same. I don't think it'll be the same.
If it's the Cowboys, I think it's more likely to be 7 or I don't think it'll be less than 7. If it's Tampa, it's going to be 8, 8.5.
I agree with you on that. I think the Cowboys, it could be about 5.5, 6.5, somewhere in there. I'll tell you why. First of all, there's the perception that the Cowboys are the better team. There's also the perception
better than the Niners?
No, better than the Bucs.
Okay, gotcha.
Cowboys better than the Bucs.
Yeah.
I also think that there's the perception from earlier in the year that the Cowboys are the next best defense in the NFC. And that's what people want Brock Purdy to face. Like, can you do this against a really good defense? Is Micah Parsons gonna ruin the show for you? All of that. But furthermore, I think an important point is that Brock Purdy has already seen the Bucs, and we watched that game, and he torched them. It was 28-0 at halftime. There's no reason to think that in the playoffs that wouldn't be yet another blowout. There just isn't much of a reason to think that. And so the fact that Brock was facing a team for the second time this last week, he rolled through them. He scored, what's the addition here? 16, blah, 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 25 points in the second half alone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even 16 in the first half. That's acceptable. That's a 32-point pace. Like, he's doing just fine. And right now, it's an offense that's clicking at a point where it doesn't look like there are many defenses in the NFL that can stop them. All of the defenses, for those of you who are looking at the Niners going, hey, they don't look like they did first half of the season. Guess who else doesn't look like they did first half of the season? Cowboy defense, Bills defense.
Every other defense.
Eagles defense, all of those defense. Nobody's really humming right now.
Only one game of the 5 went under so far. Giants, Vikings, 55. Bills, Dolphins, 65. Jaguars, Chargers, 61. Niners Seahawks 64. It's like watching college football.
What was the one that went under last night?
Bengals Ravens 41.
And what was the over-under in the game?
It couldn't have been lower than
like 42, 43 probably.
Somewhere in there, yeah I would imagine. Tonight, by the way, 45 and a half.
44 and a half was the
first time they played. The Cowboys scored 3 points. Mm-hmm. And I know that that's the game Dak got hurt. I think Cooper Rush came on.
In Dallas,
in Dallas. So, and I was telling you before, I love the under in tonight's game.
Yeah, don't we have a box of doughs on that? I think we got a box of doughs on the over-under tonight. And
I'm
what
on
is
the
it?
under.
45 and a half?
That's what I see.
I'll take the over.
Yeah,
I'll take
still.
the over.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Both teams. Both teams north of 20 tonight. Bucks win this game 27-24.
Perfect weather, 68 degrees in Tampa. I'm sorry, Tampa.
Tampa Bay. Yep.
It feels like a 20-17 snooze fest.
It's not going to be a snooze fest.
Oh, I'll watch it.
Exactly. It's going to be a big one. Got a great day. Got Warrior basketball in the afternoon. Got a 49er opponent to be determined later on tonight on the NFL grid. So we're all over it on a Victory Monday. The road to Glendale begins now. Brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow. Together, we continue to talk about Brock and the Niners and the NFC playoffs and everything from top to bottom with Warrior basketball just a couple hours away. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. I'm tired of getting pushed around.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now on.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires. Unbelievable turn of events.
Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games. streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Third down and 14. Pressure. Ball is out. San Francisco's got it. It was on Nick Bosa.
Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
And that's courtesy of Fox Sports, the call that finally gave everybody room to breathe, even though it was still a 6-point game in that moment. That was the moment where you're like, okay, here we go. The turnover stops the drive for Geno Smith. It's 23-17, 49ers. Bosa flops on the ball, and in that moment, it felt like all was right in the world. And, yeah, the floodgates opened from there. So we're talking about it all. A couple things here on Willard and Dibs as we welcome you back in. We, as mentioned, it's a special day. First of all, for many, many reasons, we honor Dr. King today in every single possible way. So for those of you who are off work today and spending time just thinking about Dr. King, race relations in this country, we are absolutely 100% behind you, with you, step by step, alongside you, as we talk this out after a 49er win, a special Warrior game coming up at noon, coverage beginning at 11 o'clock. We kick our show over to the stream only. Download the Odyssey app right now so you can check that out. And then what unfolds the rest of the day here on 95.7 The Game, you get the Warrior game. And then after that, the post-game coverage and Damon and Ratto leading right into the game itself. Bucks and Cowboys will also be carried right here on 95.7 The Game. And it is not just a playoff game. It is a game that will determine who comes to Levi Stadium on Sunday. And might have a sprinkle or two come here on Wednesday. And then that's a wrap for the rain, as far as we can tell, in the 10-day forecast, which might be the most welcome news of all. I know there was a ton of talk about weather last week, and sure, it was there. It was a bad weather day, but it was nowhere near as bad as we thought it might be. So I was also happy for all the fans who had tickets to that game over the weekend.
Yeah, it worked out very well, and it was a full house. And the crowd, by the way, all this talk about Levi Stadium, and it's not like Candlestick was. You're right. It will never be like Candlestick was. And by the way, if you would have had a game at Candlestick with the rain that we've had, that thing would have been an absolute bog, because Candlestick, much like the Oakland Coliseum, below sea level.
Right.
So fortunately, you're in a place, and the field, by the way, looked to be in great shape. The crowd was unbelievable. So yes, it will never be like Candlestick. And the old heads say, Candlestick, you'll never be like Kezar was. New stadiums, new ethos. But this home field is now an advantage for the Niners. They coaxed Seattle into multiple false start, delay a game penalties. The crowd was awesome at Levi's.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know when this started. I knew that the 49ers have always obviously been a big brand and had a great fan base. We know this. But I don't know when this whole, we're going to travel anywhere and take over every stadium thing happened. How old is that? That feels new to me. I don't remember 10 years ago games in Carolina are dotted by red.
Yeah.
I don't know what has gone on the last few years, but this fan base has expanded and shown its power. I know we've talked a lot about a potential game in Philadelphia in a couple of weeks. I don't necessarily think it would look like that, but I think there'd be some. I think there'll be some red out there.
More than there was green at Levi's yesterday, but I doubt it'll be a Niner takeover. If they were to play in Dallas, I know that they won't, but that's a place where you can absolutely infiltrate.
Did it.
Yeah.
Did it last year.
So the only place they could possibly play now is in Philadelphia or at Levi Stadium, and then you would wind up in Arizona.
Yeah.
So, things right now from a road standpoint, you got one more at home for sure, maybe more. And then a trip to Philadelphia would be the only trip you'd have to make outside of a trip to Glendale.
So the only bummer thing today, because we love on this show and on this station, especially on a day like today, a Victory Monday, we really love to interact and communicate with you.
Let's go to the phones.
And so we are doing that on YouTube and on Twitch, and our Xfinity mobile text line has been firing away as well. So thank you for all that communication, Twitter as well, and we're reading everything that you're throwing at us, and we'll certainly incorporate it into the show. But just a little bit of a technical difficulty with our phones today. Therefore, we are make lemonade out of lemons type of people. So we got a little something for you. If you've been itching to call in and rip off your Brock Purdy take, or you want to scream at Jonathan Abram, or whatever you want to do today. So I'm going to throw you a different number, and here's what you can do. You can call this number right now and rip off your take. You fire it off on a voicemail. And if we love it, we're putting it on the air and reacting to it. So if this is what you want to do on a Monday and really get in something about the Niners or the NFL playoffs, jot this number down and call us right now. Throw your take on a voicemail, and we'll get it on the air. The number is 415-951-2304. 415-951-2304. 415-951-2304. Go ahead and fire off whatever it is you take, and we'll get it out on the air. If I were to call that line today, this is exactly what I would say.
Well, why don't you call the number?
You want me to go do it?
And then you can call the number and actually deliver this take while also calling the number. It would be like a two-way go. Like a choice route.
Do you want me to call the number right now?
You could show the people exactly. Well, that's kind of what I was intimating, Mark. We're not
going to get feedback, will we?
No, I was vamping long enough to where I thought you would have already called the number to where you can deliver your take. So your take will go out over the air, and maybe, Mark, if it's good enough, the great people behind the glass, including John. Who the hell is John? John in for Kyle today, and the great, nice job, spit down.
Yeah.
If your
Who the hell is John?
Exactly. If your take is good enough, then perhaps we will hear the take again at 11 o'clock as we go straight to the app on the Odyssey app. Here's Mark Willard.
Hang on, it's still ringing.
Oh, God.
Now Matt Nahigian's talking.
Guys.
Look, you've reached the faithful line. You might hear it on the air if it's good.
If you have a script, you may want to take a look at it while I talk so you can deliver your take appropriately. Oh.
Hang on, please leave a message after the tone.
All right.
You're done with your recording.
Yeah.
Or number sign for additional options. You're just saying, okay, all right, beep. All right, here's the deal. Ladies and gentlemen of the football jury, it is time to learn how to divorce ourselves from our own expectations. Just because you didn't think someone was going to be good, just because you didn't see them coming, does not mean that when they are good, that you can suddenly take the credit away from them and give it to someone else, therefore making you look better. This is what we do with Coach of the Year. Of course, Kyle Shanahan's the Coach of the Year. The reason you're not going to vote for him is because, the Giants, we thought they would stink, but actually they're kind of okay. How about if we give it to the guy who's on his third quarterback and is now the favorite to win the NFC? Same thing with Brock Purdy. Just because he's a seventh-round pick, just because you didn't see him coming, just because all the NFL teams passed on him 6+ times does not mean that when he starts playing like this, and mind you, the most fun the 49er offense has ever been in the Kyle Shanahan era, it does not mean that when he starts playing like this, you can go, well, he's got really good teammates. And any old dog could go run the Kyle Shanahan system. Oh, really? Then how come nobody else ever does? Stop me if I'm wrong. Brock Purdy's not the first quarterback to play under Kyle Shanahan, is he? It is time to recognize what we're looking at.
Beep. You just used all the answering machine tape. I mean, we're going to have to edit that thing into like 3 different segments.
No, actually, I think we're okay.
Yeah, it was about 2.5 minutes.
No, we're just coming up on 2 minutes, and you took the last 10 seconds. I was going for the big finish there.
I didn't mean to talk block you.
No. Yes, you did. And it was warranted.
It's like the old answering machine.
I was coming up on my last sentence.
You have 5 unheard messages, and the first one, it's like, man, how quickly can I delete this thing?
When it beeps at the end, and you're like, I wasn't done. They're
Seriously.
like, would you press 1 if you'd like to re-record?
Right.
I'm like, well, yeah, I do, because I wasn't done. I wanted to say it's time.
Bring it home, Daddy.
It is time to simply sit with and say what is absolutely unfolding before our eyes. We found him. That's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers.
Is that thing still on?
Click.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yeah, I hung up.
Good luck with that, Spadone and John. You may want to chop that thing in like 5 pieces.
That was at 240.
Yeah, but
we got no commercials on the stream at 11 o'clock. We can use it then.
We want to encourage people to use the economy of words and, get your point across in 30 to 45 seconds.
Speak for yourself, man.
I am speaking for myself.
No, I mean, come on.
As a guy who's here for 3 hours a day.
Jonathan comes in here and he sings. Robin comes in. She talks about her son and her dog.
Get your damn dog.
Right? BPA comes in here.
That's my guy.
Get better, Dibs.
But we don't ever give any of them 2.5 minutes.
Filmo Mike he absolutely gets 2.5 minutes.
Captain Save an Answering Machine.
Exactly. What? Brandon Belt?
Exactly.
Captain Save a Jimmy G.
That's right. Not anymore.
Everybody.
Now he's Captain
Belt.
Come on.
Captain Save a Brock.
Get a little space. Flex your muscles. Let's go. Get some room. Spread out.
Yeah, I got you.
Get yourself a drink and make your point. 415-951-2304.
2304, 415-951-2304. And just from me to you, not on behalf of Mark, who isn't afraid to stretch out, let's keep it brief. Nobody wants you to ramble for 2 minutes.
I mean, brief is boring.
I'm speaking for myself
Has
here.
anybody ever been...
Brief is not boring.
You ever go to...
bring it home. You have a point, you punch it up, you get to the punchline, and we move the truck on.
Punchline? I mean, sitting here as a huge fan of stand-up comedy, you ever go to a show and be like, come on, man, like, speed it up.
But
Let's
if you're
get done
only
here.
delivering one joke for every 3 minutes, then I want my money back.
I'm not delivering any jokes at all. The joke are the people who keep telling me that any idiot can put on a red jersey and go run Kyle Shanahan's system.
Not any idiot. It's just we're not all falling over ourselves to anoint Brock as somebody who's going to get a gold jacket.
Why not?
You're putting him in the Hall of Fame.
No, I'm not.
After one
I'm not.
half.
Don't you do that.
No, it's what you're saying that we're not doing. You're saying that we're all ready to throw this guy in the garbage, and that's too much of an extreme
That's not what I said at all. What I said
You're saying that we're all discounting what this guy is doing, and that is not the case at all.
So many people are, and you've seen it. I'm not talking directly to you. In general, I have seen that take repeatedly, and Kyle Shanahan does deserve credit, and he does have a good team around him. But I love this. Like, is Tom Brady going to go win a game tonight? And is somebody really going to head to the internet and go, well, it's got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Like, who couldn't do that? Of course they're not going to do it.
Again, you're comparing Brock to Brady.
Now
it's dangerous.
But we used to do this to Brady. So I am going to compare situations, not people, not players. I don't want to do that. You want to know who I want to compare Brock Purdy to? Brock Purdy. I want to know
that's not how this works.
But it is. In my mind, I want to know where this story's going to go. This guy's impressive. I'm sold. I don't want to compare him to Brady, but I can certainly compare him to the situation in terms of how we, the public, have handled him. We spent years watching Tom Brady play and going, well, Belichick's system. Oh, my gosh. No days off. And all of the great defense around him. And we did this for years, and it became a Belichick or Brady. Brady or Belichick.
And it's a fair discussion.
And it is a wild blowout in favor of Brady now.
Well, when he went to Tampa Bay and he won the Super Bowl with Bruce Arians as his coach and a roster that was maybe more talented on offense, you could say, yeah, it's Tom Brady. And now you look what Belichick has done with McCorkle Jones, your guy, McCorkle.
What really has he done?
He hasn't done much.
Okay.
And that's why when you talk about the debate in terms of Brady versus Belichick, it's nonsense to begin with, which is why when you look at, because they did it together. So? If there wasn't Brady, there wouldn't be Belichick. And if there wasn't Belichick, there wouldn't be Brady.
Oh, are we
and it's
sure?
the same thing you talk about with Brock Purdy.
But there is Brady.
And Kyle Shanahan. If Brock Purdy was on the Houston Texans, we wouldn't be talking about Brock Purdy the way we're talking about. And if Kyle Shanahan had gone with Nate Sudfeld instead of Brock Purdy, we're not here in the playoffs talking about Brock Purdy. So to separate the two in any conversation at its very essence is nonsensical.
I disagree because, first of all, Brock Purdy on the Houston Texans, is that in the playoffs? No. But is it a hell of a lot better than what the Texans currently have?
You don't know that.
I believe so.
Well, that's your belief. He might be Davis Mills.
And the idea that we shouldn't separate Brady and Belichick has been proven completely incorrect because there is Brady without Belichick. Here are the numbers. Right. Tom Brady, 3 years without Belichick. How many playoff appearances in those 3 years?
Probably 3.
All 3.
Yeah.
Guess how many playoff victories? 5. And a Super Bowl win. Now let's do Belichick. How many seasons without Brady? 10. In those 10 seasons, how many times has he been to the playoffs?
Whoa, you're talking about the time before Brady?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's
Bill Belichick is a head coach.
Unfair.
Why?
Because he was in Cleveland.
So what? He's a great head coach. Listen.
Yeah, this is Steinmetzian of you.
How so?
Because you're picking and choosing where you draw the line.
Wait a minute. Brady went to Tampa.
Right.
Tampa? What was around him in Tampa?
A stacked roster.
He did?
Sure.
He did.
Rob Gronkowski, one of the great tight ends of all time.
And why did Gronk end up there?
Because of Brady.
Yeah.
Exactly. It still means he had a talented roster.
He didn't have a Super Bowl winning coach. He didn't have a Super Bowl winning offensive line. He didn't have a Super Bowl winning defense.
Good defense.
He went into those playoffs as a huge underdog and had to win on the road at Lambeau Field in the playoffs.
Got a home game in the Super Bowl.
If we're going to put on Brady, Tampa Bay, then we have to put on Bill Cleveland. And by the way, we can put on New England without Tom.
That I think is fair.
Bill Belichick has coached 10 seasons without Tom Brady. He's been in the playoffs twice. And do you know how many times he's won a playoff game without Tom Brady?
Probably 0.
1.
In Cleveland.
1.
How many years in Cleveland before?
I don't know.
Before Brady.
Well, I mean.
Because I'll allow I'm the judge here.
Right.
I'll allow the New England years, but the Cleveland years, those are stricken from the record.
This has been 3 seasons since he left.
Right.
I think there was at least a full season before he got there in New England.
Sounds right.
So, 5 or 6
those
in Cleveland.
Count. Those,
whatever.
The Cleveland years, whatever. Look, that to me is an unfair comparison.
Here's what I think
That's
largely.
Like putting the Kyle Shanahan Atlanta years on his resume as the coordinator.
Coach.
Yeah, exactly. Bill Belichick was coaching in Cleveland. How many playoff wins do they have in Cleveland?
Well, wait
total?
a minute. But I mean, you're like a great coach can change that.
Not in Cleveland.
Yeah, you can. Robert Saleh went and at least changed the vibe with the Jets, did he not?
For a while.
Brian Daboll just did it with the New York Giants.
That's a successful organization. Cleveland's not. The Giants have Super Bowls.
Yeah, but like previous era, not recently. So, listen, all I'm saying is I think we've learned. We've learned the view from 10,000 feet is that the quarterback matters more than everything else. Think about it now. Was it Brady or Belichick that should get the credit? When you go to Tampa and you do what you do, I think Brady gets the credit. Let's do it in a different angle, in a negative angle. Let's go to Detroit. Who was the problem? Stafford or the Lions? It was the Lions. Stafford left
for a long time.
Stafford left and he won the Super Bowl. So same thing here, which is different because you're talking about a healthy organization with a very good coach. But the bottom line is, I don't think in the NFL you can discount the effect of quarterback play. If you've got a guy who's playing at this level, scoring almost 35 points a game, counts for 4 TDs and no turnovers as a rookie, highest rated quarterback, leading the league in touchdowns since he came into the league, and we're going to find a way to say that it's the context that's around him? The NFL doesn't work that way.
But to disregard the context that's around him
I'm not disregarding it.
I think that you're saying that people aren't giving Brock Purdy the credit that he deserves.
I am.
And I do believe that he is getting the credit that he deserves. Now, if Brock Purdy had, let's just say, Jim Tomsula as his head coach, or if he had the roster that Kyle Shanahan inherited, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
It would be less than this.
If Brock Purdy didn't have Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Kyle Juszczyk, and the rest of this talent, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
But Jimmy had all that and only
Jimmy
scored
won
23 points a game.
And I'm now defending your guy, Captain Save a Jimmy G.
It's not about defending Jimmy. No one needs to defend him. He's done as a 49er, quite frankly.
We'll see.
But and
I don't know about that.
I can totally keep my point that Jimmy was good and Brock is better.
Brock is better.
Like I can do that. I'm allowed to do that, and I will.
But Brock is better in part, small part, medium part, large part, depending on how you see it, on the guys that are around him.
Who does Brock have that Jimmy didn't have in his final 5 games as a Niner?
Jimmy has, what Brock has now is an offense that is clicking on all cylinders.
And he's not a big reason why?
It's Christian McCaffrey is the biggest reason why.
Jimmy didn't have Christian McCaffrey?
Christian McCaffrey was just assimilating into the offense when Jimmy had him. Christian McCaffrey is better now
McCaffrey's
than he was then.
First start was at SoFi Stadium, and he had a touchdown running, receiving, and passing. That's not assimilating. That's owning.
Against a poor Rams team.
So what? The point is...
So what?
Christian McCaffrey...
It matters. Context matters.
Do we want to pull up his touches in Jimmy's final 4 games? He led the team. He was all over the field. He was absolutely...
The offense right now is better, in part because of Brock Purdy, absolutely, but also because the offense, they're healthier and they're better. This is not to discount Brock Purdy in any way. And I don't know why you feel like people are... they're disparaging Brock Purdy
because
in this
they are.
I'm not saying that. I'm not seeing that. I'm not hearing it.
I see it everywhere.
Where?
I see it everywhere. And I'm not pointing at you.
No,
I'm
not.
Everywhere after these games that Kyle Shanahan's system is now suddenly on display, and that's why Brock Purdy is good. And I'm like, Kyle Shanahan's system is the same system that it's always been. You're just now seeing it get run at a very high level, at a higher level. So I like, similar to how you don't think that you're discounting Brock, I don't think I'm discounting Kyle, and I'm not discounting Christian McCaffrey or any of the teammates that Brock Purdy has. I just know this. In the National Football League, it is impossible, in my opinion, to have these kinds of numbers and this kind of output and have it be because, well, something else is working around me. Even if we go to our favorite game manager years, Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, all of that stuff, Joe Flacco, like, they never put up numbers like this. Look at Brock Purdy's numbers. They're Mahomesian. And when Mahomes runs around and does ring around the rosy and flips the ball behind his back, I don't hear anybody go, well, Andy Reid's a really good play caller. I don't hear people do that. I go, wow, Mahomes is otherworldly. So when Brock Purdy avoids one rusher and goes to the left, and then he avoids another rusher and comes back to the right, then he avoids a third rusher and runs outside, then he avoids a fourth guy, then takes a hit in the back from the fifth guy and hits Brandon Ayuk on a dot in the back of the... Is someone going to look at me and go, well, good teammates, Kyle Shanahan. That's not the play. That's brilliant athleticism on display by a very good quarterback.
Net
That's
yards,
what that is.
0
yeah, exactly,
on the play.
Because he dropped it.
Yeah. Brandon Ayuk, by the way, did a great job of working in that play to get open.
Yes, he did.
And it's
good communication by both of them.
You talk about the offensive line staying with their blocks and hanging in there and continuing to allow him to buy time. In that that play, but
and he avoided four guys.
All you see is the quarterback.
And he avoided 4 guys. No, it's not all I see.
When you throw the ball to Deebo Samuel and he runs 65 yards on his own, Brock Purdy.
It's all of it.
That was all yak. Christian McCaffrey runs 60 yards.
You know I'm not doing that.
No,
I'm not doing that.
I think a lot of times we can talk about the first half and how many scary oh-no throws Brock Purdy made that didn't get intercepted. And then we look at the second half where Brock Purdy was terrific.
He didn't throw any that should have been intercepted. He got some deflected. He missed some throws.
Yeah.
He didn't hit any defenders in the chest.
And he
didn't hit any defenders in the chest.
It was a shaky first half.
A little bit in the first quarter.
I think so. And
still scored 16 points.
Right. Field goals where, against a defense that was overmatched. And then in the second half, big plays. And he made some great plays. I'm not discounting either of the touchdown throws where he did things that Jimmy Garoppolo wouldn't have done. Trey Lance, could he have done that? Maybe. It's arguable. Whether or not he would have been able to keep his eyes up and down the field, we don't know yet about Trey Lance. But what we do know is Brock Purdy has an ability to keep plays alive, and he's looking to make plays. He's not looking to, go down at the first sight of trouble.
I'm impressed. That's all I can say. I'm impressed.
Me too.
And it's wild to me that people still need to go through the process of, it's Kyle and it's Christian. Sure. Like they get their credit too. But you don't do this you don't put numbers up like this in the NFL unless you're very, very good. You have to be a very, very good quarterback. This is not just like, he's got his backpack and, Kyle tells him what to do. Watch him ad-lib. That's not Kyle. You don't get credit. No one, when he ad-libs, nobody else gets credit for that. That's ad-libbing. When
Deebo goes 74 yards
that's fine.
On a pitch and catch, and then we talk about Brock's numbers.
But that wasn't ad-libbing.
That to me is where...
But that's quarterbacking. You're telling me Mahomes has never thrown a screenplay? When we talk
about numbers, we have to put things in context.
Yes,
Thanks,
we do.
Kyle.
Except for that he's doing it in every game. Multiple TD passes every time he comes on the field. So, listen, get geared up for these playoffs and keep it coming at our merch store. Relevant T-shirts and DPOY shirts. 957thegameshop.com, 957thegameshop.com. There's another thing that popped to mind when we're thinking about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, which we'll get to coming up next. Again, our phone line's a little bit of a struggle today, so if you want to rip off a take, we'd love to hear it. Call our voicemail line. We'll put it on the air, 415-951-2304. This is Willard and Dibbs.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hey, it's Willard for the Game Time app. Check this out. I just popped it open, and first of all, you can already hop in for tickets for this weekend's NFC divisional game Sunday at Levi's Stadium without even knowing the opponent. Right now, the get-in price, $249. I promise you it's going to go down as the week goes because that's the deal on Game Time. Amazing deals on last-minute tickets. But it's not just Niners, and it's not even just sports. Home opener for the San Francisco Giants is already posted at under $100. Shania Twain tickets in May, $62. Disney on Ice, Oakland Arena next month, $33. That's the deal. I got turned on to the Game Time app this summer by my son. We went to a bunch of baseball games. not only here in San Francisco, but in other markets as well. It's one of the coolest things about this incredibly user-friendly app. You can pop in and take a look, not just at ticket prices, but the seats that you're going to buy. You get a real-time sort of view and image of where you'll sit and what the field or stage will look like from where you're sitting. All of these are the reasons why Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. It is incredibly fast and easy to use. Download the Game Time app, enter your email, and use the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply, and once again, enter your email and the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest prices, guaranteed.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? The new 2023 Silver Eagles are available in a perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. That's right. The American Eagle Silver Dollar in perfect 10 grade, just like perfect 10s for sports cards. Coin experts are calling this the biggest event of the century for coin grading. You must hurry. Very few silver dollar coins will receive the coveted grade of perfect 10. These American Eagle Silver Dollars are brand new, 99.9% pure silver legal tender coins minted by the United States Mint. Available now in perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. Just call and you are guaranteed a new 2023 just released perfect 10 Silver Eagle. With limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. If you order now, you'll receive a free collector bonus over a $10 value free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your new perfect 10 silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-969-0686.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The listening you love is on the free Odyssey app. Your trusted local radio stations, coverage of your favorite teams, live news from your hometown, and millions of podcasts on demand. Best of all, you can completely customize your listening experience. Follow topics you care about, like leagues and teams. Pause or rewind your local sports and news, and add shows to your queue to catch up later. There's a lot to listen to, so get started and download the free Odyssey app today.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now, back to Will and Divvy on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we brocking and rolling on a Victory Monday. The 49ers are moving on. And quite frankly, of even all the winning fan bases this weekend, don't the 49ers come out the best, the most confident? Like, sure, Jacksonville doesn't care. All they wanted to do was win one game. And now they're in that same Seattle boat of like, well, nothing to lose now. We're going to Kansas City. But Cincinnati's fan base is sitting here going, we kind of got outplayed. That was interesting. And Buffalo's fan base is over here going like, okay, Skylar Thompson got 31 points on us. And so here, and Minnesota's fan base, right? Like, night. New York Giants, same thing. A little bit of a house money feel. The 49ers are the favorite that came out and looked like the favorite.
Yeah.
Did the darn thing. They're the only cover of the weekend, right?
I believe
only favorite that covered?
Minnesota did not cover.
Buffalo did not cover.
No, that's
Baltimore
for sure.
did not cover. Chargers did not cover.
Chargers were favorite at Jacksonville?
Yes, indeed.
Point and a half or whatever?
Two and a half at kickoff.
Two and a hook, and
Yep.
The Bengals were favored over Baltimore.
By 7.5 at kickoff.
It was 7.5.
Went down to 7.5, but they only won by 7.
Yeah, so there you have it.
Niners were the only cover of the week.
If you look in terms of comfortability of victory, yeah, the Niners are the team that comes out smelling like a rose. But if you're a Buffalo fan, you take a day to think about what should have been different, and then you realize, hey, we got a home game against Cincinnati. They're favored at home, and the Giants, I think it's a little bit of house money, but at the same time, it's a divisional opponent. You're playing them the third time. You like your chances in that spot. Jacksonville's the one where, sure, you could go to Kansas City and shock the world again over Kansas City. They're the team right now, I think, in the toughest spot next week.
I agree with you completely on that one. So let me ask you this, and then I think we got some voicemails coming in, some calls. We're going to do our callers this way, so we'll throw to that here in just a second. But let me ask you this. I know we didn't see a whole lot of him, but remember when Mike Silver came on the show a few weeks ago, and there's long been these questions about Trey Lance running up the middle. That upset so many people. Like, oh, if you're going to run him outside. And Silver was kind of like, well, I think maybe they were running him up the middle because he can't run outside. Like, he's not quite as fast maybe as everyone thought he was. What about this? Can I ask you, does Brock Purdy look almost as mobile as Trey Lance? Do we see like a clear, like I think if they ran in a foot race, Lance would outrun him, no doubt. But with regard to the movement within the pocket, and even when a play breaks down, you saw Brock easily run for a first down on that high stepper. Is Brock almost as mobile as Trey Lance?
It's hard to say because they're using him in different ways. You're not seeing a lot of designed Brock Purdy runs. There's two different words that you used in that I think are two completely different things. It's mobility and it's movement. The ability to move in the pocket, Brock Purdy is about as good as you can see in the NFL. That's where Aaron Rodgers is always so good. His ability to slide in the pocket, move in the pocket, buy time, and make throws. The other thing is the ability to just be straight mobile and run the football. Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Daniel Jones is a guy who can straight up run it.
Yep.
Brock Purdy, functionally quick, very good moving in the pocket. And we don't really know about Trey Lance and his ability to do anything other than designed runs. And maybe because Brock Purdy can do other things, Kyle Shanahan doesn't have him do those design runs. And my sense watching the Niners early this year was Kyle Shanahan did not trust Trey Lance to do much other than run the football.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, you mentioned Daniel Jones. Do you realize that Danny Dimes had about 60 fewer rushing yards this year than Josh Allen? Like, Danny Dimes only had 15 touchdown throws. So we're kind of like, that's less than one per game. But he rushed for 7, and he only got picked 5 times. This guy counted for 22 touchdowns and only had 5 picks. He has had a sneaky good year, and he made himself a lot of money yesterday by winning a road playoff game.
And I wonder if he gets that money from the Giants, because if you're Brian Daboll and you took over the team and you weren't sure, the organization wasn't sure about Daniel Jones, and now you've seen what you've seen, 10 wins, only 7 defeats, the 1 tie, and he really plays a certain way. Like, the Giants aren't trying to go out there and beat you 40-37. I don't think that they have the team built to do that. And so Daniel Jones, a quarterback who doesn't make a lot of mistakes, doesn't turn it over. He is a game manager.
Oh, boy.
Maybe that fits what the Giants are trying to do.
The road to Glendale begins now. It's brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow. Together, it's Willard and Dibbs. And again, asking you to fire off your takes in a little bit of a different form today. The whole day is different. 20 minutes from now, we're going to move over to the stream only. John Dickinson will come in here, start the countdown coverage to a day Warriors basketball game here on MLK Day. And we'll head over to the stream for our final hour, commercial-free. Download the Odyssey app. We'll continue talking 49er football for a full hour. But with our phones having some technical difficulties, 415-951-2304 to call in, leave a voicemail, and rip off your take, and then we'll get some on the air. Spadone, do we have a few? Who's our first caller here? Okay, is this Tim? All right, let's go. Let's hear from Tim.
So I think Jimmy G sees the field but can't do anything about it. I think Trey he's got the athletic ability, but I think our new guy, 13, can do both.
13, yeah.
13.
Lucky 13.
Mr. Relevant. Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Is Brock Purdy a combination of the good aspects of Jimmy and the good aspects of Trey?
I think so.
There's a little bit of that, I guess.
That's a great call. Call of the day. We'll rack that guy.
Like, okay, more accurate than the small sample we saw of Trey.
As accurate as Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
The
Definitely
ability to
more
throw,
mobile.
Yes, more mobile. Like Trey is more mobile than Jimmy. And the whole thought about Trey Lance was he could throw the ball down the field. We didn't see it much. We saw it a little bit. Brock Purdy can throw the ball down the field, or at least Kyle lets him throw the ball down the field more than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I just love, like, if you take even Jimmy, Trey, and Brock, the number one thing that I love when I watch Brock Purdy play is decision-making. Now, we didn't really have a great opportunity to watch Trey Lance's decision-making because that's something that I think just bears out a little bit over time. But again, a lot more runs. I'm thinking of the Chicago game where he threw the ball over Tyler Kroft's head down the left sideline, should have been a touchdown. But when Brock Purdy throws it downfield, it feels like the right decision. And then when it's not there, he doesn't. Now, first half, there were a couple of throws that over-the-middle play, with Ayuk or Debo on a crossing route, feels like the linebackers now are going to know that that's Brock's favorite throw and just sit in there. And there were a couple he tried to squeeze into a tight space that weren't great decisions. But by and large, even some of Brock Purdy's throwaways, you're like, Jimmy would have gotten sacked there. Brock buys more time, tosses it away, live to fight another day. I love the decision-making that you see from Brock Purdy. Okay, who's next, Spadone?
Willard and Dibbs, thank you so much for being here. I need to get this off my chest. I'm Chef A, and I'm here in Rodeo, California. I'm in a parking lot. There's a Safeway, there's a gas station, there's a Chase, there's a Pete's, and right in front of my car, it's about 2:15 in the afternoon, a man decides to pee in front of me. Well, fortunately, his back was turned, thank God. And I did call him out on it, and I asked him, what are you doing? And thank God he did not say, well, you could say it's a urination sensation. All right, here's my $1. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
That was an amazing call. Now, wait a minute. So, did we just take what used to be the "What are you doing" hotline and turn it into our voicemail? Because we mentioned this for the first time a half hour ago. She said it was 2:15 in the afternoon, so that couldn't have been today.
Could have been.
It could have
East
been.
Coaster,
it could have been. Yeah, there you go.
You call Rack That Girl? I mean. Yeah, I
don't care what day. I could have been 3 months old. That was a good call.
And that's always kind of a slippery slope in terms of the urination sensation because, sometimes that's one of the few benefits, so to speak, of being a man versus being a woman. Well, to me, women have so many other of great God's gifts that we were not given. We were given a one-track mind and so many frailties. But one of the real rare few edges we have is the ability to relieve oneself virtually anywhere. But you as a man,
on here?
You got to have a little bit. I should probably say this for 11 o'clock. But
yeah, you should.
But
go ahead.
You've got to show a little bit more of a sensibility about getting outside the public eye.
No, she's right. What are you doing? Here's why. You want to know what the point you're trying to make? You know what one of the advantages dudes have? The line to the restroom is shorter.
True.
So use it. Use a restroom.
Sometimes you're in a spot where
come on,
you can't use a restroom, or maybe no bathrooms, customers only. It's like I don't want to spend $7 just so I can use your bathroom.
No. Yeah, but that does not
I'm
mean
going in the alley.
No, but he didn't go in the alley. He went right in front of a car in the parking lot. That's a no. It's a no from me, dog. It's a no.
That's a maybe. It's a yellow light.
No, you gotta.
He had his back turned.
Find a golf course. There's plenty of trees. All right. Do we have another one? Here we go, Spadone. What do we got?
Clayton from Union City calling in. This boy Brock Purdy stepping up in the pocket, making great passes. Incredible for a third-string quarterback to come through. Always creating space, finding the targets. Brandon Ayuk all of a sudden getting 1,000 yards. George Kittle's back online, not just a glorified blocker. I mean, I don't even think we need Trey Lance next season. That's just incredible to see this kid step up in an area where you're not expecting as a third stringer to have to step up into that pocket. But loving what I'm seeing. I don't think it's a quarterback competition next season. I think Trey Lance gets one more year to develop, and we just ride the Brock Purdy train. Choo-choo.
Look.
Choo-choo all aboard. He's right. But you do need Trey Lance.
We got all kinds. It's not even that you need him. It's that you don't need to trade him. He's not that expensive.
No.
Why would you? Why don't you keep multiple quarterbacks? Why don't you keep developing Trey under your system? Let's not act like, and I know he was the third pick in the draft, but let's not act like there's no precedent for grabbing a first-round quarterback and making him sit. Just look at the Green Bay Packers organization. It's what they do every time. Aaron Rodgers did it, and Jordan Love is doing it now. I know this stinks for Trey. And I know that because he was drafted here and there was so much excitement, we as fans emotionally attach ourselves to people, and then we don't want to say and do things that make it feel like we're giving up on a guy in an unfair way. But the bottom line is this is professional sports, and when you find something that works, my God, you stick with it. Brock Purdy, quarterback, San Francisco 49ers. Trey Lance, you're the backup right now. Keep developing. May need you at some point. Who knows? You may work your way in. Who knows? Brock Purdy could get hurt. You come in and you set the world on fire next year. I don't know how this is going to go, but I do know this. What I'm watching right now, this is the best the Niner offense has ever looked under Kyle Shanahan. And when you find something like this, you stick with it.
And when you have a team in a league where the majority of teams are playing 2 and 3 quarterbacks because of injury or ineffectiveness, you don't take a guy on a rookie deal and say, sorry, Mr. Irrelevant beat you out. You're no longer going to be our quarterback. You've got 2 quarterbacks on rookie deals. And Mark, only 11 teams this year in the National Football League started 1 quarterback the entire year. Ooh. 21 teams started multiple QBs. And if you look at the guys who were the only ones to start for their team, you've got Brady and Burrow and Allen. You've got some of the best in football, Herbert and Mahomes, Danny Dimes, Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, Aaron Rodgers. It's because they were healthy. Geno Smith, by the way, is the other one, and Kirk Cousins, according to my quick research. So all the other teams either didn't have a surefire starter or had a guy get hurt. So if you're thinking about going into next year and just saying, oh, Brock's the guy, yes, but what happens if he gets hurt? Who's your backup?
You said 11 teams?
I believe so.
11 teams started the same guy all year long?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
That's according to my quick research on the fly.
Allen, Mahomes, Burrow,
Brady, Herbert, Jones, Lawrence,
Trevor Lawrence,
Goff, Rodgers, Geno Smith, and ooh-wee, that's Kirk Cousins.
Oh, that's Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Did the Saints start someone other than Andy Dalton once?
Jameis Winston.
Did he start?
I believe so.
He started a game?
According to CBS Sports, I think he did. I'll have to confirm it.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe they started book.
No, I think you're right.
Ian Book.
I think you're right. I think you did. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's fascinating.
I mean, to that point of you don't need ... Actually, you do need And you have Trey Lance.
You might. Yeah,
you traded
you might.
3 first-rounders to see what you have. You're going to see what you have with Trey Lance. And by the way, if worst comes to worst, and I guess it's not worst comes to worst, let's just say Brock Purdy is your starter and he starts all 17 next year, you still have Trey's package that you can utilize. Trey Lance has a unique skill set that Brock Purdy doesn't have.
Look, it takes the clock off of this whole thing, too. Like, just keep developing. You know, like we keep forgetting also, we're all talking about Trey Lance. This guy's coming off major injury. He's coming off a major injury. I don't know what he's going to look like. And if he's a mobile quarterback and he broke his ankle and he needed it worked on twice, right? Wouldn't you like some time to ease your way back into all of this? Now he's got it. So that's a good thing. Again, coming up in 10 minutes, we move over to the stream. JD's going to get in here, start getting you ready for Warrior basketball. All of our guests here on 95.7 The Game appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. So download the Odyssey app. 10 minutes from now, we head over there. JD handles countdown to Warriors. Then you got the Warriors game. Then you got Damon and Ratto. And then you got Bucks and Cowboys. That's the rest of the day right here on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, for you YouTubers, we will still be live on YouTube, but it'll be audio only.
Audio only,
It'll
okay.
just be a slate.
I think that's probably a good thing. I think staring at us can either be mesmerizing or exhausting after 3 hours. So audio only, but we can keep the YouTube chat going.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get into it a little bit further, I think. If you're chatting on YouTube with us between 11 and 12, we'll speak directly to you a little bit more because, again, commercial-free, 11 to 12, commercial-free on the stream. So download the Odyssey app and on YouTube as well. Okay, Spadone, you got another one? We got another caller. Let's hear.
Let it be known, I'm a Raider fan. Let it be known, I'm a football fan. Let it be known, Mr. Irrelevant is no longer irrelevant. He is extremely relevant. Let it be known, it's the 49ers year. As a football fan, you got to give it up. Forget about the controversy between the ex-Oakland. Y'all ball. It's your time. Coaching is coaching. You done went through injuries. You done went through all kind of adversity. And you balling out with your third-string quarterback who was an afterthought. And now he's a major thought. So at the end of the day, football is football. And what's real is real. And what's really real, y'all going all the way. And y'all ball and represent the Bay. Mac the Raider fan. I'm sorry, guys. I got to give it up what's real later.
Tell you what.
Real recognize real. And he's right.
I tell you what. I wonder, how did the current Super Bowl odds change based on what we saw this weekend? I will tell you, like looking at FanDuel right now, the updated Super Bowl odds do still have the 49ers in third behind the Bills and Chiefs, but they've got them ahead of the Eagles, which in one respect, even though if they end up in Philadelphia next week, I think they'll be the underdog in the game. But in theory, based on this, they are the NFC favorite.
And I wonder if they will be underdogs in that game. Let's say Philadelphia wins a hard-fought game against a divisional opponent. The over-under is 48, Philadelphia, the Giants. The spread is 7.5, which tells you 27-20, 28-21.
Something like that.
Kind of a ball game. Niners will be favored, I think, by a touchdown no matter who they play. If they put another 40-piece and they look dominant again, the Niners might be, Mark, I don't know if they'll be favored at Philly, but this game might be damn near a pick-em by the time we get to a week from Sunday if the Eagles and Niners do clash on Sunday, January 29th.
It could be that. It could be that based on the way games play out. Like, again, because it's the New York Giants, I know they beat Minnesota, but they're still not respected as an elite NFC team. The 49ers will be going up against a much bigger brand. Your scenario, I think, does play out if, for instance, the 49ers beat either the Bucks or the Cowboys by 2 touchdowns or more, and the Eagles need a last-second field goal to beat the Giants.
Yeah.
You could be right. You could be right. The Niners could even be, and they could open as like a 1.5-point dog, and it could get bet up. I don't know what bettors will think about. I mean, right now, if you can find the 49ers and points in any football game on any field, I think bettors would like that.
Yeah, money line play, certainly. If the Niners come out and they are 2.5-point underdogs at Philadelphia, you bet the money line, which is just the Niners to win, you might get plus 135, plus 140.
Yep.
Better money back. I can't imagine that the Niners right now being, if they beat, whoever they play on Sunday, I can't see him being any more than a 2.5-point dog at Philly.
Danny in Roseville, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Danny, what are you doing?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Willard. No, you guys, you need to. Mark, what you were saying earlier about the Purdy. Louis Riddick's tweet, he goes, we never crown guys like Purdy who we say it's the coaching, but then when a quote-unquote elite quarterback does that, we say it's because the quarterback. Instead of, never deciphering, but you're saying like, hey, maybe it's just a little bit of both. It's good coaching and a talented quarterback. And then, you run with it. So I just think the whole with Purdy is just, I think, because the thing is this, like with the system guys, like you still got to make the throws. You still got to, hit your guys. You still got to not get sacked, and all that. So I think like, are we putting Brock Purdy with the Burrows and the Mahomes, and stuff like that? No, but, for what he's doing pretty damn good. I would rather, as much as it's like in baseball, everyone wants that powerful arm, but if you can't throw strikes, then, what's the point? It's like, hey, a guy can have be 6'6", throw the ball 80 yards, but if he's not hitting guys, then it's like, well, what's the point?
Yeah, Danny, I mean, what you're essentially saying, and I agree with it, if Brock Purdy had been drafted in the first round, we'd be fawning over him. We'd be going crazy.
Right, but because he was Mr. Irrelevant and he's not expected or he's not supposed to do this, then we discount him based on draft position.
We got to find other reasons.
Nonsense.
Yeah, we find other reasons because we don't want to just say, wow, like I watched Brock Purdy in college and I was wrong. Nobody wants to do that. All right, here's the deal. Warrior basketball is an hour away. JD's going to come in here on 95.7 The Game and take you up till tip, but we head over to the stream. Odyssey app, Willard and Dibs continues next.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on.
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again!
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah. A $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Granger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It is the Warriors and the Washington Wizards. Matinee basketball for the second consecutive day as the Warriors road trip continues to the East. Game 3 of the 5-game road trip. John Dickinson with you here on 95.7 The Game as we get you set up for tip-off for this one, the Warriors and the Wizards. Again, the 5-game road trip, the middle game of the 5-game road trip for the Warriors as the Dubs looking to bounce back off an ugly defeat yesterday afternoon in Chicago as the Bulls beat the Warriors 132-118 as the Warriors now come in 1-1 on the 5-game road trip, back under 500 once again at 21-22, 4-17 on the road. It flat out, that's got to get better, and the Warriors still trying to win consecutive games on the road, which they've been unable to do. Had a great chance at doing it yesterday. Obviously can't do that today unless they also win in Boston on Thursday, as this trip's about to get a lot more difficult following the ball game today. But as the Warriors have shown on the road this season, it really doesn't matter who the heck they're playing. It could be good teams, bad teams, somewhere in between. 4-17 is just ugly. It's undefending champion-like, and it's un-Golden State Warriors culture-like when you look at the way that they've played away from Chase Center. Even worse against the Eastern Conference compared to the West, as the Warriors are 1-10 in games against the Eastern Conference on the road, with losses to Charlotte, Detroit, Miami, Orlando, Milwaukee, Indiana, Philadelphia, Brooklyn, the Knicks, and now Chicago. The only win coming back in December the 18th at Toronto. Washington comes in to this game 18-25. They're 12th in the Eastern Conference. They would not be in the play-in tournament even in the Eastern Conference. But I think the one thing you know, and we saw this yesterday, and we talked about it on Warriors this week, we talked about it on Warriors Live before the game, you know you're going to get an opposition's best shot compared to maybe a team looking at the Warriors as if they are a mediocre or a bad team coming into their building. It's still a headliner, and the Warriors have to be equipped to deal with that and play with some purpose that just flat out has not been there, as this team has been unable to string together wins, also unable to take advantage of a softer schedule of late. Each of the last 5 Warriors opponents all under 500, and the Warriors have lost 4 of those 5 games, even though they've gotten healthier, adding Andrew Wiggins back into the mix, the back end of the homestand, and then Steph Curry, of course, comes back in the debacle against the Suns before the Dubs headed to San Antonio in front of 68,000. That game was worth their time, and they wound up blowing out San Antonio, but the Warriors played yesterday in Chicago as if, frankly, that game was not worth their time, and they're going to get another test at a mediocre opponent.
An hour and a half later, and at this point, it's like 5 a.m. I'm like, I'm up, dude. So I got up early, got to work early, went down to our local coffee place, wondering if I would see your man crush.
Oh,
and he wasn't there. He wasn't there.
Oh, that's too bad. Obviously.
He might be on vacation. I haven't seen him there.
It is a holiday weekend.
Yeah.
And so our movements are a little different.
Yeah.
By the way, are we on YouTube right now?
Yeah.
I'm getting a whole lot on the comment line that they're hearing Warrior pregame.
No, we're up now. We switched it over. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Throw us some comments on the chat if you're hearing us right now on YouTube. Okay, we're getting a bunch of yeses. So get your comments in on YouTube because we'll direct them straight to you now. I mean, now we're just hanging out on the stream.
We have no content.
Dibs is doing fart jokes and talking about his baby. And oh, by the way, we'll get to some 49ers as well. But yeah, like
to answer your question,
yeah, who are you pulling for tonight?
I'm pulling for the Dallas Cowboys. So
God,
if we think in terms of angles,
you're going to lose your soul.
Why? Because
you're rooting for the Dallas Cowboys.
This is the reason why.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you think about Sunday and the game here, in our business, we think about angles. What would be the great angle? Tom Brady in another homecoming, trying to vanquish his boyhood team, blah, blah, blah. That's a nice angle. Tom Brady in a homecoming game. We kind of have already seen that. The other angle is the history of the Cowboys and the Niners in postseason football. And if you go back to my day, Mark, in the 70s,
oh my gosh,
the Cowboys owned the 49ers in the postseason. It wasn't until 1982 in the catch, Montana rolls right. That was the game that ultimately switched the pendulum on this rivalry. And you add the other final piece to what this game potentially would mean for us here on the air. Think about Guru, Daryl the Guru Johnson, diehard Cowboy fan. To have the Cowboys in this game at Levi's, just think about the Butcher Boy Bonte, Guru rivalry.
Too much.
To me, Cowboys-Niners is so special that, yes, Mark, I will root for the Cowboys tonight to beat Tommy. I mean, come on.
I hear you. I can't pull for the Cowboys.
Well, you're a Peninsula guy, and Tommy's one of you. He's cut from the same cloth.
We went to high school in the same city. By the way,
he
Tom,
went to the good school.
You're sold it. No, he went to the private school.
Yeah.
I'm a public guy, man. Listen to us right now. We're talking into a public space. I'm not a private guy. I'm a public guy.
I sent myself to Catholic school not once, but twice.
Yeah, there you go.
8th grade, I said, Mom and Dad, I want to go to St. Rita's. I'm in search of Jesus Christ.
Oh.
My dad said,
Did you find him?
My dad said, Jesus Christ, Daniel. You see how much that costs?
Yeah.
They pony up. I go to St. Rita's, the now defunct Catholic school in Fairfax. We moved to Casa Grande, Petaluma. I go to the big house. Junior year, we moved back to Marin. And I said, Dad, I'm still in search of Jesus Christ. And you know what he said? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, exactly.
You see how much that school costs? So I went to Marin Catholic. But I get your thing about public school.
Yeah, listen, Tom goes private, I go public. But yeah, we're Peninsula boys. And but outside of that, I just have a rule. Like unless I've got some sort of money play on the line, I'm not rooting for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not rooting for the Dallas Cowboys. Plus, I got something else for you on the idea of a potential Bucs-Niners matchup this weekend. You want to know what else annoys me about this Brock Purdy thing?
It really annoys me.
Really just chopping me off. No,
That's a 4.
It annoys me that we still have so many people who don't want to acknowledge the way that Brock Purdy has played or give him as much credit as they deserve. There's also this. What does this guy have to do to stop people from talking about Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers rumors to the 49ers next year? Why would the 49ers do that? Oh, I have an idea. So you got two young quarterbacks. You know that one of them's good. And you're going to pay the two of them a combined what next year? Less than $10 million for the two of them combined.
Brock and Trey?
Right. So I have an idea. Let's go spend $45 million on somebody in their 40s. What are you doing? Why would you do that?
What are you doing?
You want to know how you can make that whole rumor finally go away? Have Tom come in here again and watch the 49ers beat him by 30, and then tell me how you're going to switch to Tom Brady next year. You don't need Tom Brady.
Right.
You got Brock Purdy. Tom can go play in Vegas. Right, Spadone? Do you want him? You want him? You want him on the Raiders next year? Spadone's here.
I certainly do, Mark.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
We got live Spadone. That's
we
great.
do. No, it still sounds terrible.
Geez.
You do, but
four.
We got your point. You do. You want Tom Brady? Yeah, let Tom go to Vegas.
Tom to the Niners is DOA. It's dead on arrival. It's over now. The way Brock Purdy's played, I don't think you're going to hear it. There's no way now, even if Brock Purdy comes out and he doesn't play well and they lose to, well, let's say they lose to Tampa Bay. Let's play this scenario out. Tampa wins tonight. Tampa comes here, and somehow, some way, the Niners don't play well, and Brady beats the Niners and Brock Purdy loses that game. Tom Brady is not, I don't think there's any way Tom Brady at 46 becomes the quarterback of the Niners because of what you said about the salary. The Niners right now, they are set up perfectly.
So good.
They have not one, but two starting quarterbacks on rookie deals.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
No, it's a huge weapon to have as you're already in a window to win. And, the rest of the team around him, there's some youth. Like their receiving core is still really young. Christian McCaffrey is young enough, but I know, for instance, you love to sing the praises, rightfully so, of Trent Williams. George Kittle's getting up there. Kyle Juszczyk getting up there in terms of the hits they take and all of that stuff. Like the 49ers are in a window, and especially with the NFC West looking like it does right now, Cardinals into a full reboot. I will never listen. By the way, you want some inside? This isn't like direct inside, but from other insiders who I talk to. Matt Stafford's not healthy. We're fine. Sean McVay's staying. Matt Stafford, everything.
Career over, Mark.
Not career over, but
according to the people I've talked to.
Don't be surprised if you watch the Rams.
Bunch of toddlers.
Do what you thought the 49ers were going to have to do before the Purdy thing, when it was like, okay, Trey will be back next year, but they're going to have to do something to anchor that by bringing in another option. The Rams will do the same this offseason because the back.
Baker.
It might be.
Baker, good?
Yeah, because not really, but he might have to be good enough.
Stafford's over. It's done. Career's over.
It's not. Are you kidding or you mean
No,
this?
I'm dead serious.
Really?
Based on the nature of his neck injury, my neck and my back, spinal, I don't think that the injury he has is worse than what Peyton Manning had in terms of neck and spine injuries.
Really? Is that what you're hearing?
According to the medical people that I've talked to, and I've spoken to many a doctor, not just pediatricians, Mark. I actually get out there in the medical community. The injury that he has is one of those injuries where if you sustain another injury to that part of your body, you're dealing with partial paralysis. And I think based on what he's already done in the state of the Rams, McVay, he's leaving. Stafford, he's retiring.
McVay says he's coming back.
Right.
He's already announced that. He's coming back next year.
He's coming back.
Yeah.
He's not taking the $10 million a year to go work for Amazon.
Just came out like 2 days ago.
He's a fool.
I'm surprised too.
He's a fool.
I
pity the fool. They're going to stink.
They're not going to beat the 49ers.
They're not going to beat
the 49ers.
The Seahawks. They might struggle to beat the Mariners, Mark.
The Seattle Seahawks.
That's the kind of stuff you can't get on terrestrial radio.
What the hell are they going to do at quarterback next year?
The Mariners?
No, the Seahawks.
Oh.
What are they doing?
Geno Smith. Or, do you go to Lock be a lady tonight.
You got your. Will you please sing as much as possible this hour?
No doubt. You say a word and I'll sing.
That changes everything.
If I could change the way I live my life today, I wouldn't change a single thing. It's Lisa Stansfield, people. You got to Google it.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
That's
Thank
really
you.
Good.
Thank you.
You're
YouTube numbers plummeting.
Yeah,
my fault.
You're almost as good as Jonathan in San Francisco with your singing. So no, the Seahawks.
We're here and JD's over there.
He's there, and we're here. The Seahawks' whole thing with Geno Smith is going to be dependent on what someone else does or doesn't offer him. The Seahawks should draft a QB. They've got a top 10 pick. The Seahawks should draft a QB. They got the Broncos pick. And then if you can get Geno on a short deal, great. But if somebody out there wants to sign Geno to 4 years, frozen, baby. Let him go. Now sing.
The cold never bothered me anyway. Let him go. Let him go. Geno had a flash in the pan.
You sang it like Frank Sinatra with a cigar in his hand. The cold never bothered him anyway.
Totally. Let him go.
Let him go.
Let him go. Hey, babe, how you doing? Room 217 if you're free later.
Let him go. Tip your servers.
Totally.
Yeah. That's what I would do if I were Seattle. I mean, Geno Smith has had 3 shots at the 49ers this year. Whiff, double whiff. He was fine. Look, that football game over the weekend, can we get to some real talk? Okay?
This is Mark Willett. It's time for real talk here on YouTube.
It scared you for a damn second.
Let me tell you a couple things.
Come on, man.
They was up 17-16 at the break, and nobody was even trembling.
Well, I will say this.
My stomach was trembling. It's because I had an enchilada for lunch.
I actually did.
I'll be honest. I had mud butt.
Lovely. Hey, see these things right here? This is what Christy made for the game. Look at these. Look at these things. You see look at this.
Those are like lasagna balls.
They're with meatballs in the middle of them.
Mark,
I wish we could.
Those balls.
Yeah.
That's a great drop.
Look at these meatballs. And I'm gonna eat these things here in about, well, I guess probably now for
I don't want to work
45 minutes.
too blue here, but you're telling me Christy's got your balls in a container?
Correct. Yeah, both of them.
I could see that on YouTube. 2 balls inside.
She totally does. But anyway,
here, honey, you can take these to work.
She was one of these people,
Sorry, I don't know why I think that's so funny.
You down by a
I'm
point.
a child.
You're down by a point at halftime in a playoff game, and she was just like Ottoman.
Totally.
She's like, they're not losing this game.
So I reffed all Saturday.
You don't get to say that because you were distracted and doing other crap.
No, but when I was watching the game back.
It was nerve-wracking.
But when I watched the game back.
But you already knew who won.
But Mark, but when I watched the game back and I saw Seattle basically celebrating at halftime, DK Metcalf is popping his chest, the gum chewer's putting in a fresh piece. They were acting like they had already won the game. And I know I already knew the result, but just watching their reaction at halftime.
Oh, I saw the same thing.
It was really weird.
If you had asked me at halftime who I thought was going to win the game, I would have firmly, the 49ers have this, but it's nerve-wracking when you come out, you have a 10-0 lead, and then in a playoff game, now it's been whittled down to a half. You're down by a point. I don't know when the rain is going to come and start flying sideways. You don't know exactly what's going to happen. She was straight chilling. And she was right, because if you actually deep dive the first half, sure, DK got loose and Geno had a good throw. So there was one huge play. The Jimmy Ward thing was idiotic. He has to know better. I still can't believe he did that at halftime. And that led to another field goal. The point is that game, in actuality, in terms of the teams running up and down the field, did Seattle move the ball a little bit better than I thought they would? I'll give them that.
Yeah.
DK did much better against Charvarius Ward this time than he did a month ago.
Good little player.
No question. But that game, 41-23. Come on, it was 41-10. If you
Seattle
play that again,
played a perfect first half in terms of how they executed. They had 0 turnovers and 0 penalties, and they led by 1 point. Normally, when you play a quote perfect half, and that's the way it was described, you would be up in that spot 21-6, 21-9, whatever it would be. and you would be firmly in control of the game. You played so well in the first half, and it took a 15-yard penalty and a last-second field goal in order to even have a 1-point lead. And yes, I had the benefit of knowing the result before I watched the game, but even watching the first half and seeing the Niners were down 1, there was no real sense of anything even resembling panic, let alone worry. Niners get the opening kick for the third, and they do what Kyle Shanahan does best, which is slowly matriculate the ball down the field, 7.5-minute drive, rest your defense, punch it in, and it was night-night from then on.
Yep, absolutely. And by the way, so and let me get the name right here on YouTube. Who just was talking? Uncle Looney said Walker looked good, and then they suddenly went to DJ Dallas. Yeah, Kenneth Walker averaged 4.2 a carry, and I know he had the 9-yard touchdown. It wasn't. At no point did it look like Kenneth Walker was taking over the game. I'll compare it to this, and again, let's go back to Vegas. What Josh Jacobs did against the 49ers on New Year's Day, it was the only time this year where I looked at a Niner game and went, dude, they're getting gashed by a running game.
Gashed!
They're getting gashed.
Gashed!
And that's what leads to the ability to move the ball up and down the field like Jarrett Stidham did. Walker was fine. He ran for 63 yards.
He looked good in the first half.
Yeah, he's a good running
Physical
back.
runner.
He's a good running back. But
good little player.
Yeah. I don't know.
Again, Seattle played a near perfect half, and they had a 1-point lead. And if we look ahead to the next game, and we will get into this, Willard and Dibbs back on the normal airwaves starting tomorrow, and we're going to have some guests from Philly or Dallas, depending on who emerges tonight. I do look
Tampa
at
or Dallas.
My mistake,
yeah.
yes. And I look at Dallas and what they can do on the ground, and we'll get into this game as the week goes on. I love their rushing attack and the way the Niners have looked of late against the ground game, against running backs. That is a little bit of an area of concern, again, if Dallas emerges tonight.
No, Pollard's a big play guy. Zeke doesn't scare me as much. He's very good. He's got a
chain mover.
He's got a nose for the goal line. I get that. But the 49ers will be able to make this game about Dak. And that's almost why, in a way, Brady, I said something on TV this morning that I'm waiting for it. Hello? Thank you. I said something on TV this morning.
What channel?
What's that?
I mean,
I did Game Time. I
KPIX?
did Game Time. Yeah, I did Game Time on KPIX with Jocelyn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jocelyn is.
Yeah.
No, Gianna
was out today.
Yeah, which is why I passed on it. I said, call Willard. # Dibs Crumbs. But, tell me how my crumbs taste.
Yeah. Well, the bank account was like nothing happened.
Seriously.
Nothing happened here. I can't
It's
taste
all
it.
about cross-promotion.
It is.
And we love our neighbors upstairs at KPIX.
No, there for them anytime. So, yeah, it was...
It'd be nice if they threw you a little bit.
But
up at 6:45.
I said to Jocelyn, up at 6:45, come on, you got to be on the Zoom by 6:35.
That's a good
You're
point.
showering at 6:15.
Shower?
Yeah.
You shower for that
Penny's
thing?
looking at me going like, are we walking? I'm like, no. You stay right there.
I got KPIX, Penny.
I got a from our couch TV Zoom to do. So
That's
anyway.
the beauty of being bald, by the way, is like for you have hair, and you actually have for what's left, you have a nice little hairstyle working.
Thank you, brother.
So you can't, and
I'm not wearing a hat. By the way, someone on YouTube's like, I guarantee you Dibbs has got a hoodie and Willard's got a hat. Dibbs, you got a hoodie. Me, I'm not wearing a hat today.
It's an upset. You average about 4.2 hats a week.
Do you ever take the over on that?
No.
I usually give you at least one of the salt and pepper styling.
Yeah, it depends on where you've been in terms of the recent haircut. Like when you're coming off a haircut, you'll go back to back no hat days.
Might happen again tomorrow.
So you getting a cut today?
No, I just got a cut on Friday.
And it looks good.
Fresh.
It looks good.
So fresh and so clean.
And that's why today I thought you'd had a haircut because you came in no hat.
Yep.
Because, if you're fresh off a haircut, you usually go a couple of days no hat. But then by day 3, we're back to the hat.
I know. But because it's easier on the fresh cut. It's just like little whoop, just rub it up.
Yeah.
Let's get
tell
going.
me about it.
Yeah.
Rub it up.
That's right. Smack it up, flip it,
rub it down. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Do me, baby. Yeah. yeah. Do me, baby.
I was trying to visualize.
The time was 6 o'clock on the Swatch watch. No time to kill. Got a date. Can't be late. Hey,
they're gonna do me. Anyway,
ooh, to the jacuzzi. Yeah. Slap it up, flip it, rub it down. Oh, no.
Are you done?
Do me, baby. You asked me to sing.
I know I did, and I'm now regretting that decision.
Well, you led me right to it.
I don't even know what the hell we were talking about. What were we talking about?
We're talking about your hair.
No, but there was
KPIX. I was on TV this morning.
That's right.
Whoop,
I was. So when I was on TV this morning, while you were burping your baby.
Actually, you know what I was doing real quick?
Yeah.
I was applying for a game show this morning.
Okay, when you said applying, I'm like, for a new job?
No,
like,
I love my job.
Okay.
I love my job.
What game show?
It's a show called Press Your Luck. Are you familiar with Press Your Luck?
Dude, it was my favorite. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
Stop! It's back.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Why is Hollywood doing this?
Because Diver needs to get on TV again.
I can't even try Night Court. And I'm
I saw that.
I'm a big Melissa Rauch fan. Like I love
are.
Hey, Bernadette, Big Bang Theory. Like,
oh, that's who that is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the premise of Night Court is, because what was his name? Harry
Edwards.
No, not Harry Edwards. The guy who played the judge in Night Court.
Yeah. Harry Anderson.
He's no longer with us. He's passed away now.
I better Google it.
The premise of the whole thing is that she was his daughter, and she comes back to take over the court, and John Larroquette, who was like famous for Night Court, and I don't know if he's done anything since, is now back.
Still with us.
And is on Night Court again. And just looking at the promos for it, I'm like, nah, I can't.
No, it's a pass.
Yeah, I can't do that. So, like...
Marky Post, bro. Marky Post.
Yeah.
And for you kids out there...
Yeah.
Google her, not on a work computer.
Oh, that's fine.
Not the Marky Post pics I'm looking at. Hello, Marky.
Get fired for Marky Post. Google searches.
All rise, Marky Post. Anyway, before we get back to your TV, this morning I was applying for Press Your Luck.
Where and when is? By the way, did the game show host for Press Your Luck, Peter Tamarkin, did he pass away in a plane crash?
No doubt, yeah.
Plane crash,
long time ago, yeah.
So who's hosting this?
I don't know, Mark, but I applied.
Or is that what you're applying for? To be
no, I'm applying to be a contestant.
Okay.
And these, like, to apply for a game show,
bucks, no whammies.
Takes a long time.
Stop.
So I had about 30 minutes of answering questions and uploading pictures.
What's the application process? What do you need?
Just a lot of different questions, like, if you were to win a large sum of money, what are 5 things that you would like to do with that large sum of money?
Mm-hmm.
And they say below it, don't say pay off your loans or buy a house. They want you to come up with something creative.
Actually, I've always had a really, really clear answer for this, and I mean it. I mean it. I think I've told you this before, right?
If you say give it to charity, I'm walking out of here.
No, not give it to charity.
Okay.
I would not even give most of it away. But if you, like, didn't somebody last week win $1.4 billion?
Yeah.
Okay. Something like that happened. And obviously we can go way less than that. What do you got, Spadone? But if I were to win a large sum of money, and I mean large enough to where I could tell work, because I've always said I would not stop working. I think I'd be bored. I'm not even 50 yet. I don't want to stop.
We haven't started working in this career, honestly.
Right. So, like, I work way too hard to get here to just be like, I'm out. So
I'm out.
But I would do this. I would maybe take, like, hey, boss, give a month off. Wait till the summer. I'm going to have a month off. And I'm going to plan a trip to go find people who have been amazing in my life.
Oh,
and
God.
No, stop. I mean it now. People who watched my kids, coaches when I was a kid. I mean, all the way down to people who have cleaned houses or whatever. Just people you remember in your life who, gosh, you may or may not still be in touch with them at all. Like, I think of even, and you know, I know her husband's a big sports radio listener, Virginia Musante, my drama teacher in middle school.
Miss Musante.
Like, huge influence in my life. I would love to go on a tour of surprising these people at their homes with fat checks. I mean, fat. Like, if you won...
There are tax ramifications if you give a gift over 10 grand, just so you know.
All right, then let's do 10 grand. Or
$99.99 works the best.
Or let's just freaking take the tax ramifications. If I've got $500 million in a check that just got given to me or something like that.
Yeah.
If I get that lump sum payout, I would love to go get the woman who watched my kids while I was at work when they were 3 years old, and just be like, whack, here's $100,000. Just show up at their door. Freaking Ed McMahon, Publishers Clearinghouse style. Pow. I would love to do that.
It's my McMahon's phone.
By the way,
you got no idea.
I think of that as a selfish act. I really do. Because it's not like, yes, that'd be awesome but like
I would not call you a selfish blanker, by the way, if you broke me off $100,000.
I would get so much much joy out of that.
Yeah.
I would get.
That is really selfish of you.
And I'd give you a couple bucks.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Break me off.
You're over here letting me do all the talking.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's got to be worth at least $100,000 for God's sakes.
I don't know, maybe $1,000. I don't know, $100,000.
Press your luck. You're probably not going to get $500 million, but if I got like $50,000, my answer would, because you're dealing with maybe $50,000. I said I would love to go somewhere completely random, like Bora Bora, for example. I would love to win a trip to the most random possible place. That was one of the things I put down.
I'd go to Bosa, not Bora Bora.
Look at you.
There's one Bosa's good, the other Bosa not so good.
Anyway, you were talking about your TV hit before I sidetracked you like 5 different times.
Thank you. And by the way, we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan in just a second. But
I'm looking forward to it.
I said this morning something that as soon as I said it, I go, I bet the viewers of this think I'm nuts. Which is I said that I think the Bucs are going to win, but if I'm the 49ers, I'd rather play Dallas. I'd rather play Dallas. And not for the reasons you're talking about. I mean for competitive reasons. Dallas, by every metric, is the better football team. But from a matchup standpoint, I want to face the cold quarterback. Tom looks like he's playing his best football right now of the year. Dak looks like he's playing his worst. And now, if that changes tonight, then, maybe I'll come in tomorrow morning with a different opinion. But right now, the visual of Dak Prescott on a natural grass field at 50 degrees, late afternoon, Santa Clara, this defense, dude, they'll crush them. They'll crush that guy.
Well, they already did crush Tampa. So to think that suddenly Tom Brady is going to be rejuvenated and this offense is going to look any different than they did, 6 weeks ago when they were in here? I think Dallas is a much more dangerous team because their defense, and you're dealing with the rookie quarterback. Who would I rather have Brock Purdy face? I'd rather have him face Tampa's defense than I would the Dallas defense.
They're both okay defenses. Dallas's was really good early in the year. They haven't impressed me much lately. Gardner Minshew torched them for 30-something points.
Don't sleep on the shoe.
I don't know. I have not been impressed by them as of late. Don't forget that when Tom Brady was here, 28-0 at halftime. There's no way around that. But there were some what-if plays there. Mike Evans, touchdown, gets called back. Purdy throws the pick. There's a flag. That game, the Niners would have won it, but it didn't have to be as big of a blowout as it was. No question.
But it was.
Yeah. But I still, if I'm a defense, still even at this age, I'd rather face Dak Prescott than Tom Brady.
From a quarterback standpoint, yes. Yeah. But an overall team standpoint, to me, Dallas is a much better team. They should win tonight. The game's in Tampa, so all bets are off. And I know I took Tampa when we did our prognostication last week, and you give me Tom Brady at home and points. I think that's the sensible play. I won't be surprised if Dallas wins tonight. I won't be surprised either way, unless one of these teams blows out the other team. Thank you to everyone on YouTube. The great comments. Haruku Hitoki, great comment. Once again, Dibbs is right again. Thank you for that.
We don't even know what he's talking about.
I don't know, but it's a safe bet.
About what?
That comment plays virtually every single segment.
I don't know.
Mark.
Did we disagree on something? You're right about what?
Everything. Okay?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's tough being right all the time. Yeah.
Well, you're going to be wrong tomorrow when we get to the 46th point of this game tonight, and you're buying donuts.
Oh, that's right. I'm on the under. You're on the over 45.5 donuts on Friday. Spinoni, you'll be in Friday, I hope. Yeah. Okay, good. It's payday Friday. It's the traditional spot for donut. Thank you, Shanahan. Yeah. Friday is the traditional donut payoff day, so we'll go ahead and make that either way.
It's a commercial-free hour of Willard and Dibs on the stream and YouTube only.
How's your stream, by the way?
It's been healthy. So on 95.7 The Game right now, John Dickinson is getting you ready for Warriors and Wizards. But we right here, Willard and Dibs, continuing to talk NFL playoffs and a 49er victory Monday. So we'll continue with you all the way up until noon. But right now, let's hear from Kyle Shanahan after the win.
I expected a tight game. It was a tight game. That's playoff football. And I expect us to come out in the second half, score first, and then respond.
Did you get the sense that Brock had some nerves or anything early in the game, and how did he kind of settle it?
I think everyone does a little bit. The rain was going there a little bit at the beginning, but he missed that first pass and was a little off on a couple, but also made a couple off schedules there in the first half too that were real good. He ended up playing a hell of a game, and most impressive thing was not turning it over.
You were all surprised with how much trust you have in Brock at this point?
Not really. Felt that way from the beginning. Once he got in that game versus Miami, we didn't have the luxury to sit there and worry about stuff the way the game was going. We just had to call plays to try to win the game, and he did such a hell of a job, and he's done it every time since. So we got a lot of confidence in him, and he gives us more and more confidence each week.
19 passes and 9 runs in the first half, and it balanced out in the second half. But was it the initial plan to just let it attack through the air, at least initially?
Yeah, it was. We knew we wanted to run the ball, and we thought it would end up we were hoping it would end up balanced towards the end. But we thought we had some good looks that we wanted to get, and we got some of them and capitalized on a couple. I thought we were doing a hell of a job in the first half, actually, offensively. But, they're tough sometimes. They do a good job of giving up some but not letting you in the end zone. And for us to have all those yards, I think we had 8.5 yards of play, but I think we only had 13 points to show for it. So when you do that, you worry, and that's why you got to turn those big plays into touchdowns, and we were able to do that in the second half.
Joked, or maybe not joked about, don't take a 17-yard sack. But he does seem to have a knack for spinning out of stuff. At some point, you just get used to it and say, just go do it?
No. He was great on some. That last one, it was very close. It was unbelievable the throw he made in the corner to BA. I know he just missed that, but, he's got a feel for it. It definitely makes me nervous on it, some of it, but he did a hell of a job getting away. He knows his body. He's out there and can see how close he is to those guys, and he tries to never give up on a play, and he's been very smart with the ball so far, so I appreciate he's doing it.
Did you have a sense Debo might do something big after his foot got yanked?
I was worried that he was hurt on it. I lost my mind a little bit on that. But, yeah, I was real concerned that he was hurt on it. I didn't like how that looked. I thought it looked pretty bad, and the intent of the play. So I think that pissed a lot of people off. I think it pissed our team off, and I think you can kind of feel our team react to that after. I wish we were like that from the first play always, but sometimes when some stuff motivates the guys, I think it was cool to see us rally together, and I know Debo was bothered, and it was cool he came back and answered.
Defense had some struggles in the first half, played a lot better in the second half. How did you assess their performance?
Yeah, they got us on a couple things early. The big play, obviously. DK's as good as anyone. Geno throws a hell of a ball. And Mooney didn't shy away from anything. He went up there and competed with them all game, just like he did last time. DK is going to get some. I thought we got some too. But I think the key in the game was getting those turnovers in the second half. If we don't come out and get those turnovers and we turn it over on offense at all, I think it's a totally different game. And once we came out and got those turnovers, I think we settled down and got back into playing pretty good football.
Is that play with Abram worthy of a personal or worthy of injection in your mind?
That's what I thought I saw. So, and then he was hurt, so that allowed me to go out there. So, I'll see. You always see when you see the tape. I know everyone's emotional out there, but that's what it looked like to us. Yeah. Not what I said, but and who knows? I was borderline blacked out at the time, so and we'll see. I'm not. You always got to see it again, but that one bothered us a little bit.
What was your view on Omena, who stripped sack, most of the recovery, and just what it meant for you at that point of the game?
Oh, it was huge. That was our first turnover? Yeah, that was once we got the turnover. That's when I feel like the momentum completely changed for the whole game, and it took him a while. He was in that pocket for a little bit. The longer they're in there, the more people get open and off schedule timing. So I was worried the whole time. And then the ball went down on the ground, and all I was asking, just jump on it, please. We had a couple the last time we played them, and they beat us to it. And then once he did jump on it, I kind of was wishing he scooped and ran with it. But regardless, I think we ended up scoring. So it was a huge play in the game. And I think once our defense did that, I think they got their mojo back and played great. And it was awesome to be able to protect some of them there that last drive.
You mentioned that play, or what happened to Debo, kind of pissed everyone off and ignited you. I mean, was it an element of you beating the Seahawks 2 times in the regular season, and yeah, it was the playoffs, but I mean, was there kind of like a malaise or?
No, I don't want to make too big a deal about that. I mean, people get mad. That doesn't change everything. I thought, you got to score points to beat people, and, they got us on a couple big plays, especially the go route that gave them some points. And, I think we had 8.5 yards of play in the first half. So, it wasn't like we weren't doing well. They just did a good job keeping us out of the end zone. And if you keep doing that, regardless of what you've done, you look up and you're down by 1 point. And didn't feel like we should be, because I thought we had done a lot of good things. But when you don't score those touchdowns, that's how it is. And that's why it doesn't always matter the stats and what you're doing. There's one thing, it's who scores more points. And I'm glad we kept playing the same way. And we ended up getting turnovers and not giving any. And if you keep doing that and keep getting explosive like that, that's why the score ended up the way it did.
When you guys sweep the division and beat Seattle the way you did twice in the regular season, was there any extra pressure coming into this game, a game that everybody expected you guys to win pretty decisively?
Yeah, the pressure is how much we believe in our team, and that it's not a 7-game series. It's just 3.5 hours, and who knows what's going to happen. Everyone in the playoffs is a good team. That's a good team. They won 9 games for a reason. They're always tough to play, regardless. And you got to go out there and play really good football. And that's what's so tough about the NFL is that was our biggest, our internal pressure is we think we got a really good team. And we don't want today to be our last day with this team. But that is the reality of the playoffs. All you got guaranteed is 3.5 hours. Once we clinched earlier this year up there, we knew we were guaranteed the playoffs. So that was kind of the first feeling that we've had in a while of like, wow, if we don't handle our business this week, this week's over, this season's over. And we love this team for a number of reasons, and I'm glad we got another week.
Obviously, Brock's been going well, but is it a different thing to see him do it in the playoffs like this?
Not totally yet. I don't know. I feel like, playoffs means, all it means is if you lose, the season's over. Besides that, you're usually going against good teams. But we have seen him do it against good teams, and the pressure's always on. And it was great to see him do it today.
I feel like it affects Purdy now that this game is over. He's already played in one postseason game, and now he can just go play now.
I think he did that today. I think he's done that every game he's gotten in. So it's cool to have another thing that he can say he's done. But these games are all the same. Some can mean more than others just because when you lose this one, your season's over. So that's the pressure that everyone's got to deal with. But, that's why you just want to get to the game. Once that kickoff goes and you get out on the field, then you realize it's 3.5 hours just like it always is. But there's always a build-up for that.
Kyle, as good as your defense is, you have this seemingly annoying trend of giving up a big play in the first half of games, especially over the second half of the season. How do you account for it? What do you think? Obviously, you're not happy about it, but
it happens, and yeah, we work at everything. But what I'm happy with is we held them to less points than we got on offense. I think we don't freak out when we give up a big play. And same stuff we've been doing all year. I know we're the number 1 defense in the league, and we've earned that throughout the year. But no, guys play well, and it's a whole team game, and that's why sometimes when they have big plays and our defense gives that up, then we got to answer on special teams or offense, and vice versa. There's a number of times that we've struggled this year offensively or special teams wise, and we haven't had to worry about anything because our defense was at the top of their game. I think they did some real good things today. Didn't start off that great, but when you do end up limiting their explosives and keeping them out of the end zone, pretty happy with our defense.
All right, guys, appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
No, thank you, Kyle. Thank you for your efforts. That's Kyle Shanahan after after the big win over the Seattle Seahawks. It's Willard and Dibs on an Odyssey app stream version only as we count down to Warrior tip-off on 95.7 The Game. But here on YouTube and on our stream, Willard and Dibs with you up here until the top of the hour when Steiny and Goo will take over and do the exact same thing. So I almost find myself, from an opinion standpoint, stuck a little bit in between a rock and a hard place.
A rock and a hard place?
Thank you very much. Got ticked off at myself.
That's
I didn't
a
think
1.
of that. Yeah, no, it's a 2 at least. Although
it was trash.
Well, Brock's name is definitely going to help his marketability. There's no two ways about that. Brock and
especially
Purdy.
if he ever decides to do porn. I mean, seriously, don't miss Big Sock Brock.
Rock out with your Brock out.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. When he strolls in, Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy in The Naughty Babysitter Part 11.
Yeah, it'll look like their statutory issues. The guy looks like he's 16 years old.
23, seriously, yeah.
Anyway, moving right along.
No, I think we should stay in this space. We're on the stream.
Yeah.
I mean,
easy.
If we're going to ever work a little blue, now's the time.
I know. No, I
don't miss Brock Purdy in Naughty Babysitter 12.
Stop it. Purdy woman.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, that's
Oh, yeah, Marky. Talk to me, Mark. With your voice, you can definitely voice this thing over right now.
Stop it.
Hey, ma'am, this is Brock Purdy. Have you seen my football? Oh, yeah, I got your football, Brock. Right here. You ready to come under center, or you want to go shotgun? Wow, Brock Purdy. All right, Mark. I thought we were going to have some fun, Mark.
No, I was just waiting.
Okay,
I was waiting.
As opposed to participating.
Waiting. Well,
anyway, that throw in the third quarter
did not feel like a participation sensation to me. It didn't. You know what I mean?
That's a buck.
Yeah.
That's a Brock.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway. Well, Mark, I tell you what, when they went to the nickel package in the third.
I'm not trying to do that. God, can you not find a middle ground between breaking down Kyle Shanahan play calls and porn? Like, seriously, you can't find anything in the middle?
Don't miss Brock Purdy in Are You My Mommy Part 7. Yeah, Brock. Yeah, Daddy. Come on.
Starring
Have some fun.
Starring Cheryl Bosa.
Big Sock Brock in I'm Under Center. Hey, Brock, you want to run the pistol? Wow, 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 wow. Come on. Jesus. It used to be so much fun. Anyway, that one carry from Eli Mitchell.
So in the third quarter.
Exactly.
Back
to Brock.
Actually, that's not a bad name for the movie either.
Back to Brock.
Anyway.
No. Okay.
Listen.
Jesus.
I'm looking.
What the hell's going on?
I'm looking for the exit, dude. Do you want to do this with him?
No thanks.
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Brock movie titles. Let's go.
Seriously.
Let's see. What do we got here?
Oh, yeah. Fatone 24. I thought Dibs was on a journey to find Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Dibs,
still looking Fatone.
Dibs Wilden. Dibs, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We now know what Dibs watches at home. I now need therapy. I bet Dibs' DVD collection is elite.
More VCR tapes. I'm so old.
I have a wife. Let's see.
A lot of good ones in there.
Let's see. I was listening to Willard last night, and he was in his bag about the Chargers coaching situation. See? That's good, wholesome radio.
You were in your bag.
Fox Sports Radio.
That, by the way, has become officially the most overused phrase in all of everything. Oh, you're in your bag now.
Wait. Ernie Chavez just texted in. Dibs is in his bag.
Don't miss Brock Purdy in my bag. His B bag. I mean, come on. Let's have a little fun. The boss just came in here.
Yeah.
We were supposed to get loose and have fun in here.
Are we not? Listen to you. This has been 7 minutes of this.
I got more, too.
What do you got? Let's hear it.
Boss kid, I guess he could technically fire me for this. And the YouTube numbers are still holding strong. Anyway, I think the Warriors, Mark, it's got to have a game against Washington tonight. I mean, can we talk Warriors basketball for just a minute?
I don't want to.
They're a disaster.
No, they're not.
It's over.
Stop it.
Don't miss a dribble. Tune in. It's 12 o'clock. This team it's a tough watch right now. When you give up a $135 to Chicago, they had no answer for Nikola Mirotic.
Did you just
think about
transition
that
from Brock porn to Golden State Warrior breakdown and saying it's over? Did you just do that?
I mean, what else is there, Mark?
I don't know.
You want more Brock titles?
I mean, no. Again, I'm looking for a middle ground over here.
Okay.
I'm looking for something in between. Warriors are fine.
Okay, cool.
They're not?
Back to Brock.
No.
No, the Warriors
Talk
aren't
about whatever
fine.
you want.
The Warriors aren't fine. And the Warriors are a flawed basketball team. And it's more than just, they struggle on the road. They had everybody against Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And you gave up, what, was it 130, 135? Defensively, they're a disaster. And I don't know how this gets better. That I guess is my problem.
It gets better because they ramp it up.
They flip the switch?
Well, I know it gets cliched and we're like annoyed by it, but the evidence is all there that that's exactly what good NBA teams do. That's what they do. The Celtics were a 500 team in January last year, ended up in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Do you really think the Golden State Warriors are like full force, full attention, full physicality in these games? You're in Chicago in January. You're coming off of a win in San Antonio. Like,
you gave up 132
I know.
to Chicago.
And what is defense? It's effort.
Yeah.
It's effort.
But it feels like this is more the norm than it is the outlier. And I understand that when they're all fully attentive and interested, they still can be a dangerous championship level team, but they don't show it ever on a consistent basis. Maybe one game here, one game there. And that to me is more troubling than, Boston last year, it felt different in terms of their mediocrity. This team, it feels like it's more than a championship hangover. It feels like something else is afoot, whether the roster isn't deep enough or the players that they do have that play a lot of minutes aren't good enough. Andrew Wiggins is back to being kind of the K-Wig Andrew Wiggins version.
I wish I could go back to the text messages that you and Kyle would send me and Spadone in January of last year. Yeah, well,
pull them up.
That would take me a while. It would take me a while, but I do
Brock
remember.
Purdy starring in.
I do
pull them up. Yeah, big text Brock.
I don't like that one. That's weak. That's not good.
He left.
Pull them up. By the way, you want to know where my mind just went?
Pull
there?
it up.
No. Penny's wearing diapers right now.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Penny's
You buried the
diapers.
lead.
Yeah, she's wearing diapers.
Your dog is in
put
diapers?
a diaper on the dog all week long. She's got something going on. She's got something.
Diarrhea.
No, it's not that. No. It's worse
when
than that.
your dog has heartburn, indigestion, diarrhea.
It's not
worms.
That. It's worse. Yeah, it's not.
My butt hurts.
It's coming out of the. Anyway, yeah.
No, talk to me, Mark. No,
Yeah.
I mean,
it appears that she is having her monthly time.
Oh,
yet
wow.
she's also spayed. Right.
So
figure that one out for me.
I don't pretend to know. So when you spay a dog,
that's supposed to be the end of that. But sometimes they miss a little bit.
Oh boy.
And so here we are a year and a half later wearing diapers. And the vet's like, yeah, sometimes it can take like 2 to 3 weeks. I'm like, excuse me?
It's been a year though.
It's been a year and a half. She got spayed right away when we got her.
And yet and I guess this is probably a dumb question, but they don't have tampons for dogs?
Yeah, not that I know of. Yeah.
You got to slap a diaper on the dog.
Yeah. So, we need more dogs. That's why the Bucks are going to win tonight. Go with the dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, because the dogs are letting it all out. That's what we're getting tonight, man. That's what we're getting tonight.
From KM Johnson on the YouTube, she's in heat. Poor baby.
Yeah, but
shout out Glenn Fry. The heat is on.
But she's not.
But she's not supposed to be.
She's not supposed to be. And like the first thing they ask you is like, when you go to the dog park, are all the other dogs on her? And I'm like, not really. Like a little bit more than normal, but no one has tried to mount her as of yet. So we switched.
Can we save that for the air?
We switched this from quarterback porn to dog porn somehow.
Brock Purdy starring in
anyway.
Trying to mount her.
Anyway.
That's Spadoni's got some input.
Let the dogs out, am I right? Yeah, let the dogs out. Yeah.
Who let the dogs out?
Oh, God.
Is that Baja Men? One-hit wonder?
Brock first.
Thank you.
Brock first. Anyway, bottom line on this whole thing for me
Regulators,
is,
mount up.
Yeah.
Thank you. That also works.
Are Stein and Go here? Are they here yet?
Coming in soon. 3 minutes.
3 more
I got
minutes.
more
3
material,
more minutes of this.
David.
I'm sure they'll let you stay. I guarantee you, Steiny would love to not come in here and talk about.
I think I see the boss pacing outside the
Minnesota
window.
Vikings.
This could be my last 3 minutes here on 95.7 The Game.
But it before you leave and before the and when the dog porn stuff stops.
Okay.
Before you leave, I do really want to know where everybody sits. And this is what I mean by I'm almost stuck between a Brock and a hard place. Because last week, I had to go to the mat with I've had it up to here with people who want to question Kyle Shanahan in a large sense. You want to do it in a small sense. I didn't like this play. I didn't like that field goal call, whatever. I think Kyle is so fantastic. 49er fans are so lucky to have him, and he's great. However, how do I blend that in with stop giving Kyle all the credit for Brock Purdy? Like Brock Purdy has got to get some of the credit as well. I'm done with quarterback of the 49ers. The future, now, whatever. It's the Brock Purdy. That was it. That's all I need to see. Second half of that game over the weekend.
He's terrific.
All tests have been passed. That's your quarterback for the
and
future.
if you ask me, Brock or Shanahan, who gets the most credit? It's Brock Purdy. It always is the player over the coach because the player is executing the plays that are called. And if you look at what Brock Purdy did in the second half, some of those off-schedule plays, as we like to say, those are throws that Jimmy G probably would struggle to make. Trey Lance hasn't shown the ability to make those plays. It's more Brock than Shanahan. However, Brock Purdy is damn lucky to be in the Shanahan system.
They both are.
If he would be...
Shanahan's damn lucky to have Brock.
That's true. But if Brock Purdy were to have been, I don't know, drafted by Denver and Russell Wilson got hurt and now he's playing for Nathaniel Hackett.
I don't know.
Brock Purdy's not in the same great situation as he is because he has Kyle Shanahan.
That's fair. That's fair.
They go hand in hand. Brock Purdy deserves more credit than probably he's being given.
All right, speaking of Brock Purdy, let's hear from him just a little bit. And then on the other side, you will hear Steiny and Goo. And come to my Twitter feed for live updates on whether or not Dibbs still has a job for tomorrow's show.
Man.
But one of us at least look forward to talking to you tomorrow after Bucks and Cowboys. Here's Brock Purdy. Everybody have a good day.
Lines at halftime when you guys had played a pretty good half, yet still you're down by one. What was kind of the energy level?
It was good. Myself, I was a little nervous, just how the tide was going, but I have great confidence in this team, and an entire half of football is a lot of football, and we did exactly what we were supposed to do.
What has Charles Omenihu shown you in the year and a half he's been here?
A lot of improvement. He's really he kind of revamped his preparation. He was more of a big interior guy when he came in, and just the time that he's been here, he's really bought into the scheme, and he's a really good player for us, and he could rush.
Do you guys talk technical stuff as far as pass rush?
For sure, yeah. We're very different rushers, but there's always similarities that we could talk about, and I'm always trying to help him out.
To be the guy getting the strip sack, but what was it like to see that play unfold in front of you?
Yeah, I missed him by a little bit. He stepped up, and Charles, with his long arms, came through and knocked it out, and that whole thing happened in slow motion for me, so I was just happy to get the ball back.
How much of a momentum changer was that for you guys?
huge. Yeah. We scored before that, right? So, yeah, the offense helped flip it. I think they're doing a little dirty stuff to our offensive guys, and I would not piss off the dudes on offense, especially Debo, because he'll make you pay.
So that was kind of a galvanizing moment for not just the offense, but for the defense as well.
Which one?
Yeah.
I mean, it's playoff football. It's our rival, so I wouldn't expect anything less. But yeah, don't poke the bear.
Takeaway, you and Charles Manning, it seemed like the defense wasn't playing up to its usual standard, at least in the first half. What did you see there?
Yeah, I mean, they came in with a really good game plan, and 3 times playing a team, it is real. It's tough, and they had some different looks that kind of threw us off in the run game. And number 9 was really being patient, a little more patient than we were used to. So we had to adjust and really just attack in the run game to knock back so he couldn't find those lanes and get those extra yards.
About Purdy's celebration.
Yeah, was it the pistols?
No, he actually yelled and then beat his chest.
Well, I think he might get fined for his pistol. Oh, no, he does the ice in the veins. I love it.
But he had a little bit more emotion in his celebrations today. What do you think about his finally letting it go a little bit?
Brock, I feel like he's always got some good juice. For a rookie to come in and have that confidence is something that is going to help us go a long way.
You seem to be very careful when you pounced on that loose football. I mean, did you kind of know the surrounding that you were all by yourself and that you didn't want to kind of...
Yeah, ran around the hoop a little bit. He stepped up and I saw the ball come out, and the tackle had no idea who was still trying to stay in front of me. And I just kind of waited for it to roll over and jumped on it.
After the Tampa game, I think his first start, that you said, I asked you about Brock, and you said, we've got a quarterback.
Yeah.
What do you think now after his first playoff start?
I'm kind of happy that he had a couple rough moments there just to get those nerves out. And, I mean, he's a really good quarterback.
But did he seem like he was nervous at all?
I mean, it's hard to say. It's playoff football. You make mistakes at any position. So for him to stick with it and not let any of those mistakes affect him says a lot about him. Thank you.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, everybody? Matt Stein, Mets Darryl, the Guru Johnson. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Yes, sir.
It sounds a little weird, but got to honor the good doctor.
Yeah. Not like the city of Boston. I don't know if you saw that statue that they. Oh, good Lord! I'll show it to you later.
Oh, I
it's
saw
terrible.
Were,
F for failure.
All right, so here it is. We're gonna have a lot of fun today, but we're talking San Francisco 49ers. They get by the Seattle Seahawks 41-23 goo. 5 of the 6 playoff games in the books. Tonight, the Cowboys play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we're streaming. We're not on what they call terrestrial radio. If you want to hear the Warriors game, you can go to 95.7 The Game, and vice versa if you want to hear 49ers talk. All right. They look pretty good, huh? 49ers?
Yeah, they did, Steiny, and we left out of here Friday, and you said something to me, and I was thinking about it in the car.
The cardiac muscle?
No, almost. But you said, you know what, Goo, this is not going to be easy. And as excited as I was of what the Niners offense has become under McCaffrey, prolific, dynamic, whatever you want to call it,
Matt Steinmetz, I have to share with you and Evan Giddings how shocked I was that this team was down by a point at halftime. So you are right, and that's something that hit me almost in the cardiac muscle, is this is not going to be easy. I give Seattle credit for playing 2 quarters, but when it was all said and done, the guy that I said, you know what, they can do it without him, and there was no shade, was Deebo Samuel. And Steiny, he showed up and reminded us when the Niners play a big game in postseason, he's a part of it. And 6 receptions for 133 yards, his best game since he's been back. And the Niners get a win, and they do their thing in the second half. So this thing is not going to be easy. And Brock Purdy, you got to have more confidence than doubt after watching him in his first playoff game, right?
That's actually
it wasn't perfect.
That's actually interesting you said that. More confidence or less confidence, because he's been terrific. Yeah. And he was good again.
Yeah.
Seattle,
3 touchdowns. I called it. Nobody remembers.
But I think each week, it's not that he doesn't get better, because every game is more experience. But the more you see, the more you think, okay, he's not.
Yeah.
Like, he can make mistakes here.
No doubt. He's human.
The thing to me that has made him just such a game changer is the old phrase. We didn't have this phrase when we were back in the day. He can extend plays.
That is.
You know what I mean? We never said that about Randall Cunningham, but Randall Cunningham could extend plays.
I feel like he invented.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Purdy obviously isn't that fast, but man, he buys himself that extra second or two.
It's incredible.
And then he always makes the right decision to try to hit an intended receiver or to throw it away.
The touchdown to McCaffrey, the first one, Stoddy, it looked like I don't know if you're able to watch the game and think Jimmy would have got sacked. I'm still watching it with the Jimmy, and to buy time, McCaffrey comes out the flat, bam, he's doing that. And no shade at Jimmy. It's just Jimmy wasn't good at that facet of quarterback. And Brock Purdy, immature as he is, Steiny, young as he is, I should say, he's got that.
You know what I think it is? And I need these two guys tested. You guys know what? And Evan, jump in here if you want. Evan Giddings is you should just keep your mic open the whole time.
We got to talk about Evans weekend.
You guys know what a quick twitch muscle is, right?
Yeah.
I think Brock Purdy's got quick twitch, and Jimmy Garoppolo does not have quick twitch.
I'm going to give you an A.
Serious.
I'm going to give you A+ for that.
Brock Purdy has this,
there's no hesitation.
First step is so quick, and he's fast enough to elude. So he's been pretty good. I feel like he's almost playing a little bit with fire, though. Man, he cuts it close sometimes. But man, he's been really good. There's no doubt about it.
And I'll tell you another quarterback that's in the Hall of Fame. Oh, I guess his arrow's pointed down now. I don't know what's going on. But Brett Favre. You got to take the good with the bad. You know, what did they call him, Steiny? A gunslinger. And he would take chances. But right now, when you look at 3 touchdowns for Brock Purdy, I saw a lot of field goals, more field goals than normal for the Niners offense in the first half. I'm not blaming him, but I was like, oh, okay. You know, the Seahawks, they saw something. But when it was all said and done, and you look at the stat line, Steiny, another game where the Niners offense just looks unstoppable. Kittle didn't have a big game, but I just keep going to Magic Johnson, giving it to Kareem, giving it to Worthy, giving it to Cooper, giving it to Byron Scott. The Niners offense is going to be a problem, but defensively, I'm a little, and I know we got Low coming up, I'm like, wow, can better teams extend what the Niners I deem had problems with the first 2 quarters? Seattle ran the ball, Steiny. They threw the ball better than I thought.
I think while, 2 things can be equally true. You can look at the 49ers and be impressed with what they've done with their win. Look at the points. There's no doubt. 49ers, they won, and they won by 18, and they advanced. But I think if you're Nick Sirianni or McCarthy or Dable, I bet you feel a little better going up against the Niners than you did a week ago.
There's no doubt.
Because, and this is where I actually have had, I've actually had a lot of discussion about, if you're tied with a team after 3 quarters and then you outscore them by 20 in the fourth quarter, is that a blowout? I kind of don't think it is.
I'm with you.
So we had a ball game for 2.5 quarters, and there was a little bit of a similarity between this game and the Commanders game in that, okay, it's 17-16 at half, and Seattle's winning. 49ers score to go up 6, and then that's when the turnover came.
Yep.
And that got the game kind of off balance and puts it in the trouble area.
As Seattle was driving, they got that turnover.
Yeah, so, the one thing is you can't, once you fall 2 scores behind, then the pressure's then that defense can really start, getting even more aggressive. But hey, I thought Seattle, that was a real good game for 2.5 quarters, no doubt.
Yeah, I tip my cap to them. And Vegas had them 10-point underdogs. Evan Steiny, I didn't give them a chance. I really didn't, and that's why I'm holding on to that emotion and that thought that I had when it was 17-16 at half. Walker, the running back for Seattle, I don't want to say had his way, but he was running on the Niners. They were controlling the clock, and DK Metcalf. So I say all that to say is moving forward, whoever their next opponent is, and I know that we'll get to that, later on this week, but I'm with you, Steiny. Andy Reid, he's already had success with this Niner defense. So, Evan, I'm curious to see. Nobody said it was going to be easy. I think I was like, the last 5-6 weeks, Brock Purdy, he never told us he was perfect. It's going to be a bear to get to the NFC Championship, to move on week for week, because Seattle, nobody gave him a chance. And for 2 quarters, I don't care what Niner fans say, they had your attention. Seattle did.
Yeah, to your point, Goo, they don't look to me like world beaters, the Seattle Seahawks. But the San Francisco 49ers got a different switch that they can flip now with Brock Purdy that they didn't have before. 41 points is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, but Evan, I'm not mad, but Steiny, I'm with you on what you just said, Goo. If it's a close game going into the fourth and you get 21 points, yeah, you earn that. But I can't ignore the other 45 minutes of the game to where it was tied. Like you mentioned, the Commanders, 7-7 at half.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. But I do have two schools of thought.
Okay.
Because to me, you got to balance it out. It's, you know what? Yeah, the 49ers looked like they were beatable for 2.5 quarters. By the same token, especially these days in the NFL, and, Kyle Shanahan calls it the tournament, but he's kind of right. We just saw it with the Chargers. Anybody can beat anybody.
Yeah.
So I really do you got to look at it as survive and advanced also. It's like, okay, the 49ers, 2.5 quarters, okay. That doesn't mean anything as we head to the next week, because all you got to do is win. And so there's that element of, first things first. I'm sure the Chargers would love to be playing next week saying, we almost blew that. But that's why you got to take your win when you get a win.
Yeah, no doubt.
In the playoffs. It's survive and advance.
No doubt about it. And you help me out because I'm a big Debo supporter. I've been. But, with the acquisition of McCaffrey, Steiny, I was just like, pick your poison. But were you shocked that it reverted right back? And it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing if you ask me. But it was just a reminder of how electric he is. And, of course, yeah, he was out. So you kind of forget about him. But to pick right up where he left off in last year's playoffs, I'm just like, Steiny, whoever beats this team, if somebody does, they are going to have earned it because the Niners got, Ayuk, just every time he catches the ball, it seems like it's a third down, second down for a big play. It's just they got a lot of weaponry is what I'm saying, partner.
And I think the way it's going to work is, I didn't look at the stats.
Yeah.
What Kittle have? Be a big game? Not really. And that's the way it's going to be. If Kyle Shanahan sees fit that it's a 20-carry,
2 for 37
day,
for Kittle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And what had been happening late in the regular season? Kittle had 11 touchdown catches in 7 games or whatever it was. So the bottom line is Shanahan calls plays for whoever he thinks is going to be able to be the most effective player on that particular play.
Yeah.
And maybe in the Super Bowl, Ray McLeod scores 2 touchdowns. I mean,
Ray.
That's the way it's going to work, and I don't think anybody really cares.
And to that point, I don't know if you heard, I think it was the end of late third, early fourth quarter, Daryl Johnston, Moose, had mentioned that he had talked to Kyle Shanahan, and this is what I brought up to you Friday, Stoney. I think when you have a lot of dogs that need to eat, you kind of veer away maybe from a guy, Evan Giddings, this hot, so Stoney can get involved or Guru can get some touches when – if you break it down analytically, it's like, why would you go away from Evan? But he said, Kyle had mentioned to him, not a lot, but there is a little stress in that you got to get everybody some touches. And I'm just wondering, and I don't know what the future holds, will there ever be a game to where, you go to somebody, not the hot hand, just to appease, everybody getting their touches. But I thought that was interesting. But right now, Steiny, that second half, they took off. The defense did its thing. Now, we went into this game defensively, talking about the Niners secondary, Lenore. Everybody was worried about him. He had a better game, but Ward was getting picked on. So now I go back to, if I'm offensive coordinator, Tampa Bay, Dallas, Philly, the Giants, can both of those guys have a pedestrian day and get picked on simultaneously on a Sunday to where, okay, it's not one or the other, but now it's not suffocating, Steiny.
Depends on the rush.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on the rush.
What did you make of their day?
It's good enough. It got better.
No doubt. And like you said, it was part of the reason they got the strip.
I think that's, maybe we don't give enough credit to is the how different a defense can play in a tie game as opposed to up 2 scores, especially if you're the Niners. I feel like it's almost 2 different defenses. It's a really good defense when everything's even, but when they're up, then it's like another level because they all can just play a little more aggressively.
Yeah.
And that's when they're really good.
I got something for you because I tell you and Evan and the listeners all the time, Stoney, I'm a sports romantic. I like those speeches. I think they work.
They don't occur.
I thought the Warriors one worked, but we'll get into that later this week.
They never happen like that.
Okay,
you know what?
Because I can't wait to lay this on you.
Well,
where
I'll
I'm
tell you,
going.
Zach, I know how Kyle Shanahan's pregame speech went.
Give
and
it to
I'll tell it to you.
Well,
no, you go first.
Okay, because I'm going to shock you. I don't think you know where I'm going.
Do
you give any credence to Jonathan Abram from Seattle twisting or whatever he was doing to Deebo Samuel's ankle? Because after that, I don't remember, they got tangled up. Steiny, everybody saw it. He tried to twist the ankle like he could have hurt it. And
this is the National Football League.
It's so fun. I cannot believe. My point is, the Niners took off after that and opened up a can of whoop ass.
Well, let me tell you what else might happen then. They'll change things when Brock Purdy gets hit late. Because I'm telling you, Brock Purdy is – somebody's got to hit him. Some say he got hit on that out-of-bounds play, and there was no flag. Vintage Kyle Shanahan. With a lead,
that
things
was
get
late.
wonky, man. I mean, he's calling plays that you don't understand why he's calling them. He has that little – there's something like he's –
Is it arrogance?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's a genius.
Not exactly.
But you think that wasn't a big deal, huh? You don't think the Niners were like, oh, what WTF? I guess I could have said it. But to me, there was something to that. And the Niners, okay, y'all gonna cheap shot artist. I couldn't believe he did it, man. Shame on dude.
All right, what time was game time? 1:30. So it was 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you. And Shanahan comes out, and this is his pregame speech. This is what you don't understand. All right, guys, we've been here before, and we know what we got to do. We got to execute. We got to just pay particular attention to that one theme of keeping their defense engaged. We got to use both sides of the field. We use both sides of the field over 60 minutes. We're going to win the game. Get it in.
Wow.
There it is.
And hey, I don't know what was said.
Fred Warner's the guy that
gives you the. All right.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't do that.
All right. I tend to believe there'll be a moment where he'll let him know, And Saturday, could have been it. But also, on the other hand, I want to give Levi's and the fans some love too, because I wasn't in the house, and I felt like I was in the house watching the game. Watched it with wifey in the front room, not in the lab, guys. But they were raucous. It's not Levi's, but it's Chase to Oracle and Levi's to Candlestick. And right now, you got to think we're going to see a whole hell of a lot of playoff games in the future for the San Francisco 49ers in that building. Matt Steinmetz, I'm asking you this Martin Luther King Monday, did you feel and did you hear the crowd? Because they were making noise.
Yeah, every home team's fans
and they weren't
make noise.
front running, Steiny. It was
every
when they
home
were
team's
down.
Fans make noise. I didn't notice any more of their fans making noise than Bills Mafia.
Wow.
You think the 49er fans were louder than Buffalo fans?
That's interesting. I didn't.
You think they were louder than Jacksonville fans?
It was my answer to that. Yeah, no, my answer to that is they were
any fan base being.
It wasn't the cheese and wine crowd. How about that? It was
raining.
It was like Thug Life. It was like diehard fans, and that's coming through the television, and I appreciate it. You know when when they get a touchdown, it was like, come on, we make a noise. I like
Don't
that.
pander.
Blue collar
Don't pander.
as you're wearing your Reading PA hat. Yeah.
See, you don't have to pander to 49er fans.
No, I'm not. I'm giving love. What does pandering get you? It ain't getting you no chicken.
No, it gets you. It puts you in good favor with people the easiest way possible.
That's not what I'm aiming for.
By falsely complimenting.
You know I'm not aiming for that. But they got a pulse. They got an identity, and it's just going to get louder, guys. The stakes are always big, but the next round, what we know. If it's Dallas, oh my God, I'm hoping. If it's Tampa, Tom Brady, Bay Area own, if he's back in the building, they're going to get louder, man.
I was telling Evan this when you weren't there this morning, kind of talking about you, and I said, we got to.
And I believe him. Go ahead.
I don't know if it was 5 years ago.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's got to be a theme, but remember, I want to say like 5 years ago, the boss Nahigian. Found out you were a Cowboy fan and stuff. And he's, remember, I want to say he was like, hey guys, just have a look at it. You don't want to talk too much Cowboys.
He did deliver Mike Irvin last year.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to do too much Cowboys, but that's cool. And I'm like, that's 5 years ago. We've established ourselves. Everybody knows who Guru is. Guru's a Cowboy fan who respects the 49ers.
No doubt. And where I'm from.
Let's just
tap into it if you have to.
Transparency.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I went into his office today, and he agreed. But I'm with you. But I just, me, Steiny. I love venues. The 12th man in Seattle. I respect that stuff. Kansas City and the Niners, if they haven't come all the way, nobody's talking about Candlestick because it's totally different. But they were loud, man. I appreciate it. And it wasn't that front-running loud because, again, at halftime, Jimmy Ward, what was he doing, Steiny? Those are the type of plays that could get your ass beat on the next level against a better team. And I know it was however long the halftime is. I think it's 12 minutes. They got past that because they got the ball. But that was the first time in a long time I said a Niner player went bonehead because that helped him get 3 points.
Yeah, he didn't go. Which was worse, him or Joey Bosa?
What was Bosa? It was Draymond Green-esque, but it was worse because that 15 really caught. The house was on fire, and you just said, "What the hell? I got some lighter fluid. I'll help it." I expected him to be smarter than that.
You know what I saw? You know what I saw?
He didn't care. It was like he wanted the L. Burn it all down. That's what he was doing to me. Dude, it was weird.
Yeah, you know what I saw? There was an intangible there that, can I say for sure it was the case? No.
I don't think where you're going.
But I've lived it enough, and I'm watching him go nuts. And for some reason, I can't stop thinking about his little brother, Nicky Bosa.
There's no doubt.
Who's the best defensive player in all of football.
They won their game
and
earlier.
he's on a big boy team, and there's the older brother, and here's how I know this. Jealous of the younger brother.
There's no doubt. That
just like
was reeking
my
of
big
that.
brother was jealous of me. You get to be a little bit older.
That's Mike, right?
Bob. You look at your younger brother. You realize my younger brother is better than I ever was, and I'm winding down. And I'm really mad about it.
I'm out here on one
and
leg.
He gets too much credit. And
It was a tantrum.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. So that was. I'm trying to think what else caught my eye on the weekend of football. The Miami game.
We got to get to this.
Did you see the sequence where I think it was 4th and 6?
Okay.
Like midway through the 4th, Miami goes for it. They actually throw a bomb.
Okay.
It's incomplete. And as they're throwing a bomb, I'm like, what are they doing? But the Bills called that timeout right before the play.
They iced
themselves. I guess McDermott saw something where he's like, I don't like what I see. Let's get a timeout. And so the play, and then they punted on the next play. They didn't even go for it after the 4th.
To me, Mike McDaniel did himself no favors. I mean, I really thought, and Evan can attest to this, we were laughing at Thompson. He had no chance. He was sneaking vaping. He was vaping on the sideline. The McDaniel, and that's why I feel like they kept getting the delay of game, Snidey. He had the mitts wrapped around. You got to tell me you saw this video. Oh, it's making – so the boss put out that great video to where 4th and 1, they're going for it. They actually had more time, 51 more seconds to get a playoff, and they still butcher it, but I believe he was too busy vaping, and that's what was messing Miami up the whole day. And then his presser, his eyes are bloodshot red. That's what the vape do to you. Steiny, I said,
there's no way.
Oh, Steiny, they were making, and the fans were, Pat McAfee, he's one of us, because he was.
As somebody who's been to Europe,
right.
They all have those, but they're mostly all tobacco.
Well, tobacco or not, you can't go Jim Leland in an NFL game. I didn't think it was tree.
Didn't Tom Landry used to sneak one in during the game?
If that, I've never seen that. Yeah,
I might be wrong.
No.
In fact, somebody might say Tom Landry never smoked.
Only thing I got is rest in peace, Lynn Dawson.
Sure,
smoking one at halftime.
That's
Steiny,
the iconic
but how can
photo.
you sneak one in? Maybe you can't get a delay. And speaking of which, quick,
golfers golf and smoke cigarettes.
I never.
Best.
Well, John Daly's the only one I know.
Like Arnold Palmer and Jack Nicklaus.
That's not frowned upon?
Well, it might be frowned upon, but they do it.
But it's never been caught in like the Masters. Like you're on your best behavior then.
No, guys smoke. I think they're more camera conscious.
Okay,
now.
all right, okay. And I appreciate that.
But I think
McDaniel was sneaking it.
That's one of the Chris Mullen, the great warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he talks about golf, he's like, that's a game. It's not a sport.
And I agree with him.
What are you talking about? He's like, it's a game. Anything you can do drinking and smoking, it's a game, not a sport.
Now, I love that.
And I was like, well, wait a minute. Maybe that's true for me.
It's
a game, but it's a sport to Tiger Woods, man. I mean, like, you know what I mean?
It's a sport of timeouts.
What are you talking about?
Like the endurance is never.
What are you talking about?
You swing and then you walk.
You have to walk.
There's never that.
You have to walk 4 straight rounds. So it's like you have to walk 5 miles a day on terrain. I'm not saying it's a marathon, but it's like absolutely positively endurance is a part of golf.
Tell me, okay. Tell me if I'm nitpicking. Speaking of clock management, guys, the Niners had their issues with the clock. Now, some could say, "Goo, it's a rookie quarterback in his first playoff game," and I'm not putting the blame at his doorstep, but I was kind of shocked, Steiny.
Yeah. Oh, it's time to take a break, and I got some eggs in my mouth, so we'll be back.
Good.
Take 5 or 10 minutes. 5. All right. We'll be back. All right. Oh, so here's what we're gonna do.
This is great.
That's right. We don't have commercials.
Outtakes.
Hold on. All right.
I love it.
Still got to read this, though? All right. Road to Glendale, brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Coming up next, we're going to run this Kyle Shanahan post-game interview. It's about 8-10 minutes. Take a listen on 95.7 The Game.
We expected a tight game. It was a tight game. That's playoff football, and I expect us to come out in the second half, score first, and then respond.
Did you get the sense that Brock had some nerves or anything early in the game, and how did he kind of settle it?
I I think everyone does a little bit. The rain was going there a little bit at the beginning, but he missed that first pass and was a little off on a couple, but also made a couple off schedules there in the first half too that were real good. He ended up playing a hell of a game, and the most impressive thing was not turning it over.
You're at all surprised with how much trust you have in Brock at this point?
Not really. Felt that way from the beginning. Once he got in that game versus Miami, we didn't have the luxury to sit there and worry about stuff the way the game was going. We just had to call plays to try to win the game, and he did such a hell of a job, and he's done it every time since. So we got a lot of confidence in him, and he gives us more and more confidence each week.
19 passes and 9 runs in the first half, and it balanced out in the second half. But was it the initial plan to just let it attack through the air, at least initially?
Yeah, it was. I mean, we knew we wanted to run the ball, and we thought it would end up we were hoping it would end up balanced towards the end. But we thought we had some good looks that we wanted to get, and we got some of them and capitalized on a couple. I thought we were doing a hell of a job in the first half, actually, offensively. But, they're tough sometimes. They do a good job of giving up some but not letting you in the end zone. And for us to have all those yards, I think we had 8.5 yards of play, but I think we only had 13 points to show for it. So when you do that, you worry, and that's why you got to turn those big plays into touchdowns, and we were able to do that in the second half.
Joked, or maybe not joked about, don't take a 17-yard sack. But he does seem to have a knack for spinning out of stuff. At some point, you just get used to it and say, just go do it?
No. I mean, he was great on some. That last one, it was very close. It was unbelievable the throw he made in the corner to BA. I know he just missed that, but, he's got a feel for it. It definitely makes me nervous on some of it, but he did a hell of a job getting away. He knows his body. He's out there and can see how close he is to those guys, and he tries to never give up on a play, and he's been very smart with the ball so far, so I appreciate he's doing it.
Did you have a sense Debo might do something big after his foot got yanked?
I mean, I was worried that he was hurt on it. I lost my mind a little bit on that. But, yeah, I was real concerned that he was hurt on it. I didn't like how that looked. I thought it looked pretty bad, and the intent of the play. So I think that pissed a lot of people off. I think it pissed our team off, and I think you can kind of feel our team react to that after. I wish we were like that from the first play always, but sometimes when some stuff motivates the guys, I think it was cool to see us rally together, and I know Debo was bothered, and it was cool he came back and answered.
Defense had some struggles in the first half, played a lot better in the second half. How did you assess their performance?
Yeah, they got us on a couple things early. The big play, obviously. I mean, DK's as good as anyone. Geno throws a hell of a ball. And Mooney didn't shy away from anything. I mean, he went up there and competed with them all game, just like he did last time. DK is going to get some. I thought we got some too. But I think the key in the game was getting those turnovers in the second half. And if we don't come out and get those turnovers and we turn it over on offense at all, I think it's a totally different game. And once we came out and got those turnovers, I think we settled down and got back and playing pretty good football.
Is that play with Abram worthy of a personal or worthy of injection in your mind?
That's what I thought I saw. So, and then he was hurt, so that allowed me to go out there. So, I mean, I'll see. You always see when you see the tape. I know everyone's emotional out there, but that's what it looked like to us. Yeah. Not what I said, but and who knows? I was borderline blacked out at the time, so and we'll see. I mean, you always got to see it again, but that one bothered us a little bit.
What was your view on Omena, who strip sack most of the recovery, and just what it meant for you at that point in the game?
Oh, it's huge. That was our first turnover? Yeah, that was once we got the turnover. That's when I feel like the momentum completely changed for the whole game, and it took him a while. He was in that pocket for a little bit. The longer they're in there, the more people get open and off schedule timing. So I was worried the whole time. And then the ball went down on the ground, and all I was asking, just jump on it, please. We had a couple the last time we played them, and they beat us to it. And then once he did jump on it, I kind of was wishing he scooped and ran with it. But regardless, I think we ended up scoring. So it was a huge play in the game, and I think once our defense did that, I think they got their mojo back and played great, and it was awesome to be able to protect some of them there that last drive.
You mentioned that play, or what happened to Debo, kind of pissed everyone off and ignited you. I mean, was it an element of you beating the Seahawks 2 times in the regular season, and yeah, it was the playoffs, but I mean, was there kind of like a malaise or?
No, I don't want to make too big a deal about that. I mean, people get mad. That doesn't change everything. You got to score points to beat people. And, they got us on a couple big plays, especially the go route that gave them some points. And, I think we had 8.5 yards of play in the first half. So, it wasn't like we weren't doing well. They just did a good job keeping us out of the end zone. And if you keep doing that, regardless of what you've done, you look up and you're down by 1 point. And didn't feel like we should be because I thought we had done a lot of good things. But when you don't score those touchdowns, that's how it is. And that's why it doesn't always matter the stats and what you're doing. There's one thing, it's who scores more points. And I'm glad we kept playing the same way. And we ended up getting turnovers and not giving any. And if you keep doing that and keep getting explosive like that, that's why the score ended up the way it did.
When you guys sweep the division and beat Seattle the way you did twice in the regular season, was there any extra pressure coming into this game, a game that everybody expected you guys to win pretty decisively?
Yeah, the pressure is how much we believe in our team and that it's not a 7-game series. It's just 3.5 hours, and who knows what's going to happen. Everyone in the playoffs is a good team. That's a good team. They won 9 games for a reason. They're always tough to play, regardless. And you got to go out there and play really good football. And that's what's so tough about the NFL is that was our biggest, our internal pressure is we think we got a really good team. And we don't want today to be our last day with this team. But that is the reality of the playoffs. All you got guaranteed is 3.5 hours. Once we clinched earlier this year up there, we knew we were guaranteed the playoffs. So that was kind of the first feeling that we've had in a while of like, wow, if we don't handle our business this week, this season's over. And we love this team for a number of reasons, and I'm glad we got another week.
Obviously, Brock's been going well, but is it a different thing to see him do it in the playoffs like this?
Not totally yet. I don't know. I feel like, playoffs means, all it means is if you lose, the season's over. Besides that, you're usually going against good teams. But we have seen him do it against good teams, and the pressure's always on. And it was great to see him do it today.
I feel like it affects Purdy now that this game is over. He's already played in one postseason game. Now he can just go play now.
I think he did that today. I think he's done that every game he's gotten in. So it's cool to have another thing that he can say he's done. But these games are all the same. Some can mean more than others just because when you lose this one, your season's over. So that's the pressure that everyone's got to deal with. But that's why you just want to get to the game. Once that kickoff goes and you get out on the field, then you realize it's 3.5 hours just like it always is. But there's always a build-up for that.
Kyle, as good as your defense is, you have this seemingly annoying trend of giving up a big play in the first half of games, especially over the second half of the season. How do you account for it? What do you think? Obviously, you're not happy about it, but
it happens, and yeah, we work at everything. But what I'm happy with is we held them to less points than we got on offense. I think we don't freak out when we give up a big play. And same stuff we've been doing all year. I know we're the number 1 defense in the league, and we've earned that throughout the year. But no, guys play well, and it's a whole team game. And that's why sometimes when they have big plays and our defense gives that up, then we got to answer on special teams or offense, and vice versa. There's a number of times that we've struggled this year. Offensively or special teams wise, and we haven't had to worry about anything because our defense was at the top of their game. I think they did some real good things today. Didn't start off that great, but when you do end up limiting their explosives and keeping them out of the end zone, pretty happy with our defense.
All right, guys, appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, it was Kyle Shanahan from postgame on Saturday after the 49ers 41-23 victory over the Seahawks. Matt Stein, Mets Darrell, the Guru Johnson. You're catching us on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
It's about 12:35, 12:40, I think. So if you want to check out the Warrior game live, you can just go to 95.7 The Game. They're playing the Washington Wizards. Martin Luther King Day. What's up, Goot?
Nobody monitors Kyle's record like we do. Certain situations, overall record, but you help me out. If I'm correct, that was his 5th playoff win, right?
Correct.
So he's 5-2. Wow. Just rolling along, Steiny.
Yeah, and yet certain people still think he's got a lot to prove in this game. Some talking heads. He's 5-2 in the postseason.
Not a lot, though, to me,
Yet
Matt.
he still hasn't arrived, and this, that, and the other thing. And he still's got a problem in big games.
No,
he's got a problem winning the big one, and he can't hold a lead. And
what did I learn from my partner? This one. Guru, two things can be true at once. And you're right. But I'm going to say this. If Kyle had a lemonade stand, the line's around the corner because we know what he brings. Now he's kind of backing it up. But we're going to have Low on here shortly, Steiny. This blew my wig Friday at 1 o'clock. This blew my wig because I've been so obsessed with Kyle and the offense. But if you're going to tell me Robert Saleh took a job, parlayed this great job he did here as DC with the Niners, and now Ryans, by all account, is a popular candidate. But I think it was Sean Salisbury. You helped me out. We need to start giving Kyle credit for what the defense has done as well.
Why?
And that blew my wig.
Why?
That's what I said.
This defense can coach itself.
Oh, no, it's not. He ain't a one-trick pony, but that's how I judge him.
Saleh had it. Great defense. D'Amico Ryan.
But he oversees it.
That's Lynch.
I can't. No, it's not Lynch.
That's Lynch.
No, I'm going to ask Low. I can't wait.
I wonder how much Kyle does have to do with the defense because I don't.
Like, do we say, well, Andy Reid's never had a great defense.
Isn't it probably like
Philly.
80 offense, 20 defense for Kyle Shanahan?
I would say in my world it was 95-5. Okay. But if that's not correct and I'm robbing the coach or we people, outside are robbing him of being, having something to do with the defense, I'm like, man, then this dude really is great. And I just been judging him on one facet of the game. But to give him that kudos defensively, damn.
Why would you, though?
I guess.
How much does he have to do with the defense? Seriously, I don't know.
I want to say he's picking the coordinators. That's just the low-hanging fruit. But then, like you just alluded to, if you got a great defense, I could come in and call plays. But it's more complex than that. I got to believe.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm asked Low. But Low never told us he oversees the defense either.
Here's the toughest job.
I love that hat,
Nick
dude.
Bosa, you're going to play defensive line. Fred Warner, you're going to be a linebacker. Greenlaw, you're going to be a linebacker.
That's not fair.
Hufanga, you sit in the back there and
that ain't fair.
Play like a madman.
Yeah.
Who else? Javon Kinlaw.
You know who you're describing to me now? You know who you're describing to me?
Roll the ball out.
Steve Kerr with the Warriors with KD.
Oh, no.
Phil Jackson with the Lakers and Bulls.
No.
See, that's what you just did, though.
Much different.
Tell me how.
Oh, well, Steve Kerr implemented an offensive style that was completely and utterly unique. Open basketball in a league of isolation and pick and roll.
But what if I told you they would have won anyway with any style?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, Mark Jackson.
I don't think so.
But yeah.
Phil Jackson implemented the triangle. Very unique and different way to play basketball.
You know where I'm going, though. The average fan is like, Guru, that's the point.
There's nothing complex going on there. Like those great coaches. I mean, that's just personnel. I mean, unbelievable personnel at that. Nick Bosa makes it all go round. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to save this for Low, but I'll debut it with you and Evan.
By the way,
go ahead.
As long as you mentioned Low, he's coming up at 1 o'clock on the Bud Light guest line.
I like that. Bud Light. Wish we had one. Hey.
We can.
I have less confidence now that the Niners can run the table than I did before, because of what I saw Seattle have success in 2 quarters. And that's not overreaction.
So somebody's better than them and they're going to beat the Niners.
No, it's going to be, you're going to take the Niners there. You're going to take them 15 rounds. Like Seattle took them 6. It was Hearns and Hagler, 6 good rounds. I know that was less than 6, but you know what I mean, Steiny? Like, I need explain to me how Seattle has success running the ball. Walker looked great. First play of the game was a 9-yard run by Walker, and there was more to it.
How many yards did he end up with?
I should have that, but I don't. I'll get it, but give me some time. But still,
that's the other thing.
Yeah, I'm nitpicking, but I'm just like, what is Mahomes going to do? What could Dallas or possibly Tampa Bay do? Then Philly, like you said it Friday, it's not going to be easy. And I guess I was in La La Land thinking, you know what? They got a lot of weaponry, both sides of the ball, Steiny. It's going to be a walk in the park. Sunday, and I know it got away from them, Seattle in the second half, and I heard Bonte and Shasky this morning. It wasn't a walk in the park up until a certain juncture. It was, Seattle had the lead at half in a playoff
game. Yeah. 2.5 quarters into the game. And the other thing is you got to look at how things happen, too. The game against the Chiefs, I want to say the Chiefs had most of their points backloaded.
Okay.
The second half of the game.
Right.
That's not you like the Niners defense, a game like the Seattle Seahawks, that doesn't bother me because you got to give the other team credit. And Pete Carroll designed a great playbook, had a great game plan. You know what? It kept Seattle in the game for 2.5 quarters. It's the best he could do. The 49ers are better.
Okay.
They're just a better team.
I totally agree with
and then
that.
they just wore them down, and they scored
and they covered
6 points in the second half. Like that to me, is more
touchdown.
important than the number. It's did your defense get better and better and better over the course of the game, and it did. So I think that's look, everybody scripts plays right now, so I think given that, it's probably easier to score against the Niners earlier than later, even though it's not easier. It's not easy at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it's going to be fun. Buckle up. And you know me, forget my allegiance, Donnie. Tonight, I am talking about Monday Night Football. Tom Brady comes limping in here. Hey, Tom Terrific. I know you call Tom Seaver that, but I just don't think they have enough around them. But Dallas does, man. And
why would you do that, though? Seriously,
Tom Terrific.
Yeah,
because he's
especially
and Tom Seaver's what I used to throw.
Well, right,
me and Evan,
but it's complete and utter disrespect for Tom Seaver. Yes,
but when you give Tom Brady Tom Terrific, you're giving him his flowers.
Didn't even take Tom Terrific.
Oh yeah, well that's why I can apply it to Tom Brady.
Anytime you say Tom Terrific and it's not in reference to Tom Seaver,
he was bad.
It's a shot at. It's disrespectful of the past.
No, it is. If Brady was listening now, he would take it as goo. I know what you mean, buddy.
It's not about Tom Brady. It's about Tom Seaver.
I'm trying to tell you how great and high esteem I hold, high regard I hold Tom Brady in.
Right. And you're spitting on Tom Seaver.
No, I would never do. I pitched.
You just did.
I would never.
Please
do that.
don't call him Tom Terrific if you're not referring to Tom Seaver.
For you today on MLK Day,
no,
I'll call
day.
him Tom Terrific. I'm doing that to poke you. You came up on Spaces with us Saturday too.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Guru explained to the listeners after the Spaces, after the playoff game, the boss and I hopped on Spaces, 49er post game. Didn't have a lot of people as we expected. I felt like Snoop Dogg.
Oh, that's why you wanted me on.
With a bad album.
I got you. That's why.
But your name came up in regard to the water and the spills. We're having some fun.
Sounds like it was real serious Spaces, really attracting the hardcore fans of the 49ers.
They were still at the game.
Hey, here's what we got today. It's a little different day. We have we're on the stream, the Odyssey app, and the Warriors right now are playing on 95.7 The Game. Anybody listening on the stream, we're going to have the Faithful Hotline. We're going to open up the Faithful Hotline. All right, what is that? I'm going to give you a number to call, and you just tell us how you're feeling about the Niners, what you liked, what you didn't like. You want to rant, you can rant. You want to rip Guru, feel free. You want to praise me, you're more than welcome. And just how you feeling about your 49ers. It's the Faithful Hotline, 415-951-2304. Call there and leave a message about how you're feeling on the San Francisco 49ers, their playoff run that's just getting started. And then later in the show, we'll play it. We'll play that hotline. Here it is again, 415-951-2304. I'll give that number out here and there during the course of the show, but that's the Faithful Hotline.
I love it.
Tell me how you're feeling about your 49ers. We got Lorenzo Neal coming up in 15 minutes on the Bud Light guest line. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers, and we'll figure out who they play next week. Tonight, Cowboys, Bucks. And but by the way, how are we done at what? Huh? We can play one. Oh, we got one. The hotline's already going. Okay, let's play one of the hotlines.
It's Clayton from Union City calling in. This boy Brock Purdy stepping up in the pocket, making great passes. Incredible for a third-string quarterback to come through. Always creating space, finding the targets. Brandon Ayuk all of a sudden getting 1,000 yards. George Kittle's back online, not just a glorified blocker. I mean, I don't even think we need Trey Lance next season. That's just incredible to see this kid step up in an area where you're not expecting as a third stringer to have to step up into that pocket. But loving what I'm seeing. I don't think it's a quarterback competition next season. I think Trey Lance gets one more year to develop, and we just ride the Brock Purdy train, choo-choo.
Oh, you catch a choo-choo.
Wow, from the young. I mean, man, the story just keeps going, Steiny.
Let me see something.
3 touchdowns.
This is really starting to annoy me.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. And this is Evan and I talked about
I won't
this.
call him Tom Terrific anymore.
Evan, you shouldn't. But
Is
I'm sorry.
that what you're talking about?
No,
okay.
it's something else. And Evan and I have gotten into this a million times, and he doesn't care because he's got no respect for history, sports history, or numbers. Let me do something here. What is 1,000 divided by 17?
That would be
58.8. 58.8.
Okay.
And this is to the last guy on the hotline. Brandon Ayuk with 1,000 receiving yards. That doesn't mean shit.
Right. That's great. I love that.
That don't mean anything.
Yeah.
That don't mean anything.
Yeah.
The original 1,000-yard rusher and receiver was when there was a 14-game season. 14 games, 1,000 yards, I'll give you. Not 16. We need to change the number. 1,200, I'll give you. 1,000 yards receiving for a big-time receiver is not a great year. Sorry. Not in this day and age of the NFL when everybody's throwing for 300 yards. Get it? Thank you. It's kind of the Tom Seaver thing. You just spit at Tom Seaver by calling him Tom Terrific. And every time you talk about Brandon Ayuk, you know who you're spitting at? You're spitting at Lance Allworth. You're spitting at Otis Taylor. Okay? You're spitting at Paul Warfield, and I don't like it.
You know what,
Stop
Sonny?
it.
Some of the shit that comes out of your mouth just really bothers me because you sound like a straight-up hater. Listen, it's not just about numbers.
Yes, it is.
Brandon Ayuk is a technician when it comes to route running. I mean, he is up there. Evan knows this. So you look at the stat line.
He's a good receiver.
3 receptions for 73 yards.
1,000 yards don't
Steiny,
mean
he
anything.
averaged 24.3
Nice
yards
game
a
yesterday.
pop.
Right.
He's getting open.
Nice game
He's reliable.
Wait, how many catches?
He did drop a touchdown when Purdy did the little Fran Target did it. Tony Romo. I hate that he dropped that one, but put some respect on his name, man.
Who?
Brandon Ayuk.
I will put respect on his
Forget
name.
the 1,000 yards.
Well, then don't say he's at that. I'll tell you what.
As my partner, I don't want you to use that as,
here's
dude,
how
he's
I am
good or
using
not.
it. Here's how I am using it.
Watch him.
Here's how I am using it. If you're telling me how many yards did he have?
73.
No, for the season.
No,
regular season yards.
Over 1,000.
That's an insult.
Well, you're talking to
you're
the whole
telling me
community
he's a
of receivers.
60-yard receiver per game. He had 1,050 yards.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
great. He caught balls for an average of 60 yards per game. Like, that's not good.
What's the other caveat?
That's
on a
not
team that likes
good.
to run the ball.
Oh, now that.
Look
Now
at
that.
you. Guru Shanahan likes to run the ball.
Exactly.
And I get that. But I just hate you can't. Like, I can watch somebody come in here, somebody we don't know, somebody we know, they want to sing. They aspire to be a singer. I don't need the record sales. I can hear their voice and say, you got the mechanics.
Then
and
don't-
when I watch Brandon Ayuk, 1,000 yards,
Don't say
1,000
that.
or no
The
1,000.
minute you say 1,000, I'm going to interrupt. Because you're insulting him then.
Okay.
By limiting him to a 60-yard per game
Oh,
catcher.
no, well,
That's
I'm
what
not,
he is.
I'm not even focused on the 1K. I know what you're saying. Everything's watered down when you
That's
talk
all I'm
about
saying.
stuff. He's a bad dude, man.
It's pretty good.
I'm trying to think. Amari Cooper runs the best routes to me, but he's an older runs the best routes to me. Those are old hips. This dude just. Remember, we didn't know he was in the. He runs, and Debo, I love you. You had a great game.
You ready to apologize for Shanahan?
Jerry
Shanahan
Rice
for
will
that?
tell you how fond of Ayuk's route running he is.
You want to talk route running?
Give it
With
to
all
him.
due respect to Jerry Rice, I got to talk to Steve Largent.
No, well, Steve was a bad man. Number 80.
What was I going to say about that? Something about Ayuk.
You went off on Ayuk. What triggered? Oh, the call.
Oh, did you apologize to Shanahan yet? Remember last year, 2 years ago, when Ayuk was out of shape, wasn't running routes right, didn't block, and it was a head case. You still wanted Shanahan to play him because, I don't know.
We still don't know what went down. Ayuk was the company man,
Ayuk
and it worked
the
out
right way.
All right.
It was, you know what? You know what? Kyle Shanahan did to Brandon Ayuk what Mike Singletary did to Vernon Davis, only a little more.
No.
Only with less emotion.
That was great. I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
You got to leave. But I'll just say this. Again, Low Neal won, Steiny. This defense and credit where it goes and me robbing Kyle of that, like, that's a thing to me. And I just, like, do I sound like a hater for never bringing that up?
No.
But I don't think I don't because nobody called our show.
You sound like a homer for giving him credit for it.
I called him a boy genius.
Again.
And he'll make a mistake. He'll make more mistakes throughout his career. But I would like him to get his Super Bowl ring sooner than Andy.
Well, he better get
his.
it this year. You're going to hate on him again.
Oh, no.
Absolutely.
Now, it's the John Dickinson theory. How does it look?
Oh, it'll look
like
great.
if they get beat 35-10 and the other team just brought it to them.
What about the defense?
No.
Then that's D'Amico Ryans who cost us.
Nah, that's pretty good.
We got to give Kyle Shanahan credit for the defense until they give up 35 points. Then it's on D'Amico Ryans.
I'm just...
Yeah,
like
you know what? I won't allow for that. I won't stand for D'Amico Ryans slander and taking credit away from D'Amico Ryans. And how can you do that? You know what? And maybe I shouldn't go here on Martin Luther King Day.
MLK
You want
Day.
to take credit away from D'Amico Ryans?
I love what D'Amico's doing. I'm just telling you, there'll be another D'Amico if he does get a head coaching job. Because you got Bosa. You got Warner. You got 11 tackles, Greenlaw. But that back into the secondary style. And let's put the rat on the table. I'm not being
Can't
negative.
do that today.
Mahomes came in here and torched them. Like, that's who you're going to go up against.
We'll see.
We'll see. You see Cincinnati's defense? Good Lord.
How much football have you watched? You should know. You can't assume anything.
Now,
you
that's
can't
my
assume
mantra.
the Niners
You took
are
that
gonna
from...
Well, then you can't say they're going to go up against Mahomes
Well,
again.
if they
it
get
might be
there.
Buffalo,
Yeah.
Philly.
You're right, but
that's all.
You know what I mean.
Look at what happened to the Chargers.
Do you care?
Look at what happened in Minnesota. That's the upset of the decade. Nobody thought that was going to happen.
Let's stop there real quick. I come in here today because everybody was tweeting me about you. Every welfare check on that Butcher actually did it too.
Thought he had a great one there.
Yeah.
I know.
The pass that was thrown short and not to the sticks on the last play by Kirk Cousins, to me, surmises his career.
Surmises.
Surmises.
If you're gonna go here, I'm gonna be a stickler. Or summarizes.
Right. But Evan today goes, nah, Goo. That's where the play was the ball. I'm like,
exactly.
Go out guns blazing and at least throw it to the marker.
Hawkinson had been so
and that's
good.
what he said.
Hawkinson let us down.
But why was he a target if he wasn't at the first down marker?
Because he had 140 yards, and he's a great second effort
Jefferson,
guy.
They took him away, man. I was rooting for old Kirk. Just another L on the list, right, Scotty? Hey,
He's young.
I want to, because you.
How old is he now? 33, 34?
I'm a guess. Let me guess
He's
before
got
you
6,
tell us
7
that.
years left.
I'm gonna go 35. How old is old Kirk?
Oh, he's only 34.
And if he's
still
Tom
getting
Brady-esque, he's got 11 more years left in the league.
He's getting better.
Honestly, tonight's game,
Okay.
you know, nostalgia and all that stuff. Would you like it to be Brady or would you like it to be
Cowboys?
Oh, see,
absolutely.
That's
Cowboys.
how everybody's giving to us.
I was telling Evan this. The thing about the Cowboys is, and I know they played them last year, but it'll make for a better week leading up to the game than if for Tampa Bay. Because nobody likes the Cowboys.
I'm with you. I wonder what Levi's, the ratio of fans. Like I'm saying, it's like candlestick, but if that were to happen, I'm there.
You think there'll be a presence of Cowboy fans at Levi Stadium?
Chasky and Bonte were talking about it this
they better
morning.
not.
Well, I mean,
that'll tell me something about 49er fans.
No, but now we're talking about
No.
the Steeler fans. They travel.
No.
Niner fans travel.
There's a difference between
Dallas fans all throughout here, Steiny.
There's a difference between a pocket of fans and what the 49ers can sometimes do on the road.
Yeah.
All right? Like, there's a difference between pockets of fans. If you're telling me the Cowboys are going to come in here and it'll be anything like when the Niners play at L.A.
Well, not
when the
that.
Niners
It won't be that. Yeah.
But is it going to be more than
they'll
pockets?
Be a yeah.
Oh, shame on Niner fans.
You're talking about the same team, essentially. Niners, Dallas, Pittsburgh, Green Bay. And in 1992, your boy was at the NFC Championship game where Aikman hit. Were you there?
I was at all those games.
49er Frankie and I and his dad.
You were lit. I was working.
Oh, no, I don't
I was
drink
much
when
more serious about my career
Were
at that
you
point than
there?
you were. I was there, yeah.
That
Santa
way.
Rosa Press.
So Alvin Harper, you were there for the pass. He took it all the way. We going this year if it happened.
Probably
I got to
not.
worry about Tampa. I got Tampa.
Yeah, exactly. So what? We got Low Neal on the other side? Is that what we got? Oh, we keep it going.
Yep.
Well, what am I going to do?
It's what are we going to do?
Well, I need a break.
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
at some point, if you know
got
what I mean. Lorenzo Neal's coming up at 1 o'clock on the Bud Light guest line. You can catch him tomorrow night at 6 o'clock on the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. Does that mean we're taking the Dallas Bucks game? Oh, it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, tomorrow, Tuesday, with Sean Salisbury. Anyway,
I listen all the time.
What's the Warriors score? We're allowed to at least.
I'm gonna give it to you, dude. That's all.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the Warriors score.
They're down 2.
If you want to go watch the Warrior game,
wake up.
Or
50-48.
Halftime?
No, 2 minutes before half. I'm starting to think the stuff you come in here and spew, and you're like, goo. I'm like, this man is so off. I don't say it. He's so off the target. But now I feel like it's manifesting to what you said. Last year took a lot out of them. They don't look vested.
I'm with you there. I'm with you.
I'm with Niners, but yeah.
Oh,
dude,
man.
I'm juiced. Let's go.
Why? Why are you juiced?
Me and you and Evan, more MLK Day. Yeah.
No, you're not.
No, I am.
Brock Purdy. Oh, you know what? Let's do that. How long is this? 8 minutes.
There you go.
Okay, so we'll do Brock Purdy for 8 minutes and then Lorenzo. What are you shaking your head for? You shaking your head at me?
He gave you the nod.
No, I'm talking to Evan. I saw a shake of the head there.
I didn't.
All right, we're good, Evan? We're good, Evan. Okay. 8-minute Brock Purdy postgame, and then we'll talk to Lorenzo Neal on the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game.
What happened on that? Did you feel the moment, or what happened?
Honestly, the ball was a little wet. It was raining at the time, and it just got away from me. But yeah, it wasn't anything in terms of the game, or it was just the ball was wet, slipped. I was trying to rip it to Debo, and I was just mad that I couldn't get it to him. So.
How important is that second pass where you hit Brandon to kind of get into the rhythm then?
Yeah, I mean, it's very important. Obviously, had missed one right before that, so to get the ball to BA, have him make a play, and just create some momentum was huge for us, huge for myself. As a quarterback, you want to start the game off with some completions and just get into a rhythm. And so it was huge for myself. It was huge for the team.
Did it feel different?
Go ahead, Ann.
Did it feel different because it was a playoff game?
I mean, there was some emotion going into the game. You could just feel it, in the environment with the fans and our teammates. Man, this is win or go home. And so, you did feel that. I feel like pregame and whatnot. But once the game started, it was all, hey, it's 11 on 11. I got to do my job. I got to get it to the guys when they're in space and go from there. But we didn't make it more than what it was. You could feel it in the first half in terms of, Seattle's playing really good football. It's playoff football. Everyone plays their best football. So I feel like that was just something that we had in the back of our minds too. But overall, it wasn't, oh my gosh, we're in the playoffs. We got to get all tense or anything like that. So we just got to play our game and let everything else fall into place.
You haven't had very many opportunities to have Debo and Christian in the backfield behind you. When they did that today, they were on that field at the same time today. Can you kind of see the defense having a dilemma? Sort of pick your poison type of issue for them.
I mean, yeah, I think obviously it's hard for a defense to stop that when you got both guys coming out of the backfield any which way or doing all these exotic things that we do. But I thought, honestly, credit to Seattle. They did a good job, I think, on third downs and everything like that. In terms of playing man, they had great coverage. I feel like they had a good plan in terms of how to stop our guys out of the backfield with Christian and Debo. But at the same time, once we did get the ball and they made plays, then we did exactly that. Our guys made plays in space, and so it's going to be a challenge moving forward. As usual, everyone's going to be playing their best football and scheming up stuff like that for Christian and Debo. But I know once they win those one-on-one matchups and get the ball to them, it's tough for defenses. So So yeah.
In the first half, you were able to move the ball well, but couldn't get into the end zone or have trouble finishing drives. Why were you able to turn that around in the second half?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's just there's a couple plays, man, where it's like you got to be on point. Once you get those matchups and opportunities to capitalize on, you got to do it, especially in the NFL, playoff football. And so that's, I put that on myself. There's some plays where I should have put the ball up, give Georgia a one-on-one shot and instead of taking a sack. Some plays like that where I got to be better. And so coming into the halftime, Kyle just was straight up and was like, hey, man, like you got plays are there. The opportunities are there. We just got to keep it simple and get it to the guys. And so we knew what our plan was coming out of halftime into the second half, and I thought we just executed everything and we finished drives where we didn't do the stalling. We didn't overthink things in the second half.
You moved around a lot today, but after when you roll left, roll right, you get it to Elijah in the open flat there. You really looked as excited as I've seen you. That was just because of the play? It was the moment? What were you feeling there? And could you talk us through that play?
Yeah. I mean, it was just a broken play. I was trying to go left to BA and then go through my progression from there. It just broke down. And so, once Elijah did his job in terms of, staying in protection, and then if he had time, he could get out, and he was my last read. So the front side just broke down, and when I scrambled, Elijah was where he needed to be, and that's why I was excited. I was like, man, that was sweet that, I had that trust in you to be there, and the same for him, for myself. And so, once we completed that and scored, just a huge part in the game, to create momentum. It was just a big play for everyone and a big moment for everyone. So I was just excited about it and just wanted to create some juice for our team and just celebrate a touchdown with my guy, Elijah.
People called you slithery moves
really?
Out there. Is this something you knew you had, or is it just instinct to be able to move right when the defensive lineman's coming one way?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I go into a play where, if it's not here, I'm going to scramble and do this and that. I want to go through my progressions and stuff, but I feel like it's just the instinct that I have of playing football throughout the years of, if something's not there, the play can still be alive. That's sort of in the back of my mind. And so growing up, I've been able to scramble and make plays off schedule. So in those moments, and a couple of those touchdowns, I think it was just something that I've always done my whole life in terms of finding a way when it's not there. So that's all it was.
You almost got a fourth touchdown pass to BA in the corner. On that rollout, you took a big shot at the end. So when you look back on that play, was it worth it?
Yeah, I think.
Was that the same ribs over the same area where you?
Yeah, it was on my left side. Nothing from that hit. It was a good, clean hit from the defensive lineman. Obviously, in that kind of situation, I got to be smarter with getting the ball out if the first read's not there, instead of doing all that extra stuff. But yeah, it was just, I felt like it was one of those situations where, man, if we can just put one more touchdown in, put the nail in the coffin, but at the same time, a field goal is just as good. So somewhere I got to be smart with and, just throw it away if it's not there. What's that?
What did Brandon say to you after that play?
I mean, he was, I was excited that, all right, we have a scramble drill on, and he kept it alive. He saw me scramble. I went left, came back right, and then, he ran left and then went all the way right. And so I was excited that he kept it alive, and I was happy. I was like, dude, that was good. And then he was obviously he's hard on himself. He's like, man, I should have caught it or hit my hands or whatever. But, it's all good, man. I love the dude. He works hard. He blocked for Debo on that long touchdown. Like, you just see BA gives everything for this team. And so something like that happens, it's all good. Like, we're going to learn from it and be better.
Two swagger-related questions. Can you do you feel the high step coming, or is that just natural? And then what do you imagine you're injecting into your veins?
Yeah, the high step, I mean, sort of just comes, in the moment. I don't really, I'm going to high step this linebacker or anything like that. It's just, I try to just get him to stop a little bit so I could possibly get a couple more yards. That's all that is. And then, I mean, the whole vein deal, I think it's just more for the team. Like, they love, just bringing some emotion and juice to the team. And so, I don't go into the game telling, man, I'm going to inject my veins with this or that. It was just some celebration to get the guys going. So.
Are you a LeBron James fan?
Yeah, LeBron, yeah.
Did you see that he tweeted about you?
I did not.
Said, good game.
LeBron said that? Oh, that's sweet. Yeah. No, that's awesome. That's so cool.
How did you notice the intensity in the huddle change maybe after Debo got his late game play?
Yeah, I mean, that's our guy, Debo. Like, he brings so much to the team, the juice, the swagger, all that kind of stuff. And You know, he was down, obviously, and the guy just kept going, and it's like, come on, like, let's play clean here to keep the game going. And, you know, we get it. It's a physical game and everything, but to do that, it's unnecessary. And so for our team to just, you know, show some emotion, to show Debo that we got his back, man. And, yeah, I think we all had the right to have his back and be fired up about that, but definitely created some juice for us and some momentum, and I feel like we capitalized off it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right, welcome back.
LeBron
95-7 the game.
James tweeted about Brock Purdy. That's when it's a thing, Stoney. The King tweeted.
Let's get Lowe in here.
Oh, okay.
And he can Lowe knows all about LeBron James or whatever we're going to talk about. Lowe Neal, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. What's up, Lowe? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm great, guys. God, that was awesome listening to Brock Purdy, listening to that interview with you guys. And LeBron gave the tweet out, but just listening to the young guy, just how classy he is and understanding the importance of, hey, look, just leading the team, showing the emotions that he talked about. And, hey, you know, the guy pulled on Debo's leg and said, okay, you're doing that to our guy, you're doing that to our brother. And you saw the way the 49ers responded after that. It was just great to hear the interview.
Hey, Lowe, here's what I'm thinking watching Brock Purdy. He's been really good, no doubt. He's elusive. He's smart. But it feels like he's playing with fire. He lets guys get close, man.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. I get that. And I just, something cool in signing what I saw the other day is at times if I'm playing against the Niners, you say, Lowe, how would you come after Purdy? What would you do? I would try to keep him in the pocket. I won't let him boot. But then I would try to pressure him from the middle. Because I see at times when Brock's getting pressured from the middle and the hands are in his face, he can't see downfield. And, so I think you're going to see a team try to keep him in that pocket and make him beat you in the phone booth. You know how they say with Brady, look, squeeze the pocket on him. Keep him in there. That's what they do with, Kyler Murray. The shorter quarterbacks, it's like, look, don't let him see over the tree. So keep him in the pocket, but make the pocket shrink. So now it's in his face, and he's got to throw up over him. So that's why I think at times you've seen this roll out, get out of there a little early sometimes, because he wants to be able to see down the field. Because when Brock Purdy's out of the pocket, come on, Guru and Steiny, the guy's legendary. When he's out of the pocket, he's lightning. He's amazing. When he's out of the pocket, he sees everything. The guy can throw balls all over the field. Look what he did with the Mitchell, and then he came back and he did it with McCaffrey first, and then in the fourth quarter, he does it to Mitchell, scrambling, finding a way to hit guys. Out of the pocket, the guy's unbelievable.
Oh, Lorenzo, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm fascinated by this. And you tell me if what I'm talking about either makes any sense or it can be defended. So, I think you can make some analogies between sports. And in basketball, if you have a guy who can't use his left hand, you want to make him go to his left. Or, Okay, so I'm looking at Brock Purdy, and his escapability has been unbelievable. But you know what, tell me, he always has to get back to the right hand and going to the right. That's when he makes 99. You know what I mean? I cannot remember him throwing across his body while he's running left. And he's got this way of, turning his back to the field and somehow getting right. And I'm like, can that be stopped? Is that just instant? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about first? And then secondly, can you defend against it?
1,000%. I know what you're saying, Steiny, because here's the deal. Brock Purdy's playing well, and we can nitpick and go at him, but, hey, the guy's playing well. But, yes, what you're saying is when he rolls out, he's in the pocket, he rolls out to his left, and then he makes sure that he can will it back around to a full circle where he can throw the ball with his right and be squared away looking right. I totally understand. You're saying you haven't seen Brock run to the left and throw the ball that way. He's always got to square back up and get his body back to the right. Still get set. So absolutely. So that way you say, look, we got to make sure that we take that away. Also, you got to say, if I can squeeze the pocket and make sure that the left side, he wants to roll that way, or make sure at times bring a corner cat from the right side saying, look, we got to get heat, and he's going to roll to the left. If he rolls left, you stay on him. Stay on his upfield shoulder. Don't let the guy throw the ball. Don't let him wheel around, because when he wheels around, he wants to get square for him to throw the back ball to the right. So there's different things you can do. Okay. I think you keep that guy in the pocket. You're absolutely right, son. But I think you got to keep him in the pocket, and you got to pressure him from the middle and say, don't let him break contain and make him throw over the trees. That is going to be, in my assessment, when I talk about how would you defend Brock Purdy. If I'm looking at I'm going to pressure him from the A-gap guru, bring my Mike linebackers, guys in the middle, and now make the pocket squeeze in his face, but then have your outside press rushers say, look, keep outside contained. Don't let him get out of the box and make him throw over, and that's going to be a place that I would rest if I'm a defensive coordinator. I'm Tampa. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, that will be my game plan. Keep him in the pocket. Do not let him get out of the pocket because he can hurt you, and he's deadly. Keep him in the pocket, but make him throw from the pocket in an uncomfortable situation. So you got to get pressure from the A-gap.
Lo, you are spot on. I was telling Stoney before you hopped on, I don't know if you heard me, LeBron tweeted, Purdy got game. It's a story, and you know playoff football better than anybody listening. Us three here, it's all about advancing. Lo, I don't want to sound like a hater. You let me know, because we kind of talked about not the leaky secondary, but it was like Lenore. You know, was that a thing? Are better quarterbacks going to be able to take advantage of it? And Lo, if I had talked to you at halftime, you would have been like, Guru, wake up, wake up. I was shocked. And I was shocked at this, and you let me know what you think. Walker and that ground game from the first play of the game, it was a 9-yard carry for Seattle, but they sustained that in the first half. The play action pass to the tight ends, that was open, and we saw the shots to Metcalf. So I'm sitting here thinking, forget the offense for a minute. This is what Andy Reid, this is what Brady and maybe McCarthy are going to look at. And Lo, I know they fell off, but Ward was the guy that didn't have the best game in the secondary Saturday. So now I'm thinking, what if they both get picked on? What if Bosa doesn't get home every play? I think if I'm another team coming to play the Niners, whoever that is, you got to put on that tape like we may have a chance, as crazy as that sounds.
I don't think it sounds crazy. I do believe that the Niners can go to Super Bowl and can win the Super Bowl, but I also believe exactly what you're saying, Guru. If I'm them, I turn my protection toward Bosa. I say we're going to slide protection that way, and we're going to run at him. And I'm going to say let's double him. Let's bring an extra tackle in, and let's go 12 personnel. And I want to run the ball there. I want to put 2 hats on that guy and create a scrimmage, and then cut off the backside and enforce. Don't let Troy Warner run free. So when you have an ace block, Guru, that means the center and the guard are going to ease up to the Mike linebacker. If you can do that, and now Fred Warner's tied up, you can't let Armstead take on the double team. So yes, if I could do that and run at Bosa, that's what you do. You limit the Niners' offense. You limit the time of possession. You have to be physical, and that's what Seattle did, Guru. You're absolutely right.
Not to interrupt, Lo, were you shocked at halftime? Were you shocked?
I was disappointed because I thought the Niners played down to the Niners tried to get too cute. The Niners tried to be everything. They didn't come out and say, look, let's establish a dominance. And so the Niners let Seattle stick around, and Seattle said, look, if we run the ball and we stay physical, we can play with the Niners. We can play with them. I was sitting up in the box, and I was sitting next to some guys, and we're talking, and I said, hey, look, I don't think Seattle will score in this second. I said the Niners didn't come out aggressive enough. The Niners didn't come out and say, look, we're going to.
Uh-oh. Lost Low Neal.
Yeah,
we'll
he
get
was
him back.
flowing. Yeah, we'll get him back.
We'll get him back.
That's interesting. I wouldn't be able to tell what it looks like, Stoney, but I never once thought Seattle's success was, and it could be, I could be totally wrong, but I never once thought the Niners weren't invested emotionally.
I think I know what Low means by he thought they were too cute.
Yeah.
And I thought they were too the first drive. So you got a rookie quarterback, and everybody knows he's a rookie quarterback. And so the natural thought is, maybe I wonder if there'll be big game jitters or anything like that. Or I want to feel a little bit of pressure or the bright lights. And so the plays are scripted, and Kyle Shanahan's calling pass plays on that first drive. And Purdy was shaky on that first drive.
I was
thrown an interception.
He was throwing Cheech and Chong.
Exactly. And so maybe that's what Lowe means. It's like, don't overthink it. You got a young quarterback. Your running game is killer. So establish the run to start. But I do think Kyle Shanahan's got this thing in him where he's a little like Don Nelson.
Nelly.
It's not just he wants to beat you. He wants to kind of beat you on his own terms. Why wouldn't you come out of the gates running the football if you're the 49ers?
Well, I'll tell you what, I got a theory to that.
Because they didn't score on their first drive.
Does it matter? And you let me know what you think. Does it matter the sequence or when you do something if you're trying to have everybody eat early? So maybe that's why because you're right. And McCaffrey had over 100 yards. He had that long run. He's phenomenal. But it was like a quiet 100 to me, Steiny. But I just wonder if Kyle did that to try to check boxes to get out the way of feeding everybody. Because you're bright. I saw a couple passes. I was like, that was Steiny. Those were jitters, you know.
He might have gotten, too cute. Yeah. What if he turns the ball over there and you give up a quick score because you're a little too, you're not conservative enough? But it worked out, and the 49ers play again next week. They're going to either play the Cowboys
at 3:30
or the
p.m.
Giants, 3:30 Sunday.
Yeah. 3:30. That's good. So you're going to get half
3:30.
Twilight. Well, you get Twilight, and then a night game for the second half.
3:30 kickoff.
Yeah, that's how they're doing it, like the
Why
NFC
not
Championship
4:05?
game. Well, it ain't baseball, but you're right.
But no,
that's
it's
baseball. 4:05.
But 3:30. No game has been started at home for the San Francisco 49ers at 3:30 on a Sunday. Are you sure it's not like
a positive? That wasn't.
You sure it's not 1:30 our time?
No, it's 3:30 our time.
3:30.
Yeah. So the AFC game is first. Yep, 3:30.
So
you know they're always trying to evolve, Snotty, and do something different. But you're right. I go 3:30. I go, no, that's 1:30, but it's 3:30. That'll take you into prime
what time's
time.
the first game?
I'm guessing now. I would say about 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Well, it can't be 12:30. That's only 3 hours.
It's probably 12. I'm gonna look it up.
So then
right
the games
now.
are going to overlap.
Oh, dude, that's what I hate.
So there's a 12:30 start and a 3:30 start. 12 and 3:30.
Yeah.
They're still going to overlap. Seriously, that's dumb. That's stupid.
Well, you need to let the league office know.
We got low back.
Low, you hear him?
You know what I'm saying?
He in here griping.
I don't get
I love
it.
you guys. I love you guys. It's awesome to hear you guys. You're like, let the league office do. Like, let the league office know this Steiny and stuff.
Why
It's
wouldn't they
great.
start that at 4:30?
Right. I'm with you, Steiny. Go, Steiny, I'll let them know with you. We'll let them know. But, hey, no, Steiny, what you were saying, and doing what I was saying, that Steiny, you were hitting it. I kind of lost you there. But you're right. I was saying exactly what you're saying, Steiny. You got what I was talking about. The gist of it was Kyle Shanahan dictated what he wanted to do, and he said, "Okay, let's be pretty. We got Purdy, so let's throw the ball all around the court early and now you did not that you wasn't ready to play, but you allowed Seattle to stay in the game because you wanted to come out and be exotic and be cute to show that your rookie quarterback is ready to go instead of saying, hey, look, let's make this a bloodbath. Let's go out here and show this team they can't play with us because they're one of the 25th rushing defense, not really that good." So you could have came out and dominated your will, and that's all that I was saying. But I just look at this Niner team; they're good enough. They got some weapons, Guru.
Yeah.
But defensively, like you said, though, I can see a team can pick on them in the pass game. You saw Kansas City. I know Kansas City's hopefully an outlier. Doesn't happen, but you've seen when you couldn't get to the quarterback, and he's elite, you can beat this Niner team.
Well, let me ask you this.
Interesting.
This is going to be another weird one from your boy. Is the goal of a great play call, like if would a coach every time a team comes to the line of scrimmage, is the goal kind of we think the defense thinks we're going to run, so we're going to pass, as opposed to we think the defense thinks we're going to pass, so we're going to run? You know what I mean? Like, are you always trying to trick them on the initial understanding of whether it's a run or pass?
Well, I think a lot of coaches have different ways of philosophy, different ways of thought process, Steiny, because you're saying, hey, look, you're going to the line, you're saying, let's show them that we're in a heavy situation, so they think we're going to run, but we're going to trick them and do a bootleg, and this is because they're going to be thinking this. I think that's okay, but I think that sometimes you got to dictate who you are. You got to dictate what your team can do well, and you say, okay, we're going to run to the bubble. The team know we're going to run to the bubble, and they got to have a guy that makes a play. So football's an attitude. So I'm with you. At times, coaches do try to play the cat and mouse game, but at times you got to line up and say, what do we do well? We run the ball well. We do a great job booting the ball. We do a great job of doing those deep six routes where we have someone coming across the middle. All those over routes. You saw the Niners have success doing that. because of the play action, and now the safety has to come down. So you know you got a deep six. That means going 15 yards and cutting across the field. That comes open. But if you know that's what you do well, then just do it. And sometimes instead of just saying, let's see what they're going to do, at times you're going to see what they're going to do, but you should know because of scouting and what you watch tape, and that's what coaches do all week and all year long. So I'm more in the mindset, do what you do well against the defenses that you know that you can line up and do well against, because you know by formation you outseen them.
Lo, I believe it was our last conversation last week. I believe you are the author of this thought that I can't shake. And if you're not, just bear with me, because I was telling Steiny early on, I was calling, and so was a lot of people in the football world. Kyle Shanahan, an offensive guru, play designer, all that's true. Now, 10-point leads, we can talk about that.
Oh, my God.
But, Lo,
no guy has ever been judged on 2 games
if I can finish,
like Kyle
Steiny,
Shanahan. I'm sorry.
But, Lo, I'm back on board with them, but never in a million years had I even thought to give this man credit for his team and the defensive side of the ball. I went with Saleh. I went with D'Amico Ryans, and I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully he gets the job. But it was brought up that, Kyle oversees that unit too. You play in the game. When I bring up Kyle Shanahan, is that him too? And have I robbed him of that praise?
Well, I don't know if it's Kyle Shanahan. I think that you have to realize, Guru, and when you go into a meeting, the head coach looks at the game. The head coach looks at the game plan, and he says his defense. They say, "This is what we're going to do." You have to realize, D'Amico, whoever it may be, they have to explain to the head coach, "This is what we're going to do. This is what they give us when they give us tricks. This is what we're going to do. We're going to box it." So the head coach sees what they're going to do, and now the head coach might be in there saying, "Hey, look," because Kyle Shanahan's an offensive-minded guy. He says, "Okay, D'Amico, are you playing cover 2? This is what I'm going to do. How are you going to stop this play?" So maybe Kyle Shanahan and the coaching staff go through that cat and mouse game that Steiny was talking about, and now Cal says, "Okay, when you're playing single high safety, this is what I'm going to run. I'm going to play action. I'm going to make the tight end cross his face. So now the single safety high, I'm going to make him make a decision. Do I jump that 6 route that's coming because there's only one safety deep? So do I jump that 6 round at 15-yard comeback, or do I stay high because you got a post behind it?" So what Kyle Shanahan does, probably in my opinion, Guru, I don't know for sure, but he sits in there in those defensive meetings. He goes, watches what they're saying they're going to play against, and now they play that game. And that's how coaches iron sharpens iron. So I don't know if you want to give him credit. I think that you have to give him credit, but you got the coaching staff in general credit, because all of them, they're working together for a common goal, and that's the win.
Lo Neal, join us on the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Lo, one of the things that I love about sports, man, on any level, is just greatness. So, like, what just gets me going is, like, to think of you playing in the NFL and all the guys who played in the NFL and how tough you guys are and how athletic you guys are and how great you guys are. Even at that highest of high levels, there are guys who are even higher, like a Nick Bosa. You know what I mean? Like, even in that level. So, Deebo Samuel, why can nobody tackle this guy? What is it that makes him so hard to bring down?
Man, Steiny, that's a great question. Watching Deebo, his physicality, I think he's good at mixing it up. I think you watching Guru, he's at one speed and all of a sudden he switches gears and he'll drop that helmet on him.
It's his thighs too, Steiny. It's his power.
Lowe's?
No, Lowe had big ones. But Deebo, I saw guys make, as Deion Sanders said it best, business decisions, Steiny. Go get in there. They're like, I feel like I didn't have the angle.
I feel like the whole defense is like Deion Sanders when Deebo Samuel's has the ball.
Dude, I'm
Deebo
like,
Samuel.
And then when he gets tackled, here come the cops, all these other dudes like, oh, shucks, you got him to the ground already. Dude, Steiny, it reeks off my TV. Like, dude, you had a chance. He is something about him. It's that power, man. That's a great call by you.
I mean,
dude,
he's
hard. But then does he pay for it too, though, Steiny?
Yeah, but I think that's, you know what? And if we get Lowe back, he can just jump in. I think that's what's great about Deebo now is what if he only has to get it 6 to 8 times?
That's
so if
right.
he's a madman,
no doubt,
and he can't be brought down, those 6 to 8 times, he's going to get 100 yards.
Hey, Debo, we don't need the days of you 12 or 13. Those are over. We don't need you for that.
I kind of think that's exactly what McCaffrey did.
What a luxury.
We always kid around about Debo, but I think he's a player who he reaches a point of diminishing returns. So in other words, do you have his numbers in front of you from last game, or do you know them offhand?
Yeah, I'll bring him up. Go ahead.
But
he had 6 for 133.
That's catches.
Okay, catches.
Did he have any runs?
Yeah, I'm about to give it to you.
Like 2 or 3? Because that's perfect. Let's say he had 2 runs, so he had 8 touches. Like, he's probably better giving 8 touches to than 14 touches a game.
No doubt. And last year they needed him.
Explosive in those 8. He's going to be
3 for 32.
Perfect.
Average 10.7 a pop.
9 touches.
Longest run was 22 yards.
Yeah, I mean, can you do me a favor?
He's a bad
Can
dude.
you do me a favor? Yeah. Can you go back to the playoffs last year?
Okay.
And give me his number.
Oh, you know they're going to be
almost
almost double.
More.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean he's worse. It means maybe he's going to be more explosive with fewer carries, and that's the goal.
But no point yesterday and obviously Saturday, did it look like he was slowing down?
Absolutely not.
And I'm going to say this before I look these numbers
he was
up.
getting hurt.
Yeah, but he would come back to still be great against Dallas and Green Bay.
Yeah, but he was wearing down. Okay, so the 49ers opened the playoffs last year against Packers?
Yeah. No, Dallas.
Okay, Dallas then the Packers. All right, what were his numbers
I'm bringing
versus
it up
Dallas?
right now.
Okay.
Right.
Evan scrolling. Scrolling. Oh, we'll do CMC. How long is that one? That's it? 4 minutes?
All right, I got Debo right here.
What are Debo's numbers?
Last year, Debo Samuel, 10 for 72 rushing.
Okay.
Longest was 25 yards, and receiving just 3 for 36.
That's still 13 and 10 runs.
Well, he had Jimmy then.
Right.
And no
That's
McCaffrey.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, 10
what about
runs.
the next game?
You're right. Let me get it. Green Bay. Oh, that's pretty good.
All right, so Green Bay is the next game.
And I don't think
they're running
here.
Debo Samuel now because they have to.
Yeah.
They have to, but he's getting more – defenses are getting more accustomed.
Well, now you're not trying to stop him first. I believe they're trying to stop
How can you not get the Dallas game up yet?
I did.
It's like one button.
I just gave you the Dallas
Okay, that was
game.
the Packers game.
And I'm giving you that now.
Yeah, how comes that taking so long? It's one button down.
I'm on my iPhone 14.
10 rushes against the Packers.
How many receiving? Well, it was a monsoon.
You see what I'm saying there? Do you see what I'm saying? It's better to have Debo Samuel with 6 catches and 3 runs than
no
10
doubt.
runs and 3 catches.
And I'll tell you what, Donnie, that really ain't his forte anymore. They got a guy that had a 69. Dude, McCaffrey.
I know.
I hate he got caught.
I made about 7 points that even football people didn't make about football
When?
this weekend.
Last week?
The part about you have to keep Brock Purdy going left somehow. And I didn't know if that's even doable. And
what if I tell you?
And I heard Lowe say something about back shoulder.
Yeah.
You got to stay on the back shoulder. So there is something to that.
Yeah, and what if I tell you? And this is a worry. A better defense is like they were like an octopus. They were out there trying to get him, and he had the time. But when you're playing a better, I think of the Saints, Steiny. You might not be able to do that.
Let's say hypothetically.
Because it was high school-like. He was able to get back and then throw it away and just chuck it.
Let's say hypothetically.
That time against a good defense.
Say hypothetically he's rolling left and he's on the 35-yard line. He starts to roll left from the halfway point of the field.
I'm picturing it right now.
And there's a guy in pursuit. Okay? The guy in pursuit cannot be trying to catch Brock Purdy on the 35-yard line as they run across the field.
Okay.
He must begin to veer a little left.
I love it.
Out to the 38 or
angle.
39-yard line.
And come from behind.
So as to not allow him to turn.
Yeah. Because he got popped on one of those throws, too. He opened himself up for a pop. He threw one. He got hit.
I should consult. I should football consult.
What would you do?
What I just did. What I just did, and you know what? We go into Levi and beat him, and I'm the reason.
Dude, no, but you're right.
So
what we got?
Brock Purdy post game. Is that what we're coming up with? Christian McCaffrey. Do it now. All right, we're going to run a little Christian McCaffrey.
And I'm going to tell you something I hate that the people
post-game.
are doing to these athletes when we get back.
Okay. Here's Christian McCaffrey post game.
Let it be known, I'm a Raider fan. Let it be known, I'm a football.
The emotions, the energy of a playoff game, is it significantly different than a regular season game?
I mean, there's more on the line. It's win or go home in the tournament, but the way this team prepares and practices, is very similar to every week since I've been here.
You, I forget which game it was, but early on after you got here, you had a nice game, and you said there's a lot more meat on the bone for you. Where are you in terms of that now, as far as how you think you've learned the offense, or do you still think that you're getting better in it?
Definitely, I'm definitely, I mean, there's always stuff out there. You'll watch the tape, and I said one time, I think, a lot of times you're playing against the tape. You want to just put good things on tape. You want to wake up Monday morning, and when you watch it on the iPad, you want to be proud of what you put out there. And there's always stuff. There's always things that might have made the wrong cut here or did something wrong here, and that's football. That's what makes it so fun, is that constant pursuit for perfection. And I think everybody on this team has that, and that's why our practices are intense. That's why the meeting rooms are meaningful, and yeah.
Today, I mean, do you have a sense of what that'll be like for you when you watch the tape?
Yeah, I'd never make blanket statements after games, win or lose. Obviously, this man is so damn fun to win a playoff game, and at home, and fans going crazy. It's a special feeling, and we're still alive, and so we're going to take it one at a time. But no, I mean, as far as tomorrow goes, you'll make the corrections you need to make, capitalize on the strengths, and keep moving. But I never like making blanket statements after a game without watching it.
Do you like the idea of playing on a Saturday and obviously winning, and now being able to sit back and see what happens around the NFC?
Yeah, I mean, we might play Saturday next week too. So for us, it's take advantage of every day, every second you have to recover and get back ready to go.
I know you're running around getting open while Brock is moving around like that, but does it feel different knowing that he's keeping plays alive for a long, long time here?
Yeah.
Does it take a little getting used to?
No, I think every play, you never know what's going to happen, and you have a job on every play. Even when he scrambles out of the pocket, there's places you got to go, and the O-line did a hell of a job holding up and holding those blocks for a long time. That's a tough thing to do, and Brock's a guy who has really good escapability, so he's able to make some of those plays down the field.
He just said he's kind of glad that maybe had a little struggles early on. He had definitely had that ball where it gets slipped out of his hand. What were you thinking? What was the look in his eyes kind of early on?
He didn't hesitate. No, he calmed down, and he's no stranger to adversity, and he responds really well. And that's a testament. That's a mature football player, especially playing quarterback.
That extra pull on Debo's leg that kind of riled everybody up. Some of the offensive guys and defensive guys, so that kind of galvanized the group together.
I would say so. I'd say that got everybody going.
When you talk about Brock's maturity, is that the reason you think Kyle has so much trust in him at this point in his career?
Probably. I have no idea. That's a question for Kyle. But I as a player playing and being with him in the huddle, he's poised and he's calm, but he's extremely confident. And he's exactly what you would want in a quarterback. No moment is too big for him, and he makes corrections quickly. And we saw that today, and he's able to go out there and play with some juice and hit the right guys and let everybody else do their jobs. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, that was Christian McCaffrey.
C-Mac, as we call him, Stoney.
And
C-Mac.
There we go. Let me tell you about the hotline, 49er hotline we got going. We're not taking calls today because we're on the app, but you can still talk to us about the San Francisco 49ers. Right now, if you want to go to 95.7 The Game, the station, you can hear the Warriors. They're about locked up in a 78-78 game with the
81-78.
So here we go.
Wizards.
What is it?
81-78
They're
Wizards.
Up?
No, Wizards.
Okay. Here you go. Here's how the faithful can get on the faithful hotline right now. Call 415-951-2304. Leave your message, and we'll play it like this one right here.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Brock Purdy was doing his thing. I appreciate all the fans that came out. I was one of them. Man, I was out there in my poncho, rooting and everything. One quick thing, defense did their thing, but that secondary, they got to get it together. Maybe it was just a slip in the road, but defense of backs got to get it together. But again, I appreciate all fans that came out. Let's go Niners. Either Tampa Bay or Dallas. Either or. They're going down. Thanks for having me on. God bless. Happy Martin Luther King Day to everyone.
There you go. That's the
look at our guy.
That's the 49er hotline. What's that number again, Evan? Let me look at it. You want to get in and tell us what you think about the San Francisco 49ers, their game on Saturday, where they're going. They winning it all? I don't know. What do you guys think? Let us know at 415-951-2304. What do you got? You wanted to get into something. You wanted to say something about something.
Oh, yeah.
And why don't you do that?
All
and then,
I'll tell you,
then I
Evan.
can stir my
now,
coffee.
Listen, now we know I like style, pizzazz, and I love all that stuff. It's too much style over substance in our world right now. But I like, a nice outfit, a nice watch, car, all that stuff's nice, home. But what we're doing to these athletes as they come into their place of work, judging their attire, I'm out. Did you see Brock Purdy? They were, it looks like Nordstrom Rack. Even if it was Nordstrom Rack, it's fine. Is he supposed to be in a three-piece? But Steiny, I'm getting sick of it. And the NBA's doing it more and more. But just let these guys be human. What are we, 9:45 willing to do? What are we doing?
You know the irony is?
I don't like, and I'm a style. You know me, I like style, but I didn't like what they did to Brock. He had a backpack with the two straps on. Oh, he looks like he's going to high school calculus class. Okay, what's he supposed to be? Rob Lowe? I mean,
you know what's interesting? I think the networks and the media would say, well, we're trying to do exactly what you're saying we shouldn't be doing. We're trying to humanize these people. Brock Purdy's just a regular old guy. People want to get to know him off the field a little bit.
Yeah.
So they're sharing more of the athlete's story, as you will.
Yeah, but when you say you're disappointed in Steiny's outfit, you kind of, how Barkley them do it. They'll show some, oh man, he didn't put, you know what I mean? He didn't put any effort into. Judge me on my play. That's all.
Yeah. I don't know.
Coming from a guy that can, we got a pretty lax dress code in what we do.
Yes, we do. We have as lax a dress code as exists. Yeah. You can wear shorts. I think Spinoni wears flip-flops.
Well, yeah.
I don't actually like that. I think you must.
Well, when you wear shorts,
I think you should be short. I think you should be socked. Yeah. You should have to wear socks.
Okay, that's not that big of a deal.
Unless you're wearing shoes, you can wear.
Because I don't want to see leg.
Shoes.
If it were me, no leg.
What about my calves?
Well, yeah. See that on the hoop court.
I think you should have to wear your shorts are fine. No gym shorts, but I think we have guys who wear gym shorts.
See, that's what gets me mad is you.
What?
So the khaki shorts are better than the gym shorts.
Oh, my God.
No, they're the same.
No, they're not. They're totally different.
You amaze me, man. I mean, they're different.
A khaki short is a dress short.
But you're showing leg, and you ain't got slack, so let it all count. You know what I mean?
There's a big.
Like, if I came in here with gym shorts, you would probably be bitching like,
you're right, I would.
No.
You're right, I would.
They're the same as your corduroy.
No, they're not even close.
Yeah, to me,
they're not. No. There's a big difference between wearing gym shorts and a tank top as opposed to khaki shorts and like even a Hawaiian shirt.
You talking about my airplane
that's business
fit.
Like that's kind of resort You shouldn't be any worse than resort casual.
Oh, that's pretty good.
At work.
Yeah.
That's
we got it.
I wear sweats.
Yeah. Well, today you got them on.
Yeah, because I knew we weren't on the stream or anything. I got about.
Were you watching the game tonight? Back to back. I know you had Saturday and yesterday.
Good question. Well, no. I'll be honest. I saw first game. I saw the end of it. The Bills game.
And you then
saw
Evans
the Bills
game.
were up. I saw the end of that game.
Okay.
And then
Cousins.
I saw the end of the Vikings game.
Well, what about the Charger one? Because we got to get to that.
I saw the whole second.
We
half
work with a guy.
I saw the whole second half of the Chargers game.
You worried about him? And does that constitute, should Staley be fired? Steiny, 27.
I don't do that. You treat that kind of stuff. You treat that kind of shit cavalierly.
Oh, that is so great.
I take it more seriously. I don't joke about livelihoods.
No, I'm not joking. What constitutes getting fired? We've seen it. That 27 zip. Damn.
See, I don't put that all on the coach.
Yeah.
To lose a 27-point lead takes a lot of different people. One guy doesn't do it.
But that means every facet of your team is not buttoned up. Whose job is that? One guy. That's the head coach.
I just think it's incredible because I didn't watch the first half, but I heard Lawrence threw 4 interceptions.
Oh, they were just awful.
And I'm just thinking about all the tools out there, all the jackasses, all the scumbags, all the fair weather fans, all the know-nothings. What were they saying at halftime? Choker, gutless.
No, he was young. This was first playoff game. Dude, he looked shook.
No, he didn't.
What would you call it?
I'll tell you, he had a bad first half. Let me tell you something about
Normally, you
Trevor
don't come
Lawrence.
back from 4 picks in a playoff game.
You know why he can? Because he's seasoned, he's polished, he's poised, he's played in big games before.
I got it.
He played big games in college. When I saw his post-game interview right after they win that unbelievable game, he's talking just like this, Goo. He's like, I didn't have a great first. The guy is.
I'll give you that.
The guy's more of a pro than.
Let's be honest.
He was playing pro football his last 2 years of college,
All right,
essentially.
I'm not mad at that, but that's
a great point.
That doesn't mean shit to me because.
What doesn't mean shit?
That his post-game presser. He threw 4 picks against a team that had a head coach that had his team not buttoned up. And that's why you were able to get away with it.
Some team had 4 interceptions in the first half, but they weren't buttoned up.
Forget the 4 picks. It was 27-0.
Right. So are you criticizing or are you praising?
No, he got lucky. The draw was to play a team that had a coach named Staley, last name Staley.
Right, but who wasn't ready to play?
The Chargers.
They went up 27-0.
And then what happened? They went to bed. You shouldn't
when
have
you're not ready to play, you get down 27-0.
Well, to me, it's alarming when you find out that you're going up against a team that you give them 27 points and their coach can't close it. You got Bosa's brother going. What?
So let me ask you this: Is that
honestly
Joey Bosa? 10 years in the league?
He was crying out, "We need a new coach." Bosa's meltdown to me was, "I don't give a damn.
So
if I'm going down, we're all going down. Our coach ain't shit, and I'm accosted 15." I swear, Steiny, had that been somebody he respected, he would have been like,
what
Bosa
Bosa did is the coach's fault.
No, it was the lack of respect he had for the coach. I swear. I'll take that to my grave.
I'm not saying you're wrong at all, but you can't blame the coach for that.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Well, who do you blame?
You blame Bosa.
No.
He threw his helmet.
The whole result.
I mean, there's nobody else to blame.
No, the end result of the game.
Everybody.
But it don't work that way.
Of course it does. Everybody pays the price.
Like, we do a job here. Our boss is judged on numbers. If the numbers are bad, it ain't everybody. Somebody's getting it more than one person. That's his job.
Right. So if the 49ers lose, to me, it's going to be Purdy. It's going to be Shanahan. It's going to be Kittle. It's going to be whoever.
Right. But that's the game within the game. The owner ain't going to call.
I don't blame one person or one coach.
Oh, see, I just think that comes with the job. And that's why Sabins and Bill Walsh, the greats, get it done. Not every time, but more often than not, they get praised because you know what? If you're coached by Phil Jackson, if you're coached by Jimmy Johnson.
So does Michael Jordan.
You know what?
So did Aikman.
8 out of 10
so
times.
Did Smith.
Yeah, we're going to get it done.
Right, the players get just as much as those great coaches.
So you don't think that was a blemish that Staley can?
Yes,
that was a stain. It will never go away.
I have no idea if they're going to fire Staley or not. Okay, I don't know anything about him unless he's got some wonky stuff going on. Right. I don't know if he's a great coach.
Blown leads is on that now.
You want to fire him? Fire him. You don't want to. I don't care about any of that. What I'm saying is this goes against him. Goes against Herbert. goes against Ekeler, goes against everybody, goes against Bosa. Like, everybody pays the price for this. Just like if the Niners win the Super Bowl, of course Shanahan's going to get credit. And Purdy's going to be a big part of the story. And Bosa's going to get his share of the pie because he's the best defensive player. And then McCaffrey's going to get a lot of credit because he changed the off. Like, everybody's going to get it in the end. Like, you all get it or don't get it in the end. It
but the
just
sign
depends
of
on
a
what
good
position you
leader
have.
of any, in the Navy, any type of rank, Steiny, is there's one guy that gets the brunt of the responsibility of the euphoria or the blame. And to me, that comes with the brotherhood of coaching. Like, that's just part of it.
So
you
think
are
people,
right.
I think
it's
most
collectively, but when it's all said and done,
yeah, you know what's
you're
funny?
my coach. You should have been able to do something to prevent us blowing a 27-0 lead. And he didn't throw
I think
one
most
pass.
49er fans,
God,
they would blame Garoppolo more than Shanahan. So, like, I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there.
Oh, I think it would be holy hell for Kyle. Like, even if Jimmy threw four picks, you could have replaced him. Like, they would be calling for Shanny's head, Stoney.
If what?
If they had a 27-0 lead in the post game in a playoff game and they blew it, I don't care who went bad. They would They would be calling for.
Give me the game that they lost 27-0.
I'm giving you Saturday's game. Had that been, I'm just telling you the pulse of the Niners. Had that been,
okay, so the 49ers go out, they lead 27-0 against the Seahawks, and they end up losing. What was it, 31?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now what? What about?
We would be taking calls for months about Kyle
Fired? You're crazy.
No, or
no
mad.
chance.
Some
Yeah,
probably
we'd be
would
mad.
call for his head.
No chance. I mean,
and
if
it's
you would
apples and oranges because Staley is not taking his team to the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean, Kyle's
but there would be
earned
venom.
all this.
Yeah, there would be venom. Now you got. I'm backing up, back to truck on should he be fired? But we probably hear some noise.
Well,
but he's taking the team
idiots,
to the Super Bowl
by idiots that shouldn't even
but
have
Staley
a voice.
doesn't have that benefit of the doubt.
No doubt.
And
That's
like you
why
said, I
if
love
they
the
fire
wonky.
him, I
It
don't
was
know.
already some talk about like, is this guy the guy? To me, that should have just
I thought
sealed
you were
it.
basically saying, all right, this guy Staley's going to get drilled 27-0. If the 49ers had lost the game the exact same way, Shanahan would be every bit worthy of getting fired. I'm like,
no. That was a bad comp to Kyle.
But
People
I
would be mad.
I clearly misunderstood. I'm just saying that, like, I mean, really? Like, Kyle's probably got 3 more 10-point leads to blow.
I think
before
5.
you would ever before we'd ever think of terminating him.
Yeah,
because
I think
he
5, Steiny.
can't.
Because the man that's
here's
in
what I
charge, I don't think those 10-point leads even. And you told me this. I learned this from you and other guys. That means more to me than it does York.
Put it this way. I don't even know. Okay, so why is the number 10? Explain to me again why you're fixated with the number 10.
Because when you're on the I'm not
okay,
fixated.
So that's what they lost to the
that
Chiefs.
Was the that
so
was the
10-point
common
lead
denominator
against the Chiefs and the Rams
with 6 minutes left in the Super Bowl.
Okay, fair. Okay, now here's what I would say. Let's say they get to the Super Bowl again and they're up 20-10 going into the fourth quarter, and the Chiefs win. Okay,
go ahead.
All right, and then that happens. 2 years from now, they get to the NFC Championship against the Giants. They're up 30-20. They lose 40-30.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 4.
Yeah.
It would have to happen another time or two before 2030 when we'd be up 17-7 against the Vikings in the NFC Championship, and then I would be like, "Hey, Kyle, we're going to fire you at halftime."
No, see,
you're
well,
fired.
okay, to
and
get
now
fired.
Saleh can
yeah.
take over.
No, I'm just saying it's a thing. Like Kawakami, Marcus Thompson, Barrows. There would be articles on The Athletic like there was just not firing, just another example of a 10-point lead gone. You know, we were on the text thread, and how did you even golf? That we'll get into that, dude. That was a monsoon to me. But we were on the text thread, and I'm such a brother to Evan. We all are. I'm like, I'm living vicariously through you, Evan. You're gonna win a play. So I was having fun firing up the Vine. Well, sometimes I think I can fire it up. I tweet something, text something. I never in a million years thought we would be, hey, you need a shoulder. Like, when is enough, Steiny? He should be gone. 27-0. I'll tell you what. If I'm an owner, I don't want my head coach to have that in his file. You're fired. You know some stuff you can do with a job?
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know that's what you would do.
Yeah.
How many times were you know what? You know what this is I'm finally realizing? Guru clearly has been fired dozens and dozens of times. So and you know what? But here's the thing. You know what?
You see I'm quiet.
This is the compliment to Goo. I got a buddy, Dana. Dana's like, grinders. You know what? Like, if I get fired, okay, I'm going to need a month to mope. I'm going to need another month to get my self-esteem back. Another month to blame everybody around me, and then I might be ready to get my feet back on the ground. Guru and my boy Dana, man, they grind. They just know how to work. So
it wasn't my fault.
So firing somebody for Goo's not that big a deal. Like, okay, I got fired. I'll just go get another job.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna hear Evan tomorrow, but I mean, honestly, you know, as a fan of that team. I mean, did that even come through your dome? Thinking about he should be fired.
I've been calling for Brandon Staley for, I would say about since week 18 of last year, costing you a playoff appearance because you weren't willing to take a tie against the Raiders. But clearly the team seems to love this guy, and I can't figure it out. But I do think that a 27-point collapse on your resume, you better come back and win 12 games next year if you're still around. Like that is what is demanded of you to happen, especially with a team as talented as that and the Chargers. If Kyle Shanahan did something like that, we'd be calling for his head the entire summer. But if he kept his job and then didn't win.
No.
You're telling me this fan base wouldn't call for Kyle Shanahan's head if they blew a 27-point lead in the playoffs?
Right now? Or if he were in his second year like Staley.
Let's say Dallas comes to town. They're up 27-0. Dallas comes back and wins.
Okay.
Not York. Fans would be irate.
Of course they would be irate, but I don't. First of all,
they would irate constitutes, like Evan said, they would call in to say, right or wrong, he should be gone.
Why? Like, no, I completely like.
It's like cheating
on
a spouse. There's some things you can do to your spouse to where there's no coming back from. And to some fans, I think
6 years down the drain.
So you're looking at the big
genius,
picture, man.
Everything under the sun. What you're gonna fire him for his worst moment as a coach? That's preposterous.
No, but like you said, when you put the entire picture into place and you talk about, you were saying, hey, if you didn't make the playoffs this year, you could have said Kyle Shanahan missed it 2 out of 5. Kyle Shanahan now has made it 3 out of 4. So however you want to look at it is the way that you justify how you feel. If Kyle Shanahan blows a 27-point lead, yes, you can still say he made the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years, but there's going to be a lot of fans, maybe down Guru's road, that said, well, look, he blew this lead, he blew that lead, he blew a 27-point lead. This guy still is unable to win the big one.
Okay, what do you want to do? What are you going to do?
Well,
I mean, complaining is one thing. You can complain all you want. What are we really? Talking here?
My point is that if you bring a guy like that back, Brandon Staley, Kyle Shanahan, Dick LeBeau, I don't care. The next season, there are going to be expectations to win
10-7. 49ers go 10-7 and make the playoffs,
and that's what I'm saying. That's not going to be good enough, I don't think, for a lot of fans. You got to show me that what happened last year was an anomaly, was an aberration, and will never happen again.
Jeez.
I'm telling you.
You guys are so dramatic. In this day and age of the NFL,
Evan, that was great.
In this day and age of the NFL, I got news for you. Every coach has games that they let a team come back. Some were 2 touchdowns. Some were 17 points. That was 27. That's a big one. No doubt about it. But Kyle Shanahan, let me think about this for a sec. Hold on one sec.
Go ahead, Stoney.
5 years, 16, 80, 9. He's coached 100 games for the Niners, essentially. And you're going to hold that one against him.
Well, how many, again, just devil's advocate. I got that from you. How many Super Bowls?
None.
So,
but how many playoff appearances?
Yeah, but I got one more thing
for
what you just said about Evan. Both of you, I got this for you. I can't believe you guys thought the antidote to a Staley-like collapse was in the regular season, because this collapse happened in the playoffs. So to me, you could go 16-1 next year, Staley saying, whatever, coach, you got to show me in the offs before I've changed my mind on, are you the guy? That's how heavy that's how monumental that was. It's when
Okay,
it
then
happens,
fire him.
Donnie.
Then every time a guy loses his debut, fire him.
No, it's not.
Seriously.
It's not you saying, me proving right is he gets fired. It's when you take calls and you hear fans in the airport or your friends say, you know what, I'm out on that guy after that. That's how
fine.
heavy to me that was.
That's fine. You can be out on him.
Because Shannon's going to keep his job, but Steiny, he's going to lose a lot of people.
Lost, if they lose a 27-point lead to the Cowboys,
right?
And
Or
you
their
say
next playoff
I'm
game.
out on Shanahan, you're everything everybody laughs at all the time anyway. Like you're a clown.
Well, how
That's
would you?
clown
What
show
would you do with
shit.
that? What would you do with that?
I'd say brutal loss, 5-3 in the playoffs. We are still built for success. I want him to be how can you be one of the top 3 coaches on Saturday, blow a 27-point lead on Sunday, and now you're like, I'm out on him. I think he should be fired. I don't want him anymore. That's stupid to me.
It's how you compartmentalize it. The 10-point leads to you right now, Steiny, real talk, are a joke, but they're a thing. They're a part of history. And a 27-point lead, I don't got to tell you guys, is a 10-point lead on steroids. So if you were to collapse that on that level, Evan and Steiny, and then now you got the little 10-point leads in the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship game, oh my gosh, right or wrong, fan short for fanatic, people would be mad.
The other thing is
there would be anger.
The other thing is we're seeing it in basketball too, and you've got to make this adjustment. 27-point lead in football is more like a 20-point lead than it used to be. Ditto for the NBA. We're seeing more and more teams coming back from 20 down in an NBA game than ever before. It's like the games are higher scoring. There's going to be comebacks. I'm not saying it's not a big I'm not saying it's not a big blown lead.
Evan, do you agree with
big blown lead?
Because you don't have the three-pointer in the NFL, Steiny.
No, but you have offenses that are so explosive, and you have defenses that can't hit. Like the defenses, just like basketball, have been emasculated. Defenses have been emasculated in basketball and football. So, to me, that means games are going to be more high scoring. They're going to be more volatile. That's why we're going to see more comebacks.
The Los Angeles Clippers in a playoff game came back from down 31 points, right? The Memphis Grizzlies.
They also did against the Warriors.
Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the
Steve Kerr? How'd that go over on Steve Kerr?
They came back down 31.
I think so. Remember that game? It was a playoff game.
I was there.
Well, the only reason I ask is because the Clippers against Memphis is the largest playoff comeback of all time.
Okay.
That Memphis head coach did not have a job thereafter.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay, my point is Steve Kerr lost a 30-point lead.
You can lose,
and it's a blip on the radar.
And you can lose a 30-point lead if you have 4 championships.
I'm saying go fire Stanley. Go fire Stanley. But if that's Kyle Shanahan, he's closer to Kerr than this.
He is, but the clock begins to tick.
Fine.
If then you lose,
right? And you guys
after,
you guys think that after 6 years or as a head coach, the clock needs to tick like we're up against a time bomb. And I'm saying Kyle Shanahan's going to be a head coach, God willing, in this world for the next 2.5 decades.
But
I wouldn't even start that. I thought it was a joke to start it with Andy Reid.
Yeah, but I'm saying it felt like Kyle Shanahan, in your mind, wasn't safe until this season. And this is the best team he's ever had, right? He's had the best weapons ever, number 1 defense. Okay, so until Kyle Shanahan got the best team he's ever had, he wasn't safe.
I don't know. No, I never really said he wasn't safe. What I said was, had they not gone to the playoffs last year, that would have been 1-5, right? 1 in 5 years in his tenure.
Yeah.
And with Trey Lance, I would have said, I did say, now we're getting into some real dicey territory. That, I could have seen him fired after this year had, let's say, they started Trey Lance and not made the playoffs. Now we got a big, big problem. Maybe he gets fired. Probably not.
Yeah,
but
I'm
if
with
you're
you.
gonna, I get it. Well, the difference is that this year they're 13-4. Like, they're good. He's put together a team that's clearly going to be good for the next decade. And so he's kind of, we know he's going to be the coach for the next 5 years, almost no matter what happens, unless they go in the tank. So what I'm saying is, like, he's already earned a 27-point loss,
which would be historic.
Yeah, it'd be as bad as Staley's.
Yeah, except, well, Staley doesn't have the cachet, so I see what you're saying there. But if you're talking about the 49ers, you're telling me that there's not a section of the fan base that wouldn't be furious that Kyle Shanahan had blown an all-time lead like that.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, it's not going to matter. It doesn't matter in his grand scheme of things. Like,
that doesn't go on his ledger?
Yes. And that's exactly it does go on his ledger, along with a playoff record that reads, this guy was 28-12 in the postseason. He had that one. Now he's got 40 playoff games, and once he lost a 27-point lead in a divisional game in the postseason. That's what I say.
Okay, fine. Kyle Shanahan keeps his job, but you cannot tell me that there won't be adjustments made to either his coaching staff, to the expectations of him heading into next season, the expectations of future playoff appearances, if you blow third largest lead in the history of football in the postseason.
Well, let's see. Let's make a list of the biggest leads that some of the great coaches have ever lost in the playoffs and ended up losing. And I'll bet you we've got coaches that are unbelievably great, and we're going to say, oh, remember that? They lost 31-0. Didn't the 49ers just get it's blowing a lead's different than a blowout, but you don't think Andy Reid blew a 2-touchdown lead?
Sure.
In a
but
playoff game sometime.
All right, so Marty Schottenheimer, one of the most winningest coaches in the history of football, right? What is he known for? Coming up short.
Honest. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be honest.
And that might be unfair.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think of Schottenheimer as apparently he's the classic definition of a better coordinator than a head coach. As an offensive coordinator, he's a big boy.
Yeah.
As a head coach, something's lost. So I don't think of him as can't win the big one so much as the way I just said.
And I think a lot of people might have looked at Kyle Shanahan before this year as better play caller than head coach. But this year, he's starting to rewrite that narrative. If something catastrophic happens, I do think there are people that will re-side with, maybe Kyle Shanahan. He's a brilliant mind.
I mean, in a crazy
Russell
kind
Crowe,
of way.
but he is only that play caller.
But
He's
in a
not
crazy
built
kind of
to
way,
be a head coach. As unfair as it is.
In a crazy kind of way, I'm thinking, like, kind of what's the difference between Shanahan blowing a 27-point lead, which he didn't do, it's a hypothetical, and like Steph Curry trying to throw a behind-the-back pass with a minute left in the biggest game of his lifetime up until that point. Like, let's just both call them monumental blunders or mistakes or losses. It's like
he was already a champ before he threw that pass to get him the second.
A one-time champ.
And just real quick, Stoney, he was on the path of revolutionizing the game.
So is Kyle.
Right. And that's why, and I'm just listening to you and E, if we took it to a sports court of law, you are right. The Staley-Kyle comp doesn't work because Kyle's got more cachet and skins on the wall. But
I didn't disagree with what you said about Staley.
And you're right, Evan, you make great points. But Staley, Steiny, I think he should be relieved. But Kyle is like Steph throwing that pass, really without the ring, but he took him to the thing. He wouldn't get fired, but fans
we don't
would
have
be
an
calling
argument.
for,
we do not have an argument.
It depends on who you are.
But here's the other thing. I think, and I don't know. Evan knows San Diego more than I do. Staley would not be fired for the 27-point blown lead. That's just, from what I understand, would have been the exclamation point on why.
So there's
he'd
a
be
file,
fired.
exactly, which makes it worse.
If Stanley, we watched Staley all year, and the Chargers were 11-5, 11-6, or 12-5, and they're pretty sound. Lost a heartbreaker, made some good decisions, and this happened. We'd be like, that's a historic, and that stinks.
Yeah,
but I get the sense it's like it's just the worst of the many
icing
things
on the cake that some people think he created.
We got an interview right now.
But I got one thing for you too. We got one.
Go ahead. I'll read something.
And Steiny, this is the greatest victory lap ever for me. But it's kind of You're going to say, Guru, that doesn't constitute a victory lap because they got McCaffrey. But I'm talking Kansas City. You tell me position for position who has a better offense than the San Francisco 49ers. This to catch right now. They got the running back. They got a paid receiver in Debo. They got Ayuk, who's just, if you want to call him John Taylor, that's the biggest compliment I could give him. And Kelsey, I know he's not Kelsey, but he's George Kittle. Right now, the weaponry for this 49er team is greater than what Mahomes is working with in Kansas City.
I don't know.
But in Buffalo,
Not
you got
exactly
Diggs,
ready to
but
do that.
outside of that, Gabe Davis, okay. I mean, Stoney, this is a thing now. I know it's not the Durant Warriors, but you're going to call me sometimey, and I'll give you that because the addition of McCaffrey has made me be able to say this with utmost confidence and almost feel like I'm right, Stoney.
You might be right, but here's the thing.
Gosh,
if you want
they
to play
got
the
stuff.
matchup game, okay. Who's the Chiefs halfback?
Who do we got?
Edge McCaffrey. Who cares?
But
Okay, Edge McCaffrey.
Yeah.
All right, Kittle and Kelsey, they're both great. Well, guess what? And
I'll give you Kelsey.
I know
I'll
they
give you
don't
Kelsey
even
for it.
play against
Yeah.
each other.
Yeah.
But so it's weird, but Kelsey can win that matchup
Okay.
on a given day.
All right.
Tyreek Hill can win a matchup against any number one in a given
Hill's
day.
in Miami. So
Who am I thinking of? The guy, their leading pass catcher now. The Chiefs.
Well, he's one of them. It's by committee.
I'm thinking of who led their team in yardage. Kelsey. Their wide receiver.
And then they got Juju, and then they
Maybe I'm
got
thinking of Schuster. I like him too, the guy from the Packers. My point is that on any given day they can, Ayuk and Debo, Scanlon can match that yardage. Yeah. Well, then you know what though, and you can even give the edge to the 49ers on all those.
Okay,
they got Mahomes.
Well, and no,
they got Mahomes,
right? And I'm gonna say this to everybody listening: they got Mahomes for now. If Brock Purdy continues to do what he's doing, then there is not that gap. I'm waiting for not immaturity, just the youth to show. And what you and Lowe were talking about was on full display. I watched the game again, Steiny. That's going to catch up with Brock. Whatever you're doing, some great edge Dallas can do. Like DeMarcus Lawrence is coming off that edge. Micah Parsons, if it's Dallas, that's going to come get you if you don't fix it. But Steiny, I swear to you, just like everything I talked about outside of Purdy is so great that I think it gives Purdy the best chance of not showing us my youthness or shoot us in the ass.
I completely agree with you on that.
It's incredible. Like, when's the other domino gonna fall?
It might
but
not.
It may not.
He's almost like.
Give it to me.
I know this is gonna sound crazy, but bear with me. He's almost like Ben Simmons. Like, he doesn't want to shoot. And his version of shooting is him having to make the play.
Okay.
Like, he doesn't want to do that. Now, yes, he makes plays with his feet when he eludes, but he doesn't want, he wants to get five guys the ball. He just wants to pass it to anybody, whether it's McCaffrey on a hand. He just does not want to shoot. He just doesn't. But he wants to make sure the ball is in somebody else's hands.
I hope you're not, and I'm not hope.
You're going to do this. You're going to misinterpret. Go ahead.
I need you to clarify for me and Evan. I don't know if he has that gun. His eyes are why he's better or different than Jimmy. I won't diss Jimmy yet, but he looks to throw the ball down the field. So
he looks to get the ball out of his hands.
But
he doesn't want to have the ball in his hands. He wants other players to get statistics. He wants other players to get touches.
Is there any gunslinger
and whether he
in that?
throws it down the field or out of bounds or not.
Right. But the great ones okay. So we could be talking about the same thing. The great ones get rid of it.
Does he throw the bomb?
Like if I told you Jimmy's a gunslinger, you're like, "Goo, what are you smoking?" But I feel like Purdy has some of that in his DNA.
Okay.
But what you're saying, you're not saying Goo, he doesn't fit that. He don't have it in him.
So
we're not fighting.
I would not call him a gunslinger because when I think of gunslinger, this is just me. Yeah. I think of high risk, high reward. And he has not made enough mistakes to be a gunslinger.
Well, that's because I think Kyle has so many stuff.
Like
he has so much stuff on the table.
Favre, like a gunslinger's Brett Favre.
Who never had a McCaffrey to just throw two in the flat. Like, that's the best safety valve. That's what Montana did with Craig. It's like, you keep
was
moving
Montana
the chains.
Gunslinger?
No, but he threw it downfield with the best of them.
No, he didn't. Stop.
What, like?
He did not throw the bomb like the rest of them.
Well, how do you? Jerry Rice
caught 20-yard passes and turned them into 80.
He caught deep passes too, Steiny.
Dude, not like Dan Marino or guys like that.
Well, I'm not saying he had the arm of Dan Marino. I'm not. I'm just saying that you watch the Niner game. I know he went up top, and the pass was perfect, and he caught it. And then there were some.
But
he
that's
took
not
5
his
yards
signature at all. Montana's not remembered for the bomb.
Well, now we're going somewhere else. Well, to you, what does Jerry Rice mean to you? Because to me,
greatest receiver of all time.
Yeah, a thoroughbred who could go deep with the best of them, with the James Loftons and Andre Reeds, and then he could catch the slant routes and take him home. So
it's part of it.
But Montana was never a one-trick pony to me.
That's why he wasn't.
Now he wasn't Marino,
great at throwing the long ball,
but he was his mind. His mind was his best.
You said You said throwing deep. When you list Joe Montana's greatness and his attributes, throwing deep's like 12.
Oh, no, not to me. Throwing deep, Steiner. He was as good as anybody.
No, he wasn't, Goo.
Yeah.
He didn't throw the ball. Okay,
is he in the Hall of Fame?
But not for throwing bombs.
What's he in the Hall of Fame for?
He's for the best accuracy, intermediate passer, the smartest passer going.
I feel like you're putting limitations on Joe because Jerry Rice is in the Hall of Fame too, Steiny.
Is Steph Curry finishing at the basket more? Yes. Yeah. Is he going to be remembered for finishing at the basket? Not nearly to the degree of shooting the three-pointer.
We can disagree on the sun will be out and both of us will say the sun's out, but it'll just sound different. I'm telling you, Jerry Rice is in the Hall of Fame because he earned it. So is Joe Montana. Now, a thrower of the ball, forget a game. I know Joe couldn't hold a candlestick to Marino, but Steiny, there are many games and examples and highlights where Joe throws a bomb and Jerry is on the other end of that, and John Taylor too. Now, there are also routes underneath, and Jerry would take it to the house.
Nearly. That wasn't even like the bomb was very like a small piece of the West Coast offense was throwing the ball deep.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he couldn't do it, but I don't.
Because the Super Bowls, Rice behind defenders, NFC Championship games against the Giants, Jerry Rice catching bombs, and I'm not saying it was Air Coryell, but I just don't put that limitation on Joe. Everything was intermediate, man. And we could ask Ray Ratto. We could ask anybody. I know Jerry was so great, Steiny. Catching that deep ball that Joe would throw him was part of his greatness.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not saying
because I don't want you to think I'm saying they were Air Coryell. They weren't. But Joe would throw that ball.
When I'm closing my eyes thinking of Jerry Rice.
Oh, man.
The one that doesn't come is him behind the entire defense. I think of him on the slant taking it to the house.
No, there's that too.
Okay, that's a 5-yard pass.
In that instance. But they're also the one where Joe throws it over the top against the Rams. And Jerry's there.
If Joe Montana had 150 touchdown passes, how many do you think would be 50-plus? 40-plus, 30-plus.
Let's stop at 40. I want to say half.
Half what?
Half.
We're 40 or more?
Yeah.
No chance.
35, 40%. This is where I wish we were on the real show so they could call. But you're not dissing.
We can do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
We can do it tomorrow. The thing is, by tomorrow, you'll have come to your senses.
No,
and you'll have talked to Relaford and 49er Frankie.
Which I'm going to watch the game
and
with
49er Frankie would be like, no, I know it's Steiny. Steiny's kind of right on that. It's not,
so I can be correct.
Because Steiny didn't say Montana had a noodle arm.
Yeah, right.
Steiny was just saying that when he hit Rice, it was like 30 yards down, and then Rice would go.
What's our barometer now? Because
whatever number I want to win the argument.
Jerry got behind receivers that Joe could hit him, Steiny.
Of course.
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon. Hey, how come Why don't you take the mic and let me take a stretch?
Okay,
I noticed he checked out for 5 minutes.
I'm a team.
Oh, we're taking a break?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let me read something here.
Dude, just beep, ran your boy over the bus.
Who?
You. I was giving my partner some run. It wasn't a fight for my life.
No,
Yeah.
I'm getting sick of you, so I'm going to get. No, hey, a high horse today?
No, I'm high horse in the Livermore. Yeah.
Livermore takes an hour. The game's at 5.
52 minutes.
Yeah, so you can have one.
Oh, no, I can't.
Why?
Because I want to be where I'm at pregame.
You will be there. You'll be there by 4:30.
No, never. Steiny, no. You know I'm already nervous.
That's a dick move. Come on, man.
That is so great. You just walked it off with that. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, the road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
You got your foot yanked on. What were your emotions?
I stayed down a little because I almost lost my temper. And you can see the definition of our team of IGYB, I got your back. And then second half, they scored at the end of the fourth quarter, like, you know, you can have it. But at the end of the day, I felt like that turned our team up a notch. And as you can see, we just went out there and made plays.
Are you saying that you pretty much needed that time to get yourself under?
Yeah, 100%. It hurt for sure, but in my mind, I was about to lose it. But I just kept calm, and just seeing how Cal came off the sideline is true definition of our team.
Can you walk us through your touchdown, and did you get a good look at what Brandon was doing downfield?
Oh, yeah. I seen Brandon once I came around, and I seen the safety up top. And I wanted him to think I was going to go that way when I know Brandon's going to seal the sideline for me. And he did a great job, and I just ran off his block.
Sense any nerves from Brock in his first playoff start, and how do you think he played?
I don't think it was no nerves at all. We kind of started off slow. We missed a couple here and there, but as the game slowed down and settled down for him, and he knows the guys that we have around him to build him up, it started to slow down for him too in the second half, and he went out there and played good ball.
How valuable is his ability to extend plays and run around?
It's great to see, the things he do back there when you think he's sacked, and his little slitheriness of getting out of stuff. it kind of makes us a little tired because we got to run around too to try to get open, but it works. So, long as Brock doing his thing, we're going to ride with him.
Are you surprised at all by the level of confidence and trust that Kyle has in Brock at this point?
Not at all. For me, he kind of showed it during the preseason a little bit, and the first game he ever started, he called a timeout. And that kind of shocked me and Cal. Like, Cal don't play that. And it kind of showed me the type of guy he is and how, how gutsy he is with making a timeout when Cal the only guy to do that.
When you're going down, how have you noticed Kyle change as a play caller with the addition of Christian and all the versatility you guys seem to have, given different places you can line up?
I don't think it's a change. I just think, he know the guys that he got out there, all 5 guys out wide, and including Christian, very dangerous with the ball in his hands. He do a good job of getting it to him.
Did you think you had enough room on that sideline to make it through?
I necessarily don't be thinking of things like that. I just, whenever I get the ball, I try to score, and when I see a lane, I'm going to hit it.
Tell me about how did Brandon set up that block for you?
Oh, he just walled off. As you can see, Brandon, very physical, strong guy, and he just walled him off, and I ran right off his block.
It looked like Brandon was ready to take on the whole Seahawks team after you got your leg yanked. Did you see that from your vantage point? And
I seen when I got up, it was 23 that twisted my ankle, and I went right at 30. I didn't even know. I just blacked out for a second. I just see all red jerseys on the field. I'm like, all right, this is what we on. All right, let's turn it up a notch.
Did you sense, you said they got everyone kind of turned up a notch. Were just guys talking about it, or is it just an emotion you felt like you guys reached another level of intensity after that?
Oh, I think it was another level of intensity. Everybody was a little angry because, I just came back from a knee injury, and like I said earlier, true definition of IGYB.
Did you guys feel any pressure coming into this game, knowing that everybody expected you to win?
Not at all. We take, day by day. We don't get into all the outside noise. We just focus on what we have here, and we just go out there and do our job.
You had that brace on for a little bit. Whose decision was that? Put the brace on. How did you know it was time to take it off?
What brace?
You had the brace on after that little twist.
Never had a brace on. Nah, it wasn't no brace on.
That was Deebo Samuel. Matt Steinman is taking a little bit of a break here. 1-2, 1-2. Daryl the Guru Johnson. Okay, so this is what we really have a chance to do now.
I'm doing my Steiny.
Discuss the Dallas Cowboys and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because whoever wins this game is going to be coming to Levi's next weekend. Obviously, you're the biggest Cowboys fan I know. Goo, how you feeling tonight?
I'm nervous, and let me tell you why I'm nervous, E. Forget my allegiance and my fandom. I know Americans, we want the path of least resistance, and I honestly believe that would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Dallas dysfunction starts from they got weaponry. They got everything you need. And that's why some were saying, could this be the year they go to the Super Bowl? But they're not buttoned up. That starts with the coaching. With all that said, and why I'm rooting with every fiber in my being is I want to see us talk about the nostalgia, the history between Dallas, possibly Dallas and the Niners, and Levi's hosting their first ever playoff game between these two teams. And it would be the most difficult matchup.
Yeah.
Like, inject that in my veins. But with all that said, Evan, I'm looking at you, and I know you guys are there for me. Why do I feel like by the first half, you guys are going to be texting me on the thread like, Goo, sorry?
Well, so it's interesting because if the Buccaneers will be the path of the least resistance for the 49ers, then what makes you as a Cowboys fan or someone who's watched this team all season, what makes you so much more afraid of the Buccaneers? I mean, you guys already handled them once technically. I know it was week 1.
I'm afraid of this stage. It's Dallas versus Dallas for me. It's not Dallas v. Tampa Bay. I know that sounds crazy. It's Dallas versus Dallas. Evan, they're not buttoned up. Stage fright. They got a franchise quarterback who I had to take the foot off the pedal because the world last week has doubted him. If he can have a good game, I will tip my cap like, dude, you got Rocky Balboa up off the mat. But, Evan, that's why I feel like if somehow they can get it together, have their best showing, or just win this game, then they're galvanized. Then they come here to Santa Clara with almost like what I thought what Seattle was playing with.
Yeah.
Kind of, house money. And with weaponry, house money, who knows?
Yeah, it does feel like and this is what I hate about the Cowboys, Guru, other than the fact it's America's team, which it no longer, to me, resembles. But it's the fact that on paper, they have it all. They have a defense that's dynamic. They have a defense that turns over other teams. They have a running game. They supposedly have a quarterback. But then I'm looking at the Vine each and every night, and I'm seeing what's going on with Dak. Dak's turning over the football. Dak threw, 11 interceptions the last 7 games?
15 in totality, and he missed 5 games.
Yeah, and that is obviously not going to win you football games in the playoffs, unless, of course, you're going against them. So, and this is the thing, too. If you're the 49ers, who do you want to play? Would you rather play Tom Brady for a second time this season, or do you want to see the Dallas Cowboys, a team that you beat last year in the playoffs? I think either team walks in with what you're talking about, house money.
Right.
But to me, it's almost a coin flip because on paper, I would rather play the Buccaneers.
Okay.
But Dallas
They're not
has
even
all
500.
the tools. Dallas has the tools.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's why I'm going to keep it real, Evan. I'm going to be disappointed again if Dallas can't get it done. But tell me if I'm wrong here. Don't you get the sense that when you think about Tampa Bay, that Brady's already scoped out his next possible location?
Yeah.
The fact that they're under 5, don't you feel like a funeral is imminent? Like we are just hours away, and Tom Brady's his portfolio won't even take a hit because he's already won a Super Bowl for the Bucs.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, they're almost left for dead, but it's Dallas, the team with the star on his helmet, that is so dysfunctional that Brady could arise from the ashes, and we see the best game by the Buccaneers. And I see you guys tomorrow at 9:30, 10, long-faced.
Well, and that's why I won't do what you did during the Chargers game, which is send the Undertaker gif of him rising up out of his, his coffin on the sideline. But that's what it feels like.
Evan,
is what you're
Steiny didn't
afraid
catch
of.
it or come down my road. I knew Spadoni was going to let me go. But that was I thought they didn't have a chance.
No, I'm with you. Look, that game
That's
should
a
have been
great meme,
over.
too, yeah.
It is a great meme. And what I hope that Tom Brady doesn't do this postseason, because I personally think he's done winning Super Bowls. But if you get him a little bit of a chance, you get him one win, a sniff of victory, it does seem like he's the type of winner on drugs that would take it and run with it and continue to inject himself with whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Like the Dallas Cowboys, to me, they're the team.
They're blue
that
balls.
I want
They
to see
always
next
leave
week.
you. They get you excited, and you just and tell me if you think this means anything to Evan Giddings. Tom Brady in his career and week one of this NFL season is 7-0 against Dallas. Does that mean nothing, or are you guys going to tell me it means nothing when the pigskin kicked off tonight at 5:30?
I think it means something in game. Like, okay, so hear me out. If I'm coming into this game and you're Dallas, you're saying this guy has always beaten us. F this guy. We're going to go kick his ass today.
Man.
But the moment you go up 14 or you go down 14 and you start to feel that, here we go again, that to me is where someone other than Mike McCarthy could help right the ship.
Oh, man.
But the head coach there in Dallas isn't the guy to give the rah-rah speech. He's not the guy to galvanize the group. And Dak Prescott, as much as I love him, you know I do, is not that guy. It doesn't appear to be that guy.
I'll tell you what. You talk about 9 lives. I believe Dak, this is his 9th life.
Yeah.
And if somehow they can get past this game, you could come in here and get your head bashed in next week, and nobody will remember. People will forget and think about and rejoice. We won. This is like a Super Bowl for them in the Metroplex, Dallas.
Yeah.
Like, if you can get past this, you almost get a free coupon for getting your head bashed in against a better Niner team on both sides of the ball to me. But, man, can you get past tonight? And I'm not being Freddie fan. I know what I'm watching. And I'm going to say this to you, too. You guys can say this or not. We body shame. We voice shame. We laughed at Tom Sula, and rightfully so, when he did it. Like, that was he earned that. It never went away because he didn't do a good job. Like, the schedule, he could have been a great coach, and people would have forgot that. Mike McCarthy already has a Super Bowl ring, and I just wonder if this toxic culture every year, I know when the team Dallas is not good, but Jerry sells you, hey, they got a chance, and the media falls for it. How does McCarthy become the butt of jokes, and he's got a Super Bowl somewhere else? Like, to me, and I don't think he's the greatest coach, but I'm like, you're getting lumped in to something you've already proved somewhere else. But now, you look like Willie Lump Lump.
I think it's because of the guy that he's connected to that has the Super Bowl with him, and that's Aaron Rodgers. Because that guy gets more jokes, more flack, more disrespect for someone who is, I don't know, a top 5 talented quarterback of all time.
But you got one.
He's got one. But it's like he doesn't. Because each of the past half decade, is walking into the playoffs 13-3, 15-1, 14-2.
But Steiny, we talked about it, didn't we? Didn't we say you would, as a fan base, that's what you want? To be a player in it every year?
It is.
And that's what Green Bay has done. They should have won more, but he's got that one.
But to your point about Mike McCarthy and knowing whether a Cowboys team has it, and to Niners fans knowing whether a 49ers team has it, I don't know if up until Christian McCaffrey got here, we could say this San Francisco 49ers team had it.
I'll give you that.
Brock Purdy has it apparently, but there's some people still waiting for that, that oh-no throw to come, that oh-no game to come, and it hasn't yet. So my thing is, for the Dallas Cowboys, why do you think that they can't summon that or find it? Like, it just hasn't been there? Or is it because of who's standing on the other sideline named Tom Brady?
No, it's because they haven't won a road playoff game since the last game I was here at Candlestick in 1992. It's that. They haven't gone to it's the whole Tony Romo era. Blue balls. Like, you get excited every year and you can't even win a game in the playoffs. So, Dak is 1-4 in the playoffs, man. This is it. And you guys are both going to say to me, and a lot of people listening, well, it's not it. He's coming back next year. But I'm saying this is it in regard to the media taking you. Like, they're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe anymore if you don't get it done tonight. But as far as forget my allegiance, I want Niners Dallas. We talk about the hit. Come on. And they got an O-line. They got a D-line. They got running backs, receivers. Don't you want to see that? No more Tom Baker. But again, Evan, who's to rob the best quarterback to ever do it, arguably, of going on a run?
Well, and that's why I do want Dallas, San Francisco. It's got juice. It's got history. It's got it all. And
It's got it all. Okay.
Even just here at this station, obviously we got you representing the Cowboys side, Bonte Shasky in the morning show, all these San Francisco 49ers fans on the other side. I want you at that game on Sunday. I want you at Levi's.
Yeah.
That's what we need. And I do think
And the league wants it. Wink,
let's
wink.
be
Okay.
honest.
All right.
3:30 Sunday prime time. Can you
Yeah.
imagine in San Francisco? Clear skies, 65 degrees.
But they got to handle their business tonight.
I know they do.
Do you honestly believe man for man, special teams, defense, offense, are you looking at me really saying with what I think is left of Tom Brady that Dallas is the best team tonight?
Yes. And that's why I do think it is, and why I hear you having reservations, and understandably so, because Dallas should win this football game. I think
it's the one and that's when they don't, Evan.
And that's when they don't. And I mean, I saw it on Saturday with the Los Angeles / San Diego Chargers. They should have won that game. They didn't. You can make an argument that a couple of other Baltimore could have won that game on Sunday night against Cincinnati. They don't fumble a ball at the goal line.
J.K. Dobbins hot.
Get the ball to him. That could have happened. But I do think the script flips next week if Dallas can take care of business tonight.
No doubt.
Because of the house money you're talking about.
It's almost like a double header. It's almost like you get past this one, it'll feel like two. You come in here feeling free. Who knows? And you're going up against a rookie quarterback in Brock Purdy.
And I also think it would be good for Brock. Let's say at some point they win. He's got to go to Philadelphia.
I didn't even think of that. You're right, because it's coming.
I do think this team, I mean, sure, you don't want them to cost him health. You don't want them to cost him an injury. But I do think this team needs that kind of test, especially because I think Dallas in many ways is like a Philly light.
Okay.
They got everything.
No doubt. They just beat them last time they hooked up.
Exactly.
Oh, no Hurts.
No Jalen Hurts. But Dak Prescott hasn't played as well as Jalen Hurts this year.
No.
The running game maybe is a little bit better. Offensive line's a little bit worse. Defense a little bit worse marginally. But you're going to have to go up against a dog on the other side, Micah Parsons, a pass rusher you've never seen before, your own, their version of Nick Bosa. I think that would be the perfect test for the 49ers.
You're talking about that? Yeah.
Well, perfect test for Dallas, too.
No doubt. Hey, and let me ask you this. Now that we're hours away from the last game on, is it Super Wild Card Weekend? I don't care who's playing in this slot, guys. I'm just out on any two playoff teams. They got to play a short week if they win. Like, I get what it's about the bag, but Evan Stein, no team should have to play a playoff game on Monday night. Well, I will never get off on that.
But that's why I also don't understand why 49ers fans were pissed off about playing the first game. Because
I hadn't thought of
depending on who you
get extra.
I mean, but even if the Vikings take care of business against New York, you still got a rest advantage against them.
Oh, no doubt.
And now you're playing 4 versus 5. You got 2 days of rest advantage, and they got to travel to your building. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Dallas or Tampa either way. But I'm with you. I get why this game is on Monday night. I get why Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, the jersey you're wearing right now,
remember
is going to be
Troy
doing
last
the game.
year doing his playoff game, said into the mic his last game on that network, I wish we were doing that game. I don't know if you remember that. And then I think
wish
that
he was doing that game.
Yeah, no doubt. But I was just like, damn, Troy, and now here you are. That's a part of it.
I'm with you. And this is the other thing about the 49ers is they are such a newly conceived, it seems, team with Purdy, McCaffrey, the 2 biggest pieces and injections into this team coming essentially mid-season, that the rest of the NFC, the rest of the league, if we're being honest, hasn't seen this team.
Oh, man.
I want to see who Dallas is, and it does feel like tonight is the perfect stage to figure out who they are.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to piggyback off of that. That was so well said. And it's so much bigger than who they're playing to. It's the stage. Here you go. You got a team under 500, and who better to beat than Captain America if this is his last hoorah in Tampa. But now I want to talk about the dynamics of our show real quick here.
Okay.
So Steiny's setting his ways, I'm setting mine, and you're setting yours. And we come together with Spadoni and John. Now, I don't have to fight you when it comes to Brandon Ayuk and his route running, because you'll send a clip and you'll
Yes, I
appreciate what he's doing with his feet and his hips. Like, okay, this dude ain't Randy Moss. But, Evan, you could kind of see, as somebody said, Ayuk runs better routes than Debo. Like, that's not even – I don't even have to sell that to you. Just talk to me about the weaponry that is now, included with McCaffrey, because they're on steroids. Evan, look around the league. Forget Purdy. And I know you technically can't, but when I tell you this could be the fastest, the Rams and what they have, they got some weapons.
Look, I think it was on Saturday, the stat I saw that average catches or receptions were going for over 10 yards from Brock Purdy.
Right.
I mean, they're running wide open. It's gazelles on the Sahara. Like, they are going across the field, and no one is touching them. On that night, on the catch by Deebo Samuel, that 74-yard score, there's nobody on the left side of the field.
And that's Kyle, too, calling the play.
It is Kyle. But and that's my thing, and where I've done a 180 on the 49ers, is it does feel like a perfect storm on offense of you finally have a quarterback that can make the throws you want.
Okay.
He's
the
not
throws you want.
He's not going to burn you downfield. He's not out here looking like Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes. He's not going to even got a Stafford arm maybe. But what he does is improvise. And that's something you can't account for. I mean, you've watched football for the longest. Like you've seen guys that you just wonder why you can't get to them,
It's
why
the
you
only
can't sack
difference
them.
I see between him. I shouldn't say that. He just has it to keep it alive and look downfield.
And that's why, even though I do think that there are some perhaps red zone inefficiencies from Kyle Shanahan still in this offense.
And we saw it in the playoffs against Seattle.
Yeah, like you were saying, a couple field goals in the first
and
half.
of course, nobody's perfect. You ain't gonna get. But I was like, I was thinking, okay, Seattle, whatever you did, point Seattle right now for making them kick 3.
But the thing is if you're also creating...
And they end up with 41.
Exactly. That's the point. They punted once. So if you are telling me that between the 20s, Brock Purdy's getting whatever he wants, then I can live with a couple field goals.
Wow, man.
Because
I get it.
If you convert all those, then you're looking at 50 points. I mean, they're not going to hang 50, I don't think, on any of the rest of the teams they play. But even though the defense, this is not the 85 Bears, kick that to the curb. They're not the 2000 Ravens. They might not even be the Legion of Boom. I know Kenny Mayne said that last week on this show. But if the defense can hold a team to 20, I'm at the point now, and I don't know how you feel, I don't know how Steiny feels, where it's like the Niners are going to get 25. They're going to get 30, and it's good because of Brock Purdy.
And I wonder, that's a great point, and I wonder, fellas, if subconsciously, Steiny, you're going to come down my road, if the Niner defense kind of knows that. Like before under Jimmy, and maybe what we thought we had to be under Purdy, we had to take it up a notch. And I'm not saying they haven't, but now they can, Stella exhaled. Maybe they go into games now knowing they can exhale because on what the other side of the ball.
Maybe. I mean, I always feel like it takes a team. Every great defense is going to have a few bad games. Again, especially in this day and age of the NFL. It's just, the 49ers very well may have to win a game 38-31.
And there's no shame in that.
Well, you're the guy who thinks the 49ers should shut everybody out.
No, now we've kind of...
You were shocked.
Yeah.
That Seattle even had 17 at half.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't just me, Steiner. I think a lot of people were. But what did they end up with? See that, and that's the real Niners stood up. But I'm like, what if Geno Smith was what we've already saw Patrick Mahomes do? I don't know if it's Josh Allen, Burrow, maybe Dak, Brady. Well, we've seen Brady just get suffocated. But, that's what just makes the sports, the big business that it is, because you think you know until you see it. But, Steiny, I got to believe whoever, Tampa, Dallas, they're going to watch that first half of that tape and defensively, offensively, and try to duplicate what Seattle had some success doing in the first 2 quarters. That stays with me.
All right, here's what we got going. It's 2:40. We're going to be here for another 20 minutes. We're going to take it to 3, and then we're going to sign off and join the Warriors post-game show in progress. Warriors win today. 127-118. What do you say we take a look at the box score, Goo?
Let's do it.
All right, 127-118. Warriors, they win. And
bounce back.
Let's see what they do first.
Because the rest of this trip is going to be a bear.
Let's go to the game charts.
Yeah.
We'll go to the game charts first so I can see score by quarter.
And I'm going to guess Curry led in scoring.
Oh, shoots enough. All right. Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry, 41.
The chef.
12 for 28 from the floor.
I'll take it. Go ahead.
Of course, because it's Steph Curry. If it's Steph Curry, if James Harden did that, he'd stink. 12 for 28, 6 for 15 from 3. Oh, the guy who never gets to the line, apparently he was 11 for 12, including going to the line 10 times in the first half.
Wow.
Yeah, no, he didn't
down.
get any calls.
Put on that eye.
Yeah. By the way, he had 8 turnovers yesterday.
That I did see that.
Well, I know. But
I can't wait.
You saw it, but you would never mention it.
Right.
I know that.
Give me Wiggins, though. What did my guy Wiggins do? Because he's rusty.
Jordan Poole, he spat on all season with 32.
Wow. Of that is incredible.
12 for 20. 7 for 13. Looks like Poole was the guy who brought it home today.
How about Wig?
6 for 15. 1 for 6 from 3. 14 points, 3 rebounds. Draymond Green, 17 for Draymond.
Day-Day.
17, 10, and 6.
Okay.
Another big minute game.
Give me the plus-minus for my new favorite Warrior, Anthony Lamb.
I know, you saw that.
That's
Lamb's
incredible.
plus 36 in 25 minutes.
Now, would you say that's skewed, Goo, or just any, what's going on there? Because he's playing like he's a plus 36.
First of all, I would say it's a lot of coincidence.
Okay.
Because after all, all we hear about is this 5-man unit. Nobody worries about the 500 Warriors because everybody's talking about the 5-man unit. It's still plus great and still the best. Apparently, they got a better unit with this Lamb guy.
Yeah.
In there. Yeah. So Golden State goes to 2-1 on the road trip. They finish up, Boston?
Well, when's the White House trip? Did they do that already? Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah,
Boston?
They're staying overnight in Washington, D.C. What? Boston, Cleveland.
Okay.
That's right. Boston, Cleveland. What did I say? Boston. Anyway, Boston, Cleveland. Can they get one of those? We'll see.
And then they come home, I believe, guys, help me out, Memphis? Or do they go to Memphis?
Well,
they got the Nets at home. That's a Saturday game, right?
Right.
Okay.
Probably no Durant in that game.
No, there is no Durant. That hates. The NBA.
They're still deciding apparently whether Durant's going to travel or not. What? What are you laughing at?
Is he going to do
so
the
he
Tom
can
Brady?
sit on the bench and get booed?
No, he's been.
What
back.
did you see?
Boo.
You can't talk.
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
I thought you were going to. From what I know, Durant's not married, and I thought any player would want to travel if they kind of want to get away from the family.
I wasn't thinking about it like that.
Yeah, I never did. Tom Brady.
I thought about it of usually when a guy's getting close to coming back, maybe they'll go on the trip.
Oh, because I thought they said a month,
stuff like that. Yeah, it's been about 10 days. I don't know. Yeah,
0-2 the Nets are with Kyrie.
Trying to be a leader?
Did you hear him say
who? Kyrie
at the podium last night after OKC playing good ball? Tweeted out.
Better than the Warriors.
Well, until today.
They're right knocking on their door.
They are. But he said, we got everybody vested in the locker room, so we'll be okay. It was a shot at Harden. We got everybody vested in the team goals. So we'll be okay, even though they dropped that one to OKC. I was like, damn, is Harden that much of poison?
Well, what I would say is, dude, you were not invested at points.
Oh,
so,
well, yeah.
Like, who the hell is Kyrie to talk about who's vested and
Well, he
who's
was
not?
running from the needle, the shot, the vaccine.
No, there was more going on than that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he loves the game. I know he doesn't love the game like Durant loves the game. That's the one thing about Durant.
I wonder what he would say if he heard
that
you
I'll
say
never
that.
take away from Durant.
He loves the game?
Absolutely. He's the kind of guy that would rather go to the gym than go to the club.
Now, I wonder if Kyrie would. Well,
I don't care what Kyrie
he would
would
want
say.
a philosophy. He would want to talk about other stuff going on in the world.
Great.
Right, no.
Yeah.
But no, he wouldn't like that. He'd be like, oh, man, you're selling me short. How you know I don't love it?
Okay, let me put it this way to you, Kyrie.
I'm gonna say, pound
let me
for
put it this way to
pound,
you, Kyrie.
Kyrie would say, I'm getting everything, Matt,
No,
out
you're
of my
not.
game that
No,
the
you're
Lord
not.
gave
First
me.
of all, stop it. Don't insult me. Secondly, All I said was something that's true. KD is more of a gym rat than you are,
right.
and ever were. KD.
Yeah.
KD's a gym rat.
I'll give that to you.
Kyrie's not a gym rat. Come on. Ben Simmons is a gym rat.
Dude, he's going back to old Ben, though. He had the game on TV.
He never emerged from old Ben.
Right. But they were putting him on the telestrator about, you were right there shooting, Ben, but
he's Draymond Green.
What?
I guess not. Draymond had 17 tonight.
No, 10 in the fourth. Look at Day.
Clearly they were doubling Poole and doubling Steph. See how that works?
Do the dogs sniff you when you? Well, I don't know. When you go to the White House, like, do you got to?
Hell yeah,
yeah.
By the way, apparently our very own Whitley Sandretto will be at the White House.
You're kidding me!
I told Nahegan I want her on this week. I want to. We want to get her on the show.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's I guess going to have that access too.
I don't want to speak for her, but that's already got to be number one in her career of visitations.
You know,
you've been to the White House.
As you'd like to say. Why would you rob her of something maybe better than that?
No, she's phenomenal, but the White House. You got that on your ledger? Now, I know you've been to the Black Museum.
I could.
But you could. It would have you done
I don't need to win a title to get to the White House. My daughter works on Capitol Hill. Mm-hmm. I can get in there anytime I want.
Please.
I'm also from back east. Delaware's right next to Pennsylvania. I'm southeast. Pennsylvania's right next to Delaware.
What do you think they're running, DirecTV?
I wouldn't be surprised if Joe Biden has heard of the Steinmetz family. The Steinmetz is back east.
This is what they're going to do when they get to, hey, Joe, wake up.
Yeah, let's not use that joke anymore.
My dad gets mad when I go. Yeah.
Your dad gets mad when you make fun of Biden?
Yeah, because I need you invested. There should be an age limit for you to be president or not be president. And it's no age shaming. You know what I mean, Stoney.
Okay.
Yeah. We need that young blood. Shout out Jack.
We might be going off the air now. Let me see.
Oh.
3 minutes?
Dude.
So we still have to do the next 12 minutes. So I got to read this. That'll do it for us. This is what I'm going to read everybody at 3. That'll do it for us. Let's throw it back to 95.7, the game feed. All right, I'll do it.
It's like, what a great.
I'll do it at 3.
What did the boss want? You skipped out on us for a second. I go, what did I say?
The boss wanted me to go through
okay.
this. That's the stuff that the A-chair does that you never have to worry about. You just talk. Yeah.
Now I have done the A-chair with Larry when we had Larry.
Yeah. You can do the H here for the next 12 minutes while I disassemble.
Now, tell me, speaking of Larry Krueger, he invited me on his podcast after the game.
To Larry,
but no,
Larry
I need I'm running something by you guys.
Okay, I'll put it to you.
Right. So, Evan, the power went out at the Johnson household Saturday, and after the Niner game, I gave my commitment that, hey, he said, "Good, you want to come on the post game?"
Yeah, Sean Merriman, lights out.
So then the phone went out. The phone went dead, so I couldn't text him. I'm not available. No electricity. No harm, no foul. Because when it came back up, it was way later. I said, hey, Larry, the power went out. He understood, but you think when he see me again?
No, I mean, I feel like you guys have broke bread enough. And
okay.
Also, I saw Lorenzo Neal right after our show went and hopped on. I think with Larry, they were doing some sort of like.
Oh, well, they didn't miss me.
Well, because they do post game down to the Hilton,
you're
Santa
right.
Clara,
Great job. Great job.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job. So no, I don't think Larry holds anything against.
Give me a score tonight.
Yeah, what I wanted to also say is
I knew he would
most of the time when you're asked to do an appearance on a Saturday, they don't have anybody that is committed to doing it.
So you said that's why I did Spaces with Nahegan? He texted me.
Definitely. I mean, no A-lister, and I'm not making a judgment on who an A-lister is or isn't. I am. But everybody struggles to
I
get
kept
guests
looking like, where
on
the
Saturday,
triple-digit
so they go
number?
to the bottom of the barrel.
Look at this dude. Hit me with. He took the mic.
He's just mad because I've been to the White House and he hasn't. And I've gotten to cover it for a professional team. Oh, wow. He hasn't. So that's really all
what
that's going on.
What story did I miss?
I covered Trey Lance in college when he won the national championship. Got to go to the White House. Yeah.
They go to the White House too?
Well, at the time, there was a different president in office who leaned a little more right,
wow.
a.k.a. North Dakota politics. So they brought out the Bison because the Warriors didn't want to go.
That is, wow, you got
the NFL didn't want to go, and MLB didn't want to go.
Give me a score tonight.
Cowboys 24, Buccaneers 16.
And I believe you mean that.
Yeah, I do. I think they're going to win.
Hey, no. Now, some people like, good, we're getting the euphoria. We're getting out of here. We completed our work. I'm going to go have a few. Hey, I'll throw you a bone. 24. Not that I would do that.
I'll tell you what, I cannot believe that you're not going to have one with us, which will still get you to Livermore.
I got to go to Livermore.
I know. It's 38 minutes.
So you want
today.
Not to be a dick? You want me to be? You want me to drink and drive? Then
no, one.
See, but one is two for me.
You know what? Honestly,
one is three.
I never. Yeah,
because you're good about that. Yeah, no doubt.
That, so.
Yeah, you're always good about that. Both of you guys making me sure I get home safe and I'm responsible. Dude, this was great. I had a good time.
Yeah, we still got 8 minutes.
Oh Lord,
I know.
All right.
So what else you want to?
We had Warriors. Are you concerned about them?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
when Draymond says we didn't show up, like what you?
Hey, he said the writing's on the wall,
dude. That's a.
That was the big one.
I didn't like. What does that mean?
Means it's over, bro.
Well, no. What that means is he balled today, and I know he won't short. He won't cheat
he
the
did
game
yesterday.
But when you're down 18, do you go after that loose ball?
Yeah,
like or
if you're hungry.
How many people are
happy?
See, and that if you end up being right, I owe you a dinner. But when you said that, you don't say that loud.
Dinner.
You don't say that, Steiny. Speaking of dinner, we got one this week, huh? We'll find out tomorrow.
We'll see.
Steiny, when he said that, I threw my remote. You don't say that out loud.
Why? Everybody on the inside knows it.
That's a mental white flag.
Everybody. Oh, did you see Sam Amick's story in The Athletic on the Hawks?
Oh, I got to check it out.
I'm telling you, I am not kidding.
Give me one tidbit that just blew your it carries the most weight. McMillan and Trey, they don't like each other. Trey.
Of course, that's obvious.
Yeah, but what?
I mean, but you know what's funny? Of course they don't like each other. Nate McMillan was one of the greatest defensive guards of all time. Man. Of course he can't stand Trey Young. But Sam Amick, there's so many details in this. It's
I got to read it tonight.
It's unbelievable. Basically, there's a few moves that Travis Schlenk got overruled on.
Ooh, that's never good.
Yeah.
What about McMillan?
He's dead man walking.
Well, he said, if you got to think about it, you're done.
They have.
Nahegan, I don't know how long I can do this.
The front office has no experience.
Well, whose fault is that?
That's the owner's fault.
No doubt about it, man.
The owner has a 27-year-old son, according to the story, who's kind of become tight with Trey Young. Friends a little bit.
This is already a nightmare.
Oh, exactly.
So Trey's running the show.
No, Nick Ressler is running the show. He's the owner's son.
Wow.
27 years old.
But Trey sounds like he has them in his pocket. If they're boys. Hey, I need you to knock Steiny's minutes down to 9. He ain't getting the rebounds. All right, I'll go tell my pops. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Wait. Who's saying it to who?
Trey saying it to his buddy Wrestler. Wrestler tells his dad. His dad does whatever his son tells him. So Trey's running it, That Steiny ain't doing shit on the court, lazy ass. Ain't getting down back on D. Tell your pops we did. That can all. Ooh, that's nasty. I'm gonna read.
So the one deal was the Hawks to get Murray, to get DeJounte Murray. They had to go into the luxury tax.
Okay,
and they I think they gave up a couple first. I can't even remember. So Schlenk said, I wouldn't do that deal to get us into the luxury tax because I don't think it's going to be our jump to the top 3 or 4.
Wow.
He got overruled. This is all in the story. He got overruled. They brought Murray in, and then they had to trade Herder to get back under the luxury tax.
And that's why they got rid of Herder.
Yeah, exactly.
Not because you can't play, because of the Money. Oh, they're just a clusterfuck.
Wow.
How do I end it? Oh, my. I'm worried driving home.
Wow.
Hey, Goo.
You may want to come out with this. So, Warriors
he's
win,
been beating me all day
127,
cussing in that one. Where'd that come from?
I stuck to I think I said the S word.
No, you called me a dick. Remember
That's
that?
true. I did. It's kind of fun to do this.
It is.
I wouldn't want to do it all the time. It's a little too close to you, actually, physically. I like the barrier.
I'm still a little shaking a little bit till I said that.
I know. I kind of want to do it now, too. I really almost want to be like that.
I don't know. Yeah.
Like, I could almost
Lucas
do 1
and
minute
Evan
now.
tomorrow, 12 to 3. Don't
I can almost do 1 minute right now where I. Well, hey, Sonny, do a show where you actually use the F-bomb. I can't do it. I'm not.
Did you see the clip I sent you guys? Bill Burr, the comedian.
I didn't.
On the brothers, how they can talk
videos.
about race, and then the white guys they do it the wrong way. The black guys put the
that is
explicit.
good.
It's the greatest. It's
good.
genius.
That's good.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I had a ball. Let's go, Cowboys.
Where's my phone? What'd you guys do with my phone?
Lucas just came in. Got his hand in this
That's
pocket.
my phone.
That's not he.
Oh, that's right. I'm charging.
You got it.
I needed the phone because I got to read at 3:00. Right.
I'm gonna read that article. Sam aiming.
You know, usually you do that before. It's called prep.
No,
They got it.
we're not in Atlanta.
Well, we're not in Dallas either, but you talk about the Cowboys a lot.
Well, they play tonight.
So do the Hawks.
Dude, I feel they do got a game. Huh?
Just when you're done, 2:55. Oh, 2:50. Oh, 3. So we have to go to
we got 3 minutes.
I got 2:50.
All right.
So
how was your drive coming in? Should have been no jam. Today was easy.
Absolute.
And I
piece of
think the
cake.
storm is
Yeah,
done.
go ahead and ask me about golf tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Well, golf Saturday, dude. It was raining and you
No,
were out
Sunday.
there.
Golf Sunday. Yesterday.
Okay.
27 holes.
That was you had your raincoat.
I had a baseball cap.
So how does that affect your score? Or is it no
makes it a little
excuses?
tougher.
Okay.
Although some guys shot great yesterday.
No.
I
You're
mean,
not one of them, or are you one of them?
Yeah, it was
88.
Well, it was
No.
scores were less important. It was head-to-head competition with guys. So what that means is the score's less important. What do you mean wrap it up? We got 2 minutes. So like let's say you and I are playing against each other and you get a par.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what I get because I'll pick my ball up if I'm not.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's
gotcha.
So I had one team match that I lost and then one head-to-head that I won. I won my head-to-head
That don't sound
against
fun as
Mike
the old
Archer.
traditional way of what did you shoot?
I could tell. I had 94 in the morning.
All right, I got you.
But it's a little bit different. But yeah, I went out to Karika Park and great. The greens were great. A little soggy, of course. I wouldn't say it's over. I think there's one more yet coming.
I'd say by Tuesday.
I could have sworn I saw, Tuesday, the sun was going to start coming.
Yeah, well, knock
sun
on
was
wood.
out there
Let's
today.
get
Let me
mad.
see if I can get you something here with a little weather on 95.7 the game. It's partly cloudy right now in the Bay. Today it's going to be overcast. Oh, tomorrow we got sun. We got sun all
think
day
it's
tomorrow.
gone.
And then Wednesday it looks like 80% chance of rain.
Yeah.
But then, woo, look at that. Sun, partly cloudy.
What about
partly-
Sunday? Sunday's game.
It says partly cloudy, no
What?
rain.
What?
So there you go. I think we made it through the worst part. Or the best, depending. We really needed it.
What?
Okay, I can do it now? Even though it's 29-11? All right, hold on, everybody. Let me finish this up here. That's going to do it for us. We're going to throw it back to the main station. That's 95.7 the game. You're going to join Warriors post-game coverage live, and then at 3:30, Ratto and Damon.
Game Warriors fans, and Ticketmaster is your official gateway to buying and selling the best seats all season long. Ticketmaster verifies every seat sold, guaranteeing that getting into the game is a layup. Be there live to defend Warriors ground this season with seats from Ticketmaster.com/Warriors. Ticketmaster, the official marketplace of the Golden State Warriors.
And that's another three from Clay. The Warriors are heating up here at Chase Center, and I cannot believe you are not here to witness it. Oh, steal by Draymond over to Curry from downtown. That's a new career high without you here to see it. Unbelievable. I'll tell you, Bill, how would it feel to not be here right now?
Crushing, John. Crushing.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Tickets on sale now at Warriors.com.
United is proud to be the official airline of the Golden State Warriors. But this story goes beyond basketball. It's about United and the Warriors teaming up and showing up for Bay Area communities of color. Through the franchise fund, we're helping minority-owned businesses, from manufacturers to a local cosmetics brand, get the funds and resources they need to thrive. Because when good ideas find their champion, we all win. This is the story of an airline and a community. when good leads the way.
Hot wings, hot and sour soup, and a hot fudge sundae. Your neighbor's DoorDash order for Golden State Warriors game days has gotten superstitiously specific. But hey, every order on DoorDash is a win for local businesses and Dashers. And if you're superstitious, it just might put the Warriors on a hot streak too.
Deep three on the way. Heat check.
Score one for the neighborhood on game day with DoorDash.
Heat check. Three.
Official partner of the Golden State Warriors.
211 is a statewide 24/7 resource designed to connect you with local social services during emergencies. This may include in-language assistance, emergency planning, transportation and lodging assistance, portable backup power, food replacements or home-delivered meals, bill assistance programs, and more. Visit 211.org, call 211, or visit pge.com/PSPS resources for more information.
Listening to the Golden State Warriors Audio Network. Presented by United Airlines.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
That's a wrap.
Yo, that's a wrap. It was an amazing experience. Hope everybody enjoyed it. Hope they got some laughs, some good entertainment.
This is Warriors Wrap Up on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome in. Warriors Wrap Up. John Dickinson with you. We'll open up the phone lines right off the top of the show here. 888-957-9570 as the Warriors with a nice fourth quarter, 34-25. They beat the Wizards, game 3 of the 5-game road trip. 127-118 is the final. We'll keep it rolling here on 95.7 The Game until about 3:30, and that's when we'll give way to Damon and Ratto as they will begin their show here. State Warriors. I know must-wins aren't often spoken about in the middle of January, but you look at the Warriors coming into this one, 4-17 on the road, Boston and Cleveland ahead coming up on Thursday and Friday, an underwhelming performance yesterday, in particular defensively in Chicago, and the Warriors finding themselves at 1-1 on this trip, playing the second of a back-to-back without Klay Thompson. And it was a roller coaster ride a little bit for the Warriors in this game, although they did lead 35-33 at the end of the first quarter. The Warriors able to get a few stops, limiting turnovers early in the game and really limiting turnovers throughout the game, a big-time key to the Warriors' victory in this one as they end up with 12 turnovers for the game. They were able to hang in and shoot the ball 5 more times than the Wizards did. But the story of this one, a lot of Steph Curry down the stretch, a lot of Draymond Green down the stretch as they combined to go for 23 points in the fourth quarter. Draymond everywhere trying to get some defensive stops on an afternoon where the Warriors really weren't great defensively overall. But the critical stops, and I think the biggest difference between yesterday's game and today's game, and there were a lot of similarities to the negative for the Warriors in this one, but the competitive spirit didn't waver. You could tell as the Warriors got down at different points in this game, including down 8 with 9:31 to go at 106-98, and the Wizards beginning the fourth quarter on a 13-5 run. You could feel that the Warriors, even in that vulnerable position, really thought they had to continue to fight to try and get this game, given what is ahead and given all of the failures that have preceded this team, including the most recent one yesterday, where they were unable in a fourth quarter to get the job done, with the game kind of hanging in the balance there against a very similarly mediocre team that Wizards are compared to the Chicago Bulls. Couple of mediocre squads in the Eastern Conference, kind of lingering on the fringe of the bottom of the play-in tournament bracket. So the Warriors find a way to get the job done. Again, 29-12 for the Warriors over the final 9:31, and it was a game where you had Jordan Poole and Steph Curry help keep the Warriors in it in the first half. Curry with the 17 points in the first quarter, and then how about Jordan Poole in his second quarter, as Jordan Poole goes for 23 in the second quarter, 26 of Poole's 32 on the afternoon coming in the first half, and the Warriors, they needed every bit of it. As Poole back in that starting lineup, we've talked a lot about how efficient he can be in the starting lineup, just how much more comfortable and confident he tends to play when he is in the starting lineup. Poole goes for the 32. Again, 26 in that second quarter, where the defense left a little bit to be desired. Third quarter, the Warriors just kind of hung around. No energy at the beginning of the third quarter. Warriors had the lead at halftime thanks to a late third quarter or first half run that allowed Golden State to go from down 6 to up, or down 5 to up 6, a 13-2 run at the end of the first half there. Jordan Poole going off. I thought Dante DiVincenzo really sparked the Warriors with some defense in that second quarter. Dante DiVincenzo, I think, helped the Warriors hang around in the game in the third quarter with some defense when Steve Kerr went away from Andrew Wiggins, who appears to still be dealing with the after effects of trying to return and get his conditioning back at an NBA level. You had the quick hook from Steve Kerr, pulling Wiggins about 2.5 minutes into the third quarter. DiVincenzo goes out there. Wiggins didn't come back at all over the course of the final 9.5 minutes of that third quarter, but then was out there and able to push through in a fourth quarter where he and Anthony Lamb and DiVincenzo, along with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, were able to guide the Warriors to this win by a final of 127-118. So 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Xfinity mobile text line open, as are the phone lines. We keep it rolling here on Warriors Wrap-Up. Warriors getting the win, which improves their record to 22 up and 22 down, 5-17 on the road. And what a difference a day makes, moving to 2-1 on the road trip when the Warriors come into play on this trip in San Antonio on Friday with 3 road wins total on the season. And I think a 2 out of 3 was an absolute must in the first 3 games of this trip when you look at what's ahead with Boston and Cleveland to come. And I think the other just overarching takeaway for me in this one is just the simple fact that the Warriors, I go back to the competitiveness, but I say this as a means to look ahead at the Warriors trying to continue to sustain this. And what I'm getting at is I think the Warriors' compete level was great, even though the play at different times, they were bad defensively. There were times where they took some bad shots. There were a lot of the sloppy plays that have really hurt the Warriors at different points, especially on the road, and especially on the road against the Eastern Conference. But the desire was there, and the energy expended was there to continue to try and come back in a game where it felt like it could slip away from them and turn into yet another in a long line of just ugly, ugly defeats for the Warriors on this season. But moving forward, I think the template as far as that goes, and I still think this is either something that the Warriors don't fully acknowledge that they have to do on a night-in, night-out basis, or because of their age and some of the wear and tear from some of the prior championship runs, they don't fully understand that, or they aren't capable physically of doing it on a day in, day out, night in, night out basis. But they're going to have to just keep working if they are ultimately going to get where they want to be, which is into that top half of the Western Conference playoff race, and all of the chatter about what's good enough and when do they have to flip the switch, and I just still I think a day like today kind of proves the fact that the margin for error is just not there for this team. as it's currently constituted, and that means you got to work harder, fight harder, play harder, try to do all the little things. And I thought that maybe because the Warriors ended up losing the game yesterday, some of that competitive juice was there. There wasn't a give-up component to it, which came into play. But I think it was especially prevalent as the Warriors found themselves in some scramble situations. They found themselves in some swing moments down the stretch in this game when Steph Curry comes back with 7:13 to go and they wind up down a point, and Anthony Lamb is hustling around making plays, and Draymond Green is flying around trying to do things defensively and trying to make plays for others offensively. You had Jordan Poole, with the key and one that wound up getting taken away. The basket ended up not counting, even though the foul was still on the books and deemed before the shot. You had Curry hitting the flailing away three to put the Warriors up 108-106, and the Warriors didn't look back at that point. The Warriors would lead from that moment until the end of this one. Curry with a big leaner, and then as Monte Morris hit a three, the Warriors turned it over, and I thought another key moment was the Wizards on that turnover after they had cut it to one. Fast break, 3-on-1, 4-on-2 bucket in transition, and the Warriors were able to stop that. Some good fortune there as the Wizards weren't able to convert on that. I think that could have been one of those letdown moments, and that winds up leading back the other way into a Curry three, which made it 115-111, and just those scramble sequences to where if your compete level isn't there, regardless of what's happening, you're sunk in games like this. And the Warriors also, I think, got they got some calls for everybody that wants to complain about the fact that the Warriors don't get a whistle, and I think fans often do want to complain about that, especially when certain games don't go their way. But you look at the Kyle Kuzma and one foul with Anthony Lamb sliding over, and I'll be honest, I thought that was probably going to go the other way and in favor of the Wizards. But again, when you're playing with the right spirit, I think it gives you an opportunity to maybe have a few of those 50-50 plays go your way. I think it gives you an opportunity to have some of those calls potentially go your way. And the Warriors got enough of just what they needed down the stretch. And I think it's the good karma, in a sense, that Steve Kerr always talks about, to where if your compete level is on point, you make your own breaks down the stretch and shots start to go in when maybe on some other games those shots don't necessarily find the bottom of the net. 888-957-9570. John Dickinson here on Warriors Wrap-Up of 95.7 The Game. We'll give way to Damon and Ratto coming up at 3:30. But let's sneak in a call or two here as we speak, and that means Brian and Palo Alto up first here on Warriors Wrap-Up. What's going on this afternoon, Brian? How are you? I'm doing well. It's a big Warrior win.
I mean, I think you got to get these guys some help, and that help is not Jermichael Green, and that help is not James Wiseman. Get them some help, or move it. If they don't want to invest in the core anymore, then move on. But you're right, it's completely unsustainable.
No, and thanks for the call. I mean, it's unsustainable the way that they're doing it, and I think one of the key questions here. As time moves forward and we get closer to the trade deadline, and I know Chris Mannix, among others, have written and spoken about this, but it's the fact that what did the Warriors ultimately decide to do at the trade deadline, and do they believe that they have a capable enough squad to want to be able to make a run? And to give up some to get something, do they acknowledge? And Chris Mannix, of course, of Sports Illustrated and NBC Sports Boston as well. There's a podcast conversation that he was a part of that I made note of during the game because I thought it was interesting because he addressed his sense of what the Warriors and where the Warriors were at as far as the trade deadline and everything. And here was a quote from this podcast conversation on the Crossover podcast. And Mannix wrote or said, quote, "When I talk to people around the league who have talked with their front office, talking about the Warriors, they're pretty keenly aware they need something. This is not a problem they believe can be solved internally. I do think they are going to be very aggressive." So Mannix weighing in on the Warriors. But how do you do that? Is it deemed to be worth it? I mean, I wonder what's going on behind closed doors, because I think the Warriors do probably still believe that on the high end they can make a run at this thing, but it's the game-to-game where they need another player or two to help them get through some games like this to where they aren't so hard. But for the time being, they got to continue to work. I mean, this is the kind of game where there's so much energy expended. It felt like some of the home games that the Warriors won shorthanded against varying degrees of opponent. And so, I think they had to work so hard to win those games. And I think, even as you get healthier and you have more of your star players a part of the equation, then you have to be able to look at it, and on the road, you need more talent. And to continue through the dog days of an NBA season, you need to add more talent. So we'll see what the Warriors ultimately are able to do. But for one afternoon, it was, I think a hell of an effort, led by Curry and his 41 points, led by Jordan Poole and his 32. And again, Draymond. I think the difference here today, as opposed to some of these other games recently, was the fact that Draymond was a war daddy again today. He was a guy that had a little bit of that, refused to lose, was going at it with people in the stands, and had that extra motivation. It's how do the Warriors find that motivation here over the course of the final 34 games of this season to be able to get themselves in a spot to where they feel 38 games of this season to where they can continue to win enough to make a lot of to make the whole thing matter in the end. Because if this team's having as difficult time expending as much as they are right now, how do you figure they make it through 4 playoff rounds? So I think the answer is they're going to have to go out and probably do something at some point from the outside. But I also think, again, they have to prove that they're good enough and healthy enough to where adding one player from the outside can help you. And if you're talking about adding a player from the outside that can help you, then all of a sudden we're back to that conversation about what are you giving up and what do other teams around the league even want to be able, off of your roster to be able to consummate some kind of a deal. But the call started with the conversation about Anthony Lamb from Brian in Palo Alto. Anthony Lamb was terrific today. Anthony Lamb was a plus 36. He made some shots. It wasn't perfect defensively, but he kept competing, and he helped the Warriors win this game today. Some of the unsung heroes, Anthony Lamb being on the floor was a big-time positive, and I jokingly, I think, tweeted during the game, I think it was Tim Kawakami who had put it out there and said, hey, Anthony Lamb's a plus whatever he was at that point, 28, and it was a rough plus-minus afternoon for Wiggins until that fourth quarter. But he put out Lamb. I said, hey, this is for everybody that's screaming about Patrick Baldwin Jr. or Moses Moody not playing. Anthony Lamb is helping the Warriors today, and they needed it. And they're rolling with what they've got, because at this point they don't have a choice but to roll with what they've got on this roster. And today's one of those games that I think probably shouldn't be forgotten about when you look at, all right, who helped the Warriors win this thing? And Anthony Lamb, I don't know. Does he end up with the 15th roster spot? Does he get his contract converted? We'll see. I mean, I think part of that decision is tied to what can the Warriors do from outside the roster to add to the roster at that position in particular that might help them to a greater extent than what Anthony Lamb has been able to provide at this particular point in time. So 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Warriors 127, Wizards 118, as the Warriors win this one to take the third game of the road trip, now 2-1 on the trip, 22-22 overall. And up next is that trip to the White House tomorrow, and then the Warriors going to stay over in Washington tomorrow, and then practice in D.C. on Wednesday as well before heading up to Boston, and then they will take on the Celtics on Thursday, the Cavs on Friday. So another back-to-back, and again, I maintain this was a must-get for the Warriors. You can't be 21-23 and 1-2 on the trip, and then you're going into Boston, and then you're going into Cleveland, who's been in the top half of the Eastern Conference playoff bracket really since the season started, and then think, all right, you're going to flip the switch and get those games. If you get those games, they need to be the third and or fourth wins and not the second and or third wins on a road trip. So that gives the Warriors an opportunity, if they could win one of those games, to call it a really good trip, and I think a legitimate sign of progress as they head back home here and start to try and get on the run, which has been, to this point, so unattainable, with the Warriors unable to be any better at any point this season than 2 games over the 500 mark overall. Where does this leave the Warriors in the NBA standings? You look at Golden State now with the win, and this is where it's all jumbled up. They join Minnesota, who is 22-22 themselves. Minnesota and Utah right now locked in a tight one with about 4 seconds to go. The Jazz trying to win at Minnesota. They've just hit a free throw to take a 1-point lead with 4.2 seconds to go there. So the Warriors now tied for 7th, but for all the fits and starts, for all the struggles, the Warriors are just a half game out of 6th, only a game and a half out of 5th, and still just 3 games out of 4th, with Sacramento pacing the way at this point for the teams that would have home court advantage if the season ended today. And we'll see what happens in the final seconds of that ball game in Minneapolis, as the Jazz currently in the 10th spot at 22-24. But as we talked about on Warriors Live, the critical thing for the Warriors is, yeah, you're close to moving up, but you're also close to moving out as far as the play-in tournament. And right now, Phoenix among the teams at 21-23 who are on the outside looking in, and the Warriors are at this point a game and a half out of 5th, but they're also a game out of being out completely, with the Suns and the Thunder and the Lakers, 3 teams that are currently out right now, that are all just kind of hanging on by a thread. But the Thunder have played good basketball of late to put themselves in that conversation where they're close to the 500 mark. All right, that'll do it for me as a quick edition of Warriors Wrap-Up here on 95.7 The Game following this one, as the Warriors get the job done. They win it 127-118. The fourth quarter goes the Warriors' way, 34-25. Steph Curry goes for 41, kind of an iconic holiday, nation's capital, headed to the White House, finals MVP-ish performance for Steph. Jordan Poole in place of Klay Thompson with 32, and some key contributions, some unsung hero performances from Andrew Wiggins and Anthony Lamb, and I would even put Dante DiVincenzo in that category as well. So that'll do it. Next up for the Dubs, Thursday in Beantown. They'll take on the Celtics, rematch of the NBA Finals. Warriors Live comes your way at 3:30 for that one here on 95.7 The Game. And then, of course, we'll have Warriors Wrap-Up for you after the ball game. But coming up next, it is Damon and Ratto. That's right. They're here to talk some 49er football, what a playoff weekend it was, and we'll find out who the Niners' opponent is going to be in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. That's all coming up. Keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season. Duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on.
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again.
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah, a $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yeah. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Our winter sale is almost over. Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/offers to save through January 22nd. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you want to save money and start the year right, Staples has you covered.
I need everything to restock my business. File folders, break room supplies, even business cards.
Staples has you covered with big savings on everything you need for your home or office. And now at Staples, Rewards members get $30 back via Staples Store Bonus when they spend $100. That's $30 to use toward everything from ink to tech. Save big right now at Staples, the working and learning store. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeemable in-store only. Offer ends 1/21.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you want to save money and start the year right, Staples has you covered.
I need everything to restock my business. File folders, break room supplies, even business cards.
Staples has you covered with big savings on everything you need for your home or office. And now at Staples, Rewards members get $30 back via Staples Store Bonus when they spend $100. That's $30 to use toward everything from ink to tech. Save big right now at Staples, the working and learning store. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeemable in-store only. Offer ends 1/21.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello.
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
From the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. A little late out of the gate today because the Golden State Warriors were getting back to 500 in the nation's capital. Outstanding games out of Steph, out of Poole, out of Draymond. We'll return to that topic much later in the show because we have finally returned to the air to talk about the topic that everyone wants to talk about, and that is obviously the 49ers, who offensively steamrolled Seattle for 4 quarters and defensively turned it on in the second half to the point where that game, which could have been in doubt, really wasn't in doubt at the very, very end. Peter King is going to join us live on the Bud Light guest line a little bit later on. How about that, Ray? Beer sponsoring an element of the show. We're close to your dream of just passing around cocktails at all time.
Or heroin.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it takes. I don't know if heroin's got a really good marketing department looking to go ahead and do some grassroots campaigning right now. But in the meantime, thank you, Bud Light. It's good to have you part of the team. And
call Shifty. He can take care of you.
I was pretty impressive, Ray. All things considered. And look, Pete lived up to his reputation for half of that game. He was deep in his bag of tricks. He had his team motivated, and he had his team playing a level of football where, had there not been 2 dramatic turnovers on back-to-back drives, I mean, this is who knows where that game would have gone. That's how much Seattle was in that game through halftime, and then the 49ers really took the brakes off and beat them with it. But it was that was a tale of almost 2 different football games in the same football game.
Yeah, Seattle played nearly as, I think, probably as well as they could play. I mean, Geno Smith was 9 for 10. They had the ball for 17 minutes. They took care of what they needed to take care of, including that 14-play drive that ate up like 7 minutes. And then the 2 turnovers happened, and it was over. There's not a lot of deep analysis to make. It just 49ers all of a sudden had the ball for 21 minutes in the second half, and that's how they win.
What I absolutely love about playoff football is there is no re-examining anything in the rearview mirror because it is survive in advance. How you survived to advance is all that matters. So unlike regular season football, where on Monday, on Tuesday, you start, you're just looking backwards at the game that was just played. And then Wednesday, you start looking ahead. The rule is in the playoffs, you start talking about that next game the following Monday. I mean, sure, you recap the fun that it was, that happened, but you start going right to the very next opponent. But we can't do that today. We can't do that until we're in bed tonight because we don't know who the 49ers are playing next. It will be Tampa or Dallas. One of those 2 teams will be coming. That's a Monday night game tonight that we will get to in progress when Ray and I are done at 6 o'clock this evening. We've got Peter King joining us live in our 5 o'clock hour, so we're looking forward to that conversation. And apparently, after a day of some technical glitches, we're back to taking some phone calls here. So we're going to be taking your calls as well at 888-957-9570 about the 49ers, who postseason stats are just starting to stack up under Kyle Shanahan. He's now 5-2 in postseason play as 49ers head coach. He's reached the divisional round now for the 3rd time in his last 4 seasons. And the 49ers are now all-time 6-2 in the wild card round. They're a perfect 4-0 at home, 23-9 at home overall in the postseason. And as I was saying, Ray, the next game is assured to be at home because either Tampa or Dallas will be here next. If it is Tampa Bay, the irony of Brock Purdy's first ever regular season start being against Tom Brady could be measured, I guess, against what has the potential to be Tom Brady's final start if the 49ers beat the Buccaneers next weekend. If it's the Dallas Cowboys here next weekend, well, that'll mean the Dallas Cowboys do something tonight that they haven't done since 1993. That's win a road playoff game. The last time the Dallas Cowboys won a road playoff game was on January 17th, 1993. Troy Aikman rolls into Candlestick and beats the 49ers 30-20. So it's been that long since the Cowboys won a postseason game on the road anywhere. And it was basically almost to the day, because today is what, January 16th, and that was January 17th, 1993. That's 7 months almost before Dak Prescott was even born. So that's how long ago that was. We'll see it all shake out here. A fascinating wild card weekend. Daniel Jones putting on an epic performance in his postseason appearance. The Vikings crash and burn, looking an awful lot like the frauds that people said or suggested they might be. Miami gets a little extra credit for making that a game in Buffalo after not even reporting for duty when the national anthem was over. The Chargers, well, let me ask you, right, is that the signature game of the Chargers' entire existence, or is that just the signature game of the Jaguars' entire existence?
No, that's the signature game of the Chargers. There was a story in The Ringer today, and I wish I could remember who wrote it. I want to say it was Danny Kelly, who listed the 24 galling losses that the Chargers have put up in this century. And each of them is hilariously spectacular. I mean, this team is genuinely cursed in an almost Cub/Red Sox type way, where if they can find a way not to be there, they won't be there. And it's always late, and it's always something goofy or stupid. And it's destroyed reputations. I mean, Phillip Rivers is probably a Hall of Fame quarterback if he gets one of those wins. He's not going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback as long as he played and the kind of numbers he put up, because he doesn't have a signature anything. The signature is always somebody else spitting on his piece of paper.
Now, we don't know who goes to the Hall of Fame until careers are over. But I'd like to congratulate Brock Purdy on what is a no doubt about it, there's nothing to debate, Hall of Fame start to a career. I mean, this guy has just been unbelievable since the day he stepped into the spotlight. And on Saturday, it was the most gaudy Brock Purdy we have seen so far. Ray, it was also some of those couple of those balls that just fluttered on him. If they actually land in someone's arms instead of, mercifully on the ground, who knows how that game ends up for the 49ers, because there were a couple, anyone can have these passes thrown early by Brock Purdy. But when he was done, and I guess it's, all over the playoffs this weekend, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. When Brock Purdy was done, what he had come up with was the 10th playoff game in the Super Bowl era, where someone had 330 yards passing, no interceptions, and 4 touchdowns, 3 in the air, 1 on the ground. The only other guys that have ever done that are Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes, Matt Ryan, Aaron Rodgers twice, Kurt Warner. Okay, everyone's name that I've just said is either in or going to the Hall of Fame, because I think Matt Ryan eventually gets there. Darryl LaMonica, who is, in the first class of the Hall of Very Good. And then Alex Smith in a game that he, of course, loses in Kansas City, even though he put up those sort of numbers. He's on the list, too. But Brock Purdy was something else. And because of him, this offense was something else. And again, because of him is probably not even the most accurate way to say it. But the choices he made and the balls that he delivered put the 49ers over 500 yards of total offense for just the third time in their illustrious postseason history. He is the first quarterback to ever bring an offense for the 49ers north of 500 yards, not named Joe Montana. Jeff Garcia did it once, too. But, it's what Brock Purdy just did, 64 plays, 24 first downs. He was special. The 49ers offense averaged nearly 8 yards a play on Saturday afternoon. They were moving the ball in chunks everywhere. They had explosive plays all over the field. And as we said, in Kyle's best year ever, that he was running guys wide open. He was running guys wide open on Pete Carroll all afternoon.
Seattle showed the things that he can't do. Can't tackle a running back. Secondary was exposed as the game went on. It turned into a game that most people thought it would be from the start. It was pretty clinical. In a weekend where nothing was clinical, the 49ers were the only team that played to form. And even at that, for the first half, they were struggling to, keep the Seahawks corralled, because Seattle did a lot of the things you didn't think they'd be able to do against this defense for an entire half. And then the turnovers happened, and then everything collapsed. But for a half, Seattle looked like it was up for an argument.
Well, and, he did it with eye candy. Pete Carroll did it with eye candy in that first half. He was deep in his bag of tricks. That one play where he has Geno intentionally lining up under left guard with a direct snap to the running back, but he still got Geno, rolling out of that play like he's naked booting to the end zone. Pete was giving you eye candy everywhere he could. And you know what was the right thing to do when you have D'Amico Ryan saying out loud and on the record just a couple weeks before, guys' eye discipline in the secondary wasn't where it needed to be. It looked like Seattle had that going for it early on. But then, like you said, the 49ers started playing to their level. And the entire game, the entire afternoon, turned on, a handful of plays, but two of them stand out, starting with this one.
They're down in 14. Pressure. Ball is out. San Francisco's got it. It was all Nick Bosa.
Charles Omenihu forcing the fumble, obviously Joe Davis on Fox, and that was just a monster play. And, of course, it was because it was a weird day for Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa had a couple of really good tackles for losses. He played great contain against a run that had a pretty good day, all things considered. I think Seattle wanted that kind of a day out of their running back and got that. But still, Nick Bosa made a lot of big plays, but he didn't have a day of pressure. He didn't have a day of laying on top of the other quarterback, so he decided the one chance he gets to lay on top of something, it's going to be the biggest fumble recovery and the first fumble recovery of his postseason career.
He had a better day than his brother.
Yeah, he certainly did. And I'll just say this, Ray, great players in this league. Great, and this applies to defensive players because you are intentionally getting your great offensive players the ball. Great defensive players are always around the ball. It just happens to find them or it all the time. And as we talked about yesterday, or not yesterday, but last week, how Nick Bosa, if he really is going to carve out a place in not just 49er history, but truly NFL history, is one of the game's greatest defensive players ever. And this is not out of the realm of possibility with the way that he's begun his career. If he really is going to be that sort of a special player, well, when a player has a special season, usually their team follows them along in a special postseason. There's more special postseason hopefully coming up for Nick Bosa. Him falling on top of that fumble is something great players do. They're just around the ball.
Yeah, as that game went on, the fact that Seattle was struggling to find the person to get the ball to, chances were going to have to be taken, risks were going to have to be engaged, and Seattle doesn't win by taking risks. They can gingerbread an offense here and there, but when they have to go high risk, high reward, they're not equipped for that. And the only way that they were going to be able to avoid that was by holding the lead, because once they went behind in the second half, it was done. Pete Carroll was out of things to do, and between that and the interception, I mean, they were backbreakers because they should be. Because when you're the 7 and you're playing the 2 only needs one break. You need about 3 or 4. And it wasn't stunning. It was just clinical. It was almost not interesting after a while because it was just that matter of fact.
The one play that did, I think, check the box of stunning was the second play that really turned the afternoon. And it was this.
They'll let him throw again. Wide open, Deebo Samuel. Got a block from George Kittle. Deebo Samuel. There he goes. Foot on the gas. All the way. Touchdown San Francisco. A 74-yarder.
He got the right amount of downfield blocking and hit the gear to just outrun the entire football field. Man, that was a huge, huge play. And that was pretty much the goodnight Irene moment. There was one other way Seattle could have climbed back into that game. There was a ball that was thrown to DK Metcalf in the end zone that had he come down with it, it would have been an incredible catch on a day where he had a lot of incredible catches. But that game feels differently if he scores there. DK Metcalf was an absolute stud at Levi's Stadium. 10 catches, 136 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was cooking or trucking Charvarius Ward pretty much all afternoon. You had the Jimmy Ward terrible penalty, which allowed Seattle to climb back in front right before halftime. And Nick Bosa was even saying, hey, we understood that sitting in that locker room at halftime, Seattle had to feel really, really good about where they were.
It was good. Myself, I was a little nervous just how the tide was going, but I have great confidence in this team, and an entire half of football is a lot of football, and we did exactly what we were supposed to do.
They certainly did, because they steamroll Seattle in the second half, 504 yards with a defense that causes 2 game-altering turnovers on back-to-back drives. The 49ers' entire afternoon turned to the good, and it stayed there after that Geno Smith fumble and then Geno Smith's interception to Diamador Lenore. Again, DK Metcalf was good. Pete Carroll was good. Geno Smith was off to a really good start. But when it was said and done, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brock Purdy, and Brandon Ayuk made big plays all game long and pretty much all afternoon, to the point where the final box score, when you start getting into it, team totals and individual totals, it starts looking like a game of Madden. Like the final stats start reading like a game of Madden. That's how much joystick enjoyment the 49ers put out on that field. And a lot of credit has to go to Kyle Shanahan, because we're talking about how Pete Carroll was deep in his bag of tricks. I don't know how deep Kyle had to get, Ray, but he had his plays linked together, sequenced together in a way that just Seattle really didn't know where it was coming from. They just knew it was coming. They didn't know who was going to get it, but they knew it was going to happen, and there was very little they could do to slow it down all afternoon. Again, an entire day, all plays, 61 plays run. 64 plays run for 41 points with wide open choices all over the field all afternoon. Brandon Ayuk, he had a really good game. But he dropped what would have been a career highlight pass for Brock Purdy in the corner of the end zone. Oh, that would have been unbelievable had he held on to it. It's almost a blessing, Ray, because the amount of chatter about the catch and being moments that spurned, you would have been really annoyed by it this week. I can promise you that. But I know you, and rightfully so, want to diminish the role of quarterbacks in this offense. But as I've been suggesting the entire time, if you actually got a guy who can do something, go above and beyond, and not hurt you by going above and beyond, all of a sudden this offense starts doing things like that, putting up 41 points, rolling up 500-plus yards. That's what makes the Niners, with that defense, a Super Bowl favorite.
Well, that's where the test comes, because reputations start getting made now. Starting Sunday with I think Tampa's going to be an easier nut to crack than Dallas, because I think Dallas might force them to have to score 41 the hard way. And then Philly and Philly, because I can't imagine a way that the Eagles lose to the Giants.
Oh, I could. I mean, did you watch that game?
I did. And I looked at Minnesota and I just said, these guys got big eyes. Philadelphia doesn't get big eyes. Philadelphia is a hard team. And playing at home against the team like the Giants that's what they do. That's why they won 14 games. And that's why I think they're probably the best team in the league. That said, I think the 49ers established on Saturday that on a weekend where nobody behaved the way they should have, and a bunch of games could have turned the other way, they were the ones who held serve. And I think the test will be, okay, now what happens against a team that can take your punch and punch back? Because I think Dallas can do it. I think Philadelphia can do it. I don't know that Tampa can, but this is where the rubber meets the road.
Well, and look, where the rubber has met the road of Tom Brady's entire career is how often and how much he wins postseason games. So that's the really one and only thing that Tampa's got going for it tonight. I mean, that and it's a home game. That and the Cowboys usually begin most postseason journeys with their own two hands wrapped around their own throats. So we'll see how the Cowboys look tonight. They historically gag on big moments in the last 20 years or so. Tom Brady does not. Tom Brady's team has run hot and cold all year. Dallas started well, got cold as the year went along, got colder, I guess I should say. Dak Prescott finding himself interception prone. That's a good way to keep another team in a football game. We'll see how it all plays out tonight. We got ourselves a very big Monday Night Football game, so big that when Ray and I get off the air, we're actually going to go ahead and simulcast and join that game in progress. Peter King will be joining us live at 5 on the Bud Light guest line, and we're looking forward to talking to him because it really was. It was a hell of a playoff weekend. It was fun all the way around. The Ravens, though, shame on them, Ray. Shame on the Baltimore Ravens because you know that they denied us the AFC Andy Reid Invitational. Do you realize that had John Harbaugh and the Ravens advanced to the divisional round, if the Ravens had pulled off the upset, the AFC divisional round would have been Andy versus all his former Eagles players and assistant coaches. Andy Reid is obviously a former Philadelphia Eagle coach. John Harbaugh was the Eagles special teams coach under Andy Reid. Doug Peterson, former Eagles backup under Andy Reid. And Sean McDermott, former Eagles defensive coordinator under Andy Reid. We were denied. Shame on Jim Harbaugh wanting to take a couple of timeouts into the offseason. Yeah, John Harbaugh. Oh, there is a little news, though, about Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh today says, NFL, enjoy another year without me at the very least because I'm staying in Michigan. Today, Jim Harbaugh says he's staying in Ann Arbor. John Harbaugh is staying this postseason with a couple timeouts in his pockets that he didn't even bother using.
He showed the folly of the scoring too early theory because he wanted to score and leave the Bengals
with
nothing. And when you're down a touchdown and you're playing in the other place, that's the chance you have to take. You have to score when you could score. And when he put it on Tyler Huntley, it said, well, he ran the sneak the wrong way. Two things come to mind. One, what's J.K. Dobbins there for? And two, why are you trying to get cute at the 1 yard line? I mean, granted, it was a bizarre play, but don't play around with the clock. Get the touchdown. I mean, if your team can't hold Cincinnati for a minute, then you lose anyway.
What are you running?
But at least, why are you? And that's why that whole they scored too soon is usually nonsense. Score when you can score, and then ask your defense to make an effort.
Well, it was a day where the Cincinnati Bengals were hardly like blowing your doors off either.
Yeah, and Baltimore's entire historical reputation is based on defense. They are not a high-powered team and never have been. They stop you from doing what you want to do. And they did pretty much that against Cincinnati. And then John Harbaugh outthought himself.
He's running draw plays up the middle. He's throwing in the middle. And here again, man, you got timeout. Stop the clock. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Because he didn't want to score too soon. Now he gets to score too late.
Oh, well, the next time he scores, it'll be week 1 preseason.
Well, yeah, because they never lose in the preseason.
That's right. Will they have a preseason with Lamar Jackson? That'll be one of the big offseason questions of the entire NFL. But when it comes to the NFL's offseason, the 49ers, they ain't there yet. They're still in the postseason, and they're sitting pretty, waiting for the winner of Monday Night Football. And they got a little bit of an advantage just cooked right into that. I mean, they have not played since they have not played since Saturday. They got a Monday night game. The next time they do play is going to be on Sunday. So they have more time to prepare than their opponent, who doesn't even know, has not even revealed itself yet. We'll know more tonight. This is a good Monday here in the Bay Area. Martin Luther King Day. A lot of people got the day off, but we are here talking playoff football with you. Why not? It's that time of the year where it's the right thing to do. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And we want to remind you that the road to Glendale is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices, exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires. Unbelievable turn of events.
Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Dancing crew, trip for two. Nail the final interview. Game with Doug. Brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
If you're thinking of selling your house but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, or showings, well, with JohnBuysBayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit JohnBuysBayAreaHouses.com. It is good to be with you here as we move into our 4 o'clock hour. Damon and Ratto this afternoon. The Warriors have already won this afternoon the traditional Martin Luther King Day memorial, or the matinee tip-off, if you will, which is common around the NBA. Warriors already put one to bed, and they got into the win column, which is awfully good for them on the road. It's the first time they've won a game back-to-back in the second half of a back-to-back that they played on the road this year. They have yet to actually sweep a back-to-back this year. But, baby steps, Ray, baby steps.
The fact that they just held a team under 120 is a victory enough.
Freaking remarkable. We'll get into some details of the game a little bit later. Warriors road trip actually has them at the White House tomorrow. And then they are in Boston on Thursday, and then on Friday they are in Cleveland. So those are 2 difficult games coming up for the Warriors. There is a difficult game certainly coming up for the 49ers next. It's going to be the winner of tonight's. Should be a difficult game because neither team is coming in red hot. Neither team is red cold. Tampa and Dallas could go either way. It absolutely could go either way. It's a coin flip, straight up in my mind. I don't know how to handicap this one. I don't know whether to lean on anyone having a distinct or specific advantage in this game tonight. So there's no surprises coming out of Tampa tonight as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the way the weekend's games went, I think the only thing we can expect is that whatever happens, it will be pretty run-of-the-mill because 4 of the 5 games so far have ended up a pie fight in one way or another. And I think this is one where you want the pie fight. You want to get entertained, and that's when the NFL refuses to entertain you.
Yeah, give me a fourth quarter. Give me a compelling fourth quarter tonight. I wouldn't mind that at all. Not much compelling down at Levi Stadium in that fourth quarter. The 49ers, their offense was locked in for 4 quarters. Their defense got locked in the second half. And then apparently, according to the guys themselves, everyone started, playing the it ain't business, it's personal after the yanking of Deebo Samuel's leg. He gets tackled on the field, and as players are getting up from the pile, yanking on Deebo Samuel's leg occurs. He was not happy about it. Kyle Shanahan was not happy about it. George Kittle was not happy about it. Nick Bosa said, we weren't happy about it.
The offense helped flip it. I think they're doing a little dirty stuff to our offensive guys, and I would not piss off the dudes on offense, especially Deebo, because he'll make you pay.
I would not piss those dudes off. Yeah, I mean, across the entire 49ers roster, that feels like a pretty good way to go about business. Were the Seahawks on the edge of the rule book there, specifically, intentionally, under coach command? Maybe so. I don't know.
No, that was improvised.
If maybe
it was being cute. You see that in basically every other game. But when you do it as the underdog, all you're doing is telling the team that's better than you, oh, okay, we're going to play that way. The team that's better is the one that can get away with stuff like that. The team that's worse usually has to pay for that later.
Well, and just with all the injury histories, with Deebo nursing, ankles, knees, and hamstrings, no one wanted anything to happen. When asked why he was laying there, he said he was laying on that ground not because he was hurt, but to cool off.
I stayed down a little because I almost lost my temper. And you can see the definition of our team of IGYB, I got your back. And then second half, they scored at the end of the fourth quarter, you can have it. But at the end of the day, I felt like that turned our team up a notch. And as you can see, we just went out there and made plays.
The one guy who is probably the worst on the 49ers sideline at masking his emotions in a game is the head coach himself. Kyle Shanahan, he was pissed. You could see the spit coming in between his teeth as he was yelling at someone about what he had seen.
He's got a feel for it. It definitely makes me nervous on some of it.
I pushed the wrong button. Here is Kyle on how angry he was watching Deebo get yanked on.
I was worried that he was hurt on it. I lost my mind a little bit on that. But, yeah, I was real concerned that he was hurt on it. I didn't like how that looked. I thought it looked pretty bad and the intent of the play. So I think that pissed a lot of people off. I think it pissed our team off. And I think you can kind of feel our team react to that after. I wish we were like that from the first play always, but sometimes when some stuff motivates the guys, I think it was cool to see us rally together. And I know Deebo was bothered, and it was cool he came back and answered.
I mean, everyone's fired up to play postseason football. Everyone's fired up. The whole league is fired up this weekend. You could just see it in the way guys ran and hit and played all over the place. But the 49ers, they did. They got to scratch that. This just got personal. And for a team that when they get rolling, they're really hard to stop. Ray, what I guess I'm trying to say basically is that without any injury or outcome, I hope somebody pulls on Deebo's leg next week too.
You don't want to take that chance because with his history, if somebody wanted to actually do it and finish the job that Ramsey didn't finish, you might lose him. So, yeah, you don't want that.
Speaking of guys with legs, though, that you want them to keep and keep using, Deebo talked about how Brock Purdy is able to just extend those plays.
It's great to see, the things he do back there when you think he's sacked and his little slitheriness of getting out of stuff. It kind of makes us a little tired because we got to run around too to try to get open, but it works. So, as long as Brock doing his thing, we're going to ride with him.
Slitheriness. That's a good way to say it, Ray. I mean, this kid takes what is at best a 3 or 4 Mississippi league and turns it into 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi. He is stopping to reload on some of these throws. He's going to get he is one bad intentioned defensive end away from maybe not playing again. So he needs to find a middle ground there a little bit. But boy, he had the play to Brandon Ayuk that didn't turn into a touchdown in the corner of the end zone. Ray, do you realize that play actually took 3.5 days to run? I mean, it took forever to run that play because he was out there. That was a 12, 15-second NFL-long play. You don't get that in the NFL. Nowhere. This kid has got, I don't know, again, if I knew what it was, I'd bottle it and I'd sell it. I don't know what it is, but I'm telling you, I know it when I see it. And this isn't one of those Joey Bart hear it off the bat moments. I mean, if you aren't coming around on Brock Purdy a little bit, yourself even, Ray, I don't know what it is you could possibly be looking for other than, he has, the only thing you can hold against him is he hasn't done it over the duration of a 10-year-long career yet.
I'm not holding anything against him. The only thing I'm saying is he has advantages that most quarterbacks don't have.
Who cares? So did Jimmy Garoppolo. He did very little with it. So did Nick Mullins.
No, he didn't do very little with it. That's simply false.
Well,
he took a team to a Super Bowl and took another one to a conference final in 3 years. That's not very little.
Well, it was a little enough to where even with that level of success, they moved heaven and earth in an attempt to replace him.
And
so
then brought
the single biggest
him back.
evaluator of the position was so thoroughly out of love with whatever Jimmy provided that he was willing to move on.
And yet, when he had a chance to move on by just releasing him, he re-signed him. So he's not, he didn't hate him that much.
Well, they didn't just straight up release him because they were trying to get something back in a trade.
Well, yeah, okay. But if you hated him that much, you'd have just given him a cardboard box and taken him to the street. No, Purdy has done well. I mean, I'm not enraptured with it, but I don't have to be. All I know is he's been given a golden opportunity, and he has not squandered it in any way. But you're right. He does like to hold the ball a little longer than he should. And he'll get religion sooner or later at some point.
His average depth of target on Saturday was 12.5 yards. That's the highest of any starting quarterback for the 49ers in a single game since Jimmy Garoppolo back in 2017 against Houston, where his average depth of target was 13.3. That was just Jimmy's second start. He makes his debut throwing a garbage time touchdown pass against Seattle. Then he gets a start in Chicago, at Chicago, wins, gets a start in Houston, and wins. As a matter of fact, he won all 5 of those first starts with the 49ers. Brock Purdy has done so much so soon under real pressure that Jimmy wasn't under at all, really, at the end there of the 2017 season. It's just, it's an incredible story beyond it being an incredible story and fun to tell around the campfire. Like, if you told me Brock Purdy was drafted somewhere in the first 3 rounds and it didn't have this amazing, or again, the incredible thing about Brock Purdy was the origin story. Now that we're kind of over that and he's only being evaluated on, well, what are you actually doing in these games? He just threw one of the all-time how you like dem apples playoff games in 49ers history. He was outstanding. Few balls fluttered early, maybe a little nervous, maybe a little wet that afternoon on the football, had a few balls sailing and had a couple of those not falling just mercifully to the ground. Sure, the whole day could have been much different. And if ifs were fifths, we'd all be drunk. I mean, Brock Purdy, when it mattered, was awesome. He was awesome. And his day, which is measurably only defined as awesome, could have been even better if Ayuk holds on to that just right in his hands in the corner of the end zone. He was officially out of real estate. He didn't have any room to change his mind. He was so along the sideline and in the corner of that end zone. But Brock Purdy, had he completed that play, that's one of the all-time postseason plays in the history of a franchise that is basically known for its all-time postseason plays.
Okay. I mean, I don't really have a response. I mean, if he makes the catch, it's something you remember. It's also the wild card, and these guys are playing for much more. That's the kind of catch that gets remembered, A, if it gets made, and B, if it gets made, like in a conference final. But it would have been a hell of a catch, no question.
888-957-9570. Gene in Oakland. What do you got, Gene?
Hey, fellas. So, Ray, I've been following you for many years now. I totally respect you. I love what you have to say and all. But I just getting a bit annoyed with, people underplaying the importance of the quarterback position for the Niners. Brock Purdy has been, as you say, Damon, it's been nothing short of amazing so far. And all you have to do is look at all the other quarterbacks that have played with this team under Shanahan. I mean, you got, Beathard and Mullins and Hoyer, who won about 25% of their games. And you got, Jimmy G, who's won about 72 or 3%. Even the golden boy, Trey Lance, won 4 out of, he's 50-50, won 4 and lost 4. So, Jimmy won over 70%, and this kid has won 100%. They're doing an amazing job, and they're doing an important job. So, let's give them credit. Let's give them their due. This kid, frankly, he's starting to remind me of Joe Montana, just like, he was reminding Pete Carroll of Fran Tarkenton, another great Hall of Fame quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if this kid goes on to have a great career.
Well, here's one thing I do know right now. I mean, I don't need any. He is your starting quarterback next year. Trey Lance is not going to be competing with him for the job. Trey Lance is going to be starting postseason, or I should say preseason games next year, because you don't have your regular season starting quarterbacks starting preseason football games anymore. Brock Purdy's not starting preseason football games for the 40. He is the quarterback. This is his team now. Saturday, he cemented himself in that. It's done. It's done. And, for the guy in the text line saying, boy, you talk a lot out of your mouth about Jimmy. Look, I shouldn't have said Jimmy did nothing, but because he did do things. But as he was doing those things completely healthy, they were trying to move on from him as fast as humanly possible. So forget about what I thought of Jimmy Garoppolo. The head coach and general manager of the 49ers, who knows more about his quarterback than anyone else on the planet, had seen enough. We can't wait to see more of Brock Purdy. There's no level of we've seen enough here. There is something going on, and he's making plays that Jimmy didn't make. Full stop. Full stop. This kid needs a wheelbarrow. His nuts are so big.
First of all, you. Secondly, you always talk out of your mouth because that's the orifice that you're supposed to use.
Where words come from, yes.
Yeah, so maybe the text guy wants to rethink that analogy.
Was there another point to make, or did you just want to say the words come out of mouths?
Well, I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me to just say, yes, you're right? Is that, I mean, he's played.
It would be a first.
He's played. No, it wouldn't be a first. He's played very well. I have not said that he hasn't.
Right.
The only thing
it feels so begrudging to hear you even say, yes, he's played well. You're such an anti-homer. You're an awayer.
No, I wasn't rooting for Seattle to win.
If Brock Purdy played for any other NFL team, he'd be all you want to talk about. But because he's a Niner, you don't want to talk about him.
No, he's got the best gig in America. He's playing on a team that doesn't need him to be spectacular. That's the only point I've made throughout his entire tenure. I'm okay with that.
Right, but look at what it is the hell you got if he does play spectacularly. You got a team that's probably right now the chalk to win the Super Bowl.
I'm not sure that that's true. I could think of two teams right now that I think are probably better than them.
Well, the NFC's chalk.
I'm not sure that Philadelphia is not better.
If Brock Purdy played for Philadelphia, you'd be talking about him all week.
I wouldn't. Have you heard me ramble on about Jalen Hurts? And he's had a hell of a year.
He might be an MVP.
He might be. Have you heard me go on and on about him?
No, because we haven't had a chance to really bring it up.
No, we could bring it up anytime we want. This
well,
is
I
America.
guess my point is
that's why
we're talking
World
about
War II.
Brock Purdy today. So if you had things to say about Brock Purdy today, that'd be great.
I have said those things.
You're going to keep saying them until 6 o'clock.
I think we can find other things. You'd be surprised.
Not really. I mean, today's a day to focus on what the hell this guy just did. The 10th playoff game in the Super Bowl era with 330 plus passing yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. He was unbelievable, and he's buying minutes in plays that wouldn't exist for any other quarterback. I don't know if look at it this way. Trey Lance was built to be a little bit of a runner. He's never going to be as fast as Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's got scoots, and he's smart enough to realize I'm not going to run, quarterback power with this. I'm just going to buy time. He's got a feel of that pocket that guys who are picked dead last in the NFL are not supposed to have. He is just wildly, wildly comfortable in a league that forces guys to be uncomfortable.
He's almost too comfortable in that he does play with a ball in the pocket longer than he should. And once he faces a team that can pressure him, he's going to have to make quicker decisions. And if he continues to make the ones that he's making, no question, they'll probably be a Super Bowl team. But, the tests get increasingly difficult the further you go. That's all I'm saying.
Anthony in San Francisco. What do you got, Anthony?
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. All I want to ask is, Rado, what will make you smile, my friend?
557.
The Niners is all smiles right now.
557 makes me smile.
Excuse me?
557, quitting time. Always good.
Understood, but we're making more first downs per throw. The offense is humming. This is what the Empire's been waiting for, to be dominant in offense, because in defense, we've been there. That's what has always gotten us to where we needed to be, or almost. Like now it feels closer because we have a dominant offense, Rado.
You got an offense that's certainly along for the ride, that isn't just watching its defense pull it into and as deep as it can into a postseason. Something is happening here offensively. Christian McCaffrey is, forget about, he's one of the best football players I've ever seen. That's where we're kind of going with Christian McCaffrey. He's one of the best football players I've ever seen play football anywhere, at all times, on either side of the ball, regardless of, race, regardless of position. He is incredible. He's incredible. That guy, the very first offensive, what was really incredible, completely incredible, was that, I want to make sure I got this right here. Brock, yeah. So you're telling me that you're not going to have Christian McCaffrey touch the football once on the opening drive of a playoff game? Because he didn't.
That did seem odd.
Yeah, and Purdy looked out of sync early. He didn't look nervous. He looked a little out of sync. But Kyle came out throwing a pass-first offense, and it was really weird that McCaffrey did not touch the ball until the very first play of the second series when he did this.
49ers back on offense. Here comes Christian McCaffrey, a gaping hole. McCaffrey gallops free into Seahawks territory. Cuts it back inside the 20. Key block from Trent Williams springs him for a 66-yard run.
It was interesting that the first 2 runs were Deebo Samuel. And I think the first one was actually a brilliant call because nobody was expecting that. That's why he broke it for 20 plus. The second one, I don't know. I'm not one to sit there and, dissect play calls, but I was waiting for McCaffrey to get the ball. In fact, I thought instead of the pass to Jennings, they might have wanted to give McCaffrey a turn to see what Seattle would do with it. And then the next series, they found out that McCaffrey wasn't going to be tackled again.
What a day he had. Christian McCaffrey, 15 carries, 119 yards, 2 catches for 17 yards and a touchdown. He is he's just got moves on moves. This is Larry in San Francisco. What do you got, Larry?
Hey, Damon, man, I just want to say, Brock Purdy is everything that we thought Trey Lance could be. And everybody kept talking about how accurate he is and how good he is at scrambling and playing. But to be honest, when you pick a quarterback based on his upside instead of talent, this is what you get, man. Brock Purdy showed you quarterbacks are quarterbacks.
Well,
thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Next time, turn left or right before you call. That was a very loud turn signal that you had going on there.
Maybe it was a bomb.
It sounded like a ticking clock. But there is a difference between I look like I might be a really good football player someday, and I've played I've played an awful lot of high leverage football. Experience can't be faked. And Brock Purdy's experience is the difference between whatever physical difference that he and Trey Lance have. Brock Purdy's football IQ is more important to run this offense than any physical measurable advantage Trey Lance could ever give them. And that's why Trey Lance is more of a concept now than a reality as the 49ers starting quarterback. It's going to take Brock Purdy being hurt or injured for that to happen.
This being the 49ers, there's an excellent chance of that.
I mean, it's, just wait till next year, because this year is a year you wouldn't want to see undone by something other than the best foot forward, because there's something going on here. It's official. Peter King is going to be on by at 5 o'clock today, live at 5 to talk about it all on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And we're also brought to you by calhope.org.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices
prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Trevor Noah has added 2 more San Francisco shows to his Off the Record tour, December 8th and 9th at the Masonic. All shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Trevor Noah, head to 957thegame.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is a Monster Monday brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Damon and Ratto with you here in a half an hour. Peter King joins us. We're looking forward to not only recapping 49ers Seahawks with him, trying to guess who might come out of Monday Night Football tonight, which is about to get underway. And, it's an interesting Monday Night Football game because, obviously the winner is going to come here, but it's also interesting because anyone who wants to say oh yeah, the Dallas Cowboys are just going to steamroll Tampa tonight, or Tampa's just going to, because it's Tom Brady, they're just going to steam. I have no idea what's going to happen in this football game. I thought I knew what might happen in all the other games, and what I thought might happen did happen in just about all the other games. They played out a little bit more dramatically in some cases. But everything I thought might happen kind of happened. I have no idea. I would not be betting on tonight's game in any way, shape, or form. This could go either way.
You had the Giants?
Yeah. I thought the Giants were going to win that game. I thought that they had a very good chance to win that. How about this? I've been saying that the Vikings were fraudulent all year long. When you win an awful lot of close games, yeah, that's impressive. But it also means every single game you're in is a haircut. It's way too close every single week. If you were that good, you'd blow some of these teams out. You'd take a few of these teams to the woodshed if you're that good. They didn't have a single outstanding after the only glorious moment of the entire Vikings regular season was the massive comeback over the Indianapolis Colts, who are the biggest bumbling, stumbling group of football players in America this year.
Yeah, I could never get a read on what the Giants were or weren't. That's why I guess I was a little surprised. On the one hand, they could blow out a team like the Colts. And then on the other, they struggle. They struggle with the Cowboys playing as bad as they could, And then barely beating the Jaguars while the Jaguars were terrible. I mean, they were such a mixed bag that I had no concept of what they could or couldn't be. And even at that, if Kirk Cousins doesn't grab his own throat on that 4th and 8, we might be talking a whole different way.
What the hell was that, man? I mean, 4th in your entire year and you're dumping down like that?
Yeah, he wanted the completion, which that's the most maddening thing that quarterbacks do. When they can't remember how far downfield you have to throw the ball.
You got to go to the sticks when it's your entire year on the line. Somebody, by the way, from the 650 says, I love what Brock Purdy's doing, but just to stir the pot, what do you think Kirk Cousins would look like in this offense right now? Well, a lot of NFL quarterbacks would look good in this offense right now, theoretically, because there's so much talent on the offensive side of the ball. But Kirk Cousins has won one playoff game in his entire career and remains at one playoff win. Brock Purdy's already there in his very first ever playoff game. I mean, you can talk about how Brock Purdy's lucky to be here. Maybe there's an element of they're lucky to have Brock Purdy that we need to start considering.
Oh, they're very lucky to have Brock, because there's no reason why you would just say, well, we'll wait till the last pick of the draft and then we'll find gold. You're filling out your roster at that point. So they're lucky. There's no question about that.
Well, lucky that he has turned into who he is, but also lucky because as much as we keep on insisting anyone else could come in here and do it, nobody else has came in here to do it other than Jimmy Garoppolo while Kyle Shanahan's been the coach with any degree of sustained success. A couple of games out of Nick Mullins or C.J. Beathard, they looked good for a little bit there, but then the bloom would come off that rose quickly. No bloom has come off of Brock Purdy's rose to the point where it really is, if you had like an actual complaint about what Brock Purdy hasn't done, it would be 3 or 4 throws over the course of 6 games now. I mean, that's it. That's it. So, maybe Brock Purdy goes on to become a significant NFL entity that we'll be talking about for years. Who knows? Who knows? This league changes quickly. We do know that every single time we look at it, there's evidence that things change quickly. But he seems to be in a perfect place, and what makes him perfect for the place that he is no preconceived bad habits, no preconceived notions about the way things are supposed to happen, because when I was somewhere else and things were rolling, that's the way it was supposed to be. To get back to Jimmy, somebody's making the argument that Jimmy never had nearly this much talent around him. Well, that's not true. He had an awful lot of talent around him, and he had a level of experience that Brock Purdy couldn't even dream about when he played his first game in Kyle's system. Right from the jump, this is the only world that Brock knows, and maybe that will serve him very, very well, because he is a, yes, coach, what do you need me to do kind of guy. And that's exactly the kind of guy Kyle Shanahan's looking for. And I think because he's that guy, Kyle is a little bit more, he's a little bit more likely to take the shot because he knows he's got a quarterback who is wired to be a little more likely to take the shot. Again, average depth of target yesterday, 12.5 yards. The last time that happened for any starting 49ers quarterback was Jimmy's second start ever back in 2017. I feel like Jimmy had like maybe the Kyle Yips coached into him in some way. Brock Purdy looks yipless to this point. He seems to be the, all right, you're in charge of the game right up until it starts, Kyle. But as soon as it gets going, this is my game. And I am going to roll out. I'm going to leave the back door, the side door, the front door of the pocket to look to make something happen every time I deem it so. And I think that's a level of scrapple that Kyle likes about him. This kid is unafraid, absolutely unafraid. That to me is the blinking neon sign above Brock Purdy's head. He's unafraid.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't played long enough to know the fear yet, because so far he hasn't really taken a frightful hit or a series of them in a game. And I don't want to say it's easy because this is not an easy job, but when you're playing on a team that doesn't require you to do extraordinary things, and in fact has somebody standing behind you to do those extraordinary things, you're going to be freer and easier about it. So yeah, I get it. He's yipless. I like that word.
There you go.
You should run with that.
I will. You either got the yips or you don't.
Yeah. You keep talking, I'm going to make you yipless. You could tell that to your kids.
Somebody is watching us on YouTube and says, Ray keeps looking to his left. What's he looking at? We got TVs on the wall. So we got a little Memphis and Phoenix. We got Monday Night Footballs in preview mode.
We got Joe Buck's wife interviewing whoever that. I guess that's Dak Prescott.
Is that? I don't know if that's Joe Buck's wife.
It isn't absolutely.
Is that what's her name?
It is Michelle Beisner Buck.
Michelle Beisner Buck. Yes.
Is it Beisner?
I think it is.
I'll
Beisner.
take your word for it.
I think it is Beisner.
And I also don't care that much.
I've also never mispronounced the name on the air. Do you know that?
Yes, I do know that. Literally since what, 423?
Yeah. This whole segment has been a pronunciation sensation. But I've met her. She's really, really nice. Really, really nice. I bumped into her at Dodger Stadium walking around the press box because obviously Joe was doing the game. It was a postseason game. And we talked for like 20 minutes. Like, she was really super duper friendly. She had one of the kids with her. So we were talking about the kid. And very nice. I didn't know that she was back doing any broadcasting.
I didn't. It's the first time I've seen her in a while. But then again, I don't spend a lot of time worrying about who's talking to me.
No.
Because very often I have the mute on anyway.
Right. And I don't do a lot of pre or post anymore these days. I am in and out at game time. Anyway.
Yeah, the only pre or post I really do is inside the NBA.
Yeah, that's one you stick around for. That's about it. The Yard Doctor in Napa. Hello, Yard Doctor.
Hi, Damon. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, and I'm kind of with Ray on this thing about Purdy. For me, I'd like to see somebody add up the yards after catch on his touchdown passes, because I think that more than half of those yards are yards after catch. But then on the other hand, Ray, look, this guy runs the first 10 yards of his 40-yard dash. He runs it in 1.55 seconds. He reminds me of Joe Montana, the pocket presence. He's got that knack, those eyes in the back of his head, that he just makes the right decision. And then, like this last game, he did that reverse pivot and he put that linebacker on his knees. It was beautiful. So, hey, I'm a big fan of Brock, and then like I was telling my son while we were watching the game, I said, you know who's lucky? We're lucky. Niner fans are lucky. How would you like to be in Houston? How would you like to be a Viking fan? We're in Fat City here. We got the best team.
It's a pretty good team. There's no doubt. There's no, I mean, here's the thing. Would you like to still be alive in the playoffs? Yes or no? The answer is a universal yes. Those other teams aren't right now, so you don't want to be in those cities.
Well, Houston's not alive at all.
Houston is not, yeah. I don't know why Houston even came up right now. But
he brought it up.
Right. The whole point is...
The yards after catch thing, I just want to say this. Irrelevant. That's always used as some sort of, well, that was the receiver, not the quarterback. Well, you could throw a guy open so that he's got room to move. It's a shared statistic. So when somebody wants to say, well, look at the yards after catch the 49ers have. Well, the ball had to be delivered in such a way that the receiver could create those yards after the catch. So
Brock Purdy had 3 touchdown passes. One was behind the line of scrimmage, one basically at the line of scrimmage. The other was an 8-yard throw with a 66-yard sprint at a Debo. Now, the real key to that play popping, George Kittle throwing a great downfield block. So did Brandon Ayuk. And Debo said that Ayuk threw the perfect block for him to take that ball to the house.
I seen Brandon once I came around and I seen the safety up top. I wanted him to think I was going to go that way when I know Brandon's going to seal the sideline for me, and he did a great job, and I just ran off his block.
So that guy, He's not Brock Purdy, pardon me, but Deebo Samuel is a glorious open field runner. Like if he's got a little space around him, he moves. He's moving in like 3 different directions at once. You have no idea where he's about to go. He's special, man. He's special. Christian McCaffrey, more of a straight line guy than just an open field going anywhere guy, but he can do anything he wants. Brandon Ayuk is really the unsung hero of this entire season. I mean, Brandon Ayuk is the guy giving you chunk play after wide open, after target Purdy likes throwing the ball to all game long, all week long. And he is the one constant because Kittle have been in and out. Debo's been in and out of Purdy's lineup. Brandon Ayuk is always there, man. And there's a little something between the two right now. He just sees the field well. There's no denying it. Brock Purdy sees the field well. He sees his first target, his second target, his third target. He knows where his check down is. I mean, he said that touchdown pass to Elijah Mitchell, he didn't even really see him. He just knew where he was supposed to be, felt him, and pretty much just let the ball go. I mean, something's going on here. That's all I can tell you. Something's going on with the 49ers. It isn't just if they're going far, their defense is going to have to take them there. Well, so there's never been a football season that didn't end with a defense that was playing well. That's how you get to a championship scenario. There aren't a lot of bad defenses in the playoffs or in the Super Bowl. So the whole defense wins championships, it's a nice, easy cliche, and it was certainly applying to the 49ers. You know what also is going to help you win championships? Defense and an offense that can get you 500 yards.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah, how do you argue with 500 yards of offense? 64 plays, 24 first downs, 41 points, averaged nearly 8 yards per play, 181 rushing yards, 0 turnovers, winning the time of possession. I mean, if we had to put together the shopping list that that Kyle Shanahan takes with him to the farmer's market, that's it. That's his how I won today shopping list. You had Christian McCaffrey having a massive day. Debo, huge day. Charles Omenihu with his first 2-sack game of his career. Nice time to come up with that, Charles. Great time to come up with that. Huge forced fumble. He had himself a good day. He had himself a podium game.
You know, those type of plays in the playoffs, when you miss that, it can weigh on you. Definitely was on my mind, but at the end of the day, you got to keep moving on. It's a win-or-go-home kind of mentality, and I mean, stats don't matter. It's all about the only stat that matters is if you get a win or a loss at the end of the day. So I had to recenter my mind. My coach, teammates told me another opportunity was going to come, and thank God it did.
It certainly did. He had just let Geno slip out of his fingers, and then a play later, he's causing the biggest fumble he'll probably ever cause in his entire life, unless he wants to keep on doing this as the 49ers continue to advance through the playoffs. You know who you never really talk about after a playoff game, unless he missed a field goal, is the kicker. Robbie Gould had a great playoff game. Robbie Gould connects on field goals of 31, 33, 34, and 46 yards. He connected on all 4 of his points after touchdown. He remains a perfect 25 of 25 on field goals and 38 on 38 on points after touchdowns in his postseason career now. His 4 field goals are the most since Ray Wersching in the postseason, since Ray Wersching had 4 field goals against the Bengals in Super Bowl 16.
He had a hell of a year, to be honest with you.
Robbie Gould?
Yeah. I mean, he's 72 years old, and he's still 27 for 32 every year. And he, to the best of my knowledge, he's never missed a big kick. Now, maybe it's because Kyle Shanahan does not ask them to kick field goals a lot. In fact, they're usually near the bottom of the list in terms of field goals attempted, as opposed to when Jim Harbaugh was the coach, when they were always at the top by a wide margin. So he's never put in difficult situations, but I don't remember him in a situation where he either had to tie or put the team ahead and didn't.
Big field goals, big kicks. It's what Robbie Gould does. And here's the thing. They don't stretch him out. They don't put him in positions to miss field goals. They really don't. They don't ask him for the 55, 56, 58 yarder because he doesn't really have that. But he's got accuracy. And he had himself a very good game, very good year all the way around. Somebody says, Damon, are we fading the public tonight? Who's the public money on tonight? Well, the public money is usually always on the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm guessing the public is on the Cowboys.
The Cowboys are 2.5-point favorites.
There you go. But I mean, the thing is, Tampa's never been a public team, but Tom Brady gets.
No, Tom Brady makes them a public team, but this line has not moved much since it opened at 2.5.
I'll say this: the public put us on the Vikings -3. I didn't want them, but we were given them, and now we're 0-1 in the postseason after a 58% winning percentage in the regular season. Fade the public is 0 after one attempt.
The dream is dead
in the postseason. He missed one against the Raiders in regulation to win. Yeah, Robbie Gould did that.
Kicked the winning field goal, as I recall.
But then he did that in overtime as well. He did.
So.
Sorry, I had to take a little sip of water there.
That's okay. You're entitled to hydrate.
Thank you.
Only once, though.
Look, we're not going to sit around talking about what Seattle did well. Nobody here wants to hear it. But, man, DK Metcalf, what a game he had, right? He was really good. DK Metcalf, 10 catches, 136 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Again, he handed Charvarius Ward his lunch in a way that no receiver had handed Ward his lunch the entire year. Diamador Lenore had a better game than Mooney Ward did. Who had that in the office pool? Nobody. As a matter of fact, we spent all week talking about how, Diamador Lenore is not a bad football player, but he's just a limping Tommy Gazelle, and any smart lion goes after the limping Tommy Gazelle. That's how you do it on the plains when you're hunting. And then when you're in the playoffs, you're looking for whatever weak spot you can find or whatever weak point you can actually pretend exists on a defense that comes in number one. Diamador Lenore got picked on. Right or wrong, he was the guy that got picked on. And then he has a pick of Geno Smith, which causes 2 turnovers on back-to-back possessions, and that's where the 49ers gained control of the game on Saturday. And Kyle Shanahan is sitting at 5-2 now in postseason play. He's reached the divisional round 3 times in the last 4 years. Pretty damn impressive. By the way, Ray, you were talking about it. You don't care. Where did we become obsessed with who's picking up the yards in these touchdown passes? Someone from the 510 said, nobody took any yards away from Jerry Rice or Steve Young because the other guy was involved in that play. Like, nobody took yards away from Steve because Jerry was a catch and a blur. You're right. But what also happened back then was there wasn't an element of sports fandom, sports coverage, sports social media that
Fantasy
only
leagues.
that also only existed to tell you why the good thing you just watched wasn't as good as you thought it was. Like, that's an entire cottage industry in sports. Man, that was an unbelievable 74-yard touchdown pass. Yeah, but the wide receiver did 66 yards of that work, so it really wasn't that great of a pass. All right. I mean, if that's how you sleep well at night, if that's the type of person you are, that whenever you spot somebody lighting the candles on a birthday cake, you feel it's up to you to run over and blow them out so they could be taught the lesson that you think they need to learn?
Or explain the true value of the 74-yard touchdown pass. I think it's 6 points. I mean, that's how this ends up.
Right.
It's sort of look what I can do with it with my stop start on my remote. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. If you like that, fine. Keep it to yourself. Oh, and by the way, there's no fading the public tonight.
No?
51% of the money is on Tampa. So
how about
I don't
that?
think you could really fade the public when the public is at 50-50.
Yeah, no, there's really not a lot to be done there. This game's also going to be a Manning cast?
Well, ESPN is throwing it all out.
You'd think that they would want to just have a captive audience in only one place. I read an article today how if this sucker is a game in the fourth quarter, I mean, if this isn't like blowout city or there isn't a reason for the casual fan to turn it off because, look, Tom Brady brings an awful lot of fans to the yard to just put their eyeballs on him. There is no team in this league that assembles a bigger audience every time they play a football game than the Dallas Cowboys. If you got an NFL playoff game between Tom Brady, the Dallas Cowboys, that goes deep into the fourth quarter tonight, there's a very good chance, Ray, this could be the most amount of eyeballs in one evening that ESPN has ever had. But they could get their highest rating in the history of the network tonight.
But let me assure you that they will add up ESPN and the Manning cast and put them as one number. So they'll find a way to make that. And they get added ad revenue with two channels. So they're going to make out like bandits either way.
It's their only playoff game that they're going to get. Somebody says, according to the Action Network, 56% of the money is on Tampa. Well, I don't.
I'm looking at covers. That's the only thing I found.
Yeah.
So
Action Network's good. I don't know, but we don't know.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. The point is, nobody has fallen in love with either team.
And I don't think there's really a reason to. This game is a coin flip. It really feels like a coin flip. It could go either way. And how look at it this way. If it lands tails, it'll be 49ers versus tails. If it lands heads, it'll be 49ers versus heads. We'll see which team files out the application to be heads or tails. At the end of this one, we've got Peter King filling out the application every year as the sport's preeminent journalist, and he joins us next here on Damon and Ratto to talk about everything we saw in the win over Seattle, everything we saw throughout the wild card weekend, and what we might see with the two matchups. We'll ask Peter to sort of consider the better opponent for the 49ers. I mean, maybe we won't, because the answer is clearly Tampa Bay. That's the better opponent. You know, the one you've already skinned alive at home this season. That's who you'd want, obviously. If the 49ers had their druthers, it'll be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here next weekend. If the NFL has its druthers, it's 49ers and Cowboys, and the biggest game that you can basically offer in the NFC next weekend. That is what we're going to be talking about with Peter King, who's joining us next here on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Meanwhile, Damon and Ratto were brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing it doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2023, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto.
Bang, bang, not a gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is our 5 o'clock hour here. Oh, what a weekend the NFL served up. To talk about all of it and how it ends tonight with the winner of Dallas and Tampa Bay arriving at Levi Stadium next Sunday. We go out to the Bud Light guest line to find Peter King, who will also be arriving next Sunday at Levi Stadium. Peter, we were just told that you're going to be out here for the game next week, so I'm looking forward to seeing you.
Yeah, over the years, what I've found out is that very often the last game of the weekend is the one that is really heavily on people's minds when they wake up Monday morning. And what I found this week, because I wrote a little something on all four of the last four of the games, I should say, of the weekend. And what I find is that you wake up Monday morning and you're asking a lot of questions and talking a lot about that last game. And like, I got Joe Burrow last night to talk about what it was, what it was going to be like to go to Buffalo and to have that Cincinnati-Buffalo game, which, I mean, a lot of people in Cincinnati are very upset that the game is in Buffalo versus, having a coin flip for it or whatever the precedent the league set. But so anyway, this will be a fun weekend, and I think the games this weekend, whoever goes to San Francisco, whether it's Tom Brady going to San Francisco, amazing. He went so long in his career without playing the 49ers out there, and now he could play them twice in 6 weeks in California. So we'll see what happens tonight, but I think whoever the 49ers welcome in next week, that's going to be a really fun game late Sunday.
Well, and let's face it, if the NFL has its druthers, they'd love to see 49ers and Cowboys because nobody brings more eyeballs to the party than the Dallas Cowboys, plus the history just between the two teams in the postseason. And look, when it comes to the 49ers, Peter, this is rightfully so. It was cast as a story about defense with an offense that was kind of coming along for the ride. And that's the way the entire year played itself out. All of a sudden now here with Brock Purdy, there is a level of offense that is happening with a level of routine as far as it popping up to where it's like if you liked the 49ers 2-3 weeks ago, you got to like them even more this week because they just rolled up 500 yards to go along with a defense that once it started forcing turnovers, that entire game changed on a dime.
It was such an interesting game, I thought, because at halftime I was convinced that this was going to be a great 4-quarter game. And then I think what really changed everything, and I was glad to see, I was glad to see a lot of credit for a guy who doesn't get much of any credit, I'm sure, because of all the star power inside the 49ers. Charles, I'm going to mispronounce his last name, Omenihu.
You nailed it.
Yeah, but, he was one of my players of the week this week because that was the key play in this football game. When he forced that turnover, Geno Smith, I think that changed everything about this game. So to me, I'm kind of fascinated by the depth also of the 49ers right now, because that is one of those things that has really shown up in a big way as this year has gone on.
Kyle Shanahan has always, since you talked about depth, Kyle Shanahan has always shown when he constructs a roster a huge bias toward running backs and toward defensive linemen. When you see what they've done this year, and maybe last year to a certain extent, is this a trend that you think is going to become league-wide, or is he just better at doing the thing that all other general managers like to do?
Well, I think the 49ers have had some rotten luck when it comes to running backs. I mean, you go back to Jerick McKinnon, he was a big free agent acquisition, whatever year it was, 18 or 19, and they just could not keep him on the field. And it's sad, honestly, when you look at what could have been, because now you look at McKinnon in Andy Reid's offense, and he's the golden child. and imagine had he stayed healthy, what could have happened, in San Francisco with him. But I'm sort of convinced that Kyle Shanahan has understood the need for depth at positions that get hurt a lot. Running backs, it's hard to keep them on the field all the time, and it's certainly hard to keep defensive linemen with big bodies flying all around. It's hard to keep them healthy. So I just think it's a calculated risk that Shanahan and Lynch have taken, and I think it's paying off this year.
Well, look at the calculated risk they took to bring in Christian McCaffrey and what he has done. I mean, I know it's late in the season to install or take someone who's only played half a season with someone and say they truly deserve MVP consideration. But Christian McCaffrey, he truly deserves MVP consideration. I mean, how would you like to assign, what would you like to assign to the word value? Because I don't know if anyone's value has changed a team's prospects as much as Christian McCaffrey has. And after I don't know if Kyle was playing the day or the game or Pete backwards by giving him something to look at before he let him touch it. But McCaffrey does not touch the ball on the 49ers opening drive, and they settle for a field goal. His first touch is just emblematic of what he has done to this team. His first touch is 68 yards around the left side, blocking everywhere, was hat on a hat. And after two possessions and McCaffrey getting involved in the second possession, it's 10-0 49ers just like that. I mean, he truly is one of, if he is healthy, the great players in this league.
And, my only question when the 49ers acquired him and paid a pretty big price for him, my only question was, I think when he's healthy, he will be a great addition to this team, and he will be a great person to really help this team have a piece that it had not had. And so I think what is really interesting about McCaffrey is his physicality and his ability to outrun people to the outside, but also get an extra 2 or 3 yards in the middle. The one play that didn't get talked about enough because it was only a 9-yard gain, but it so perfectly encapsulates how important he is to this team. Remember the run that he had where, he sort of breaks around left end and there's nothing there, and he waits and waits and waits. And a lot of backs would have just said, okay, look, I'm going to burrow, into a linebacker here and try to get 1.5 yards or 2 yards. And he said, no, I'm not doing that. I've got good enough instincts, and I'm tough enough, and I'm strong enough that I am going to cut back all the way across the field. I'm going to get a block from George Kittle, and I'm going to try to make something big of this. Now, he didn't make anything big of it, but 9 yards is better than a 0-yard gain. And that is who he is. I talked to Kittle after the game, and we talked about that exact run. And he said, one of the things he said that was interesting, I think, is that he said early on that was not the kind of play that McCaffrey was making. But now he really knows our offense. He's got incredible confidence in what he can do in this offense. And that was a perfect example. Like, after I heard Kittle talk, I said to myself, okay, that first game or two when he played in November, maybe he just burrows his head and tries to get 1 yard. But now he's very familiar with the scheme. He's very familiar with who's going to be blocking who. And he goes back and he ends up getting 9 yards out of it. And I don't know. I thought that was a real significant play just for McCaffrey's meaning to this team.
Speaking of the 49er offense in general, which of these two teams, Dallas or Tampa, is going to give the 49er offense more trouble under normal circumstances?
I think Dallas, because I think Dallas, I mean, first of all, Dallas has the singular player who can wreck a game on defense in Micah Parsons. I don't think Tampa Bay has a Micah Parsons. They don't have a Micah Parsons. But the one thing that Tampa Bay does have is Tampa Bay has an excellent secondary that's getting healthy at the right time. If they win this game and come out of this game healthy, in my opinion, I think Tampa would really be a challenge for Brock Purdy and for Kyle Shanahan to solve.
Peter King joining us here on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And I'll tell you, the Brock Purdy experience has been a lot easier to enjoy than anyone could have possibly imagined. Kyle Shanahan, hell, let's face it, Brock Purdy's parents couldn't have imagined he would fit so well as we've seen it. I mean, he adds on Mississippi's to plays with his scrambling ability that is, either going to create the catch part 3. I mean, if Brandon Ayuk held on to that ball in the back of the end zone, this kid's got his signature career highlight already.
Can I just make one comment about that play?
Sure.
To me, okay, that play goes down as an incompletion. That really symbolizes everything about Brock Purdy that you love, okay? And I'll tell you, because there's 3 things involved in that play that when I saw it, immediately I clicked back, okay, and I got my little iPhone out with the stopwatch on it, and I timed it, and it was I forget, like I wrote about it.
12 seconds.
Yeah, it was. I had it like at 11.6 or 11 point something. But anyway, but here's what is significant about that. Imagine the confidence that Brock Purdy has to have in himself, okay, to be able to make that play. And I think one of the things that I loved about it is that it looked like he looked at all 4 receivers multiple times on that play. And then he finally threw a bullet, a perfect throw, in the corner of the end zone to Brandon Ayuk. It was a tough catch, but, I thought Ayuk should have caught it. But be that as it may, everything about that play just said great things about who Brock Purdy is and how he plays. And the one other thing I just wanted to add, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but the one other thing I wanted to add is that after the game, I talked to George Kittle, and we talked about that play. We talked about a bunch of plays, but one of the things that I pointed out to him and that he commented on eloquently was about how Brock Purdy is good in large part, and we have talked about this, because of the 48 starts he had in a Power 5 conference, at Iowa State. And as Kittle told me, he goes, you know what? A lot about being great in the NFL, particularly at quarterback, is failure and handling failure. And this guy, in the first half of that game the other day against Seattle, had some tough moments. And, but as Kittle said, he's got to be thinking, I've been through this before. I've been through stuff exactly like this before. And so that's why he was sure that Brock Purdy was going to come out in the second half and be who Brock Purdy has shown himself to be, in his first 6 games. So I thought that was a good point by Kittle, that a lot, especially about quarterbacking, is about learning to handle failure, and about, after having that failure, knowing that you can come back and have success.
Talking about failure, and I want to go macro here, which coach should feel the most like a failure today? John Harbaugh, Kevin O'Connell, or Mike McDaniel?
How come you didn't give me Brandon Staley as an option?
Because I think he's cursed. I think he joined a franchise that is like the Chicago Cubs, that can never win no matter what.
Except they did.
But if you want to throw in Staley, go ahead, throw him in too.
I think, first of all, I'll say one sentence about my three runners up, and then I'll give you the guy who should feel bad. Look, John Harbaugh was trying to win a game with both hands tied behind his back, and it's going to be very, very hard, even in a rivalry game like that, to win a game with Tyler Huntley. Okay? So that would be one. Kevin O'Connell, look, they could not block the Giants' front. It's hard for Kevin O'Connell to take the blame for that. Yeah, they had a tough time, especially with Dexter Lawrence. And look, as far as Staley goes, I just don't think he had enough defensive pieces to stop an offense that started to play well. The guy I've got a real problem with coming out of yesterday is Mike McDaniel. A big, big problem. Can you please tell me why a guy who looked like he was in pretty good shape during the course of the year when he did play, Skylar Thompson, how come they could not get plays off? How come they were consistently late, on the play clock? That last drive was one of the most maddening drives I've ever seen in my life for a very simple reason. That quarterback was not prepared to play well in that game. And that goes, and look, you say, how in the world did they keep that game close, against Buffalo? And I think the biggest reason is they were able to get 3 turnovers, and it was not a particularly sharp day for the Buffalo Bills. But I would blame McDaniel more than anybody else for his team's preparedness coming into that game.
It certainly took a long time to get that fourth down play in.
Ridiculous.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. When you look around at, I just think that Joe Burrow and company were in position to lose a game to Baltimore because they weren't any, ball of fire offensively.
Right.
You talked about the problems that Buffalo's having offensively. It's hard to say that Kansas City's having offensive problems, but they're certainly not averaging 37 points per game over their last 6 games. But Brock Purdy and the Niners are. They've been billed appropriately so as the best defense in the league all year long. What happens if the 49ers have the best offense in this league now too?
They're going to win the Super Bowl. Let's see what I'm really, really curious to see what Philadelphia does Saturday night. And I say that.
Don't you think they could lose that game? I do. I think the Giants are rolling in hot, and Philly's a little again maybe peaked early.
Really remind me of the Giants. And again, I don't mean that they're going to win the Super Bowl, but the Giants remind me of those 2 teams that got hot that were not the best teams in football in 2007 and 2011 when they went on to beat the Patriots both times in the Super Bowl. That is what this reminds me of. They entered the playoffs as good teams, twice as they had a good team, but no one thought they had a great team. And it's the same thing now. Their first playoff game, you saw Daniel Jones looking like a top-flight NFL quarterback. No one until the last month or so has ever thought that Daniel Jones was going to be a top-flight NFL quarterback. And now he looks like it. And it's a tribute to the guy I voted Coach of the Year over Kyle Shanahan, Brian Daboll. In my opinion, he took an awful, awful team and, has done a lot with it. So I think the Giants have got a shot on Saturday night, no question.
Okay, you brought up coaches, so I'll just ask out and out. Are you surprised that Jim Harbaugh passed on the NFL this time?
A little bit. but I don't know him well, and so I don't know what all went into that. You know what I mean? I don't know what went into that to his decision, whether it was all money, whether his agent told him, look, you're not getting this job. I don't know the answer to that, but I thought he was going to end up with one of these NFL jobs, so I am surprised a little bit.
Peter King on Damon and Ratto, and I saw that D'Amico Ryans has 4 interviews set up this week. I'm guessing these are virtual or Zoom meetings.
Yeah.
They better be. But Texans, Colts, Broncos, Cardinals. Does it feel abstract that he would sign up for all 4? Or, it feels like it's pretty common to say, hey, while we're coaching postseason games, we're going to postpone interviews. Or does D'Amico's not in that position to operate from yet?
The unfortunate thing is the NFL should have fixed this problem and chose not to, because all of the teams who have lost basically leaned on the NFL and said, we want to be able to take care of our business before the middle of February. We want to get our coach hired so that we can start on preparation for next year. And look, I understand why they do that, but it is absolutely, totally, unequivocally unfair to the teams that employ them. And look, here's the only reason why, in my opinion, I just don't like this. It's because now, no matter what you say, D'Amico Ryans is going to have his attention in 2 different places, probably 5 different places this week. Okay? I just don't like it. It's not fair to the 49ers. And D'Amico Ryans is a great guy. He's an excellent coach. He deserves to be a head coach in the NFL. But all of this stuff should be handled on February 15th. Not on January, whatever today is, 16th. It's wrong. And the NFL, look, I will hate to see if that defense doesn't play well in the playoff game this weekend, because in my opinion, it would be a natural thing to ask, did all this time D'Amico Ryans used to prepare for these interviews have anything? Everybody's going to say no. It had nothing to do with it. It's human nature. It just is. It's wrong. It's not D'Amico Ryans' fault. Unfortunately, he's just playing the game the way the NFL stupidly has set it up.
Stupidity aside, is there a job out there that's a perfect fit for him, or is this more sort of an exercise in learning more about what owners and general managers want in interviews, and that he should be thinking more about next year than this?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, so the other day, Raheem Morris had a 4-hour Zoom meeting with the Indianapolis Colts, and I heard that Raheem Morris blew him away, and that they really like him. I have no idea if he's going to get the job. I don't know who's going to get any of these jobs. I don't cover this the way I used to. But what usually happens is that it becomes a match, and the 2 sides really end up getting along well. And they say, boy, I could really work with this guy. And so that's what it comes down to. Will it happen with D'Amico Ryans? I don't know. Nobody knows. But he certainly is worth somebody giving him a job. He's ready. And look, I think that the one thing I would really want to know if I were him, and if I were the team, I would really want to know who's going to do the offensive staff, who's going to be my offensive staff, who's going to be the quarterback guru, and who's going to be my quarterback. I wouldn't worry about the defense. He'll figure that out. Same way Robert Saleh figured out the defense with the Jets. If Robert Saleh doesn't make it with the Jets, it'll be because of the offense. So therefore, that's what I'd be most concerned with right now if I were D'Amico Ryans.
Final question for you, Peter, since we're talking about time, hours committed to prepare, so on and so forth. I saw it brought up by Dov Kleiman this weekend. He tweeted, it didn't seem entirely fair that the winners of Cowboys-Bucks will go against the 49ers, who played early on Saturday and gained basically 2 extra days of rest with more time to prepare. It's a competitive disadvantage. This is the playoffs, not the regular season. Do you think there is an inherent competitive disadvantage to whoever comes in to the 49ers on Sunday?
Look, the 49ers had a disadvantage because they had a short week to prepare for the Seahawks. And so now the 49ers get the extra day, all right? And look, the Bucks and the Cowboys had an extra day to prepare for this game.
Right.
And the fact that it's a night game, it's almost an extra day and a third of rest and of getting off your feet and getting ready for a game. So I think that's a ridiculous point to make. Once the NFL said, we're going to play a Monday night football game in the playoffs, once they said that, then you have to understand that there's a chance that on one end, you're going to get a benefit, and on the other end, you're going to get jobbed a little bit. So I have no sympathy whatsoever. The 49ers had a short week the first time and now have a longer week, and they can't control who wins or loses the games. If the Vikings won yesterday, they'd be playing a team with absolutely normal rest for a game. That's the way life goes. I'm not into that.
There you go.
Whatever,
That's the way the cookie crumbles, according to Peter King. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on Sunday, Peter. Thank you very much for joining us. And we're either going to have 49ers Cowboys or 49ers versus Tom Brady. Either way, it's good for business around here. Thank you so very much.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very, very much to Peter King. Ray, why don't you get a press credential? Come on down to Levi's Stadium with me on Sunday. We'll sit on either side of Peter and just bombard him with questions during the entire game. We'll just annoy the hell out of Peter King. It'll be like stereo.
I don't want to be an accessory to his ultimate death when he pulls his head off at halftime. So you go ahead and hammer him.
Look at you, mercy.
But you raised kind of a weirdly interesting point. Not about whether Dallas or Tampa has one less day to prepare, but that as long as this playoff format is going to be used, there's an excellent likelihood that a team like Dallas, who is a ratings getter every year, is going to get stuck on the Monday night game. And that due to their popularity, they're going to pay a price if they get to the second round, like almost on a yearly basis. And because the NFL is not going to bother with any of that, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm going to raise at least a bit of a stink. Not about we didn't have enough time to play the 49ers, but we're going to have not enough time for every divisional playoff game we ever get in because we're always going to be the Monday night game. And I just wonder how the league will put up with Jerry Jones, who essentially runs the league, pissing and moaning about what he will view as a competitive disadvantage, whether it is one or not.
I don't even know if it would bother Jerry as long as he knew that his team was getting the marquee treatment. He's that much of a put the Dallas Cowboys first, where if it meant they arrived to the table of strategy second, as long as they were sitting at the head of the table for the marquee time slot or spot or viewing slot, I think he'd almost be cool with it. But you bring up a very interesting point, and to me, what the NFL needs to do two things just in terms of playoff fairness and scheduling. You don't get to choose which game, which team would do better in what television time slot. You assign the seeds to whatever games you're going to be playing are decided by the seeds. So at the Monday night game is between the this seed and the that seed. Not, it's a more marquee night, so let's put the Cowboys in it because they're the bigger name. If you are the 2 seed, you don't play first thing on a Saturday morning because the lower seed that could be coming to you shouldn't be coming all the way from Monday night. You can figure it out that way. And then in terms of the D'Amico Ryans conundrum and 4 interviews this week, and imagine if he has 4 4-hour-long Zoom meetings. That's an entire workday that he's not working on getting the 49ers ready to beat their next opponent. So it's unfair to the 49ers for sure. The NFL should just have a full-on moratorium on hiring, firings, and any and all. Like you don't even get to create the vacancy until January 12th. Like the first Monday after the completion of the regular season shouldn't be known as Black Monday. That should be the Monday after the Super Bowl.
Well, theoretically, you're right, but owners don't trust each other. So they're always going to try to, I want to get my guy out of here and get my new guy in here as quickly as possible so you don't have a chance to outbid me for him.
Well, I don't think there's
the second thing I would say is that D'Amico Ryans is probably not going to get a job this time around for one simple reason. If he's doing 4 interviews this week, none of them can be very comprehensive because he doesn't have the time for that. They're not all going to be 4-hour Zoom meetings.
He also doesn't have the right time to prepare
for a future employer, let alone 4. So what I think is going to happen is that he's going to be the guy in the hopper for the next round, and there will be people who interview him after the 49ers season is over. Maybe not for a job in this cycle, but for a job next cycle. And that's the thing I would like to see. So somebody like D'Amico Ryans can say, you know what? I'm hot right now, but I've got this job. If I do this job well, nobody's going to sour on me next year. So why don't I wait till this season's over, do the vacation with the family, come back, and then have long, extensive interviews with whoever wants to interview me and put in that time then.
I don't think there's a single hiring that happens in the NFL all above the table. There's always back channel communications in the, least and with absolutely nothing nefarious going on. That's just how business gets done. Grease is applied to the skids somewhere else. So what everyone sees looks nice and smooth, but there's always operations happening somewhere else.
Everything's weaseling.
Exactly. I believe that anyways. So there's no way to prevent the weaseling that's going on right now from not happening. But you put the moratorium on any and all hiring freezes for the following reasons. It's the most fair to the teams that are still alive. And the NFL should be worried about finishing seasons the right way more than it is about getting other team seasons started the right way before you've even reached your off season. Also, if all NFL coaching hires and fires happened in mid-January to February, congratulations, football. You now officially, absolutely 100% own 12 months of the calendar. Like, it not only helps the product on the field, but it helps you guys in the headlines off the field 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Nobody's going with a spring training report ahead of, the Denver Broncos hired their head coach today.
I don't think they worry about that anymore. I think they figure we've already got that taken care of. I think they say, when we have news, we'll announce it, even if it's at 2 a.m. We'll get what we need. So I don't even think that's a concern anymore. What I think is, and I'll just use David Tepper as an example. He's got Steve Wilkes, but he wants somebody better. So he's going to fire Steve Wilkes the minute he gets a chance to do it because he wants to be first in line for Sean Payton or Jim Harbaugh or name the big name coach. Because there is no honor among billionaires or thieves. I want my coach now, and you're not going to tell me that I can't have it because I am your boss, not the other way around. And there isn't much that the league office can do about that.
When we come on back, we have one segment left. Robin in San Francisco absolutely wants her own show here on 95.7 The Game. Robin, if you stay through the commercial break, we're going to give you your own segment, basically. We're going to come on back and we're going to talk to you to end today's show. Before we sort of recap what happened to the Warriors today as well, and we'll let you know what's going on in this wild card game. Don't you go anywhere this afternoon. Damon and Ratto, one segment left today. We're going to spend an awful lot of it with one of our favorite callers, Robin, coming up next here. So don't you move a muscle. We are brought to you by, the merch store? Hell yeah, it's open right now. The Relevant shirt, more relevant now than it was on Friday, for goodness sake. Check it all out at 957thegameshop.com.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Hey, Damon here to talk about tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Did you trade crypto? Do you trade crypto? Do you have any NFTs? Have you received a 1099 from Crypto Exchange Reporting for your transactions? Do you need crypto accounting services? If so, you need to contact the attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law by visiting sftaxteam.com. The Kugelman Law team has helped hundreds of clients over the years with crypto accounting and tax compliance issues. They'll give you a consultation, and they will offer straightforward, transparent pricing while educating you about the solutions that you have available to you. The IRS is ramping up enforcement of crypto users, so it's important that you have an attorney experienced with crypto on your side. Visit Kugelman Law to schedule your consultation today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement, does not constitute a guarantee or a prediction of results.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank. serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Granger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
When choosing a wireless provider, you're forced to compromise. But what if you didn't have to? What if you could get reliable service without a contract and save money? Introducing Total by Verizon, a new no-contract, no-credit check carrier for you and your family, with plans starting at just $30 a month on America's most reliable 5G network. Total by Verizon is available at totalbyverizon.com and at retailers nationwide, based on first place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 5G assessments of 125 metros. Experiences may vary, not an endorsement.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So, any good sports talk radio show is going to start with two wildly prepared and interesting hosts. Check. Handsome hosts.
Where is this show?
Check. Talented hosts. Check. Look at us checking off all the boxes, Ray.
Look at us lying to the audience.
Then you need a good guest. Peter King, we certainly had one. Michael Irvin is either going to join us tomorrow sometime or on Wednesday because he might be flying back. But listening to Michael Irvin on a week where it's either going to be 49ers and Cowboys or 49ers and not Cowboys is going to give us a very interesting Michael Irvin. So we're looking forward to talking to him. So you need great hosts, check. Great guests, check, on the way. And you need great callers. This brings us to Robin in San Francisco. How are you, Robin? First time talking to you, I believe, here in the new year. So it's good to start with you. What's going on?
Nothing too much. Hey, Ray, this is what I want to say to you. Damon is correct, and you should accept the compliment sometimes. When I was younger, I was always told how pretty I was. I used to hate that. And a very old wise man who is now deceased, my father, told me to learn to accept a compliment and say thank you, because looks are everything when you don't have them. So is sex, so is money, so is education. Okay? So I'm just having a little fun with you. How many seconds I got, Damon? Here's what I want to say to you guys. It's not my perspective, but the other night, someone shared that Brock Purdy is similar to Jeremy Lin, and that we're all caught up. He compared it to insanity. And that Brock Purdy is a nice little story, but he's nothing more than Jeremy Lin. And this whole notion that when he hears our local sports people talk about him being our fan base, him being the future for the Niners, it is a joke, because he's nothing more than Jeremy Lin, and that he is a product of the system, in which I responded, because I never called into the show, but I did, in which I responded that who the hell cares if he's a product of the system, because the system is great. We're not looking at and not measuring what is going to be next year. We're measuring the results right now. But I wanted to, and he said to me that Brock Purdy was nothing more than a poor man's Jimmy Garoppolo. So while I think that he has a valid point in that many of our people in our fan base is caught up, I think, in the Lindsay analogy, I don't think that...
Well, hold on. Let me just step in here, because I hadn't heard anybody make that comparison until you just brought it up, Robin. Jeremy Lin was a hell of a story, but it was a story that blipped on a team that didn't matter. So there was really no substance to any of it, other than sometimes a guy catches a heater for a month in the NBA, and it probably happens on a bad team that doesn't have any options to put in over him. So Jeremy Lin was a great story, but it was extinguished quickly before it was ever even truly tested. Now, who knows how long the Brock Purdy story goes, but he has now passed and taken a bigger test than anything that Jeremy Lin took when he was having his regular season, hey, that was impressive, 3-week run with the New York Knicks. I mean, there is a much more significant thing and entity, I believe, in Brock Purdy than in Jeremy Lin, because everyone looked at Jeremy Lin and said, well, this is eventually going to come to an end. How long can he keep it going? God bless him. No one really sees where this ends for Brock Purdy yet, because football has a really odd way of taking someone who may not have the physical measurables, but they can do it enough to where there's something here. Jeremy Lin had a high basketball IQ, but he had none of the physical measurables that make you a serious consideration for NBA prominence. It's just that simple.
In fairness, though, Brock Purdy could never have fixed the New York Knicks.
There's no way Brock Purdy gets the Knicks to the playoffs.
No. In fact, there's no way anybody ever gets the Knicks to the playoffs. That's the beauty of the Knicks. Hey, they are impervious to talent.
They could go this year.
They could, but I have faith.
They can still figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, Robin, thank you very much for the call. We love you. You need to not... Don't look at it this way. Don't worry what anyone's saying on any other show. You worry about this show. This show is going to give you the talking points that you need to take to other shows while you call them.
Yeah, I mean, Brock Purdy is R.J. Barrett.
And you need to learn how to take a compliment, sweetie.
That's not happening.
Why not?
It's in my DNA.
Okay. All right.
I mean, Robin was right. She's a lovely woman. I don't think there's any argument there, but I'll take care of me. Thanks, Mom.
Be nice just to see you appreciate how much people actually appreciate. I mean, no one here, but, some people in the audience do.
Trust me, I'm with me every day. I know me better than anybody else.
Who has a longer day than you, having to spend all day with you?
Oh, it just, the levels of crippling despair would fell an ox.
Can we quickly talk a little bit about this road trip that the Warriors have found a little success on here? Because, look, they blow out the Spurs in front of a tiny crowd in San Antonio. That was a hell of a gathering for a regular season basketball game. And I wouldn't be surprised to see every team try to rent out the local football team stadium when you have that opportunity, and try to do that once a year, and have NFL teams or NBA teams all trying to one-up each other in the attendance category.
I could see that, although there are places where they used to play all their games there. And this was sort of a one-off because the Alamo Dome is where the Spurs used to play.
Right. And it's their 50th anniversary.
Yeah, so it was a thing. That said, 68,000 people wanting to go see the home team deliberately lose, that's a special thing.
And that's what sort of took the special out of that Warrior performance. They scored 144 points on the way to just mollywhopping a Spurs team that isn't good and probably isn't even trying that hard. Then they give up 132 points in a loss to the Bulls, where they make Vucevic look like Shaq. He goes for 43 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 steals in a game that the Warriors, I mean, it's one of the weirdest, like you look through it, look at some of the numbers and look at some of the box scores. The Warriors hit 21 threes, they had 35 assists, and they out-rebounded Chicago and lose. Because they
lose convincingly.
Because they had zero answer in the paint for Vucevic. Zero. No answer at all.
And no interest in playing consistent team defense, which is the thing that continues to make them inconsistent, confounding, and bizarre. I mean, they weren't playing great defense today for the longest stretch. I mean, Tim Roy, I thought he was going to just yank his own head off. But eventually, Jordan Poole and Stephen Curry start making shots, and they don't stop making shots, and that's why they win the game.
Well, and another reason why they won, too, is Draymond had a fourth quarter where he brought that defense that wasn't there the first 3.
Yeah, but it's still, as a team concept, they play defense only grudgingly, which is why I'm beginning to think that this is actually who they are. They're the team that's going to hover around 500 the whole year and end up 8th. Now, I don't know what happens in the last 10 games of the season or the playoffs, but I think this is it's now almost 50 games. This is the team you've got. And there isn't going to be any salvation at the trade deadline. You're going to have a team that is...
You win 45, 46, 48 games.
Maybe. Not if they're going to continue to defend only when they feel like it. Because, frankly, Vucevic's side, the Bulls didn't have DeRozan. That's a game that they should control because they can defend, but they don't defend enough, consistently enough, to be trustworthy. And the one thing, more than anything else, the Warriors have always been is trustworthy.
Today, they did beat the Washington Wizards with a 34-25 fourth quarter where Draymond officially got nasty. Curry had 41 points and was 11 of 12 from the free throw line, so good to see him getting to the line. Clay, he sat on the back-to-backs. Jordan Poole got a start, which means you got a good Jordan Poole, and he dropped 32, hit a team-best 7 threes today. The Warriors get back to 500 with a win. They're 22-22 with a 5-17 road record. Anthony Lamb had a team best plus 36 today, but it took a team-wide 40, 50, 90 shooting split to beat a really bad Wizards team. They had to give their all to beat a bad Wizards team, and that's not a good sign. And the Warriors, they're going to be a playoff team, but they're not going to be a team of consequence this year. You can just feel it. It's written all over them unless they do something magical once the postseason begins. Oh, by the way, every time Andre Iguodala dunks, apparently, he needs the next 2 games off, so he should probably stop doing that. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We'll be back on the air at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Grandy Lucas, thank you. Peter King, thank you. All of you, thank you. And I'm going to encourage you all to stay tuned right here because coming up next, we're going to join this Cowboys-Buccaneers game live in progress. Right now, we got a 6-0 game. Dak Prescott had a 22-yard touchdown to Dalton Schultz, but the point after touchdown was missed, and the